Gerald Horne. Race Woman. The Lives of Shirley Graham du Bois. This book had its origins in a chance encounter on a mid-Manhattan street in the late summer of 1993. I had just left the offices of the radio station WBAI when I bumped into David Du Bois, whom I had known as a result of my earlier research on the life of W.E.B. Du Bois. As we were chatting, he mentioned casually that the papers of his mother, Shirley Graham du Bois, were in his apartment in Cairo. I asked how large the collection was and he indicated that it was substantial. Immediately, I made plans to visit there in December 1993, which I did, laptop in tow. Throughout this project, David has been extremely generous in providing me with insight, counsel, and hospitality. Thanks to David, his mother's papers will soon be housed in an archive in the United States. Traveling to Cairo was the beginning of a journey that eventually took me to libraries at Georgetown, Howard, Oberlin, Stanford, Columbia, Fisk, Tulane, the University of Michigan, Wayne State University, New York University, and the University of Texas. Librarians and archivists there and at the Library of Congress, National Archives, Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, Hoover Institute, Indiana Historical Society, National Archives of Ghana, Nyebil Proctor Library, and the Reference Center for Marxist Studies all proved to be exceedingly helpful. I thank them all. My original visit to Egypt was subsidized by the Center for Black Studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and part of my research was also supported by the Institute of African American Research at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Librarians at both of these institutions provided enormous assistance in retrieving books and articles through interlibrary loan and other means. Preface: Shirley Graham du Bois was born in the United States in 1896 and died in China in 1977. During her eventful life, this diminutive, light brown, skinned woman with a broad gray streak in her hair was variously a composer, playwright, actress, drummer, biographer, editor, novelist, and political activist. However, the zenith of her life may have been the time she spent in the 1960s after the death of her spouse, W.E.B. Du Bois, as a pivotal advisor and official in the government of Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana. Despite this shining list of accomplishments, for which she should be considered one of the leading black women intellectual activists of this or any other century, the life of Shirley Graham du Bois has been cloaked in obscurity, at least since her death. An examination of her life not only brings back from oblivion an intriguing gore, it also sheds light on the ever-important questions of blacks and cultural production, blacks and the left, Pan-Africanism, blacks and U.S. foreign policy, blacks and feminism, and, not least, W.E.B. Du Bois himself. She was a mercurial and creative person, who played fast and loose in recounting the details of her own life and in writing her popular biographies. She was a protean personality who also happened to be prodigiously productive, often darting from one project to the next. This did not leave much time for ruminations about her life. She was not terribly self-reactive, and even when she engaged in introspection, she was as likely as not to manufacture this or that detail in order to conform to a societal expectation or other predilection. These swirling, ever-changing facets of her life often make it difficult to get a handle on basic questions for the biographer: who was she? How did she come to be who she was? Not least because she occasionally fudged the details of her life and was averse to introspection, reconstructing the life of Shirley Graham du Bois provides a real challenge to a biographer. Her peremptory dismissal of the virtues of the self-examined life was even more evident when she returned to the United States in the early 1970s after a decade of exile in Africa. She noted with disdain a cult of psychoanalysis that she associated with white people. With disgust she linked this tendency toward private introspection with what she saw as a flight from public responsibility, for example, the responsibility to aggressively confront U.S. foreign policy in Vietnam and elsewhere. Not surprisingly, it is easier for the biographer to uncover evidence of her public stances and maddeningly difficult to reconstruct her private self. This may be true of many biographical subjects, but the problem has been complicated further here because of her deliberate obfuscation of the simplest details of her life. For example, she claimed that her RST husband, whom she left in the 1920s after bearing 2 children, died. This was not accurate. He lived on after their breakup. Why she divorced or, for that matter, why she married remains unclear. This is one of many examples that could easily lead to the conclusion that she was as creative in devising her own character as she was in devising the characters in her plays and stories. On the other hand, there were understandable reasons for her parsimony with the truth. At the time, not only was divorce frowned on, but marriage itself was seen as questionable for those women like Graham who opted to pursue careers. In the state of her birth, Indiana, one black schoolteacher contended that she never married, although she had been asked, because in the 1930s and 1940s and even more so in the 1920s to have done so would have cost her the position. The prevailing ideology of racial uplift, which suggested that an educated and talented woman like Graham was responsible through the force of personal example for the advancement of the race and the uplift of black womanhood, at times imposed a corresponding standard of morality that was difficult to meet. Divorce and single motherhood, for example, were not viewed as exemplary. 5. Hence, is it fairer to say that Graham was frugal with the facts or that societal norms pushed her in this direction? Or consider her sojourn in Ghana, where many notably non-Ghanaians considered her imperious and obsequious. Strikingly, these descriptions of her did not arise so forcefully and consistently until she arrived in Africa. Was obsequiousness an organic aspect of her personality, or was this perception of her grounded in the reality that many male and female alike had difficulty accepting and dealing with a woman who wielded real power in a West African society that had not rejected male supremacy altogether? Or did societal norms compel her to assume that her marriage to a renowned girl like Bois necessitated a shift in how she presented herself? Or consider her list of accomplishments. When white-owned stores in Harlem during the Great Depression were forced to hire African American women, a controversy arose immediately when these establishments hired only light-skinned women. 6. When the sardonic black novelist George Schuyler penned his insightful volume Black No More, he included a character reputedly based on W.E.B. Du Bois' Dr. Shakespeare Agamemnon Beard, who bitterly denounced the Nordics for debauching Negro women while taking care to hire comely yellow stenographers with weak resistance. 7. In retrospect, it is difficult to reconstruct to what extent Graham's rise was based not only on her considerable talents but also on the detritus of white supremacy, that is, certain privileges that were extended intermittently on the basis of color. At this late date, who is to say that the vast condensance she displayed was buoyed by a secure childhood or a doting parent's inions or something more difficult to determine, like color privilege? Interestingly, through most of her life she continued to search far and wide for Inecto color cream, which she used to maintain her skin tone. In short, responding to the rudimentary question, who was she and how did she come to be who she was, is difficult to do absent some consideration of the even more basic question, what kind of society was she living in? Graham Du Bois, in any case, can be said to wreak a kind of standpoint epistemology. The identity she assumed and the positions that accompanied it were often shaped or determined by the situation she was in. Her identity and, at times, her politics often were mediated by her location at a particular moment. It has not been unusual, according to some analysts, for African American women particularly to assume various identities serially, even simultaneously, in the interests of survival their own and their families. 8. Inventing or reinventing identity was not something peculiar to Graham Du Bois. 9. Consider the various stages of her life: dutiful daughter, unhappy spouse, hard-working student at Oberlin College, struggling artist, accomplished writer, dutiful spouse, to Du Bois, powerful political exile. Each of these stages, which at certain points overlapped, required her to display a rich palette of personality traits. Each could be deemed a discrete identity, though there were traits that were hardly exclusive to one and not others. For example, the steely dedication she needed to get through Oberlin was similar to the dedication required to be an artist or to survive as a hard-working official in a tormented Accra government. Graham Du Bois was a talented performer, and this skill too was fungible. Putting on massa, wearing a mask, or adopting a personality that was seen as necessary to avoid being brutalized or murdered in a society suffused with white supremacy was a trait developed over the centuries by Africans in North America. 10. What may have distinguished Graham Du Bois in this regard from her black contemporaries was that she studied performance and, as a partial result, was no bumbling amateur. The inevitable problem with assuming various identities, however, is that not only is it sometimes difficult for the biographer to pinpoint who the subject is, it is at times a problem for the subject herself. When Nkrumah's government in Ghana was overthrown in 1966, her prized identity as a powerful politico was shattered. This, along with the harassment she suffered at the hands of the incoming military junta in Accra, fomented an existential crisis. So much of her psychological capital was invested in this now shattered identity that she was on the verge of a breakdown. There are other problems involved in the biographer's attempt to reconstruct the interiors of her life. Because she obscured various details and disdained the virtues of the self-examined life, the attempt to comprehend her character often rests on the opinions of others who might not be disinterested parties. She was a controversial Gur, given her pro-socialist, pro-Moscow, then pro-Beijing stances, and her notoriety attracted no small amount of envy. Ollie Harrington, Richard Wright's best friend during their exile in France, recalled that there was a tight band of Americans who never tried to cloak their outright hatred of the great Negro writer. They would often attack Wright in the most insulting manner, referring to his books and his opinions with contempt. For the most part, Americans in Paris viewed Wright with distaste. Harrington had difficulty understanding this raw venom, though arguably it was driven by a form of covetousness. Graham Du Bois, particularly in exile in Africa, was also subjected to bitter assaults that in retrospect seem motivated in no small part by rank jealousy colored by opposition to her politics. 11. Nevertheless, there are fascinating clues that may provide further insight into her character. By her own admission, her father, an abstemious pastor, was the dening influence on her life. She acted as a mother toward her own mother, who was frail and sickly. In the early stages of her life she identified closely with her accomplished father and had reason to resent her mother. For much of her life she frequently succumbed to the blandishments of powerful men and had few close women friends. Yet with her early marriage and divorce and her choice of the bohemian career of creative artist, she deemed herself in opposition to her father. Her relationship with her father, in sum, was qualitatively different from that with her mother and, in some ways, more complicated. 12. The point is, and this too is not unusual, he was an indelible, lifelong influence on her. 3 years before her death she contended that he instilled in me at a very early age, a veneration of the word, a kind of reverence for that which was recorded. He frequently read to her when she was a child. Those times shine as the happiest moments of my childhood days. 13. Her father instilled in her his own inquiring and imaginative mind. 14. He impressed on her the strength of the word. She learned early on that powerful words were like loaded pistols. Her life reverberates with the profound influence of this man. She was a voracious reader and a prolific writer. She possessed a creative imagination that was manifested both in her writing and in the stories she wove about her own life. Her own brother termed her a skillful liar. Certainly she was no slave to the truth. 15. This skill was a response to her father's strictness. She contrived ever more fanciful stories in order to escape his questioning grasp and his wrath. This same skill also was fungible, and no doubt played a role in her talent for creating dialogue and othertions. Like many pastors, her father was also a humanitarian, and this too did not leave her unaffected. Decades later she still had a vivid recollection of his bringing every itinerant, shabby preacher to the house for dinner. 16. Just as she contributed her talents to Ghana, he did the same in Liberia. He faced down racists in the Deep South, while political activism consumed a great deal of her life. Even her ability to make friends easily and readily may have been influenced by her father. He was something of an itinerant preacher, residing variously in Indiana, Louisiana, Colorado, and the Pacific Northwest, not to mention West Africa. Moving from place to place meant that at an early age Shirley Graham had to learn how to adapt to new situations and new people regularly. Indeed, her own life, once again, mimicked his, as she too was something of a roustabout, journeying from Paris to New York to Washington, D.C., to Tennessee to Illinois to Connecticut to Indiana to Arizona to Ghana to Egypt to China and points in between. This movement, which she inherited from her father, is also a useful metaphor for understanding her. Not only did she move geographically, she also moved quite a bit creatively, from operas to plays to biographies to novels. She also moved quite a bit politically, from a simple concern with racial uplift to the Communist Party USA, not to mention Pan-Africanism and Maoism. This creative and ideological search was a reaction of her peripatetic youth and, likewise, a reaction of her various residences. This movement, this search, placed her in a category apart from many of her contemporaries, in both the artistic and political realms. She was engaged not just with domestic politics and concerns but also global politics and concerns. Jim Crow in the United States was an insular, all-consuming reality. It was so oppressive and suffocating that by its very nature those who were ensnared by it often had neither the time nor the inclination to peer across the oceans. This was not unintentional, for seeking allies abroad was precisely what the Jim Crow rulers sought to deny African Americans. 17. Her ability to violate this basic norm not only differentiated her from many of her contemporaries but also made her more dangerous in the eyes of some. Similarly, while many of her peers were consumed with familial and other private matters, she was consumed with politics, the arts, and other public matters. She knew well heads of state in Africa, Asia, and Eastern Europe but not North America. Her socialist principles were transnational and, she felt, were equally applicable in the United States and elsewhere. Of course, authorities in the United States vehemently disagreed, which is one of the many reasons she felt more comfortable abroad. There was an intersection of the personal and political in her life. Her upbringing meant that abandoning home actually or politically held little terror for her, thus she was able to leave Brooklyn Heights for Accra, Ghana, in 1961 and West Africa for Cairo, Egypt, in 1966. Similarly, her move to New York City, the headquarters of the Communist Party, in the midst of World War II facilitated her decision to join this organization, which was enjoying a rare bout of popularity due to the wartime alliance between Moscow and Washington. 18. In the same sense, her move to Ghana facilitated the owing of her Pan-Africanism, just as her frequent trips to and residences in China facilitated her attraction to Maoism. This fondness for movement, both physical and ideological, was in no small part a function of the household in which she was raised. The influence of her father does not stop there. Throughout her life, she had a remarkable tendency to serve even powerful men even if this seemed to mean a decline in her own productivity and accomplishments. It would be easy to ascribe this to her relationship with her father. After all, she was the only daughter in her family. As such, she was compelled to play a role in rearing her younger brothers and in performing various household chores. Her desire to escape this domestic drudgery may have been a factor that pushed her toward marriage. On the other hand, we are back to the same question: to what extent is this trait of attaching herself to powerful men a reaction of her character or a reaction of a society in which men like W.E.B. Du Bois and Kwame Nkrumah held a disproportionate amount of influence and power, connection to which would allow her to advance aspects of her own agenda? Even her opposition to Jim Crow was colored by her domestic experiences. In 1910 the teenaged Shirley Graham was living with her family in Nashville. One day as she and her brother Lawrence were walking home from school, a white 18-year-old named Tom Bennett, a ruffian who despised blacks, hurled a rock at Lawrence that hit him in the head and drew blood from a deep gash. A stunned Shirley Graham did not but frantically carried her brother to a nearby house where she surmised she could get assistance. Her surmise proved to be incorrect. A white woman rushed to the door and screamed, "Don't bring him here, I don't want nigger blood in my yard." Brusquely turned away, Graham sought to stanch the gush of blood with a piece of cloth as Lawrence noticeably weakened. By the time they arrived home, he was barely conscious. With her mother she attended to a now gaping wound as they awaited the arrival of a physician. When her father arrived, he was outraged. He sought to lay charges against the assailant with the local police, but this proved unavailing in Jim Crow Tennessee, not least because Bennett was the scion of a well-known family. 19. This episode sheds light on Shirley Graham's future trajectory, enduring a brutal encounter with racism, taking care of a male in need of assistance, being rejected by a sister wedded to the color line, being rebuffed by hostile authorities. Thus, by the time she approached the prominent playwright Paul Green in 1940, she had learned quite well the conventions of race in the United States, which involved a kabuki-like choreographed deference by African Americans. He was not a close friend, but he was an incongruous in the world of theater in which she was then enmeshed. Although she was in her mid-40s at the time, she introduced herself as a colored girl. Green, though a liberal of sorts, was a resident of North Carolina, and Graham may have understandably felt that prevailing Jim Crow etiquette dictated such a posture. 20. She told Green that she had been in school at Yale earning nothing for these 2 years while she perfected her skill in writing plays. She was all too aware of the difficulties of getting a Negro play produced. 21. Perhaps he could help her, she asked. Obviously, Graham had reason to believe that there was not only an etiquette of Jim Crow but a protocol of male supremacy as well that dictated how men in Green's position should be approached when she needed assistance. Perhaps she felt that if she were to receive aid in getting her play produced, it would not be sensible to risk violating existing rules of protocol and etiquette. The larger point is that Graham was sailing in uncharted waters. There were few women of her race then or sadly, now who were writing and producing plays that aspired to Broadway. Those in a position to help her were almost all men. Thus, was her studied deference to Green a mere personality trait or the result of harsh experience with Jim Crow's codes of behavior? Were her attachments to potent men a personality trait or a function of the society in which she lived or both? Was it an expression of a personality trait or a function of society that she chose to mother younger men, for example, the activist once known as Stokely Carmichael or the young men at the military base in Arizona where she worked in the early stages of World War II? Actually, her tendency to mother can be located both in her background and in the society in which she lived. After leaving her husband in the 1920s, she left her children with others and went off to make her mark in the world. Her grave concern about leaving her sons with others and keeping them away from their father was both intensely personal and a reaction of the societal opprobrium that attached to women who broke the traditional maternal mold. 22. Assuredly, her own immense productivity was a direct product of this concern about how her divorce impacted her 2 young sons. "Everything I did," she explained, "everything I planned, everything I tried to do was motivated by my passionate desire to make a good life for my sons." 23. She was marked irrevocably by this parental relationship. She walked with a slight limp that reputedly stemmed from an injury she suffered while giving birth to her RST son, Robert. Ironically, the ideology of the private sphere maternalism drove her toward guilt about her inattention to her children, attentiveness to the needs of younger and older men alike, and immense productivity in the public sphere. Nurture may be a more appropriate term to use in this context than mother. However, her relationships with these younger men were not matched by similar sustenance provided to younger women. Was this an outgrowth of her relationship with her mother? Her marriage to Dubois could also be viewed through a familial lens. The 28-year age gap between them, the political affinities he shared with her father, and related factors prompt the thought that her marriage was a reaction of her relationship with the Reverend David Graham. Her relationships with men later in life, in other words, were influenced by her earlier status as a daughter, then a parent. It would be simplistic to view her life in some sort of teleological manner, whereby once one ascertains her relationship to her father or her sons or other men one can predict her every move from that point. Such an approach would not account altogether for the fact that she did not follow the route trod by many men as she moved steadily to the left as she grew older. Also, her leftward movement occurred as her economic fortunes improved, again in contrast to the experience of others. In addition, most blacks who joined the Communist Party either stayed with it as its numbers shrank or left communism altogether, but few emulated her when she moved toward Maoism, an ideology born in China that became increasingly hostile to Moscow. On the other hand, it would be purblind to ignore the reality that her early years with her father and her ongoing relationship with her children were the crucible in which her persona was forged. When she threw tact and diplomacy to the winds and chose to become friendly with the U.S. ambassador to Ghana at a time when this government was hostile to Nkrumah, was this a personality or yet another reaction of her complicated relationship with men generally? This unfortunate dalliance is more difficult to rationalize. Since she was a high-level Ghanaian official, it was understandable why she would seek to use her pre-existing U.S. ties to bond with him. This could have been a useful back-channel relationship for the Nkrumah government to communicate with Washington, helping to smooth the rough edges of a contentious diplomatic arrangement. 24 However, this point does little to explain why she would visit him at his home in Arizona after the coup, when she was simultaneously proclaiming far and wide that his government had played a leading role in dispatching the government of her adopted homeland. This relationship may have derived from her unalloyed tendency to succumb to the cajolery of strategically placed men. Certainly it is hard to say that she simply attached herself to him for personal gain, for it is difficult to say what material benefit she expected to obtain from this ambassador after he had left office and she no longer resided in Ghana. Even the most generous observer is left to conclude that Graham Du Bois was more resolute in resisting the snares of white supremacy and less successful in resisting male supremacy. Yet even this trait has societal as well as personal causes. During much of her life, the movement against white supremacy was much more developed and much more willing to include her than the movement against male supremacy. This may help explain why her anti-racism was more consistent than her anti-sexism. Indeed, given the alleged racial origins of feminism in the United States, it is unsurprising that the women's movement would be relatively weak compared to its counterpart in New Zealand, to cite one example, and that a woman of African descent like Graham would not necessarily be attracted to it. 25 In sum, Shirley Graham Du Bois was a woman of many dimensions and talents, a woman marked indelibly by an error that she resisted staunchly. Chameleon-like, she adapted to the location in which she found herself, often appearing imperious or eager to yield to the inducements of alpha men, depending on the circumstances. Rosalind Richardson, the person today who, arguably, knew her longest, has provided the best insight into her personality. They met in the early 1940s when Graham was working with the Young Women's Christian Association in Richardson's home state, Indiana. Graham was in and out of her house during those times, and they corresponded frequently over the years. Richardson describes Graham as outgoing. In fact, Graham was effervescent, witty, loquacious, and a raconteur of rare skill. These talents were wreaked in her plays. She was a hard worker, completing one project after another with frenetic urgency. Her quick mind seemed constantly to be running. She was very talkative, according to Richardson, and used similes frequently in everyday conversation. She was never at a loss for words and was not above embroidering experiences. She would not deliberately mislead, though she had an endearing habit of telling stories that could go on and on, which often included details that stretched credulity. She knew something about most things, or thought she did, concluded Richardson ruefully. She was also a woman of strong opinions, particularly after joining the Communist Party. She was forever contrasting the USSR and United States to the detriment of the latter. However, despite these earthly held opinions, she and Richardson didn't fall out, for Graham had the ability to engage in ferocious debate with an adversary, then engage in light banter about it afterwards. But these passions were not limited to opinions about socialism versus capitalism. Whatever she was engaged in at the moment was with a great deal of enthusiasm and exaggeration. This could include writing plays or courting her future husband, Dubois, or defending Kruma. Perhaps betting one of the left, she was hardly religious, though perhaps because of her father she was not combative about this subject. 26 Because of this personality, she could become a communist and doggedly maintain her membership even after her party became wildly unpopular. Because of her confidence in herself and her opinions, she could embark on new career paths without the anxiety that would afflict most mortals. Because of her adroit way with words, she could churn out a river of typed pages in various genres or give a well-received keynote speech at the Progressive Party convention of 1948 or convince the doubting to support her newlywed, Dubois, as he went on trial in 1951. Because of her feistiness, she could ail away at her co-editors of the publication she helped to initiate, Freedom Ways, while remaining on cordial terms with them throughout. Shirley Graham Dubois was a woman of many facets who lived many lives. In the following pages I will seek to provide a portrait of Shirley Graham Dubois that will help to explicate who she was and how she evolved. The introduction provides a broad overview of her life, focusing on why her star has faded despite her manifest accomplishments. Also examined are her relationship to the Communist Party, the left, and Africa, along with the similarities she shares with other well-known women. Chapter 1 examines her childhood, the ignorance of her father particularly, her abortive marriage, and the birth of her two sons. Chapter 2 looks at her life after she left her sons in the care of others and moved to France in December 1926, where she lived intermittently until 1930, her friendship with the writer Eric Walrond, the spectacular success of her Africa-tinged opera Tom Tom, and her education at Oberlin College, which she left in the mid-1930s with both a BA and an MA. This chapter also touches on her unorthodox relationship with one of her Oberlin professors, who wrote her intensely personal and passionate letters. Her relationship with one of the few powerful women who assisted her, Mary White Ovington, is also touched on. Chapter 3 assesses her life after Oberlin, beginning with her college teaching experience in Nashville. From there she moved to Chicago, where she operated a business with one of her brothers before initiating a rich phase of her life as a playwright and administrator of the Federal Theater Project. Her productions there were all too successful in that they sparked the enmity of commercial producers, who considered government-sponsored theater to be terribly unfair competition. A premature Red Scare drove her away from this project to the Yale School of Drama. Despite the fact that by the late 1930s she was already occupying the highest ranks among Negro dramatists, her standard of living was not very high and she continued to scrimp and scramble to take care of her sons, who for the most part grew to maturity in her absence. Chapter 4 concerns the central turning point of her life, World War II. She nearly abandoned the theater and moved to Arizona to work with Negro soldiers. The wilting racism she experienced there did not enfeeble her but instead revitalized her political consciousness. This, along with the tragic death of her RST son, drove her further to the left. After she moved to Manhattan, a borough that at that moment was in the process of electing an African-American communist Ben Davis to office, she too joined the party. Her decision is not as odd as it may appear to some in retrospect. Not only did leadingers like Paul Robeson, Lena Horne, Teddy Wilson, Billie Holiday, and many others lend support to the party, but at that moment anti-communism was muted as a result of the anti-fascist alliance between Moscow and Washington. She also worked alongside the legendary Ella Baker as an organizer for the NAACP at a moment when it experienced a remarkable membership boom. However, she abandoned the association to assume a life as a writer and quickly found increased fame and, decidedly, a greater fortune. This was occurring as the Red Scare was dawning. When W.E.B. Du Bois, an early casualty of this trend, was ousted from the NAACP in 1948, she played a leading role in rallying masses to his defense. Chapter 5 tells of her developing relationship with the organized left in the late 1940s and early 1950s. This happened as she was becoming ever closer to Du Bois. This was an escalation of a relationship that had become quite friendly in the 1930s and, most likely, became adulterously intimate at least by the mid-1940s. Though she was an uncommonly strong and determined woman, when approaching Dubois she often appeared vulnerable and in need of assistance. He, on the other hand, described himself as her father confessor. Chapter 6 extends the examination of their relationship. They were married in 1951, as he was about to be tried as the agent of an unnamed foreign power, believed to be Moscow. Again, she rallied opposition to this indictment, and in a rare victory during the Red Scare, her 83-year-old spouse was able to escape imprisonment. Though she had contemplated living abroad, the government's failure to renew her passport complicated this idea. Thus, the elderly couple settled down to a life of domesticity in Brooklyn Heights, in a home bought from the playwright Arthur Miller. Chapter 7 picks up her life in 1958, when their passports were renewed and they quickly decamped for an extended trip to Europe and Asia. She also visited Africa during this extended journey, and they were both outside the United States for a good deal of 1958 and 1959. Her trip to China made a deep impression on her. She was particularly moved by the role of women there and, suitably inspired, returned to the United States and played a leading role in initiating the journal Freedom Ways, which became essential reading for a number of progressives involved in the nascent civil rights movement. She and her spouse decided to move to Ghana in 1961, where their friend Kwame Nkrumah had assumed power in 1957. They became Ghanaian citizens. Her years with Dubois, 1951 to 1963, were in some ways the least productive of her life, as she spent a considerable amount of time as his caretaker. When he passed away in 1963, she entered what may have been the most significant phase of her many lives, as she became the director of television in Ghana and an influential advisor to Nkrumah. This is the central focus of Chapter 8. A number of acquaintances began to describe her as overbearing, even domineering, as a result of her acute awareness of the magic of the surname Dubois and the fact that she had the ear of Nkrumah. These criticisms became even more insistent when Malcolm X arrived in Accra and she adopted yet another son. His experience there, where he saw Africans, Europeans, and Asians working side by side on behalf of a common socialist goal, evidently influenced him to move away from his view of whites as devils. Chapter 9 deals with another major trauma and turning point in Graham Dubois' life. The Nkrumah regime was overthrown in February 1966. She barely escaped Accra intact and became something of a Flying Dutch woman, meandering from port to port in search of a home. Finally she settled in Cairo, where her son David had moved a few years earlier. There she studied Arabic and espoused Egypt-centric ideas that bloomed years later as Afrocentrism. 27 However, her previous status as one of the most influential women in the world evaporated. Chapter 10 looks at her experience in China, where she was drawn to the regime of Mao Zedong. His anti-Sovietism complicated her relationships with erstwhile communist comrades in the United States who remained pro-Moscow and led to conflicts with the editors of Freedom Ways. Similarly, her unflinching support for Nkrumah, whom she supported during his post-coup distress in a manner not unlike her support for Dubois after his indictment, complicated relationships with those who were more critical of his rule. Moreover, her move to Egypt also influenced this ideological turn, as Gamal Abdel Nasser, despite the formidable aid he received from Moscow, was hostile to communists in his own land. Chapter 11 scrutinizes her attempts to obtain a visa to return to the United States during the Nixon administration. After initial reluctance, her visa was granted and she returned to a rapturous welcome. It appears that as she grew older, she mellowed and became more ecumenical, though she did not retreat from her fervent admiration for China, where she passed away in 1977. Shirley Graham Dubois' many lives present us with many lessons, not least concerning the Jim Crow that hampered her career in the theater and helped push her to the left in Arizona during World War II. Her relationships to men remind us of the potency of patriarchy. Her constant movement not only geographically but also ideologically reminds us that she and the people from which she sprang, African Americans, remain in UX and continue to search for a true and redemptive home. Introduction. Perspectives. It was the RST Saturday of April 1977 in Beijing, China. The auditorium at the Paposhan Cemetery for Revolutionaries was full. The vice premier, Chen Yongkai, and the widow of former premier Zhou Enlai were among the dignitaries present. The Communist Party chairman, Hua Kuofeng, sent a wreath to this memorial meeting, as did the embassies of Tanzania, Ghana, and Zambia. These leaders and ordinary citizens had come to mourn the passing of a woman, born an African American, who died in China as a citizen of Tanzania. Shirley Graham Du Bois, the name that most knew her by, was 80 years old and had come to the Chinese capital for medical treatment. This was not her RST visit. Though some in the United States still considered China a close cousin of the evil empire, Wang Pingnan, the president of China's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries, called her a close friend who did a lot of work in enhancing the friendship and understanding between the Chinese people and the Third World. She had been visiting China since the late 1950s, initially with her husband, W.E.B. Du Bois, and had lived there intermittently since then. The presence at this memorial meeting of Zhou Enlai's widow was emblematic of the close relationship Shirley Graham Du Bois had developed with many of the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party. In 1967, almost 4 years to the day after her famed spouse had died in Ghana, she had a frantic and lengthy meeting with Zhou Enlai. This was during the Cultural Revolution, just after he had been besieged for 18 hours by Red Guards. There, according to one informant, Zhou confided to her matters about the nature and fate of the Chinese Revolution that he would have been reluctant to share with others in China and elsewhere, thus confirming her stature as a trusted comrade and important dignitary. 3. Shirley Graham Du Bois was one of the most versatile and creative artists and activists that this nation has produced. She was familiar with German, Italian, and French, and evidently knew Russian sufficiently well to read War and Peace in the original. She also said that she read Homer in the original. She knew some Chinese, and as a result of spending most of the last 10 years of her life in Cairo, also could speak some Arabic. For her opera Tom Tom, produced in Cleveland in 1932, was the RST all-black opera to be produced on a large scale, with a professional cast of approximately 500 actors. It was also the RST opera by an African American woman to be produced. 5. Her play It's Morning was termed by one critic a major breakthrough in African American drama that innovatively embeds African rhythms and oral culture within a traditional Aristotelian structure. 6. Carl Van Vechten was astonished by her biography of Frederick Douglass and added with gratitude, 4 orchids to you, a diamond tiara, and 7 magnums of champagne. 7. She was not only a musician and writer but an activist as well. She worked as an organizer for the NAACP during World War II at the time of its largest spurt in membership and served as the director of television and a key advisor to the Nkrumah government in Ghana until its overthrow in 1966. During that latter period, the writer Julian Mailed, also in exile in Accra, called her a true socialist and a revolutionary, which in those days in that place was high praise indeed. 8. Her accomplishments have been shrouded in part because of her controversial political positions and in part because of the towering achievements of her spouse, yet she was well known during her lifetime and was associated with many who were prominent. She was in close touch with a small coterie of talented African American women, but her busy schedule and her concern about her children did not leave much time for these colleagues. In any event, she was much more likely to gravitate toward men who could assist her with her life and career. Still, she had a close and personal relationship with the chanteuse Josephine Baker, whose activism mirrored her own. 9. She was friendly with the dancer and choreographer Katherine Dunham. The singer and actress Ethel Waters advised her about a script she was writing. 10. The musician and folklorist Maud Cuny Hare provided counsel to her concerning musical idioms, gers and rhythms in modern music. 11. Graham worked alongside Ella Baker, a founder of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, when both were working as NAACP organizers. 12. Though her spouse was closer to Lorraine Hansberry, she had been his favorite pupil and he was exceedingly fond and proud of her as a fellow playwright, Graham du Bois also knew and admired her work. 13. Betting the spouse of W.E.B. du Bois, Graham also was friendly with and influenced numerous male luminaries. In the 1930s she was baptized by Adam Clayton Powell, Sr., of Harlem's famed Abyssinian Baptist Church. Later he counseled her about her work. 14. Even before she worked with him in the 1940s, she was in touch a decade earlier with a fellow writer and activist, the NAACP leader Walter White, who encouraged her as Tom Tom was facing its debut. 15. In turn she provided encouragement and occasional loans to the Harlem Renaissance writer Eric Walrond, particularly during his sojourn in Paris. 16. She admired Paul Robeson and wrote a well-received book about him. 17. She occasionally enjoyed a long, quiet chat with Richard and Ellen Wright in New York City during the 1940s. At the time both he and Graham were of the political left and contemplating the process of moving the nation in the same direction. As Graham recounted, just the other day he said to me, "Labor organizations are the natural channels through which Negroes with ideas should work." Then he shook his head, "But labor organizations." He made a helpless gesture. 18. Thus did Graham and Wright confront a recurring dilemma of the African American leftist, how to build an alliance with a Euro-American working class that was influenced profoundly by the doctrines of white supremacy. This dilemma helped drive Wright to France and Graham to Africa. Her relationship with Wright was sufficiently close that he shared the galleys of Black Boy with her, which she then passed on to the scholar Alain Locke. 19. But unlike Locke, Graham was not just a devotee of the arts and matters intellectual. She was an activist and also in close touch with those in the political arena. She had known Hastings Bunda, the first leader of independent Malawi, since the 1930s. 20. Her tenure with the Nkrumah government brought her into contact with world leaders notorious and otherwise, including one memorable encounter in Tirana with Enver Hoxha, the leader of Albania during its most reclusive period. 21. And, of course, she was particularly close to African Americans who were progressive artists and activists like herself, for example, Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee, who often expressed their love for her. 22. Given her notoriety and attainments, why is Shirley Graham du Bois routinely ignored by contemporary critics and scholars? 23. And why is it that those who have not ignored her have instead criticized her, at times harshly? Maya Angelou, who knew her during their tenure in Ghana, has provided a sour description of what she considered Graham du Bois' officious nature there. 24. When Malcolm X visited Accra and queried her about her opinion of Graham du Bois, Angelou let loose. "I spoke of her lack of faith, her lack of identity with Black American struggle, her isolation from her people, her pride at sitting in the catbird seat in Ghana." Angelou's claim that Graham du Bois lacked an identity with Black American struggle was misguided, though her point about Graham's alleged arrogance was confirmed by others. Alice Walker berated her affecting memoir of her life with W.E.B. du Bois, His Day is Marching On, asserting that Graham du Bois' recollections, unfortunately, are a cloying intrusion into any serious effort to understand du Bois. 25. Dorothy Hunton, whose husband, the progressive activist W. Alpheus Hunton, worked with W.E.B. du Bois in the Council on African Affairs, has echoed Angelou's description of Graham du Bois' alleged insolence, particularly during the Ghana years. 26. On the other hand, James Jackson, who recruited W.E.B. du Bois to the Communist Party in 1961, has taken a different tack. He has spoken vividly and, I believe, accurately of her fertile imagination and creativity, her raff-share, unconventional, and idiosyncratic nature, which not only allowed her to write Sinekunchen but also helped her invent and reinvent the details and substance of her life. 27. Actually, the portraits by Angelou and Jackson can be reconciled. While in Ghana, as the spouse, then widow, of an esteemed man and then as the trusted advisor of Kwame Nkrumah, Graham du Bois did strike some as a bit snooty. All too aware of her own importance, she quickly assumed the presumed trappings of her lofty position. On the other hand, she was different from many of her Afro-American colleagues in Ghana. She was an official of a government that the United States did not consider friendly. Her position, her standpoint, was different. She was a close advisor to a man who was being spied on and subjected to assassination plots. She could not be as open as other expatriates in Ghana, she had to be more guarded. This may have bred resentment. For the full measure of her life, Jackson's analysis is closer to the mark in that he knew her during her U.S. sojourn, when her position was closer to that of her peers. Her perhaps overbearing manner in Ghana was just an aspect of one of the many lives that she lived, but it was far from being the essence of her life. Moreover, often there are expectations that the well-known will be haughty, and this prophecy becomes self-fulfilling. Dubois himself was viewed by some as aloof, whereas the journalist Marvel Cook, who worked with him and knew him well, disputed the accuracy of this description and suggested that his shyness was misinterpreted as haughtiness. 28 In addition, Graham Dubois felt justly that she did not receive the credit and perhaps the respect that was due one of her stature. All too often she was viewed simply as the faint extension of the lengthened shadow of her well-known spouse. This may have generated what was perceived as haughtiness. In 1974 she confessed increasing disgust with the inattention to her writings in the United States. 29 She was generally better received abroad than at home, and this may have influenced her attitude abroad toward her U.S. compatriots. In a similar vein, she told the scholar Nathan Hare that she was unhappy with how his journal, The Black Scholar, had treated her. Forgive me if this sounds like a personal peeve. The Association of Negro Life and History has never listed any of my work, nor have they ever so much as invited me to any of their sessions. But, I was certainly among the pioneers in the States in lifting black men and women out of obscurity. Her works had been translated in China and Eastern Europe, and she had received numerous awards, and all this occurred before I married W.E.B. You'll now see this as a women's lib complaint. 30 It is possible that if she had been a man she would have been viewed differently. Her supposed arrogance might have been seen then as the understandable manner of a busy, authoritative guru. As her comments about her pre-Dubois accomplishments suggest, Graham Dubois was then wrestling not always successfully with the new realities introduced by a stirring women's movement. However, her larger point was accurate. For whatever reason she received short shrift from far too many before and after her death. This point was reinforced when a nationally syndicated cartoon strip in 1996 lampooned Graham Dubois' dilemma. A female character asked, "What does the name Dubois mean to you?" The young male character answered, "This is one of your Black History Month quizzes, isn't it?" "Well, I'm ready for you this time, Marcy." W.E.B. Dubois was a civil rights leader and author. "Ha!" she responded with satisfaction, "Actually, I was thinking of Shirley Dubois, his wife. Famous playwright, musicologist, and activist." He answered sheepishly, "I'm going to need more time if you're going to include the wives." All the while, another young girl looked on knowingly. 31 Of late, time has not been found for the wife Shirley Graham Dubois, who often has been forgotten when she has not been castigated. There has been a tendency in biographies of prominent U.S.gers to portray them in a harsh and negative light. Joyce Carol Oates has termed this trend pathography, while Edmund White has referred to it as the revenge of the little people on the big people. 32 Some celebrities in the United States have referred bitterly to the process whereby they are built up only to be torn down. The process serves the social function of morality plays. The high and mighty are brought down a peg, which reminds us that it is dangerous to Y too high. As with most processes in a patriarchal society, this one too has had a disproportionately negative impact on women, in that the existence of powerful, influential women has not been consistent with the theory and practice of male supremacy. All the more, women of African descent have experienced this negative impact. 33 Though Graham Dubois occasionally mocked women's lib, she was well aware of patriarchy and its manifestations, particularly as it pertained to women with reputations to protect. In 1947 she told the Daily Worker, "I came to feel that not only as a Negro must I do outstanding work but especially as a Negro woman." She acknowledged that although African American women then were often more aware than their men of the struggle and their responsibility, we lacked the grit of Sojourner Truth and the courage of Harriet Tubman. 34 Though most of her biographies concerned malegers like Paul Robeson and Gamal Abdel Nasser, she also wrote at length about Pocahontas and Phyllis Wheatley. One of her most noteworthy unpublished works concerns a personality from colonial North America, Anne Royall, who she argued was subjected to male supremacy. Her lament for Royall could be applied to Graham Du Bois herself. Anne Royall made her way from frontier obscurity to places unheard of for a female in her day, yet now has no place at all in American literary history. 35 Indeed, her skeptical remarks about women's lib notwithstanding, it would be a mistake to fail to view Graham Du Bois as a feminist. She exemplified the struggle for women's equality even when she was not proclaiming this principle from the barricades. One scholar has coined the term de facto feminist to characterize those whose lives embody feminism yet who may occasionally scoff at the term. Graham Du Bois is an example of this tendency. 36 On the other hand, one must hesitate in holding Graham Du Bois to the standards of 20th century feminism when during most of her life, even the mainstream feminist movement was marginalized by powerful elites and, in any event, not necessarily forthcoming to women of color. Asking why Graham Du Bois was not more of an articulated feminist may be like posing the fatuous question of why Nat Turner did not opt for utopian socialism rather than massacring Euro-Americans. 37 Faith Davis Ruffins has wondered why famous African American men have been memorialized and famous African American women have not. She suggests that it is because the former had wives and the latter did not. Many well-known Afro-American men were survived by their wives. Before 1950, a large minority of Afro-American professional women did not marry because of strictures within the teaching and nursing professions, and those who did often survived their spouses. Widows of prominent men have spent the rest of their lives ensuring that their husbands' names would not be forgotten. Ruffins lists Shirley Graham Du Bois as an example, in addition to Amy Jacques Garvey, Coretta Scott King, Betty Shabazz, and Margaret Murray Washington. 38 When W.E.B. Du Bois died, Shirley Graham Du Bois moved to ensure his legacy by preserving his papers and manuscripts, writing a memoir about his life, and the like. When she died, there was no widower or widow to perform a similar task. Shirley Graham Du Bois had the added liability of being, in Julius Mayer's terms, a socialist and a revolutionary in a nation that, of late, has not celebrated either. The feminist theorist Betty Friedan, to cite one example, found that she had to obscure her ties to the organized left and working class radicalism in order to avoid being marginalized when she discussed patriarchy. This caused her to overemphasize the middle-class origins of feminism, which has handicapped the movement in its attempt to reach out beyond this class. 39 Graham Du Bois was not willing to make this compromise. Moreover, Graham Du Bois abandoned the land of her birth and became a citizen of another country. She was part of a long though frequently ignored tradition of expatriation among African Americans. Ghana, to cite one example, attracted scores of black expatriates during the Nkrumah years. However, she was not just an expatriate but one who allied with real and imagined enemies of the United States. Historically, those who have done so have been denounced when they have not been forgotten. 40 This trend, too, has impeded the formation of an objective retrospective or any recollection of her life and career. Still, Graham's own behavior has not improved her chances of being reclaimed by a later generation of feminists and scholars. Though her point was not altogether accurate, she proclaimed that after she married W.E.B. Du Bois in 1951, "I gave up all my own work. Whatever I was doing seemed so insignificant compared to what he was doing that I let it all go so I could devote myself to him and his needs. He'd want a cup of coffee, I'd be there with the coffee. He'd need a special book, off I'd go and ND it for him. Some people said I'd become his slave woman." Needless to say, women's lib hadn't even been heard of in those days. 41 Her self-conscious reference to women's lib suggested that Graham Du Bois was not unaware of how her recollections represented a concession to patriarchy. An accomplished woman like Graham du Bois was unable to escape the bonds and monocles of male supremacy. The prescribed roles of caretaker and mother were dominant motifs in her life. This was a partial outgrowth of her relationship with her father and the fact that as the only and oldest daughter in a family of sons, she became a virtual junior mother at an early age. This youthful experience influenced her throughout her tumultuous life. To be sure, her failings in the arena of gender relations were not hers alone. Doris Lessing has bemoaned the fact that there is not one woman writer, ever, at any time in the world's history who has not heard these words: "You don't love me, you only care about your writing," from her man. 42 Many women were not able to escape the magnetism of this patriarchy. To his credit, Du Bois was never accused of making statements akin to those of Lessing's putative lover. On the other hand, the power of patriarchy was such that every man did not have to make such a statement to prompt a woman writer to forego her work and become a caretaker to a man, Lessing's admonition notwithstanding. Graham du Bois faced a unique situation in that she married an elderly man whose life expectancy already had exceeded the norm. When they wed, Du Bois was in his 80s and she was almost 30 years younger. Thus, a concern about age as much as gender may have motivated the caretaker role she assumed with him. John Henrik Clarke is not alone in suggesting that in many ways she extended his life. Still, her loving attention to her spouse exceeded the call of duty. In his opinion, she worshipped him and she served him. She showed him how to manage money. She made a whole lot of people pay him. She was a devoted companion. 43 Clarke was not alone in sensing that in many ways, she was a custodian of his body and spirit. But the age factor hardly lingers in comprehending her relationship to another powerful man, Kwame Nkrumah, who was closer to her in age than Du Bois. Maya Angelou wrote that she and the president were family close. It was said that Nkrumah called her little mother and that she telephoned him each night at bedtime. 44 It seemed that Graham du Bois' relationship with Nkrumah was similar to her relationship with her spouse. After his overthrow in 1966 this became evident. He asked her to provide him with a regime. What to drink as soon as I wake up in the morning to race me up, what to have for breakfast. In anal Irish he added, "How I wish you could be in my kitchen." 45 Dutifully, Graham replied, "I recommend a small glass of port wine before you go to bed and a diet of nuts, cheese, garlic, and the like." 46 The spread of a conservative anti-feminist domestic ideology was an essential component of Cold War policies that sought to contain not only the spread of communism and the unleashed atomic bomb but also the potential power of women. 47 This ideology was so pervasive that even self-proclaimed revolutionaries like Nkrumah and Graham du Bois found it difficult to escape. What is even more fascinating about Graham du Bois is how she was able to resist anti-communism more successfully than she resisted male supremacy, which serves to underline once more the persistence and power of patriarchy and the inadequacy of the middle-class orientation that was forced on post-1940s feminism. Though early in life she refused to adhere to primary norms concerning marriage and motherhood in a manner that signaled a proto-feminism, she resisted identification with the feminist movement for a good deal of her life. Certainly aspects of her relationship with figures like Nkrumah did not exemplify the nest traditions of feminism. In a sense, Graham's political activism corresponded with what has almost become a cliché in describing women's frequent role in the movement. As one writer put it, women in politics tend to emphasize connectedness to others and to devote more energy toward nurturing personal relationships and building networks of support, whereas men are more comfortable emphasizing their separateness. 48 Without descending into essentialism, we can safely assert that patriarchy has shaped the activism of women. Hence Graham could acquiesce, at least subconsciously, to being a caretaker and attending to the needs of powerful men like Du Bois and Nkrumah, seeing this as part of her duties and therefore useful to the movement. This was part of the price she paid for growing to maturity in a nation where patriarchy and conservatism were strong and durable. 49 Still, it is conspicuous how often male activists like Nkrumah referred to Graham du Bois as mother. John Bracey, who was her colleague when they taught at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, said she was like a mother to everyone and often played a conciliatory role in resolving disputes among students and faculty. 50. She spoke of Malcolm X as a son. The activist then known as Stokely Carmichael called her grandma. This maternal, reconciling role also contrasts with Angelou's portrayal of Graham as aloof. In fact, Joanne Braxton's description of mother could easily dovetail with Graham's socio-political role. The archetypal outraged mother travels alone through the darkness to impart a sense of identity and belongingness to her child. She sacrifices and improvises to create the vehicles necessary for the survival of flesh and spirit. Implied in all her actions and fueling her heroic ones is abuse of her people and her person. 51. In her relationships with Carmichael and Malcolm, Graham du Bois may not have been providing these eminent men with a sense of identity, but she did sense that her maternal approach to them might be useful in repelling abuse of her people. Indeed, what fueled Graham's activism was the necessity to redress abuse of her people. The most egregious horrors of U.S. apartheid have faded, but it was a reality that she lived with for most of her life. Even the relatively conservative black businessman John Johnson, the founder of the popular magazines Ebony and Jet and one of the wealthiest African Americans of this or any era, was so offended by Jim Crow that he once was reported to have exclaimed, "Sometimes I wish they'd drop an H-bomb on this country and wipe out every white man. Sure, they'd kill all us Negroes but it would be worth it." 52. The ravages of Jim Crow were sufficient to push her toward political activism and away from feudal thoughts about violence. This activism was shaped by her experience as a mother. She bore 2 sons before she married Du Bois and once confessed, "Frankly, I think I am a writer today because I was a mother and teacher." 53. An early turning point in her life was her decision to leave her children in the care of others and embark on a career. Although the involvement of the extended family in child rearing was not unknown among African Americans, this decision bothered her throughout her life. The death in the early 1940s of her firstborn, Robert, was another turning point in her life and drove her deeper into political activism and, possibly, into membership in the Communist Party. "His loss," she recalled, "was the greatest tragedy of my life. It was only after I found a way to involve myself in work which would eliminate the basic causes of his death and would save other mothers from the suffering which engulfed me, that I was able to sustain that loss. His death gave me impetus and determination to change many things in our society." 54. For Shirley Graham du Bois, the role of mother was a significant force in her life and was manifested in her work as an activist, in league with Nkrumah, Malcolm, and others. 55. Many of her duties as an activist and a writer concerned her motherland, Africa. At a time when many African Americans shunned the continent in embarrassment because of its underdevelopment, she was presenting an alternative vision in her opera Tom Tom. She wrote biographies of leading African personalities, worked at the shoulder of Nkrumah when he was seeking to build a United States of Africa, and became a citizen of Ghana, then Tanzania. In turn, the continent itself had a dynamic impact on her, particularly during her days in Ghana. In 1964 she told John Henrik Clarke, "Having found Africa, my life has become wholly absorbed." 56. Her experience in Ghana reflects an important element of the ongoing relationship between Africans and African Americans. At various times Africans had looked to blacks across the Atlantic for inspiration and support. As a key advisor to Nkrumah, she was a living embodiment of this alliance. However, the former Gold Coast, Ghana, had been a regional headquarters for a school of thought that looked askance at African Americans as deracinated, perhaps lackeys of Euro-American elites. 57. Many Africans had legitimate reason to believe that many of those African Americans who were engaged with Africa were pro-colonialist. 58. Graham du Bois worked tirelessly to dispel this notion. However, as African Americans were being integrated into the highest levels of U.S. government and business, they naturally had to observe the mandate of powerful elites who often were hostile to the Nkrumah regime, thus accelerating this historic suspicion of the people Ghanaians came to refer to as Afro-Americans. Some of those Ghanaians who were suspicious of Afro-Americans were influenced by a long British tradition of suspicion of Afro-Americans as vectors of militants or stalking horses for Washington. After her move to Cairo in the aftermath of the 1966 coup that dislodged Nkrumah, Graham Du Bois was essential in helping to popularize Egypt-centric views of black history that came to be characterized as Afrocentric. 59 However, her brand of nationalism was hardly xenophobic, colored as it was by her experience with the multiracial left. Indeed, as will be suggested below, Malcolm X's experience with her in Ghana, not his experience in Saudi Arabia, as has been asserted, may have been the crucial factor that led him to move away from his belief that whites were devils. Strikingly, the rise of this black nationalism in the 1960s and 1970s, a development that she helped to propel, also buoyed an anti-feminist ideology that pushed her further in a maternalist direction. 60 She evolved toward a brand of left nationalism that simultaneously proclaimed a form of socialism while remaining deeply apprehensive about the intentions of those deemed as white, be they socialist or capitalist. 61 It was difficult for many African Americans to maintain a leftism untouched by nationalism when many of their Euro-American counterparts were moving, likewise, from the left to various forms of white chauvinism that consciously excluded blacks. 62 Graham, as one of the better-known advocates for the People's Republic of China, was also essential in influencing the small but influential group of Maoists or pro-Beijing devotees in the United States. A popular photograph of the era that appeared in Muhammad Speaks, the organ of the Nation of Islam, showed her costumed in a quasi-military Mao outfit, replete with a cap bearing a red star. In this photograph, captured in Guinea-Conakry, she is accompanied by Nkrumah and the activist then known as Stokely Carmichael. 63 Though much has been made of Moscow's attraction for African Americans, less has been said about Beijing's. But the fact is that Graham Du Bois was just one of a number of leading African American personalities who spoke glowingly of China and subscribed, in varying degrees, to Mao Zedong's ultra-leftism, Great Leaps Forward, and critique of the Soviet Union. Huey P. Newton and other Black Panthers could often be found in Beijing and Shanghai. 64 The writer Emory Baraka, Leroy Jones, was an avowed devotee of Mao Zedong thought. 65 Robert F. Williams, who ED North Carolina after a run-in with both the national NAACP leadership and conservative Euro-Americans, wound up in China, where he was embraced warmly. 66 There was a connection between nationalism and Maoism. At times those African Americans who were earnestly opposed to the domestic and foreign policies of the United States but would not ally with white Moscow bonded with Beijing. The fact that China often collaborated with the United States and apartheid South Africa in Angola in the mid-1970s and elsewhere was somehow forgotten. 67 Ironically, though some African Americans aligned with Beijing because of hostility to their own country, apparently they did not fully recognize that at the same time China itself was allying with the United States. 68 Still, it is not difficult to see why so many were taken by the idea that China had supplanted Japan as the champion of the darker races. 69 Africans ding colonialism in the nation that was to become Zimbabwe reported that the Chinese always identified themselves as a colored people and therefore sharing a common cause with the African people. 70 China was also quite close to Graham Du Bois' eventual adopted home, Tanzania, according to one analyst. Dar es Salaam by the early 1970s had probably developed more extensive ties with that country than with any other non-African state. 71 Hopes for a united colored front against white supremacy received a boost in 1963 when Mao Zedong made a widely publicized statement in solidarity with the struggles of African Americans. Though there was concern expressed in the New York Times that an anti-white drive by Peking was in motion, the journalist Tad Sulk correctly predicted that this drive would ultimately be directed more at Moscow than Washington. At a recent meeting in the country that was to become Tanzania, China sought to expel a Soviet delegation because it was non-colored. Nevertheless, when a rally of 10,000 in Beijing was addressed by the trade union leader Lu Ningyi, who observed that African Americans would one day become the masters of the United States, These words resonated in a nation that less than a century earlier had fought a bloody war that led to the abolition of enslavement of Africans. 72 Washington had reason to be apprehensive about this rising tide of color in the 1960s. After the murder of the Congolese leader Patrice Lumumba in 1961 with the reputed assistance of the Central Intelligence Agency, Negro demonstrations in the United States, many of them violent, continued. The New York Times columnist James Reston was not alone when he concluded, "We are beginning to see a continuance of the world's struggle for freedom in Black Africa and the struggle for equal rights in the Negro communities." 73 Beijing was widely perceived as being allied with these colored struggles in confrontation with Washington, capital of the pan-European world. 74 In some respects, a black scare or colored scare had come to loom larger than the obligatory red scare. This in turn buoyed the nationalism that Graham Du Bois was rapidly adopting. These international struggles helped to weaken Jim Crow. As one writer has put it, the international community of which the Soviet Union and China were important elements exerted enough pressure on the United States to contribute significantly to ending legalized discrimination against, and segregation of, African Americans. Desegregation was a Cold War imperative. Decolonization was similarly driven by this global context. 75 Washington feared that if the more egregious aspects of Jim Crow and colonialism were not eliminated, more African Americans and Africans could be enticed by the appeals of Moscow and, for a while, Beijing, thus jeopardizing national security. In turn, as African nations gained independence, they could become more effective advocates for desegregation of the United States, and the fear that these nations might turn to the left was useful in prodding Washington to move more aggressively against Jim Crow. 76 Thus, Graham Du Bois' intervention on the global scene, her alliances with Moscow and then Beijing, were part of the process that caused Jim Crow to crumble. Certainly the abuse suffered by Africans and African Americans helped convince Shirley Graham Du Bois that capitalism could not be depended on to deliver justice, economic or otherwise. And though her passion for Stalin's Soviet Union, then Mao's China, has been questioned and pilloried, on balance her devotion to the left was not a liability but an asset to the movement of Africans worldwide for freedom. 77 Her devotion to the left led Shirley Graham Du Bois to join the Communist Party shortly after the death of her son Robert. Like many others, she was not forthcoming and expansive about her membership, assuming perhaps correctly that volubility about her red ties would only lead to further persecution. 78 Indeed, her son David, who was in a position to know, is himself not certain beyond a shadow of a doubt that she was a card-carrying Red. 79 David also suggests that if she was a Red, the popular writer Howard Fast recruited her. Fast, in response, states unequivocally that Graham was proud and open about her party membership. 80 There is evidence to substantiate Fast's assertion. In the spring of 1945 the Communist city councilman from Brooklyn, Peter V. Caccione, wrote to the Communist leader Earl Browder about Shirley Graham, who joined our movement about 2 years ago. 81 In her accompanying letter to Browder, Graham acknowledged that 2 years ago I came to New York and had the good fortune of becoming a member of the Communist Party. 82 The overriding point is that powerful elites treated her as if she were a communist, even if they or others may not have been sure about her party membership. The professional stool pigeon and former communist Louis Boudin said she was a dangerous Red and should be handled accordingly. 83 The Senate Internal Security Subcommittee had information that listed her as one of the foremost propagandists of the communist cause in the USA and a leader of communist agitprop work among Negro Americans. 84 In any case, Graham was an open member of organizations perceived by many as communist fronts and worked closely over the years with numerous communists. In the United States that alone has been sufficient proof to be deemed a Red, with all the untoward consequences attendant. 85 For some, worse than Graham's own party membership was the alleged radicalizing influence she had on W.E.B. Du Bois, whom she supposedly inveigled into joining the party as well. It is true that as Du Bois got closer to Graham, simultaneously he did seem to be moving closer to the organized left, though too much can be made of this given his well-established taste for radicalism. 86 However, such an analysis is a far cry from arguments that have portrayed Graham as a veritable ideological seductress, a courtesan with a radical mission. Ironically, some have leveled a similar allegation at Estlin Daropsan, charging that she was responsible for the pro-Soviet stances of her husband, Paul. 87 Harold Cruz, whose work indicting the black left has not spared the Robesons or the Du Boises, feels that Graham had a lot to do with her spouse's joining the party. I knew her pretty well, and I know what kind of woman she was. She was always on the left. Always, since the 20s. I think she helped bring him closer and closer and closer until, you know, he actually joined the party. 88 John Henrik Clark, Graham's colleague from her days with the journal Freedom Ways, goes further. His considered opinion was that W.E.B. Du Bois' liaison with Shirley Graham was a communist arranged marriage. 89 The fact remains, however, that in the spring of 1945 she wrote a letter to the party leadership on the specific issue of recruiting drive W.E.B. Du Bois to the party. The salvaging, guiding, and shaping of this one man will be wreaked in the lives and actions of thousands of other people, she suggested. After she became a communist, she began discussing with him this wonderful thing. He listened and asked questions. She began bringing him into closer contact with Howard Fast, Howard Selsom, Samuel Sillon, and other Reds and fellow travelers. In a somewhat paternalistic fashion, she informed party chief Earl Browder that this consummate intellectual must be reached and helped. She, not leading communists like Ben Davis or Dr. Max Jurgen, was in a position to do so, and she requested Browder's aid in recruiting him. 90 weeks later Browder himself had been ousted from the party, and Du Bois did not officially join until 16 years later as he was departing for exile in Ghana. It is possible that Graham may have been innating her own opinions on Du Bois in order to appear more powerful than she actually was. Yet she had a point when she suggested that her close and intimate relationship with the elderly Du Bois was probably the best vehicle to recruit him, as opposed to the efforts of Davis and Jurgen. In any case, the idea that a weak-minded Du Bois was seduced into joining the party does not do justice to him and, perhaps, overstates Graham's powers of political persuasion. On the other hand, it would be naive to underestimate her dynamic influence on him, particularly her ability to bring him into radical circles that he otherwise avoided. For when Du Bois was ousted from the NAACP in 1948, he lost his base among black centrists and liberals, and it was the black radical left of which Graham had become an essential element that embraced him. Though the image of the vivacious Graham leading the trusting Du Bois astray is titillating and perhaps both sexist and ageist, it is reactive of larger questions. The image of Graham manipulating Du Bois is mirrored by the image of communists manipulating African Americans. The role of communists in the struggle for black liberation in light of the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the role of women communists, more specifically, remain a subject of debate. Adam Fairclough enunciates a gathering historical consensus when he suggests that on balance, the anti-communism of the early Cold War damaged the cause of racial equality far more than it helped it. The most profound effect of the anti-communist fever, and also the one most difficult to measure, was the divorcing of the civil rights agenda from the labor-left agenda. 91 African Americans, a mostly working-class population, suffered grievously when labor unions were weakened as a result of the anti-communist upsurge. As the adage went, they had the right to eat at a lunch counter but not enough money to buy a hamburger. They gained the right to check into a hotel but did not have the funds necessary to check out. Howard Fast allegedly recruited Graham to the party. He left in the wake of the revelations in 1956 about Stalin's rule, but maintains still that one of the glories of the Communist Party of the United States was that we fought and often enough died for black freedom, and the truth that nobody much remembers is that in the very early years of the struggle for civil rights, we were at the side of the blacks, and precious few others who were not black were there with us. 92 Recent scholarship backs this latter point. Indeed, a section of the black middle class had such a deeply vested interest, economically and socially, in Jim Crow laws, which provided them with a captive market, that they were reluctant to dismantle the status quo. This was also true for a sector of the Euro-American community. 93 And likewise, too many Euro-Americans were so busily, often blindly, enjoying the actual and perceived fruits of white supremacy that they did not bother to protest the atrocity that was Jim Crow. Hence, the brio and energy that a small band of Reds brought to the black freedom struggle were even more important. Other scholars also have buttressed Fast's overall analysis, particularly as it pertains to the literary circles that occupied so much of Graham's early career. The would-be writer Richard Wright found himself sympathizing with the party alongside William Attaway, Gwendolyn Bennett, Arna Bontom, Count T. Cullen, Frank Marshall Davis, Ralph Ellison, Chester Himes, Langston Hughes, Louise Thompson, Margaret Walker, and Dorothy West, with the exception of Zora Neale Hurston, a pretty fair who's who of black writing in the 30s. 94 Even in the case of Wright, the most notable defector from party ranks, his membership probably helped his important voice to be heard by a wider audience. In short, when Graham joined the party, this was neither a bizarre nor an isolated gesture. At a time when Jim Crow drastically limited the opportunities of black intellectuals, the radical left consciously moved in an opposing direction. As a consequence, a number of leading black writers like Graham were attracted to the Communist Party. That the party once embraced Stalin cannot be ignored, and this certainly harmed its image in the eyes of many, but then again, African Americans could and did argue that the Democratic Party once endorsed slavery, then Jim Crow, but this was insufficient to discredit this party. 95 Moreover, communists in the United States were facing a situation that in many ways was more extreme than that faced by their counterparts elsewhere. Doris Lessing, who for a while in the 1950s was a member of the Communist Party in Great Britain, has observed that even the worst time of the Cold War in her country was mild compared to the United States. No British communist was ever treated with the harshness the American government used towards Paul Robeson and some other American communists. 96 Such extreme situations often elicit the kind of misjudgments that Graham Du Bois was accused of making. Nevertheless, communists like Graham Du Bois were in a bind, particularly after publication in 1956 of the damning reports about Stalin's rule. How, it was asked, could she continue supporting a regime that had engaged in such gross violations of human rights? 97 How, it was asked, could she continue membership in a party that was tied to Moscow? Nonetheless, the Catholic Church in the United States cannot be fully or exclusively comprehended as an appendage of Rome, although certainly it is that. Catholics here try to follow papal decrees, but even cardinals and archbishops and that cultural, political, economic, and other realities mediate their ability to adhere to the wishes of the Vatican. Likewise, it would be misleading to understand Graham's party, least of all Graham herself, as solely a Soviet tool. 98 Other questions remain. As has been suggested about party members in the unions, their militancy led to success. However, because party members like Graham often were covered about their membership in part because of fear of persecution, this hampered the process of ideological conversion of the rank and lead to the left. This was a maze with no exit. No other Marxists in the Western world faced this dilemma. 99 Black communists faced the added problem that their appeals to African Americans carried less resonance when Jim Crow began to crumble while Reds themselves were being persecuted. In this context, what would be the incentive to join the party? Furthermore, for the longest time Graham had difficulty convincing many of her fellow African Americans that ding for decolonization in Africa was in their self-interest, that a strong Africa could rally support for the struggle in the United States. Because of anti-communism, African Americans were often pushed to downplay anti-colonialism, which could be perceived as yet another red plot. Thus in 1948 the VE national African American newspapers devoted 4 times more space to world communism than to European colonialism and had little to say about the South African elections of 1948 that inaugurated apartheid. Graham, on the other hand, did not dodge the issue of Africa's decolonization, and her party membership did not obstruct, and may have facilitated, this posture. 100 When Graham Du Bois and her spouse moved to Ghana and joined Nkrumah, they were demonstrating to U.S. elites that Jim Crow could be met with potentially powerful alliances with independent Africa and its socialist allies. 101 Understandably, U.S. elites had good reason to believe that her alliance with Nkrumah had communist overtones. He was closely connected with the British Party. He and other Africans with London ties regarded themselves as communists and were viewed as such by the Colonial Office and the operatives of MI5. 102 As she and certain African leaders moved toward the communists, African Americans were moving in an opposite direction. This made it inevitable that at some point she would abandon the United States and move to Africa itself. But Graham was not just an African American on the left, she was also a woman of the left, and in this role she was not alone. 103 She also was not alone in facing dilemmas often confronted by women sufficiently audacious to be part of organizations that challenged both imperialism and male supremacy. And just as the party has been criticized for its presumed negative impact on the civil rights movement, it similarly has been assailed for an alleged negative impact on the struggle for women's equality. However, one perceptive analyst has cautioned that communist efforts on behalf of women in the 1940s and 50s were, in some ways, more advanced and more far-reaching than those of reformist organizations of the time. After all, in the racist and sexist atmosphere of the 1950s, communists were probably the only white political activists who were thinking and writing so much about women's particular social, economic and political circumstances. Gerda Lerner and Eleanor Flexner were among the women involved with the Congress of American Women, an alleged communist front. Graham, the writer Alice Childress, and the actress Frances Williams were among the black women involved with Sojourners for Truth and Justice, yet another presumed communist front. As with the civil rights movement, communist activism was no detriment to the movement for women's equality and, indeed, may have helped to lay the foundation for the flowering of feminism in the 1960s. 104 Still, just as Graham was more effective being white chauvinism than male supremacy, so was the Communist Party, which may suggest that her perceived weaknesses were not hers alone and wreaked at more pervasive trends. Yet this weakness was no small matter since, according to some, it was patriarchy that stood as the major bulwark against radicalism and progressive reform generally. 105 Other women had to adapt to the same problems Graham confronted. For example, Ella Reeb-Bleuer, like Graham, was a divorced woman of the left who faced ceaseless gossip and errant speculation about her sex life. Like Bleuer, Graham also encountered the question women with children faced: how could they leave their family responsibilities and go out into the larger world to GHT for the care of other people? 106 When Graham left her children in the care of others so that she could build a career and more effectively make a better world, she felt an apprehension that she shared with other like-minded parents, particularly women. It did seem that this vexing dilemma helped propel her insatiable appetite for hard work and, as well, shape her political activism. In so many ways she mirrored the experiences of her contemporaries. Thus, despite her level of accomplishment, she was a prototype of accomplished women generally and accomplished African American women particularly. Like Simone de Beauvoir, she reinvented the details of her life repeatedly. 107 Like Lena Horne, she sought to escape from her parents' grasp by making an ill-advised marriage, then left her children to embark on a career. 108 Like Mary Church Terrell and Anna Julia Cooper, she was an Oberlin graduate. 109 Like Amy Ashwood Garvey, she was an active Pan-Africanist, West African exile, and devotee of the theater. 110 Like the sculptor Augusta Savage and the writer Jessie Redmond Fawcett, she benefited from the counsel and advice of W.E.B. Du Bois at an important stage in her career. 111 Above all, like Claudia Jones, she was a committed woman of the left. 112 Alice Dunbar Nelson had a lifelong career as a widow, and this auxiliary identity often eclipsed her own important accomplishments, but it paradoxically gave her much needed income and visibility. 113 Dunbar Nelson also resembles Shirley Graham Du Bois. Even the repeated references to her as mother by Kruma and others was not peculiar, in that Ma Rainey, Jackie Moms Mabley, Big Mama Blues, and her colleague Ethel Waters, Sweet Mama Stringbean, also drew on the power and associations of the maternal. 114 in 1958, writing from Tashkent in Soviet Central Asia while attending a conference of African and Asian writers, Graham Du Bois rhapsodized about a delegate from her home to be, Ghana, as she spoke, her eyes ashing in the deep carved ebony of her face. This black woman was Africa, the mother Africa, of deep and mighty rivers, Africa, hailing the new dawn with joy and happiness. 115 This black woman, Shirley Graham Du Bois, lived many lives, and in so doing she made significant contributions to art, politics, and Mother Africa, while mirroring the lives of many of her sisters. Shirley Graham Du Bois, in short, was a race woman. Family. She was born Lola Shirley Graham on November 11, 1896, but at points in her life she shaved as much as 10 years from her true age. 1. The place where she was born, Indianapolis, Indiana, at that time was not the most hospitable place for African Americans. Jim Crow was prevalent. The conditions that would allow Indianapolis to become the unrivaled bastion of the invisible empire Ku Klux Klan in mid-America in the 1920s were already in force when Graham was born. 2. Her family background was as varied as her life. She claimed French, Scotch-Irish, English, and Native American ancestry. In addition to African, her light brown skin was suggestive of this potpourri. Despite her multiracial background, she was explicit in stating, "I am a Negro. I say that RST because here in America that fact is the most determining factor of my being. I cannot escape." 3. This conclusion and her background were quintessentially those of the United States. She once recalled that one of my forebears was with Washington at Valley Forge, another died in the Battle of Shiloh, a great-grandfather fought his way out of slavery, a town in Indiana is named for my grandmother. 4. This great-grandfather, Wash Clendon, after buying his freedom in Virginia, had come to Indiana and settled. He was a blacksmith and could read and write. After a while he acquired land. His farm was one of the Underground Railway stations. 5. Graham Du Bois also recollected a story that has been discounted, that our great-aunt Eliza was the original Eliza immortalized by Harriet Beecher Stowe. 6. The larger point, however, was accurate. Her roots in this nation ran deep. Her Native American ancestry came from her mother's side of the family. Etta Bell Graham was born on April 30, 1873 near Kidder, Missouri. Her father, Big Bell, a Cheyenne, stole his bride Mary from a plantation near the Missouri River. After their marriage he made a living as a saddle maker. The family wound up living in St. Paul, Minnesota, where Etta was the RST-colored graduate of Central High School there. 7. More is known about Graham Du Bois' father. David A. Graham was born on January 11, 1861 in Princeton, Indiana. 8. Like his daughter, he was relatively small. She was VE feet 2 inches tall, he was VE feet 4. Graham Du Bois' mother was his second wife, and while his RST spouse looked exactly like an Indian, Etta Bell Graham looked more Jewish in some ways, her high nose and so forth, quite fair. 9. By the time he married Etta Bell, he had 2 children, then he had 3 more with her. Shirley was his only daughter. 10. David Graham was a preacher in the African Methodist Episcopal, AIM, Church. His son Lawrence recalled him as a well-educated man. He had taught at Wilberforce for a while and then went into the ministry. He was a pastor in a number of churches, first in the North, the largest AIM church in Indianapolis, the largest one in Detroit, the largest one in Chicago. He seemed to be moving steadily higher in the ranks of the black petite bourgeoisie, but then, because he offended the bishops by his exposing of the rascality of some of them, they sent him away to the smallest parishes in the South they could find. 11. Graham Du Bois recalled her father as the last of the old-fashioned Negro preachers who was really the shepherd of his flock, who was totally devoted, who would give his last coat away. In a phrase she would later use for one of her better-known plays, she noted that his attitude was that the ravens fed Elijah, so we don't have to worry, and he didn't worry. Actually, the Reverend Graham proved to be as prophetic as the original Elijah in that his insouciant approach toward taking care of himself and his family did not prove to be disastrous. 12. She too pointed to his protest over the doings of a certain drunken and immoral bishop as a negative turning point in his career. 13. For his part, the feisty Reverend Graham said he was eager to more effectively pursue an uncompromising warfare upon corruption in every rank of the church. 14. His removal from the fast track of the AIM Church did not plunge the family into penury. Graham recalled, "I don't remember ever having been without food or being cold, though it was harmful to their economic well-being." Their father was not visibly worried about this decline, according to Graham du Bois, in one of her infrequent moments of high tension. "My mother said that father should have been a monk, that he would have been happiest in a perfectly bare monastery." 15. Graham du Bois had a high opinion of her father's skill as a pastor. He was a marvelous troubleshooter in a community where there was racial trouble, because he was the kind of person who could both protect his and speak up to the white folks. This opinion may have owed from a particularly tense situation when she was a child and the family was living in New Orleans at a time of racial tension. There had been a well-publicized killing of an African American. Graham, who was no more than 7, experienced a feeling of resentment at the burning of this man. This feeling became more personal after a letter came to her father instructing him that if he held a protest meeting that he had announced, he too would be lynched. Then another letter arrived telling him, "We give you 12 hours to leave town." In those racially charged times, a white man would have called the police. But at that time a Negro in the South never thought of calling on the police to protect him. He arranged to have handbills passed out announcing a mass meeting at his church. In response, those opposed to black self-assertion threatened to burn down this striking edict. Shirley Graham was not too young to recognize the gravity of the matter. "Papa," she wailed, "they may burn our house down. What are you going to do?" "Never mind, dear," he responded. "If they come, we'll be ready for them," he assured her with cadence. Providing her with the liberating idea that Jim Crow could be confronted, the unrefed family had an early supper that day, then left home and marched a few paces to the nearby church. Graham was surprised to see such a large turnout. As was his wont, her father began on time with a prayer, then read a verse from the Bible, "The Lord your God goes before you to GHT against your enemies. The battle is not yours but the Lord's." A self-reliant sword, her father proceeded to place a loaded gun on top of his Bible. Graham also noticed that a number of men had pistols resting in their laps. Her father then demanded that women and children leave the church. 21 men with loaded guns remained behind. Shirley Graham was too nervous to sleep. She and her mother stood at the top of the stairs peering from the front of the house, which faced the front of the church. They could hear the frightening sound of an approaching mob. In the doorway awaiting them her father stood alone. She could hear bullets from the enraged mob whizzing through the night air. Her father read one shot in the air. They were afraid of one man who had a gun and who was not afraid. The mob dispersed. 16. This gripping incident left a lasting impression on Shirley Graham. Growing up in a state where Jim Crow had only recently been sanctioned in the landmark case of Plessy v. Ferguson, she was able to witness firsthand that racial bullies could be made to retreat if confronted with countervailing force. Yet the gender lessons were probably not lost on her either. It was left to the men to do this crucial labor, while the women were ordered to retreat to the lair of domesticity. Perhaps because she was the only daughter, her father doted on her. "My brothers all said that my father spoiled me and that I bossed all of them. Now there might be a little truth in that. Well, naturally, I had to look after them, didn't I, and tell them what to do." 17. Though she viewed it lightly in retrospect, this familial burden being a de facto mother for her brothers may have propelled Graham du Bois into a premature marriage in an attempt to escape. Her earliest memories of childhood were of her father reading to her. He would read to her from Uncle Tom's Cabin, she would always get the book for him, and as he read from time to time father would stop to explain something to us. And so we learned all about slavery. Every night he would read to her, mostly novels, including Les Miserables and Quo Vadis. 18 Throughout her life she remained a voracious reader of Shin and non-Shin alike. In her late 70s, these memories remained with her. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. St. John 1, verse I. This was a favorite text of my preacher father. He instilled in me, at a very early age, a veneration of the Word, a kind of reverence for that which was recorded. Those bedtime moments of him sitting beside my bed at night shine as the happiest moments of my childhood days. I quickly learned to read because I wanted to make the words my own. I handled all books gently. They were precious. 19 Fondly she remembered her father as a man with an inquiring and imaginative mind, and this kind of mind he instilled in me. He enjoyed historical novels, travel books, descriptions of faraway places and peoples. And these were the kinds of things he read to me beginning when I was no more than 4 years old. So it was before I could read I made friends with the characters in Charles Dickens and Victor Hugo novels. I particularly remember the vivid description of the 3 wise men following the Star of Bethlehem as told in the novel Quo Vadis. 20 She had finished all the novels of Dickens by the time she was 12 and eventually read her favorite novel, Les Miserables, in French. The Huguenots opened up my imagination and my world. Years later in 1958, when she was traveling through the desert of Egypt, the first thing that came to her mind were scenes from Quo Vadis that had been burned into her brain as a child. 21 Though her father's economic status may have plummeted from time to time, Graham du Bois remained a privileged child. Her mother's sister was married to Bishop Sampson Brooks of the AIM Church, and on his shelves she found all the novels of Dickens, plus the works of Balzac. Her close encounters with the printed word inexorably pushed her in the direction of being a writer. All of these things influenced me tremendously. Though she never thought about herself as a writer, she always wrote things. Furthermore, though conscious of the various methods and styles that writers use to convey different points and moods, she never tried to write like anybody else, she just tried to say things in the simplest possible terms so other people could get it. 22 While her mother worried about me a bit because I always had my nose stuck in a book, her father continued to encourage this passion. 23 On the other hand, her mother encouraged her early interest in music. Wagner had been my favorite of the composers and she learned to play the piano at a relatively early age. 24 This, in turn, influenced her writing a great deal, for she learned what a symphony was and to project movement, theme, etc., and how to weave all together in a gro. Her biography of Paul Robeson, for example, was written consciously like a symphony of life. 25 While the family lived in Tennessee, her skill as a musician flourished. Her father's church had acquired an organ, but her tiny legs were not long enough to pump the pedals, so she stood to conquer. Her small fingers darted over the keys as her equally diminutive feet danced across the pedals. 26 As she was to do so often later in life, she adapted creatively and was not umixed by a situation that was not tailor-made for her. Then again, she would not have had the opportunity to adapt her creative skill as a musician if her father had not been in a position not necessarily common for black pastors to have an organ installed in his church. Her father influenced her in another way that was not immediately apparent. His nomad-like wandering from parish to parish, Indiana, New Orleans, Nashville, Colorado, the Pacific Northwest, and so on frequently thrust her into unfamiliar settings where she was compelled to adapt by making friends easily. This helped to shape her outgoing personality. Her family experience provided other advantages. When she entered school in New Orleans, admittedly her early experience with books gave her a distinct advantage over many of her classmates. Her school was close to the St. Louis Cathedral near Orleans Street, and her teachers were part of an order of Negro nuns. Graham and her fellow students, who were also predominantly light, were privileged by the complex politics of color in New Orleans. This happened to be one of the better schools for Negroes in the city, which meant that her color and her father's concern for her provided her with a certain advantage early in life. Though she decided at once that she liked school, her life there was not without incident. Early on she contracted typhoid fever from the water and all of her hair came out. Her father decided to enroll her elsewhere. 27 David Graham was decidedly a most significant influence on her early life, and not simply because of his encouragement of her literary skills. He was a humanitarian, who brought every itinerant, shabby preacher to the house for dinner. He organized NAACP chapters. Enterprising boys sold copies of The Crisis after meetings at his church. Her father was a Du Bois man, not a follower of Booker T. Washington. This influenced her directly, for she used to read articles by Clarence Darrow, Dantes Bellegarde, Norman Thomas, Maxim Litvinov, and Nnamdi Azikiwe in The Crisis. 28 Early in life she developed a conception of racial uplift and advancing the race. David Graham was something of an intellectual, but he was also an unforgiving cleric who demanded a strict upbringing for his offspring. He felt that family worship should be held at the pastor's house daily under all circumstances, and all of the family, old and young, should be called in and, if possible, participate. He insisted that the pastor should be very careful in the religious instruction and training of his children. 29 Some of his viewpoints contrasted with those of his contemporaries. No girls should marry under 18 years of age, he proclaimed. Other opinions contrasted with viewpoints of today. You are not prepared to marry until you have learned to keep house. Be sure to have his meals ready when he returns home in the evening. He believed that the law of God is that you should remain single as long as your companion lives, and was harshly critical of those who divorce. They may appear to be respectable in society, but in the law of God, they are written down among those whom he says shall not inherit eternal life. I warn all therefore to never think of separation from your companion, but if you have done so, remain single as long as the other lives. 30 Such unforgiving opinions no doubt illuminate why Graham Du Bois not only abruptly left her first husband but then symbolically killed him by claiming that he died. Her father's rather traditional opinions concerning how women should relate to men no doubt left their imprint on her. Graham Du Bois acknowledged that she was brought up in a strict, Calvinistic home where one was expected to have a reasonable explanation of every act. Such an atmosphere may have fueled her creativity with language, for my brothers often fell short of satisfying our clergyman father, but I, perhaps because I was the only daughter, usually came off very well. My brothers still declare that I was the more skillful liar. 31 The straight and narrow that the Reverend Graham demanded may have been the initial impetus for the fanciful way that she reinvented the details of her subsequent life. He was also the inspiration for her writing career, which began when she was 8 or 9 and they were living in Nashville. The RST money she ever earned came from writing for the local newspaper there. 32 When they were living in Colorado Springs she wrote another article, this time about her experience with Jim Crow when she was barred from a swimming class at the YWCA. She had a good friend then, a white girl named Mabel Osborne. Though they lunched together daily, neither visited the other's home. One day after lunch they made plans to swim at the YWCA on the forthcoming Saturday, late in the afternoon. This was a good time for Graham since it would allow her to finish her chores, which involved extensive cooking and cleaning. That Saturday after completing her domestic drudgery she bathed, then dressed for her outing. She donned her best blueprint blouse and excitedly arrived ahead of time. She met Mabel and they proceeded to out registration cards being doled out by an otherwise affable woman who greeted the growing crowd of girls with the words, "Welcome to a summer of fun in our new pool." As the queue moved forward Graham soon found herself face to face with this seemingly pleasant woman. But her visage shifted from a smile to a frown when she glimpsed Graham's light brown face. "What do you want?" she growled. Graham was jarred by her words. Groping for a response, she stuttered, "I came to sign up for swimming lessons." Noting that this incipient confrontation was causing unease among the other girls, the woman changed her tone but not her meaning. "We don't have classes for Colored girls as yet, she purred. Graham was morted, though she drew herself up and replied forcefully, the lady said that all students could join. Mabel comforted her friend, giving her a warm embrace, but this was insufficient to stem Graham's anger. Tears rolled from her eyes as she turned away. As she walked the 6 blocks to her home, she felt simultaneously confusion, anger, and sadness. What about Mabel, she thought, and her other friends? Suddenly, I was thinking of them as my white friends. Or, were they really friends? When she arrived home, it was her father she went to, and it was he who comforted her. You are now 13, he told her, young but not too young to speak out in protest against this kind of evil by a so-called Christian organization. Already she had developed an appreciation for the power of words, so she responded by writing an editorial that her influential father was able to place in a local newspaper. Though attempting to soothe the situation, the YWCA executive director roiled the waters further by explaining to the Grahams, "Can't you understand the problem we have? Can't you see that we have to consider the feelings of all our citizens? We can't insult people before we educate them to accept your people." After Graham's father finished rebuking her, the woman left his office in tears. This was another piercing experience with racism that helped to shape Graham's consciousness. It was also another lesson in gender relations, in that her sisters across the color line disdained her while her father rose to her defense. 33 such incidents may also have had an ideological impact, as she witnessed that the Christianity of the YWCA was something less than all-encompassing. As a junior in the Colorado Springs High School, already she was expressing the exasperation with religion that would eventually lead her to Marxism. The white saloon keeper's daughter is invited and welcomed. Oh! She needs help and encouragement. Of course she does. But the colored minister's daughter is turned away. And why? Christian Association. Far better would it be to change their name and call themselves any kind of society or club except a Christian one. 34 The constant moves of her peripatetic father meant that Graham was forced to interact and become friendly with new people regularly. She had to learn the skill of dealing effectively with relative strangers. This constant movement also meant, in her words, that she was either way ahead of class or way behind. She attended racially mixed schools and separate schools. Her schooling was checkered, but she learned a great deal about the nation and our people. This constant movement and frequent interaction with strangers also gave her insight into human personality, which was to prove useful in both her art and her politics. 35 In 1912 she was enrolled at the 10th Street High School in Clarksville, Tennessee. That year she graduated from the equivalent of junior high school. Lola Graham, the valedictorian, provided an oration at commencement on the ends of the earth, and her remarks were frequently interrupted with applause. Her proud father also spoke. She left with the highest honors of her class. 36 Shirley Graham had become a talented young woman. In 1915 her family was living in Spokane, Washington, and she was distinguishing herself by winning the gold medal offered by the Remington Typewriter Co. for proficiency. 37 Regularly she was giving piano recitals. One at the First Aim Church in Seattle featured her playing the works of Chopin. She graduated from Lewis and Clark High School in Spokane with high honors. She had been recognized as the class poet and won an essay contest by writing about the subject of one of her later biographies, Booker T. Washington. 38 The Pacific Northwest was not graced with a heavy concentration of African Americans, though it did have a substantial number of Native Americans and Asian Americans. This could lead to a contradictory effect. Bigotry that in other regions would otherwise be absorbed by blacks was dispersed and diffused, yet the absence of bipolar racism could also foment a compounded racism that could appear worse than what other areas of the nation had to offer. 39 Thus, despite Graham's manifest talents, opportunities were not widespread for African American women during the World War I era, even in the Pacific Northwest where they were few and far between. After leaving high school she entered a trade school, where she polished her typing skills and qualified as an office clerk. She moved further west to Seattle, where she worked at a naval yard and part-time at a movie house playing the organ and singing between the changing of the reels. There she met Shadrach T. McCants, whom she married in 1921. 40 It was a large wedding with her father presiding. Not much is known about her RST husband, with whom she gave birth to two sons, Robert in 1923 and David in 1925. He was from South Carolina but wound up in the Pacific Northwest, where he worked for a newspaper and as a tailor, not to mention owning a clothing store. The marriage was short-lived. Subsequently Graham claimed falsely that he died in the 1920s, still, the reasons for her divorce remain murky. In her memoir, for example, she claims inaccurately that within 3 years of her marriage, I was a widow with two small sons, the younger still a baby. However, she was definitively accurate when she stated, for the years immediately following, everything I did, everything I planned, everything I tried to do was motivated by my passionate desire to make a good life for my sons, to be able to bring them up in security and dignity. 41 Her desire to provide for her sons along with her concern for racial uplift and a not insubstantial ambition fueled her enormous productivity. Her divorce decree was rendered in Portland, Oregon, in 1927. Her husband defaulted and, apparently, did not contest the divorce. 42 Why did she leave her first husband? The answer is unclear. Her surviving son, David, feels that she felt burdened with the responsibility of being a caretaker for her family, her younger brothers particularly. Her mother, he says, was physically weak and perceived as delicate, which resulted in Shirley Graham's being given much greater responsibility for household duties. Thus, her marriage was an escape. Moreover, Shirley Graham apparently was disgruntled with other aspects of her family life. Her mother's family were very light-skinned black Americans and resented her mother's marriage to David Graham, who was rather dark. And the fact that Shirley Graham was baptized a Baptist, not a member of the AIM Church of her father, suggests some alienation from family tradition, just as changing her name from McCants to McCanns after her divorce and referring to herself as Shirley, not Lola, were other examples of her desire to forge her own path and identity. Hence, her son does not feel that she married out of love or desire to raise a family but as a means of escape and defiance. 43 Late in life, Graham Du Bois felt guilty about her behavior toward her first husband, suggesting that he was more sinned against than sinning. 44 Still, when her sons were growing up, she would become violently angry when his name was mentioned. 45 When David was 12 and she discovered he was trying to contact his father, she nearly had a fit. She ranted and raved, though she later manifested a terrible sense of injustice about how she had treated her spouse and feared that the real nature of their separation would be discovered. She raised them under the misimpression that their father was a gambler, that he sold his house and abandoned us, that he threatened to kill us. Her son David says, I doubt now that any of this was true. Thus, David and his brother were raised by their maternal grandparents, a time led with happy memories. However, being sons of a minister, they were expected to behave in that way, and as a result their very stern grandfather whipped them regularly. 46 Unfortunately, growing up without their father impacted her son David particularly in a negative way. He conceded, "How I wish I had known him. I know that the fact that I never knew my father, that I was raised in a variety of homes other than that of my mother and father, that I grew to manhood hardly knowing my mother. All these things have deeply affected my life and the person that I am today." With anal note of bitterness he referred forlornly to his mother, "She does not know me, she has never known me, and possibly now it's too late." 47 Ironically, though she was able to nurture and mother other men during her long life, she was accused of abdicating this responsibility as it pertained to her own sons. Perhaps there was a connection between the two. Her mothering of others may have been a substitute and compensation for her perceived failings in providing it to her offspring. Her son's aching rancor stems in part from the fact that after divorcing, Graham Du Bois left her sons with her parents and others and embarked on her career. Her children felt abandoned. Her responsibility as a caretaker had helped drive her into an unwise marriage, and the responsibility of caretaker to her sons helped drive her into her engagement with African art and politics. But like the daughter of Nelson Mandela, who inched in his embrace because she felt he was more interested in being father to a nation than father to her, Graham Du Bois' son felt similar ambivalence about his mother. 48 Graham Du Bois did learn from this wrenching experience. Subsequently, she became a pillar of strength for those women friends of hers who were experiencing the emotional turmoil of divorce, which was viewed much less benignly in the past than it is today. 49 Still, the scars left from starting her own family never completely healed. As noted, David Graham, Shirley's father, was hostile to the idea of divorce. Perhaps not coincidentally, she abandoned Shadrach McCants as her father was leaving to work in Africa, thus minimizing direct negative reaction from him. Liberia College was his destination. Graham Du Bois' sister-in-law Ruth Morris Graham, who met her future spouse Graham Du Bois' brother Lawrence there, recalled the city of Monrovia as very shabby, not a restaurant, not a movie theater. The college itself was really a shambles when we arrived. It was very poor. There were socio-political tensions too, as an Americo-Liberian elite of 10,000, descendants of African Americans, confronted a million indigenous people, and there was always a conflict there. 50 Liberia College, also known as Monrovia College, was founded by Graham Du Bois' uncle, Bishop Sampson Brooks. There were a few hundred students registered of all ages, from adults to children. They were taught gardening, carpentry, housekeeping, self-care, and sanitation. This model of education was definitely of the Washington, not the Du Bois variety, which may help to account for the disgruntlement of the Reverend Graham. The government was an autocracy and slavery was tolerated. Anticipating his daughter's political evolution, he was of the opinion that a revolution might be necessary there. 51 Liberia College was the RST secular English-speaking institution of higher learning in tropical Africa. Despite this manifest accomplishment, it was easy to see why the Reverend Graham's mind turned to revolution upon arriving there. Hollis Lynch has observed that social stratification based on color with a mulatto elite at the top was an integral aspect of Liberia at that time. 52 The faculty of the college were all biased in favor of European points of view. They assumed the inferiority of African languages, cultures, and societies. 53 Meanwhile, free of direct familial responsibilities, Graham Du Bois left to study at the Sorbonne in Paris, worked at Howard University and Morgan State University, then subsequently enrolled in Oberlin College. However, she was plagued by a solemn concern, expressed repeatedly, about leaving her two young sons in the hands of others. Consequently, she sought to compensate for her absence by showering them with gifts, which was not easy since she frequently skirted the edges of poverty. Her son Robert, concerned about her frazzled appearance, once told her, "Grandma told me something that I am worried about. She said that you were thin and looked tired from work. Mother, your life is not worth any PhD. Mama, make plans this summer for at least 2 months worth of rest and joy. You have been working for the last 4 years very hard. Rest, mother, so you can live a long time. Even if it is us you are working for. Make it for us you are resting." 54 However, earlier and more typically he had written, "Mama, I hate to bring this up, but Mrs. Barnes, his caretaker, wants me to say she told me that Graham and I need some shirts, pants, and socks, underwear." 55 As an absent mother, she was no doubt concerned when Robert wrote from his boarding school in Virginia, recounting his experiences with racial segregation. They have one show and Negroes sit in the balcony. How did she feel when he said that instead of traveling to see her, he preferred to use the money for clothes? "I think right now clothes are more important to me than traveling." He wanted dark glasses, a pair of pants, some socks, and underwear. Maybe a few polo shirts, while a bicycle would be a tonic for his brother. Of course, he was concerned that his mother might not be eating enough and reminded her of a McCann's famous saying, "If you save money from life's necessities, What have you gained? Nonetheless, satisfying his material wants became her surrogate for satisfying his emotional needs, and Shirley Graham McCanns was forced to work even more and engender even more concern from her firstborn. 56 Her young son David was equally supportive. You said something to me about Robert and I standing on your shoulders. Well, I am sure if we didn't have your shoulders to stand on we would be in a pretty bad X. Sometimes I think about the boys and girls who have no mother's shoulders to stand on and how they need them so much. I am proud of you. So now don't work too hard, for you have two sons standing on your shoulders, and if you work too hard the burden will be too much for you. Still, these affecting words aside, she must have been moved when he mentioned experiences with his grandmother that he could have been sharing with his mother. Mama, you would be surprised if you could see Grandma sometime after I had xed her hair nice and put on a little touch of makeup. She is BOOT full. Gram was so distant that at times the only time he heard her voice was when she was on the radio. Gee. Just think, listening to my own darling sweet mother broadcasting. 57 Graham's journey from domesticity to a career was an untidy one, led with difficulty. However, the pains and aches of that journey paled into insignificance compared with the concern she felt as a result of being an absent mother. Yet, as with so many other setbacks in her life, she converted this one too into an advance, for this hurt was converted into an almost heedless energy that led her to obtain 2 college degrees and churn out a torrent of operas, plays, and books. On her journey now, her son David described Shirley Graham du Bois as demonstrative and vindictive as well as impulsive. One this last term best describes her departure from New York City in December 1926 on a ship for Paris, leaving her children behind. Fortuitously, her strict father was in the process of departing for Liberia, so the possibility of facing his wrath had diminished. Symbolically, she had slain her spouse, describing him as deceased. Though her initial trip was not lengthy, until 1930 she would spend time intermittently in Paris. To this rich experience wedded her appetite for more knowledge, particularly about music and the arts, which she gained when she enrolled in Oberlin College in 1931. Eventually her father reconciled himself to his daughter's decision to go to France, for he, her mother, and her brother Lawrence agreed to partially subsidize this venture. Lawrence Graham, who ultimately became a writer of note, felt that if her jazz playing were passable, she could make a living as a pianist and avoid the constant dread of an impending disaster. He suggested an idyll: you can take an apartment, study your French and rest tranquil. Above all, he said, don't let being out of work worry you. 3. It did not. She enjoyed Paris immensely, once rhapsodizing, I am sitting here in my balcony window in the very center of the famous Latin Quarter of Paris. When I raise my eyes I can see the towers of Notre Dame. My hotel faces Le Rue de l'École, where stands the University of Paris. Le Boulevard Saint-Michel passes in front of us, and down that boulevard a couple of blocks are the Gardens of Luxembourg, which is now the House of Senate. It was June and she had just attended church. She knelt there on the stone knelt and thanked God. According to the future Marxist, we need not worry about the religion of Jesus Christ dying out in the world. She had enrolled in the Sorbonne and was providing articles for a black newspaper in the Pacific Northwest. 4. Tyler Stovall has written that blackness became the rage in Paris during the 1920s. The part played by Paris in the African-American rediscovery of Africa, he adds, was both fascinating and deeply ironic. Standing near the confluence of these trends was Shirley Graham. As a black woman she felt embraced in France in a way she had not been in the United States. In Paris she encountered blacks who were not African American, and they introduced her to a part of her heritage with which she was unfamiliar. Paris was an enchanting environment for such rediscoveries. Linda Robeson, an anthropologist and the wife of Paul Robeson, enthused about extravagantly wide sidewalks with splendid trees marching along the curbs, beautifully laid out boulevards, avenues, and streets with fascinating names, lovely quiet shabby sections reeking with historical associations. Sacre Coeur in the sunlight, in the moonlight. Notre Dame. Book stalls on the banks of the Seine. Marvelous food. The Opera, American Express, Thomas Cook's. Rue de la Paix, Galeries Lafayette, Au Bon Marche. Montmartre and the cabarets, Montparnasse and the sidewalk cafes. For young black intellectuals, she concluded, the French capital served as the gateway to Africa. 5. Certainly it played that role for Shirley Graham, for it was here that she encountered various forms of African music that she incorporated into her RST opera. She also encountered the small but growing colony of African Americans in Paris, which included the writer Eric Walrond. 6. Though often associated with his homeland, then known as British Guiana, and Harlem, he spent a considerable amount of time in Europe. He had worked as an editor with Marcus Garvey's Negro World and also with the Urban League's journal, Opportunity. 7. He and Graham became fast friends and frequent correspondents. Their mutual friend Ethel Ray Nance remembered him as a convivial sort who had the knack of making friends easily. He was always bringing someone to Harlem, or if people wanted to come they would say get in touch with Walrond and he'll see that you meet interesting people. He may not have been 6 feet, he was slightly built. He had ashing eyes, his face was very alert and very alive. He was very pleasant and as soon as he entered the room, you knew he was there. He had quite a way of meeting strangers. 8. One of the strangers he admired was Graham, who, he said, was the one person alive who really knows me inside and out. There may be something prophetic after all in our meeting. She provided him with companionship while she lived in Paris and sent him money after she returned to the United States. She also provided him, in his words, with niggerity gossip, as Graham was quickly becoming intimate with a select circle of black Atlantic artists. 9. This was not a one-sided relationship, as Walrond provided her with contacts valuable for her budding writing career. He counseled her to develop a fame outside of the Black Belt. When she decided to apply for a fellowship from the Guggenheim Foundation, he suggested that she should not go cramming your list of sponsors with niggers or Negro uplift workers. Walter White, Rev. Powell, Mary Ovington, the well-known personalities she had come to rely on. No, he added, the nature of these sponsors was enough to put the foundation on its guard. Look for disinterested sponsors without personal or group axes to grind. She was interested in doing studies of African music, and he thought she should not drag in Ras Tafari if you can help it. His questionable advice was unavailing, since she failed to win the award. 10. Failing to gain fellowship support and not being independently wealthy, Graham was forced back into the labor market in the United States. There she gave recitals and lecture demonstrations on, for example, the Negro's contribution to American music. One critic in 1929 described her presentation, singing expressively in a mood typical of a baptismal number. Mrs. McCann struck immediately a responsive chord in her audience which clamored for more, and at least let all know they were listening to a true artist. She lectured on the philosophy of the Negro spiritual and punctuated her lecture with her lilting and mesmerizing soprano. 11. In one memorable recital in Baltimore at Grace Presbyterian Church she played Liszt and Brahms and Ethiopia's Paean of Exaltation. 12. In between traveling to France during the 1927-30 period, she worked as a music librarian at Howard University and a music teacher at Morgan State University in Baltimore, and she took classes at various schools during her summers, including Columbia University. She was barely scraping by. Howard, which sat on a hilltop in the middle of Washington, D.C., was regarded as the capstone of Negro education. Working there, for her, was akin to starting at the top. It was also a political hothouse, where student strikes and racial politics led to the appointment of Mordecai W. Johnson as its RST Negro president in 1926. Such an environment was conducive to Graham's growth and development. 13. At Morgan she also taught drama and helped produce sprawling pageants, which served as a precursor for her opera Tom Tom. 14. Her salary at Morgan $1,600 per year was meager, though it did allow her to stay directly involved in the arts. By 1931 the 30-year-old Graham was ready to take the next step in her blossoming career as an artist, as Tom Tom received a full-scale production that was to bring her more directly into the public eye. Shirley Graham had the skill of telling a gripping story. Her friend Abbott Simon recalls one occasion in a Manhattan restaurant when she was telling him about her latest novel in progress. Shirley was so dynamic in relating all the incidents that took place and relating all the intricate details and fitting them in. And, all the waitresses who had been scattered near their stations generally came near our table. And there were about 10 or 12 waitresses just hanging on every word as we were. She had a panache that not only infused her Chanel creations but was part of her everyday life. The famed sociologist Charles Johnson, one of the many powerful men who consented to lend her a hand, once observed, "Your letters always give me the impression of throbbing and bouncing about from the force of your expression. This is probably the thing that gives vitality to your plays." 15 In an ideal world, this talent and her connections would have meant that she could have spent the rest of her life turning out plays and film scripts. But unfortunately Graham's major works for the stage were launched in the 1930s during the Great Depression, when drama and opera were not the highest priorities for her audience, many of whom were simply trying to survive. During this time, in Cleveland the black unemployment rate exceeded 50%. In Chicago and Detroit, over 40% of black men and 55% of black women were unemployed. In Harlem the unemployment rate approached 50% and in Philadelphia it surpassed 56%. 16. Thus she quickly discovered that talent alone would be insufficient to support the 2 young sons she had left behind when she embarked on her new journey. 17. Besides being African American, Graham was a woman, an additional handicap. Over time black women novelists have received some degree of exposure, but black women dramatists remain relatively unknown because their stories are considered too private for the male-dominated and public arena of the theater. 18. More pointedly, black dramatists generally have had difficulty in overcoming the social and economic difficulty involved in mounting major productions. During the 1930s, for example, most black theater companies folded. 19. That was not all. Theater generally has often attracted disreputable investors. Black theater, sometimes called the Chitlin Circuit, has been no exception. 20. This often made payment of performers, playwrights, and crew unreliable. In the racially segregated world of the 1930s, performers' salaries, like their dressing rooms, were small and shabby. A producer often absconded with the box office take, leaving the talent stranded without funds or union recourse. African American talent was often excluded from the unions and guilds that provided a level of protection for their Euro-American counterparts. 21. Not surprisingly, Graham faced persistent difficulties with producers and theaters. 22. W.E.B. Du Bois had stated explicitly that he wanted to teach the colored people the meaning of their history and of their rich emotional life, and to use theater to reveal the Negro to the white world as a human, feeling thing. 23. He wanted a theater by Negroes, for Negroes, about Negroes, and near Negroes. 24. The pageants he devised, a form extended by Shirley Graham, were an essential part of this process. Ironically, the economic and social dislocation induced by the Great Depression did provide fertile soil for the rise of an alternative theater similar to what Du Bois envisioned. The rampant radicalism of the era was largely responsible. Lionel Trilling is correct in suggesting that in any view of the American cultural situation, the importance of the radical movement cannot be overestimated. It may be said to have created the American intellectual class as we now know it in its great size and influence. 25. However, there were limitations. The symbolic systems of the popular front of that era drew on a traditional iconographic and rhetoric of manhood and womanhood. That was at odds with the utopian and emancipatory hopes of the movement. 26. Consequently, women remained in a marginal and subordinated position in that movement, excluded both from the arrangements of power and from the symbolic system of labor. 27. As a result, American radicalism in a fundamental sense remained a guardian of male sexual authority. 28. This analysis was applicable with added force to Graham, for the culture industry was known for its use of the casting couch. As a single mother and divorcee at a time when both were viewed widely as a marker for loose morals, she was even more susceptible to being preyed on and not taken seriously as an artist. However, the theater may have been a mite better than, for example, the LM industry. On the stage, for decades, women had been an essential part of production, though the theater remains curiously absent from larger considerations of women's history and from histories of feminism. The fact is that the history of the suffragette movement, for example, is thus a history of carefully produced pageants and processions, dramatic scenes, and elaborate disguises, that is, the kind of drama that had become Graham's early specialty. 29 Over the course of her life, Graham moved from operas to plays to biographies to novels, as if seeking a form that would allow her to express her creativity and earn a secure income. She quickly discovered that writing operas during the Great Depression was not the soundest method by which an African American woman could escape privation. Black women composers had been active in the United States only since the late 19th century, thus Graham was in some sense a pioneer. 30 In the spring of 1929, while at Morgan State, she produced an early version of her opera Tom Tom. Randolph Edmonds directed. The pioneer African-American filmmaker Carlton Moss was also involved. 31 Her early work in this realm was inspired by the great African-American performer Roland Hayes, who was so helpful, so anxious to encourage any young person of the race who sought his advice and counsel, though when she bumped into him in Europe she found him quite different. More reticent, more aloof, as she herself would be described later. 32 Nevertheless, Hayes, yet another powerful man who sparked her creativity, was an inspiration as she began to craft her major work. After its preliminary production in 1929, Tom Tom did not receive a full-scale production until 1932. In the meantime she was scrambling for fellowship money, working at Morgan State, applying to and being admitted to Oberlin College, and seeking vainly to maintain close ties to her two children. By mid-1931 her brother Lawrence was commiserating with her about her suffering a breakdown, though he was by no means surprised. 33 She claimed that her greatest ambition at that point was simply to go shing. 34 Yet somehow she managed the energy to put together what one critic has called the RST all-black opera, to be produced on a large scale, with a professional cast of approximately 500 actors, and the RST opera by an African American woman to be produced. 35 Filled with pride, her brother Lawrence termed it the biggest Negro work of many a year and the most important musical work of America. 36 With Tom Tom, though her financial situation did not improve markedly, Graham was catapulted into the front ranks of Black America and established herself as a major artistic force. Tom Tom was an ambitious effort in music, dance, and drama that sought to map the journey of Africans in North America from slavery to freedom. One catalyst for this ambitious work was her father, who instilled in her a deep love and reverence for the spirituals. Long before the spirituals became popular, it was his custom to use them as text for his sermons and as subjects for lectures when invited to speak at other churches. While residing in Paris she listened to the even more primitive music of the French Negroes. She found it strange that I could remember that harmony so much more easily than I could the harmony of my conservatory class. Then when her brother Lawrence returned from Liberia he brought melodies he had heard which seemed far more familiar than did the popular songs which I heard all around me. Combining with these influences was her innate musical sense. To this day my personal friends knew my secret knock, which for them is even more certain than my signature. While teaching at Morgan she dramatized music with my pupils. That really was the beginning of Tom Tom. This sweeping opera was designed to show the ties between the blues in Harlem cabarets and the rhythms of Africa. It was the beating heart of a people. 37 This massive work, produced at a time when some Africans who had been slaves in the U.S. South were still living, had as its signature the persistent percussion of the drum, a pervasive sound that punctuated plantation life and the post-slavery experience of African Americans. 38. Tom Tom, she said later, was an attempt to show the development of music from the most primitive drum beats to the highly complicated tonalities of today. This thread is traced through the particular medium of the Negro. 39. This exhaustive work was conceived by a woman without the formal training of many of her peers. While working at Howard, she had also taken classes in music and had studied music in New York City in the summer of 1929 at the Institute of Musical Arts. 40. But this was a far cry from the niched conservatory training of many with whom she was competing for funding and attention. However, what she lacked in formal training she made up for in ideas. Her gravitation to things African was inspired and provocative. Deftly she took 3 pairs of timpani and wrote the overture just for the timpani. This, she recalled later, had never been done before, so I understand. She continued, if you take 3 pairs, that is actually 6 drums, and pitch them, and you just pitch them by the chain that is purely the timpani, it is a copy of the African drum. 41. This creativity was in the service of a theme of premature Afrocentrism, for she described her opera as the voice of Africa, calling her children to a better understanding and a deeper appreciation for the gifts which she has showered upon them. 42. Thus, this work placed her decisively on one side of a looming divide about the role of Africa in African American life. The philosopher Alain Locke had counseled African Americans to look to Africa for inspiration, while other, more powerful forces sought to deny this tie. 43. The New York Times, for example, boldly proclaimed, American jazz is not African. 44. Graham's contemporary, the black painter Allen Randall Freelon, agreed with the paper of record and worried that African American artists would be misled into attempting to create an African art in America. The American Negro, he asserted, has no more actual knowledge of his tribal background and jungle ways than has the Anglo-American of ancient Druidic rites. 45. Graham dissented, feeling that her work would help to re-establish transatlantic ties long frayed, while reacting ties that had not disappeared. Still, a dismissive, if not negative, attitude toward Africa was all too common at that time, particularly in the theater. 46. Graham's work countered this trend. What was even more stunning about this work were the conditions under which it was written. Graham had just been accepted by Oberlin College in 1931 and had sent her earlier version of the opera to Cleveland's renowned Karamu Theatre for consideration. The producers were suitably impressed, but wanted her to rework it for the Cleveland Opera. So she took a leave of absence, got a hotel room with a piano, and in 3 months expanded this work into a 3-act, 16-scene opera for which she wrote both the libretto and music. 47. The main characters, Voodoo Man, Preacher, and others, were meant to signify the profound gears that had driven African history in this hemisphere. Scenes involved Africans being brought as slaves to the Americas in darkness, then the light of Christianity appears. 48. The premiere in the summer of 1932 at Cleveland Stadium drew a crowd of 10,000, the second performance, 15,000. The prominent Washington Gore Newton Baker, the governor of Ohio, and other notables attended. 49. She received instant critical acclaim. The NAACP organ, The Crisis, was enraptured, marveling at how she used as a background for her melodic structures weird, unpublished, rarely heard Negro folk songs of the southern swamps. The RST Act opens in an African jungle before 1619, the second indicates the African in America, the third and last act takes the Negro to Harlem. Running through and underlying all the action from jungle to Harlem is the steady beat of the tom-tom, reminiscent of a similar practice in the Emperor Jones. To secure realism for its jungle reproductions, producers have imported from Africa, Indoxus Kayakazia, native Voodoo Man. Elaborate staging plans call for elevated trains, subways, automobiles, cabarets, sailing vessels which explode, hundreds of dancers, pantomimists, warriors, headhunters. If successful, the entire production will be moved to New York for a series of presentations at Madison Square Garden this winter. One critic corrected The Crisis by disputing the notion that there were elevated subways on stage. However, apparently, there were live elephants. Whatever the case, it could not be denied that this was a major and significant production. 51. One critic, John Gruisser, years later, was similarly kind to this work, although a significant number of the African American dramatic works of the period concerned the continent. Only Shirley Graham's opera Tom Tom possesses the length, complexity, and power to be called major. George Walker and Bert Williams in earlier works like in Dahomey and in Abyssinia fundamentally had lampooned the continent, displayed contempt, and bowed to reigning racial stereotypes. W.E.B. Du Bois' pageant The Star of Ethiopia was comparable to her work but not as ambitious. Graham's work, in contrast, had modernist ambiguity and heartfelt sensitivity and, ironically, surpassed the work of her future spouse with an early example of double consciousness. In this opera, Graham continually presents theses and antitheses. In the RST act, the voodoo man selects a girl to be sacrist to the gods in order to halt slave traders, while the boy encourages her to escape. In the second act, voodoo man clings to his African religion and rejects Christianity. In the third act, the boy, now a minister in Harlem, condemns voodoo man's plan to transport African Americans back to Africa. A recurrent theme in the opera is the prospect of separation that confronts the girl and her mother. In the null act, the mother decides to go to Africa and leave her daughter behind because of the crass materialism and immorality she sees in the United States. Though Graham did not provide an unqualified endorsement for then popular Back to Africa themes, she warily suggested that Africans could live in North America without sacrificing their African heritage. Tom Tom, Gruisser concludes, epitomizes Tunis, the duality felt by many Africans in this hemisphere. 52 That summer the Cleveland Opera also presented Carmen, Die Valkyrie, and Aida, but Tom Tom was the hit of the season. It was broadcast over NBC radio and received great media attention, and the reviews, apart from some complaints about technical problems, were generally quite favorable. 53 These favorable opinions were a reaction of a high-powered cast that included Jules Bledsoe, Charlotte Murray, and Luther King. 54 The Cleveland News was enthusiastic. In the second act, Miss Graham proves herself a folk poet. In the third act, Miss Graham exhibits a robust talent for humor and irony. 55 The Cleveland press felt likewise, noting that the opera drew the two largest audiences of the season. Miss Graham can talk, they call her the Little Minister. She can play the piano. She had made a wide study of the development of the Negro from the jungle to his present in America, particularly his music, from jungle rhythm to spirituals and to modern jazz. 56. Shirley Graham had heeded the call of Alain Locke. Still, modern eyes might look askance at her evocation of Africa. One critic has suggested that this opera was acceptable to whites and reinforced their belief that blacks were exotic and primitive. 57 At the null dress rehearsal, some of the women dancers held up the performance by going on strike. Why? There was an attempt to have them dance with just loincloths and exposed breasts, and the girls refused. 58 Nevertheless, compared with the images of Africans that then reigned, Tom Tom was a great leap forward. 59 Ironically, some of Graham's toughest critics were Euro-American liberals. Her friend Mary White Ovington wondered why she did not have more whites in the orchestra. You could get a French horn or other instruments among the whites. Of course, it's NE to help the race, but it would help to have some whites. 60 Taking note of Graham's fascination with Wagner, Herbert Miller of Bryn Mawr College pointed out that this composer is more responsible for this racial monstrosity that has come into Germany than any other person. He did it exactly with the same animus that has underlain much of your frantic struggle to prove the greatness of the Negro in music. It would be a dreadful thing, if, a century hence, it could be shown that you were to blame for precipitating race suppression and cruelty. Irate with her presumed ethnocentrism, he concluded with anal thrust, much of the Jewish reaction to Hitler is taking his own argument in reverse, and is therefore equally bad. 61 It was true that racism helped to generate nationalism, but was the nationalism of an oppressed group comparable to that of the oppressor? Niggling criticisms aside, the opera burnished Graham's reputation, but it did not substantially alter her bank balance. She was negotiating for a New York production when the bank crash came. The company still owes me money. 62 Still, her tireless labors were not without effect. Tom Tom had helped to beat her name into the consciousness of Black America. Graham continued to face the problem of how to construct a livelihood that would allow her to support herself and her two sons. Attending college was yet another way to address this nagging question. In 1931 she entered Oberlin College and eventually left with both a BA and an MA. From there she taught at a college in Tennessee before joining the Federal Theater Project in Chicago, for whom she helped to adapt the Gilbert and Sullivan play The Mikado, a work that won numerous accolades and imitations. This led to a 2-year Rosenwald Fellowship that took her to the Yale School of Drama. All the while she was creating a stream of plays, Dust to Earth and Elijah's Ravens among them. This was a formidable litany of achievement by any measure. Yet surviving as an artist, particularly an African American woman artist at this time, remained difficult. 63 She entered Oberlin, a school noted for both its willingness to educate African Americans and its music conservatory with high hopes and ambition. With a stern determination typical of those W.E.B. Du Bois had called the talented tenth of Negroes, Graham argued that we do not have in our race a thoroughly trained musicologist, one who speaks with authority, whose word must be received. If the Negro is to attain his place in music, we must have such leaders. 64 One of her professors there, impressed by her tenacity, felt that the dominant purpose of her life is to contribute something in her power to the educational purposes of her people. Graham, he continued, was not like some colored people of exceptional abilities who seem anxious to get away from contact with the rank and li of their race, but precisely the opposite. 65 No, she was a race woman imbued with the ideology of racial uplift and determined to make a contribution to her people. Music, the talent encouraged by her mother, was her vehicle for this project. Music could not only soothe the savage breast but also, as her opera demonstrated, spark interest in the roots and realities of African Americans. Graham possessed a belief in the creative impulses of her people, which she hoped to redeem at Oberlin. She believed in the innate artistic soul of the Negro. This belief was not metaphysical but grounded in age-old wisdom. For Negroes, she thought, beaten down by suffering, pain, and hurt to which we are constantly exposed, whimsical fancy, soaring high hopes, all these and more like smothering coals lie planted in our beings. These harsh conditions dialectically could spur the creation of moving art. The power of this impulse led her to the conclusion that Negro music has become American music. 66 Oberlin was wonderful for Graham in every way. I have never been so happy. My life has never been so full. 67 Still, this idyllic description could not mask the past that accompanied her to Ohio. When she applied to Oberlin in the spring of 1931 she was almost 30, substantially older than her classmates. This may help to explain why she shaved years off her age in her application, alleging that she was 30. 68 Once more, this falsification can be seen not only as reactive of a personal awe but, perhaps more so, reactive of a society where age and gender discrimination were far from absent. Nor did her tenure at Oberlin reduce the responsibility which I owe my two little sons. I have had to sacrifice them greatly in order to get this training. Robert and David had to relinquish so many things, good schooling, music lessons. Their grandparents have given them a good home, but all the kind of training which I wanted them to have has of necessity been neglected. 69 Her anxiety about how her drive to establish herself as an artist affected her children fueled even more her already frantic pace. She did sacrifice them, but she also sacrificed in other ways to obtain a higher education during the midst of the Depression. Fortunately, her engaging personality made it easier for those she encountered, particularly powerful men, to assist her. Still, Graham entered Oberlin with sound qualifications. She had matriculated at the Sorbonne and Columbia and had studied Latin, French, Spanish, ancient and medieval history, and physics. She had won prizes in high school in composition and public speaking. She entered with a D-night plan for research work in Africa. Why did she apply to this college? Because Oberlin has produced more Negroes who are giving valued service to humanity than any other college. Why had there been an interregnum between her high school graduation and college application? Because it was necessary for me to work, was her simple reply. 70 While studying at Oberlin she worked at a laundry to support herself and her sons. This kind of labor was one of the few jobs that African American women could obtain at the time. 71 Though some have viewed her as part of an affluent Negro elite, she continued to share the lot of the black working class, which made her effort to portray this life in her plays even more heartfelt. This labor did not allow her to escape debt, however, as she remained dependent on the college and the kindness of virtual strangers to help her make ends meet. 72 Though Oberlin had a merited reputation for being more accepting of black students when other colleges were shunning them, it was far from being a pristine refuge. Graham noted at the time that fully 80% of those on the town relief in the area surrounding the campus were Negroes. 73 It was easier for her to keep the faith with the downtrodden when she herself was not far from this status. She maintained a full load of courses. While conceding, "I'm intimately interested in all of this," she complained that for the last 3 weeks I worked in a kind of blind stagger. This semester I'm taking courses in opera, other than Wagner, Beethoven, Renaissance painting, essay writing, and piano. 74 Working in a laundry while studying constantly did little to offset a financial and perhaps emotional deficit for her. In one fell swoop she made a combined effort to meet both deficits. In an unorthodox arrangement she borrowed funds from one of her professors, Edward Dickinson, with whom the attractive divorcee apparently had more than a casual relationship. He taught history and music criticism and besides giving her grades occasionally provided her with a loan. In return he noted, "There is one thing you may give me in its stead, and that is your love." 75 Once he candid frankly, "From me you have love. Oh, if love could be turned into shekels you would be a millionaire." This professor of desire also provided emotional sustenance, telling her, "I think of your hard life and I admire and love your courage and faith." 76 Actually, it is unclear what the exact dimensions of the Dickinson-Graham relationship were, although it is safe to say that it would not meet current standards in the academy. Nevertheless, it is entirely possible that this relationship was an example of unrequited affection, with her viewing him as a mere conduit or a source of funds occasionally and the lusty professor viewing her as something more. Evidently she had disclosed to him details of her affections for another man or men. In response he wrote her a 14-page missive somewhat akin to a term paper waxing poetic about sex and sin, virginity and women's liberation, but for whatever reason she apparently did not open it. I did. 77 Presumably, Dickinson was a kind of voyeur, since by his own count 11 women were writing him about their love affairs. Apparently Graham was among them. As he once told her, "And when you, dear, spend a night in a hotel bedroom with an old friend, and you say, in a phrase that made me smile, 'We did come very close that night, as close as two human beings can come.'" From there he launched another disquisition, citing Swinburne, Casanova, and Anthony Adverse. Posing a query that was intuitively obvious, he continued, "Perhaps you wonder why a man like me with the most sensitive and enthusiastic appreciation of the most delicate and the most imposing aesthetic values in literature and art should be fond of risque stories." 78 As an unmarried woman in a society where women's sexuality was both hard to discuss and hard to fool, Graham may have viewed this relationship as a form of therapy. She was, after all, a human being with human desires, despite the stultifying nature of the society in which she found herself. On the other hand, Dickinson may have been an eccentric taking literary liberties, since it is unclear if her own letters were sufficiently provocative to elicit such sexually suggestive responses from him. At one point he described her as one of my wisest friends who had spoken of beauty in connection with sexual pleasure. It seemed that she was considering submitting an article on sexuality to the forum, while confessing intimate details to him. He responded, "Your playboy as you call him, is a mystery to me. Is he still in love with you, and wants to marry you? 79 later he added, be sure that I consider your risque indulgences in former times perfectly legitimate, for they never did any harm to yourself or to anyone else. 80 But soon Dickinson was complaining, I am clamoring for another of your brilliant and affectionate letters. I have not had one for 2 weeks, which is a long and desolate period of deprivation. Yet despite this vacuum, he added, you have brought this exaction of mine upon yourself because you love me and have made me love you. 81 Other than saying that this was a fascinating professor-student relationship, it is difficult to arrive at conclusions about this liaison. She had bolted from her father's home to that of her husband, and now she was by herself and in college, far away from family and close friends. Was she hungry for an emotional life beyond the mundane, or was Professor Dickinson simply exceeding the bounds of propriety? It did appear that Graham was involved intimately with Joseph Himes, who taught at Shorter College in North Little Rock, Arkansas. Like Dickinson, he supplied her with funds from time to time, though he too was far from being efficient. On one occasion he sent her $7 from his monthly salary of $70. $2 are for the children. Take them to a show or something, make them happy, you know, dearest. He was afraid that you wouldn't want me to send you any money, and professed love. 82 Writing love poems was part of his arsenal too, though he was concerned about a load of gossip circulating in Oberlin, about me and you, and about you and me and they. Small town tongues are darting out deliciously in wicked little blue forks and having a glorious time of wagging. 83 That society might have frowned on their relationship helps to explain why she may have been reticent about it, and why today it is difficult to ascertain its exact contours. Himes, according to his own description, was a handsome African-American man. He had light eyes and light skin and was fashionably thin. His words to her were often overwrought, sometimes lyrical, often blunt. He once asked her, did you or did you not try to make me fall in love with you? The circumstantial evidence, as I see it, seems to point to did. You thought me interesting and attractive, more so indeed than any other man you had met, I quote you here. 84 Himes was trying to remind her why she had found him attractive because Graham was tiring of him. His presence in Arkansas, then Austin, Texas, did not appear to make her heart grow fonder. She moved around quite a bit, but apparently was not taken with the idea of long-distance romance. Concerned that she was contemplating ending what he described as their engagement, he said plaintively, you must never say such a thing. 85 But she did. Himes might be described today as a mama's boy, and at this stage in life she was eyeing the caretaker role that she adopted later when she married W.E.B. Du Bois. During this period Graham was not neglectful of the emotional side of her life. During the Depression decade she struck up a close friendship with Thomas Poston. He was uttered by her attention, adding that I didn't feel that a mail carrier could retain the interest of so and aggressive a person as herself. Now that she had moved he wanted her to come visit, helpfully adding, of course if you come here as my guest arrangements will have to be made accordingly. 86 As an ambitious woman with 2 young sons to support, Shirley Graham needed to establish contact with powerful individuals who in a patriarchal society were mostly men that could help her succeed. Thus, when she applied again for a fellowship from the Guggenheim Foundation, James Weldon Johnson was one of her references. 87 She corresponded with the president of Birmingham Southern College, who promised that if he were in her vicinity at any time during the year I shall certainly get in touch with you. 88 The Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, senior father of the future powerful congressman, baptized her and added, if I should see an opening of any kind for work I will be glad to write or wire you. 89 Her initial contacts with W.E.B. Du Bois during the 1930s probably stemmed from a genuine desire to make contact with someone who might be helpful to her career. For as the economy collapsed during the Depression decade, like so many others, Shirley Graham found that she needed help. Both Professors Dickinson and Himes provided her with funds, not just sensual words. Moreover, one of her friends once told her, I'm doing any just being a housewife, but truly I get awfully restless sometimes. 90 Graham, who had escaped the bonds of domesticity by eing to Paris, knew what it meant to be restless, and at this moment felt that being a housewife alone could detract from her fervent wish to uplift the race, the goal of her tenure in Oberlin. Besides, Graham was buoyantly spirited, intelligent, and a boon companion. The candid Professor Dickinson once confessed to her, from grave to gay, from lively to severe, reactive, observant, serious, emotional, intellectual, I knew everything that a man of my sort can desire in a friend and correspondent. 91 Dickinson was effusive but not inaccurate in describing her. He captured the qualities and multiple identities that made her so appealing to so many. How many different personalities are you? Student, writer, dancer, actor, director, visitor, and not least, an ardent friend and tireless correspondent. 92 These attractive qualities made it easier for the Inutiel to respond to her entreaties. And simple economic necessity often motivated her contacts with these powerful men. But when she reached out to the Reverend Powell for help in ending work, he reminded her that without exaggeration there are more than 10,000 people in New York belonging to the white-collar class of which you are a member, that it impossible to get anything to do. There are 5,000 teachers here now on the waiting list. Many of them have gone into private families and are doing the work of maids. 93 Mary White Ovington, the writer and NAACP founder with whom Graham was friendly, confirmed that everyone wants to come to New York, and of course we have nothing like enough work for the people already here. 94 In order to become a maid, Shirley Graham did not need to sacrifice for an Oberlin education. Headlines were replete with stories of breadlines and homelessness. This was sufficient by itself to motivate her to work ever harder. An amazed Professor Dickinson once asked her, "When you speak of working from 7:30 a.m. to midnight or after, you don't mean 7:30 a.m. You can't mean that." 95 She did mean that. Dickinson thought an ordinary person would be exhausted by the work you are doing. She was not ordinary, but she was often exhausted. 96 Thus Dickinson was forced to accept that in a recent letter you say you are so crowded with work that you have no time for romance, refusing all plans of a romantic nature. 97 Her tireless labor was so stunning that her friend Mary White Ovington, who circulated in the same elevated circles as Graham herself, also advised her to take it easy. 98 But economic necessity, the desire to avoid the monotony of the mad housewife, and her wish to make a contribution to her people all impelled Graham to work relentlessly. Consequently, she left Oberlin in 1935 with 2 degrees. Her MA thesis on African music, part of which was published, was described by one editor as a splendid piece of research that presented the achievements of your race in a very dignified and thorough manner. 99 Despite having to hold down a regular job, she was an active student, having organized a caravanserai at Oberlin that featured the cultural contributions of 14 nations. This harbinger of multiculturalism and precursor of her own internationalism included a tango, a Hindu worship ceremony, seppuku, an ancient Japanese suicide ceremony, and Korean folk music. All the while she was giving recitals and performances in the immediate region for extra income. 100 Graham cherished her years at Oberlin and was not averse to coming to the defense of her alma mater. After Gustavus Adolphus Stewart wrote an article containing a general criticism of Oberlin, she sprang into action. She collected information surreptitiously from the school's administration for a counterattack. Somehow or in some way alumni groups must reach such people, she acknowledged. She felt very strongly about this. "I promise to be careful," she conceded, in seeking to undermine this writer, if not his stinging points about her alma mater. 101 A grateful alumna, she contributed nationally to her alma mater over the years. Years later she was conducting research in the archives of her adopted homeland, Tanzania, when a woman approached her for an interview. Graham was trying to shoo her away. However, she recalled, she clinched her argument with, "But I'm from Oberlin, too." I gave her an interview. "We Oberlinites have to stick together. 102 She remained grateful for her education there, staying in contact over the years with Professor Frederick Arts, who opened up history to me and made it live. 103 Now Graham had the formal education necessary to fool her wish to speak with authority in ALD music, to which Africans had made contributions of global significance. 104 But the depression still lingered, and she was still an African American woman in a society dominated by Jim Crow, so her prospects for fooling her desire were not bright. The middle of her journey. By the mid-1930s, Shirley Graham was in a sense part of the highest echelon among African Americans. She held 2 degrees from Oberlin and was rapidly gaining a sterling reputation as a creative artist. This high standing was to bring her a preeminent role in the newly formed Federal Theater Project, a New Deal enterprise designed to give work to unemployed artists while spreading widely the bounty of culture. However, she was quickly discovering that devising operas and plays was not the optimal way to secure an adequate standard of living. Mere mercantile considerations could not drive her away from the theater at this juncture, so she decided to enroll in the Yale School of Drama in order to gain enhanced credentials. But even this advanced training could not overcome the triple jeopardy of Jim Crow, male supremacy, and general economic distress nationwide and globally. After Oberlin, Graham had an offer to travel to Vienna. Though she was tempted, she decided instead to pursue her dream of advancing the race by teaching at a historically black college now known as Tennessee State University in Nashville. This was not an easy assignment. Like so many other historically black colleges, the school was not funded adequately, teaching loads were crushing, supplies were sparse, salaries were small. As a result, unrest among students at such campuses was ever present. To the beleaguered, Graham was teaching NE arts, music history, music theory, and French, while conducting the school orchestra on the side. Her insanely busy schedule should not have come as a surprise, since the school's president had promised she would have all the work you can do and some more. We major here in small checks and large amounts of work. For this proved to be an understatement. Frederick Arts, a former professor at Oberlin, was astounded by her list of duties and appalled by the petty jealousies she faced among her colleagues. Though he felt that the job was beneath her capabilities, he reminded her that it's far better for people to wonder why you haven't a better job than for them to wonder how in the world you got so far up. So advised, she soldiered on. Besides envious colleagues, she also had to contend with an authoritarian college president, whom Arts referred to as Mussolini. Her friend Mary White Ovington denounced President W.J. Hale as LLED with his own ego and not a really educated man. Despot was one of the milder epithets she used to describe him. She knew there was no good in my telling you not to work so hard, but still worried that Hale was trying to make Graham a mere teaching machine. Displaying a characteristic creativity, Graham persevered. Stymied in her NE arts class by a lack of resources, she interested her students in carving soap. From that class emerged Inga Hardson, who later established a major reputation as a sculptor. But despite such successes, Graham quickly tired of Nashville and would not return to the professorate until coming to the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, in the twilight of her life. By 1936 she had decided to move on. She contemplated a move to Talladega College in Alabama, but instead chose to move to Chicago. It was understandable why she decided to reject this historically black school in the wilds of the Deep South. The school may have made Nashville seem like a vacation in comparison. In Chicago she opened a business with her brother Bill, booking and managing artists, but in spite of all we could do, money just wouldn't turn. Ours was one of those glorious failures. It was at this point that another life opened up for her. She moved from writing operas to writing a series of well-received plays, while directing and adapting others for the government-sponsored Federal Theater Project. This brought her more headlines and more notoriety, but it did not bring the income that she felt she needed to support herself and her 2 sons. Chicago at that time was a center of black cultural production, featuring blues, jazz, theater, and dance. It was also a magnet of activity for the political left. The Communist Party was growing in numbers and influence. It published a paper, the Midwest Daily Record, that was edited for a while by the Erie African-American lawyer and activist William Patterson, who had led the campaign to free the Scottsboro defendants. Contributors included the anthropologist St. Clair Drake, the actor John Gerald, the writer Jack Conroy, and the critic Bosley Crowther. 12 Richard Wright, with whom Graham later became friendly, was in Chicago at that time and RMLY within the embrace of the left. He was doing publicity for the same Federal Theater with which she was to work. His negative opinion of this venture sheds light on some of the difficulties she encountered there. Graham's jazz version of the Japanese-themed Mikado won rave reviews, but Wright was not impressed with the precursor of today's non-traditional casting. He was dismissive of taking ordinary plays, all of which had been revamped to Negro style, with jungle scenes, spirituals, and all. For example, the skinny white woman who directed it, an elderly missionary type, would take a play whose characters were white, whose theme dealt with the Middle Ages, and recast it in terms of Southern Negro life with overtones of African backgrounds. He was outraged by the waste of talent. There were about 40 Negro actors and actresses in the theater, lolling about, yearning, disgruntled. Wright, who was doing publicity for the project, forcefully asked for the replacement of the white woman, including her quaint aesthetic notions, with someone who knew the Negro and the theater. He was not successful in this campaign and was soon to be found in Harlem. This was a typical Wright tirade, one-sided in his analysis of his fellow Negroes, most of whom he said had spent their lives playing cheap vaudeville. 13. This description did not embrace Shirley Graham, and the audiences that jammed the productions she was involved with would not have agreed totally with Wright's aesthetic assessments either. The FBI, however, took note of his distaste for the Federal Theater project, which was viewed by some as little more than a communist front. The FTP did emerge from a maelstrom of cultural and political ferment in the theater. Even before its initiation, there had been a thriving theater in the United States featuring Yiddish, Hungarian, Ukrainian, and other minority languages. This was an era when the idea of theater as a weapon of struggle was not an alien concept. 14. It was true that the FTP had a complement of Reds. They issued a periodic newsletter, for example, though the extent of their influence is not ascertainable. 15. Yet, though the Red impact is difficult to measure, the same cannot be said for the project's impact on blacks. By the time Graham joined the FTP, there were 16 Negro theatrical units, employing 235 of the more than 800 colored theatrical workers on the project's total payroll. There were marionette groups now working in Buffalo, New York and San Francisco, and the only all-Negro puppet troupes in the world were part of the FTP. There were all-colored vaudeville units and musical comedies, but there were also African Americans integrated throughout the ranks. The FTP was prematurely sensitive to affirmative action, partly as a result of an extraordinary militance shown by African Americans and their allies in the cultural realm, some of whom were communists. 16. The project was one of the many New Deal responses to the blight of unemployment and depression. Like much government spending, it had a disproportionately positive impact on African Americans, who had more to gain because of their declining status. There were 851 African American actors employed out of a total of L2,000 at the rate of $23.86 per week. This may not seem like much, but since many of these actors previously were unemployed, the FTP was a great boon. 17. Warren Cochran of the Harlem YMCA was probably correct when he told Graham that until the coming of the Federal Theater, Negro drama was at a complete standstill. Sadder still, he was certainly correct when he said that since its collapse, as a result of an early Red Scare, little, if anything, has taken place in Negro drama. 18. Before the FTP, according to one analyst, African Americans had found acting a hazardous profession. Audiences were poor and theaters never able to support the most talented group for more than a short time. 19. After the FTP collapsed, theaters and actors were again at risk. The rise and fall of the FTP had impact, above all, on the life of one of the few Negro dramatists, Shirley Graham. The year she joined the project was a difficult one for her. Her beloved father died in April 1936. 20 her sons still were not living with her. Besides, she found Chicago to be the hardest place for an outsider to attempt anything which involves a group of Negroes. With bitterness unveiled, she concluded, Negroes here care only for one thing: money. The city as a whole is utterly devoid of cultural interests. Standards there were set by Joe Louis and Al Capone. What had soured her was her difficult experience with her business, managing artists. It was her bitterest experience. She lost every cent and was still paying debts. She was feeling that the years spent away from her children were for naught and that it had become impossible to capitalize on all my efforts and sacrifices. Objectively, she recognized that this was largely due to a general state of depression and the general economic condition of the nation, but this was small solace as she contemplated her immediate future. 21 For a while she made do conducting musical classes there in her apartment. Piano lessons. 22 She was wary and excited about the prospect of working with the Federal Theater Project, wary, because initially she was thrilled then disappointed with teaching in Tennessee and was conscious of repeating the cycle in Chicago, excited, because the steady income and the proximity to her sons allowed them to spend more time with her. These were difficult and trying years for her. Though she now was combining housekeeping with a very heavy schedule, she had wanted to have the boys with me so long that this has been a great satisfaction. 23 Directing the Negro unit of the Chicago Federal Theater made this possible. Quickly she established a reputation within the Federal Theater Project as a creative writer, expert director, and deft administrator. Hallie Flanagan, the project's overall director, called her one of the most brilliant students I have had in the theater. 24 Because of her glowing performance she was invited to Vassar College during the summer of 1937 for a special program for actors, directors, playwrights, and the like. There she learned more about lighting, costumes, and other aspects of the theater. She perfected a Jewish dialect in order to play on stage Rebecca, the Jewish mama with a Maxwell Street brogue. 25 She kept up her usual packed schedule, beginning at 9 in the morning and continuing until 10:30 or 11 at night. She was the only Negro on campus, which at this point in her life she did not lament but viewed as a responsibility. Yes, Graham concluded, we are a race of artists. These doors are open to us, not through force and effort, but because the world believes we have something definite and valuable to offer. 26 At this point in her life, contrary to Harold Cruz's subsequent recollections, Graham was more liberal than radical. These remarks also suggest that Graham at this juncture possessed what might be called essentialized conceptions of the Negro. Though she no doubt felt that terming Negroes a race of artists was complimentary, such remarks could be distorted to suggest that Negroes were not, say, a race of intellectuals. Her implicit disdain for force and effort, like these essentialized conceptions, were to fall by the wayside as time passed and her attention moved from purely artistic endeavors to more overtly political crusades. Such remarks also suggest why Richard Wright was not alone in his negative opinion of the project's Chicago productions. Graham directed and provided the music for a wildly popular production of Little Black Sambo, where puppets with black faces had thick red lips. In a thinly veiled stab at Graham, one critic complained that quite clearly, some people working within Negro units had no qualms about producing such entertainment. 27 Graham's attitude was more benign. She described the production, based on a work by Charlotte Shaw Penning, as an attempt to catch the whimsical, poetic, and colorful conception of the script itself. We wanted to project upon the stage the never-never land of children, a land in which monkeys and tigers spoke our language with ease and naturalness, a land where imagination did away with physical barriers and anything might happen. We stressed the Negro character of the play by the play of brilliant colors, decided use of percussions, intensity of rhythm, and in a D-night minor melodic line of the music. 28 Though some African Americans and progressives saw this production as a gigantic leap backward, Hallie Flanagan disagreed, remarking that critics put it on the must list for children, in part because of the vivid jungle quality of sets and music. 29 Part of what Graham had inherited from her father was a deep appreciation for non-human life, and this came across in this production. Flanagan was moved by the production's simplicity and directness, its abandon and restraint, its affectionate understanding of both animals and people was savagely convincing. No person could leave the theater without a feeling of closeness to such great natural forces as rain and redoubt. 30 She was right about the critics, they were enthusiastic. Said one Chicago paper, "It is the Wizard of Oz of today." Directed with rare skill and grand imagination by Shirley Graham. 31 Writing from Cincinnati, Anna Maria Shaw Baker of the Catholic Women's Association was thrilled, claiming that Little Black Sambo was a great success theatrically, as everyone who saw the performances have acclaimed it as a perfect production. At the performance witnessed by VE 100 Orphans, I have never heard such enthusiasm from any audience as was expressed by them. 32 It played in Cincinnati for 6 weeks and in Chicago for months. 33 Some critics may have raved about Little Black Sambo, but others were not as pleased with the Theodore Ward play Graham directed, The Big White Fog. This powerful but little-known drama, with its intertwined themes of Garveyism, the African American family, and the rise of the left, stirred audiences and Chicago elites. Leaders of the University of Chicago wanted it canceled for fear it would incite interracial hatred. Actually, class hatred was more like it. 34 Graham, caught in the middle, played a mediating role between the playwright and his opponents. When she previewed the play on the South Side at the YWCA, she invited the National Urban League, the NAACP, religious leaders, and other opinion molders. The NAACP intensely disliked the play's communist propaganda, a description that Ward staunchly opposed. Evidently Graham panicked and, in the words of one critic, assumed the role of cultural commissar when she turned against the production she directed. Though Langston Hughes called this work the greatest encompassing play on Negro life that has ever been written, the production was sidelined and Graham's reputation among the left wing suffered. 35 The message was clear: theater involving Little Black Sambo brought kudos, while a play that seriously sought to grapple with complex issues brought ferocious condemnation. Such messages did not bode well for her future career in the theater. Graham was facing the dilemma of trying to produce significant work sponsored by a government sure to be buffeted by powerful gales from the right. Little Black Sambo was acceptable, but The Big White Fog was not. Her adaptation Swing Mikado was in another category altogether, compounding further her dilemma. It may have been ideologically acceptable to the right wing, but it proved to be all too popular and caused commercial producers to resent the stiff competition it provided. The production of Swing Mikado was made more complicated by the rifts revealed in an earlier project, her effort to produce a Negro version of Eugene O'Neill's play The Hairy Ape. After returning from Vassar, she found her responsibilities doubled. She had a role in the FTP's 3 downtown theaters and the Negro unit. She was giving classes in play acting and play reading, in addition to ending time for her own writing. 36 Adapting O'Neill was a challenging increase in her duties. She changed his imagery and philosophy and provided a Negro setting. This drama, one of O'Neill's most significant works, was also suggestive of her effort to wrestle with class conflict and bring this question to African Americans well before she joined the Communist Party. O'Neill's work concerns a stoker, Yank Smith, and his vicissitudes as he is rebuffed by an aristocratic young woman. The psychology of radicalism is a major theme. In what O'Neill himself called his unconscious autobiography, Smith dies in the arms of a gorilla in a zoo. 37 Graham dropped out long passages, in one case writing an entirely new scene. The play is a psychological study of one man in somewhat the same manner as is Emperor Jones. The result of my changes has produced a study of Negro psychology and the clash of Negro classes such as has never been placed on the stage. This dramatization recreated the gradual process of her move toward the left during a decade, the 1930s, when the Communist Party was near the height of its popularity. One scholar has asked plaintively, why would the Soviet Union appeal to African Americans in the 1930s? Why would African Americans appeal to the Soviet Union in the 1930s? 38. A partial answer can be found in the deteriorating economic and racial conditions that gripped the nation and spurred a search for radical remedies. Though Graham had found a temporary refuge in the Federal Theater, all she had to do was look about the streets of Chicago in order to realize that something in society was terribly wrong. Young men stood listlessly on street corners, occasionally starting huge resin drums as a buffer against the biting Chicago winds that ricocheted through the streets. Police brutality was as common as the second city's scorching hot summers and frigid winters that brought virtual paralysis. Yet some of her colleagues apparently did not recognize that she was seeking to tussle with the serious dilemmas caused by this social and economic calamity. They did not appreciate her adaptation of the hairy ape or any other project she was involved in, for that matter. The problem was the same one that had dogged her in Nashville, envy, or so it appeared to her. As Richard Wright had intimated, there may have been merit to the claim that the Euro-American bosses of the FTP preferred the exoticized images of peoples of color presented in Little Black Sambo and Swing Mikado, or they preferred adaptations like the hairy ape rather than original productions. This seemed to be the complaint of her latest critic. Why couldn't the FTP simply produce plays conceived with African Americans in mind rather than converting other plays that had not been written to encompass their experience? Would not the former approach increase the sparse stock of African American dramatists? 39. With anger hardly concealed, she disagreed with such criticism. An African American man in the Chicago FTP had represented me to my own people as having completely alienated myself from them. I had allied myself with the white folks. That I was seeking my own selfish ends, I was ruthlessly ambitious. The hairy ape was entirely a personal undertaking. I was adding my personal friends to the project. The play was an insult to the Negro. She was speechless. Imagine that. Her antagonist declared her incompetent and antisocial, having no friends among the Negroes of Chicago, holding myself aloft and disdainfully exploiting people. The white folks got mad and I found myself in the humiliating position of being pitted for what my own people were doing to me. 40. She was compelled to drop the O'Neill project. This did not augur well for her next venture, yet another adaptation, Swing Mikado. Graham has been given credit for the innovation of taking the well-known Gilbert and Sullivan play The Mikado and adding jazz-tinged themes and African American actors in the kind of stew that had so irritated Wright. This light comic opera, with its intertwined themes of love and death, Bois and Lord High Executioners, was a useful vehicle for the Federal Theater, which was seeking to dodge charges of communist infiltration. Alas, the charges continued nonetheless. 41. Still, one critic has praised the populist aesthetics of the production in the imaginative way. Jazz music and dance were incorporated. 42. Other critics compared it favorably with Orson Welles' similarly staged adaptation of Macbeth. Apparently Graham redeemed herself in the eyes of the left, since the communist Midwest Daily Record called it a killer diller. 43. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch provided a huge, full-page photo spread and noted that African and Japanese motifs are evident in the production. In an enormously positive review, the critic wrote of dances of shag, Big Apple, truck, and swing. The scene is transferred from Japan to an anonymous island in the Pacific. 44. Jane DeHart wrote that it achieved a publicity record which any commercial producer might envy. 45. An administrator and her co-workers at the Rosenwald Fund, an important entity that doled out funds to African American artists and scholars, saw the production, and we are all going about the place this morning humming the tunes. 46. Hallie Flanagan felt that Swing Mikado was one of the outstanding box office successes of the entire Federal Theater. 47. That was the problem. Traditional producers on Broadway felt that the government was subjecting them to unfair competition. They sought to produce their own version, Hot Mikado, in which Shirley Temple's former dance partner, Bill Bojangles Robinson, would star. In a sense, they mandated that the FTP could be successful only within narrow limits, that it should epitomize lemon socialism, that is, it should produce only works that would not be successful. Otherwise it might let loose the seditious idea that private enterprise could be supplanted. Nor could the FTP produce thought-provoking plays, like The Big White Fog. 48 Ultimately Hot Mikado became an early hit for the impresario Mike Todd. 49 As for Graham, she had difficulty obtaining credit for the adaptation, as her superiors within the project left the impression that they had been solely responsible for its success. Mary White Ovington told her, "Don't feel you must be modest about publicity," but Nally had to concede that this seems to me a time when a woman is ignored partly because she isn't supposed to say anything, being a woman and a Negro. 50 Another friend recalled ruefully opening night in New York when he and his mate were sitting there saying nasty words because your name wasn't in the program. 51 Graham was rapidly discovering, if she did not already recognize, that she was not immune from the double jeopardy of racism and sexism. Soon not only Graham was in jeopardy. Swing Mikado disappeared. The Federal Theater project itself was under the congressional microscope, inspected for evidence of a red taint. Soon it was no more. The victims were many: audiences, the theater itself, actors, stage hands, and dramatists like Shirley Graham. 52 Nevertheless, the experience had enhanced her name and celebrity. Few male or female, black or otherwise, before or since have excelled as writer, composer, and director, while conducting and acting as a sideline. Before and during the FTP, Graham had done just that. She had begun to travel in increasingly distinguished circles and had become reacquainted with an elderly gentleman whom she had met as a girl, W.E.B. Du Bois. He had a penchant for cultivating young talent, as he was still harboring the illusion that a talented tenth would lead African Americans to the promised land. If anyone in this esteemed elite category, it was Shirley Graham. Writing from Chicago in 1937, 2 weeks after his departure from there, she told him about her new choral number, which I am calling Mississippi Rainbow. She was making interesting contacts which might lead her to Broadway or out in Hollywood. A aim of energy had been lit within her and all sorts of possibilities are opening. It seemed she was trying to impress him. She mentioned casually, "They tell me I'm going to Hollywood," and noted in passing, "My thesis is being used as reading material for students in one of the departments at Northwestern." 53 The goal she had described in her application to Oberlin, her ambition to be sufficiently trained so that she could be deemed an authority in music, she now adapted for her letters to Du Bois, as if she were making another kind of application, believing that the theater, particularly that combination of drama with music, offers the most complete medium for the expression of the versatile talents of the Negro. I wish to train myself for leadership in this. 54 She also provided critique of his own dramatic handiwork, suggesting that one of his works was too short for a full evening. It required characterization in dialogue and transitional scenes. Another work was beautiful and moving but won't work for the WPA audience. 55 If he read the newspapers carefully, Du Bois would know that if anyone was in a position to say what worked with audiences, it was Shirley Graham. She now could approach the doyen not just as yet another pupil in search of education but as a peer who could help him with his own work. By late 1938 the FTP was under siege from the House Un-American Activities Committee and commercial producers incensed by the competition it created. It was evident that the FTP was coming to a screeching halt. Graham did not have to be a political seer to recognize that it was time to move on. This movement was to take her to Yale Drama School, a move not as decisive as her move to Chicago or to Nashville but a significant departure nonetheless. Her now established reputation, connections to influential personalities like Hallie Flanagan and W.E.B. Du Bois, and funding from the Rosenwald Fund facilitated her residence in New Haven. 56 At Oberlin she had studied music. Now, said Flanagan, Graham planned to write a dissertation on the history of the Negro in the Federal Theater, a record which she believes suggests what the Negro race might, given an opportunity, accomplish in the theater of our country. 57 Graham's attempt at racial uplift had migrated from music to the allied realm of the stage. Again she left her sons behind as she moved to Connecticut. Again she plunged into a cascade of activity, churning out term papers, analyzing screenplays, studying Italian, performing in an occasional recital, while penning a number of original plays. 58 She conducted research on the theater in Germany in German to 1850. The emphasis on my work lies on the physical theater itself, the staging, building, and problems of production. She studied Tudor drama and Shakespeare. Costuming, designing, directing, etc. etc. It was not only the theory and physical aspects of the stage that moved her, she also conceded candidly, "I want to write." 59 And write she did. The following years were a highly productive period for her, though it was becoming evident that even as she gained a reputation as probably the leading playwright among African American women, this did not translate into a hefty income. Still, her works of that period remain worthy of attention. Foreshadowing a theme raised decades later by Toni Morrison, her play It's Morning concerned an African American woman on a plantation who is about to murder her daughter rather than see her live as a slave. Taking place on the eve of emancipation from slavery, it dramatically evokes the upheavals produced as slavery ended and a form of freedom began. 60 The play Elijah's Ravens, a comedy in 3 acts with almost 20 characters, was based loosely on her experiences growing up in the home of a minister. Coal Dust, sometimes referred to as Dust to Earth, a 3-act play about a mine disaster, incorporated Negro dialect and dealt with issues such as illegitimacy, a tricky brother-sister relationship, miscegenation, and class conflict. She wrote plays for radio on George Washington Carver and Phyllis Wheatley. She co-wrote a play on the Haitian Revolution. 61 She was a prolific and wide-ranging playwright. Not only were these years productive, they were also invigorating artistically. She had the opportunity to hone her craft and study the theory of drama. She danced and acted in various productions and did the music for others. In one play she did the drumming backstage. 62 She composed the music and acted in Owen Dodson's play Garden of Time. 63 With Mary White Ovington and other Manhattan friends she became a habitué of Broadway and off-Broadway productions. 64 She found Yale to be all that I expected and more. She collaborated on a special assignment with the National Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, on radio technique. She developed an innovative script involving Negro voices singing. Then she began developing a dramatization of a de Maupassant story. Again, this latter project was pursued for sheer technique in order that I might not become one-sided in working with Negro material. Yale was a strong tonic. There are so many things I don't know which there is no time to learn right now. New Haven was like a piece of bread to a starving man. She contemplated pursuing a PhD in fine arts. 65 Her ideas about theater were typically idiosyncratic and, in a sense, essentialist. At one point she said, "The Negro is a born actor because he had to express himself. During many ages he was oppressed and subdued and given no voice, and he learned to make himself known by pantomime. As a result he acquired a special talent for projecting himself into any mood and any situation." 66 This statement, particularly the last sentence, may have been more accurate if used to describe Graham herself rather than the Negro, whom she renders as male. Yet such words indicated that she was giving thought to the special role that theater could play among African Americans and how she could aid this process. She also received stinging rejections. On one occasion such a rebuke was reported to have sparked her indignation. Apparently the Dramatic Guild did not want to accept her because of racial reasons. "Can't you make them believe that you are an Arab?" a friend asked helpfully. 67 Some critics did not appreciate Coal Dust, a play that reeked at her interest in class struggle even before she was reputed to have become a communist. One called it an old-fashioned type of play about workers. The appeal to pity for the workers' hard lot, be they white or colored, will no longer carry a labor play, she was told. True, Miss Graham certainly has a ear for playwriting, for dialogue and for characterization, but this was not enough to redeem the play. Mary White Ovington felt that this critic was right. 68 Part of the problem, as her tiff with the guild demonstrated, was that Graham was having difficulty distinguishing legitimate criticism from outright bigotry. To reach the stage, plays required not only sprightly writing but investors or producers as well. The search for financial backers, which gave a significant role to those with capital, was infected inexorably with bias in a nation suffused with Jim Crow. Thus, when Ovington contacted Elmer Rice about examining Graham's work, she apologized in advance since she knew that a Negro play isn't your line. 69 These roadblocks and an inclination to reach her people deepened Graham's relationship with the Caramoo Theater of Cleveland and other African American producers. The director of the Caramoo, Rowena Woodham Jelloff, also attended Oberlin and had traveled to Africa in 1925, bringing back with her relics and garments for her theater, which opened 2 years later. She and Graham became quite close and shared many things in common besides Oberlin. Jelloff too was a premature Afrocentrist. The theater had an African motif, while Caramoo itself was a Kiswahili term meaning the place of entertainment or feasting, at the center of the community. The Caramoo was small, seating only L20, and not very comfortable. The stage was very small with a 16-foot proscenium opening and a low ceiling. 70 In its use of theater to spur consciousness, particularly of Africa, it anticipated the black arts movement of the 1960s. Like other theaters of this type, the Caramoo was handicapped by the absence of African American playwrights. As late as 1940 they could still say, "We feel dependent almost entirely upon the output and promise of 4 Negro playwrights, Zora Neale Hurston, Shirley Graham, Owen Dodson, and Langston Hughes." Otherwise, they were dependent on Euro-American playwrights, who often were not racially sensitive in their writing. This made it difficult to build audiences, though the theater in general at this point was far superior to its competitor, LM, in avoiding racial stereotypes and providing opportunities for minority artists and technical workers. 71 But the Caramoo could not afford advertising. When Coal Dust was presented there, Jelloff offered our usual terms for royalty, $75 for 8 nights, consecutive. That represents about our limit. That would mean about $26 clear for you after my debt is paid. 72 Although it was nice to be considered part of the pantheon with Hurston and Hughes, writing plays was not the surest route to prosperity. Jelloff did like the play a lot. It has any things in it. Also it has a good deal of artistry. It is not too obvious. However, to design a set for this play was a stumper. We would try to hold attention by sound effects, shouts, winding winches, sirens, etc. through the blackouts, but how could one credibly present a coal mine on stage? 73 Jelloff's fellow Clevelander, Ridgely Torrance, was concerned about the casting, feeling that the lead role was by no means actor-proof. The play could easily end feebly and falsely if the actor didn't handle it with great skill and power, particularly in the last scene. 74 Coal Dust was produced there to mostly favorable reviews, but the dilemma of the Negro playwright continued. Jelloff was infuriated that the great majority of Negro college drama groups and Negro drama groups in the larger universities continue to do Lady Windermere's Fan and other plays only a little more sensible. The reason being that there are not scripts of Negro life which are acceptable to them. The challenge she presented to Graham was to give them some honest plays, good, well-constructed plays, and at the same time acceptable to actors and audience alike. 75 Accepting this challenge was part of Graham's duties at Yale. In carrying out this Herculean task she found Jelloff a good partner and good friend. They had been friendly at least since her days at Oberlin, when Jelloff steered Tom Tom to the Cleveland Opera. During that time Graham was in frequent contact with her, including at one memorable breakfast for 20 people, and of course that includes you for Jelloff's house guests Count E. Cullen, W.E.B. Du Bois' erstwhile son-in-law, and his close friend Harold Jackman. 76 Over the years Jelloff not only exposed Graham to house guests with intriguing stories to tell but also offered wise counsel on writing plays. Both worked closely with the Gilpin Players, America's oldest and foremost Negro theater group, in seeking to improve the quotient of dramatic excellence for the African American audience. 77 This was no easy task. Even the bouquets tossed at her carried thorns. She won an award from Stanford University for Elijah's Ravens, which was termed a gentle but sure satire with a warm human quality and easy understanding of not only the Negro but all human psychology. The noted actress Lynn Fontaine called it a remarkably good play. The characterization is amusing and original. But then another member of the award panel, while calling the play an extremely important, thorough, humorous, and kindly study of humanity, added that it happens to be for the moment expressed in darker form. 78. One of her professors, Walter Louison, dismissively suggested that she rewrite Backstairs or whatever it's called. He was dismissive of Dust to Earth, suggesting that the white characters were not convincing. He denounced the draft of another play she had been laboring over. You don't know a damn thing about Father Divine except what you've read in the newspapers, and that part isn't convincing to me. Yale is like Satan. It takes a playwright up to a high place, lets him survey the wonders of production, and then pushes him off and he falls into the meshes and complexities of staging problems. I am trying to preach to you to keep your simplicity, which is the hardest thing in the world for most people. I've seen a lot of people become complex, but I've never seen a complex person become simple. 79 He suggested that she write a Broadway play with Ethel Waters as a cook with two spouses, one of whom would be Paul Robeson. Duke Ellington should be asked to do the music. Continuing in the Jim Crow mode, he suggested she and the Negro capital to back it. You know Mrs. Robeson. Helpfully he included poor jokes in Negro dialect and racist dialogue for the characters. With anal twist of the knife, he told her that she might be a Yale-wright and not a playwright, if you know what I mean. 80 Graham may not have understood what he meant beyond the fact that it was intended as an insult, but by now she did understand that seeking to mount plays in a racially segregated nation was no simple task. One theater insider may not have intended insult when he informed her bluntly, "It's a rule in this business that no all-Negro play has ever been a good seller. Emperor Jones is a small exception and there's no telling when another will come along." He suggested that if she wanted to get by with our public, she should write a very light comedy. Actually, she had done that with Elijah's Ravens, but Graham was discovering that for an African American woman there was an innate variety of ways to be denied opportunity in show business. 81 The bad news and the Uralistic of war, the truth, the spontaneous quality, the comedy, would evaporate. Or so I hear. 82 She heard, just as she heard another remonstration from another Yale professor. He told her that Dust to Earth had a tad much soapbox oratory and he totally disapproved of the killing of the leading female character, since the murder of a woman on stage is always shocking to an audience and is not likely to be tolerated unless the dramatist has built up such strong motivation, as is done in Othello, that the motive seems stronger than the deed. 83 Graham's career in drama could be killed off easily, though she was being counseled not to let such harm befall her Chanel female creations. The discouraging news kept coming. An agent informed her, "Frankly, I am somewhat skeptical about the commercial possibilities of a Negro comedy," though ironically the reader's report was very favorable indeed. 84 It would have been easy for Graham to conclude that it was not meant for her to be a playwright, but she persevered. She tried to conform to what appeared to be market forces by emulating her past success with Swing Mikado by adapting The Pirates of Penzance. Maybe critics and producers preferred African Americans in such adaptations and did not appreciate original work. Predictably, Hallie Flanagan liked it and continued her effort to aid Graham by trying to end funding for her to write a history of the Federal Negro Theater and have it count toward Graham's doctoral degree. 85 Fortunately for Graham, all of the news she received about her work was not so dispiriting. One of her mentors, the sociologist Charles Johnson, informed her that the famed scholar Bronislaw Malinowski saw one of her plays in New Haven and liked it. 86 A fellow student at Yale, Louis Lane, saw Dust to Earth and loved it. All the characters were treated as human beings. Even the villains had a certain dignity. And the mine owners were not distorted into ends. So impressed was he that he advocated that she tackle Jesus Christ as her next dramatic subject. She did not follow up on his counsel, perhaps recognizing that even divine inspiration seemed insufficient for her to get a financially successful play mounted. 87 Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., the son of her pastor, continued to scour Manhattan in search of opportunities for his dear Shirley. That was the good news. The not-so-good news was that nothing denied had turned up. 88 Graham did not rely on the invisible hand of the marketplace to deliver audiences and acclaim. She invited the influential NAACP leader Arthur Spingarn to see a serious drama she had written. She added proudly, "Yale believes this is a good play." 89 Essie Robeson responded to her entreaties by expressing her delight that the public has good taste and likes Graham's work. 90 Still, it was becoming more difficult for Graham to ignore the clear message she was receiving about her career as a dramatist. Things were not working out the way she would have liked. Flanagan wanted her to stay in the field of scholarship and theatre since she knew so well your high resolution to work for your own people, and no less for all of us, on the actual writing and direction of plays. 91 This was heartening praise from a close friend, but Flanagan, though encouraging, was not a Yale professor who could shepherd her toward a doctorate. Moreover, it was the siege of Flanagan's own Federal Theatre project that helped convince Graham to retreat to Yale. Now New Haven itself did not seem as promising. It was time to move on and create another chapter in her life. Crossroads. When one of her favorite professors at Yale returned to Great Britain, Graham abandoned graduate school and returned to Indiana. One Professor Allardyce Nicole took more personal interest in what I was trying to do because I am a Negro, which was the exact opposite of the responses she had encountered generally in New Haven. 2 By 1941 she was serving as Director of Adult Activities for the Phyllis Wheatley YWCA in Indianapolis. 3 By no means had she abandoned the theater, however. During the spring of 1941, for example, New Orleans' Dillard University featured a production of Elijah's Ravens. The renowned sculptor Elizabeth Catlett designed the sets, and the similarly reputable Randolph Edmonds directed. A program note mentioned that Graham was perhaps the foremost playwright among Negro women, but by this point such predictably high praise rang hollow, for it did not seem to aid in securing a handsome livelihood. For yet theater was a love that was difficult to purge, so she persisted in seeking to bring entertainment and ideas to African Americans. She directed the Gilbert and Sullivan work HMS Pinafore and stressed the themes of equality and democracy. 5 Increasingly, however, as the clouds of war gathered in 1941, she turned more to ideas, particularly political ideas, in her attempt to influence masses. Slowly but inexorably she was drifting away from the stage and toward direct political involvement. For example, she spoke at a conference in Evansville that year on how Negro youth prepares for the social and economic challenges of a changing world. 6 That changing world was to include desegregation and decolonization, and Graham was arriving at the conclusion that she should play a central role in both processes. This was a natural evolution for her. Her concern for Africa and her personal experience with harsh economic realities ineluctably drove her to make more political commitments. She continued to drive herself relentlessly to that end. One friend told her worriedly, "Your list of labors sounds to me like the program poor old Hercules was forced to carry out." 7 Earlier another friend with evident distress reminded her, "You speak of doing double work, being too tired to see or to think straight, etc. Are your nerves holding up? Have you a good appetite? Do you sleep well?" 8 Despite her Oberlin degrees, her matriculation at Yale, her riveting literary and musical creations, and her close connections with various celebrities, Shirley Graham, the mother of 2 teenagers, continued to have difficulty making a living and sleeping well in 1941. Before reaching Indiana, she was dickering for a salary of $200 for 6 weeks, which was barely enough for survival. 9 Such meager sums may help to explain why she was, sadly, gaining a reputation as a scofflaw. Sadie Alexander complained that Graham had borrowed $400 from our sorority, Delta Sigma Theta, but has not only failed to repay this money but has even given a check without having sufficient funds in the bank for the check to be honored. Worse, she continues to refuse to meet her moral obligation to repay this money. 10. Another creditor sent Graham newspaper clippings that reeked of the Yale matriculant's growing celebrity and added coyly, "It has occurred to me that with all the big things you are doing you may be able to redeem your note. Maybe if you have not the money available, you will shift the loan, that is borrow from some friend or bank and repay me." 11. This creditor did not recognize that despite her frequent appearances in newspaper headlines, Graham remained virtually poverty-stricken and her new job in Indianapolis did not change things appreciably. Hence, when war with Hitler became imminent, Graham enlisted as a YWCA USO director and was sent to Fort Huachuca in Arizona, which became the base of the largest contingent of Negro soldiers in the country. 12. Just as she had been forced to abandon music, economic conditions had now frog-marched her away from the theater. The war did provide opportunity. As men were dispatched overseas, some jobs at home were opened for women. The defense industry boomed on the West Coast, and African Americans abandoned Texas and Louisiana for the regions stretching from Seattle to San Diego and Arizona. 13. One scholar has observed that the employment role of black women during the 1940s shows large gains in service work outside homes, such as cleaning, serving, and cooking in hotels and restaurants, and in factory work. The war boom allowed black women to improve their status. 14. This war boom also allowed Graham to return to the West, a region of the United States then unfamiliar to many African Americans, but not to this vagabond who already had crisscrossed the nation. Graham's new job meant not only increased income but also increased distance from her creditors. She was also further away from her sons and mother, but by now this woman in her mid-40s was accustomed to moving frequently, with all the dislocation and excitement it entailed. Her job as director of Negro work brought more money and responsibility, and consequently justified leaving Indiana. 15. Race relations in the West were problematic. One of the larger nearby outposts, Las Vegas, which was in the process of acquiring the glitter that would make it a global symbol of hedonism, was marked cruelly by Jim Crow. In the 1930s, as mobsters invaded, the authorities clamped down on the black variety, but city officials did not maintain the same vigilance over their white counterparts. The Ku Klux Klan was there, its aggressions against African Americans included ogging and running them out of town. Yet because the stereotype persisted that those of African descent could withstand the draining heat better, blacks continued to be attracted to the city during the war, though many of the new arrivals found Las Vegas racism worse than what they had experienced in the South. There was a major riot in 1944 and for a long period of time black entertainers at the resort hotels could not even stay at the hotels where they played. 16. In 1942 the U.S. Army decided to create the U.S. 93rd Infantry Division by combining the 25th, 368th, and 369th Regiments with various ELD companies and battalions. Fort Huachuca had been home to the 10th Cavalry when it patrolled the U.S. Mexican border in World War I. By December 1942 the 32nd and 33rd Companies of the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps had joined the men of the 93rd in the desert. 17. There were 15,000 black enlisted men and 600 black officers at Fort Huachuca. The 300 black women who made up the two companies at Fort Huachuca had their own mess, a large recreation area and barracks area. In their off-duty hours, the women had access to the theater, service clubs, social activities, and recreational centers on the post, including the basketball court. At Fort Huachuca the women served as typists, stenographers, and clerks. They drove vehicles and served as chauffeurs, messengers, telephone operators, and librarians. They operated the theaters and the service clubs. They were medical, laboratory, and surgical technicians, physical therapists, and ward attendants. Some were even employed in light motor vehicle maintenance. There were no jobs or positions off limits to them except those proscribed for all WACs. 18 Fort Huachuca was no easy assignment for women. One female member of the U.S. military there recalled strange weather in February. In the morning we put on full winter uniform with overcoat, by 11 the overcoat was off, and by 2 in the afternoon we shed the uniform jackets. Then the process was reversed, so that by 10 in the evening, if one happened to be out of doors, the overcoat was needed. My lasting impression of the post was that it was large and desolate, so completely surrounded by mountains that I was puzzled as to how we got into that valley. The discomfort caused by this strange weather was minor compared to the rampant sexual harassment the women were subjected to. When Charity Adams' early RST traveled there by train, as we expected, on the RST night some men, apparently intoxicated, attempted to break into our compartments. 19. Race relations at Fort Huachuca were extremely tense. The future black businessman Dempsey Travis recalled that the segregation there was demoralizing. 20. Here these soldiers were being instructed that they were waging a war abroad against intolerance and bigotry, yet they were being subjected to the same thing at home. Such strains eventually were to force the nation to erode Jim Crow, but this prospect seemed far away in Arizona in the early 1940s. Edward Solds, a black lieutenant at Fort Huachuca, noticed that a white captain rarely spoke to minority soldiers. Solds asked why and was told that this officer would be compromising his dignity to work with niggers, that he hated them, didn't want to eat with them or talk to them or anything else. Furthermore, he would only do what he absolutely had to since he was in the army. 21. Such rancid attitudes were resented deeply by African Americans. One unnamed black soldier complained that the colored officers are fed up. They know that they are not being treated fairly, but there is nothing they can do. Whenever they go over bounds, they are simply reclassified. Though we have some brilliant Negro officers, they are never promoted. Some of these officers hold degrees from the nation's outstanding universities, while white officers from Fort Benning are ignorant as the days are long. Morale is at as low an ebb as in a whorehouse. Nobody gives a damn about what happens. Unless something is done, there will be an internal revolution. The black General Benjamin O. Davis was sent there to investigate, but he was dismissed by some African Americans as a military gearhead. Black soldiers not only complained about racism, they fought back often violently against it. U.S. Army intelligence noted that at the Negro camp, Fort Huachuca, a hand grenade was discovered attached to an automobile in which several white Army officers were about to take a trip. The grenade was so wired that if the starter switch had been pressed, the grenade would have exploded, killing or seriously injuring the occupants of the car. 23. In 1942, the New York Times reported that 3 were killed and 12 shot in a Negro troop riot at Fort Huachuca, a 3-hour gun battle that involved 300 soldiers and 100 military and civil police. There were 152 black soldiers and some civilians held, including 2 women. This conflict was the result of antagonism between Negro soldiers and military police. It started when a military police officer, MP, was shot and wounded after resisting arrest as a result of hitting a black woman in the head with a bottle. The result was that VE black soldiers were court-martialed, 4 were sentenced to FTY years each at hard labor, and the FTH, 40 years. The NAACP intervened, focusing on the case of Ollie D. North, who was charged with mutiny. After seeing a black soldier beaten by an MP, he returned to camp, got a RE and a vehicle, ignored a command to stop, and proceeded to try to halt the beating. 24. Graham was deeply affected by this turmoil. It is little wonder that it had a catalytic impact on her political evolution. She intervened in this and other cases of racial injustice. In one instance she reached the general and influenced him to reopen the case, and by military ruling had the soldier's sentence changed to 10 years. 25. At this point her writing turned decisively from operas and plays to reporting and nonfiction generally. She now used her facility with words to defend African American soldiers. In an article published in Common Sense in early 1943, she criticized her own USO for capitulating to racism. Though it was alleged by Harold Cruz later that she was already a communist in 1942, in this, one of her RST political essays, she took positions inconsistent with those of the party. She praised A. Philip Randolph and his March on Washington movement, which the Reds were then accusing of insufficient patriotism because of its threat to withdraw black enthusiasm for the war effort unless certain civil rights demands were met. With passion she concluded, "Is it the intention so to encircle and encompass the Negro by segregation and discrimination that now we will have a separate and distinct nation within a nation? Even if this were possible, is it desirable in a democracy?" 26. A nation within a nation was precisely the line espoused by the Communist Party, which had raised the issue of secession by plebiscite for African Americans. 27. Graham was beginning to gain attention again, but this time it was not for writing plays or operas or directing but for her heartfelt defense of black soldiers. Her old friend Hallie Flanagan found it magnificent that "You are the USO director of the largest aggregation of Negro troops in America. Mighty winds a blowing is just the name for you, and I am sure you are going to make history." 28. Another old friend, the sociologist Charles Johnson, was equally effusive, informing her that several persons who have visited Camp Huachuca and have had an opportunity to observe your program have spoken of it in such high terms. 29. These compliments from friends were a reaction of her labor on behalf of her brood of soldiers. Her penchant for caretaking was wreaked in the fact that they called her Mama. She sought to attend to their needs, they confided in her and sought her counsel. One black soldier, writing from Fort Benning, Georgia, told her, "Now hold your breath while I tell you it can happen here. We rode all the way through the South on Pullman cars and ate in the dining cars smack into Georgia. But that's not the payoff. We are living in barracks with the white boys. The colonel said that if it got out of line, to let him know. On the way down we ran into separate waiting rooms and the other colored people rode Jim Crow cars. This is truly the Deep South." 30. Yes, it was. The problem was that the deep Southwest Arizona was little better. One correspondent was so concerned about his reporting of dire conditions in Needles, California due west from Fort Huachuca, that he instructed her to destroy his letter after reading it. "It is just as bad here as it is in Huachuca. There are about 100 colored people in the town, all hard-shell Baptist." He felt sufficiently comfortable with her to say, "The city officials ran all of the loose women out of town before we moved in, so there is not much means for diversion." Shooing away the prostitutes may have been motivated by a horror of miscegenation more than anything else, for Jim Crow there was rampant. The town had only one theater, which discriminates. We have to sit on the left with the Indians and Mexicans. 31. Yet another soldier complained about racism in Victorville, California. At the USO, he warned ominously, "Our lives are at stake as well as theirs," apparently referring to the fact that, since black soldiers were trained in warfare, they were capable of fighting back against racists. He did not necessarily object to the segregated dances. "We do not mind not going there when there is a dance for the white soldiers, since we would want our dance to ourselves." 32. Her relationships were not solely maternal. With war comes the smog-like imminence of death that, paradoxically, tends to drive individuals to romance and the process of creating life. While in Arizona, Graham struck up an intimate friendship with Captain Max Forsman of the 10th Infantry, Field Artillery. This was a long-distance relationship since he was in Colorado, though this did not prevent him from averring that "I love you more than I can say." Interestingly, she had sent him a copy of a book by another close friend of hers, Du Bois' Dusk of Dawn. Perhaps sensing that he had become part of an incipient love triangle, he was a bit perplexed by the book. He enjoyed it very much and would like to say something about it but haven't decided what it is. 33. Captain Forsman may have sensed even then that her affections resided elsewhere. Soon not only her affections were elsewhere, for Shirley Graham was ousted unceremoniously from Arizona, as her employer Nally tired of her militance on behalf of black soldiers. As she told Du Bois, she did not leave as a result of free will. "My ladies at YWCA USO ordered me to come into New York City for a conference. When I got here they coolly informed me that the USO was not interested in some of my activities which were outside the recreational program of the USO. It seems that the FSA Field Service Administration man out there had written in that I was using my position as a USO director to enhance military and civic affairs throughout the state. Which was perfectly true. Not so much as to the USO position but as to the enhance. Also, following a riot in Tucson, little space in the papers, when a soldier had been given a life sentence, I myself reached the general and enhanced him to reopen the case. No, I didn't want to leave Fort Huachuca. But she was forced to do so. 34 She departed with bitterness. In a rare display of a racialized temper, she conceded that she did gradually become a threat to the complacency of USO, but in the null analysis white supremacy has us by the throat because the white man has the money. Yet I'll be damned if I'm sorry. 35 Such an outburst was uncommon for her. It was indicative of the fact that the press of war and the open racial sores it exposed had a robust impact on her political sensitivities. After being dispatched from Arizona, she moved again, this time to New York City with less than $200 in her purse. New York was to remain her home until she departed for Accra in 1961 and was to be the site of some of her more important domestic triumphs. These victories were not on the horizon, however, as she arrived in Manhattan in the midst of an uncertain world war. As she explained later, she took the cheapest room in the Teresa Hotel in Harlem and ate meals when I did at the chock-full o' nuts on the street or of that building. I worked at whatever I could get, did not sell my body, but did manage to sell a few articles. God knows I had no wardrobe. 36 Despite her penury, she managed to send Captain Forsman the album of Sonata in A minor, played by Jaska Heifetz and Arthur Rubinstein. This was a gracious gesture, though he irritatiously complained about the folly of the expenditure. I could put you over my knee and spank you until you couldn't sit down for being so utterly foolish. 37 Graham no doubt could have used the appellation foolish to describe the situation whereby she found herself unemployed in the middle of a war. But she was not without resolve or resourcefulness. Tiring of the crowded subways, the heat, people, and 1,000 distractions, she moved downtown to the Hotel Albert on University Place in Greenwich Village. What I'd like, she said, is a tiny apartment, the kind of thing one hears about but is never able to secure. 38 She was right. Instead, she found an apartment near Columbia University at 3111 Broadway, which she shared with Noma Jensen, a Euro-American woman. 39 Her predilection for maintaining ties to the well-connected paid off, for she was able to secure a post with the NAACP as assistant ELD secretary. During her playwriting days she had become friendly with Arthur Spingarn, who had long been influential within the highest ranks of the association. She had relationships of varying levels of intensity with power brokers like Adam Clayton Powell, father and son, Charles Johnson, Mary White Ovington, Essie Robeson, and Du Bois himself, an NAACP founder. Her role in Arizona had brought her notoriety. The NAACP itself was intimately involved with the cases of racial discrimination there, to add to her artistic luster. Thus, complying with the request of Walter White, in October 1942 she made a formal application to join the NAACP staff. She explained that for the past 18 months she had worked with the YWCA/USO but could not keep quiet about racial discrimination. I have been disillusioned, was her mournful conclusion. 40 On the other hand, her experience in Arizona had moved her to make more political commitments. Now she would not be seeking to influence masses with her deft characterizations on stage but instead with her organizing and nonfiction writing. As it turned out, the NAACP proved to be a halfway house between her life in the arts and her impending life in politics. After joining the NAACP she spent a good deal of time on the road, organizing chapters during the organization's most sustained boom in membership before or since. Between 1940 and 1945 NAACP membership soared from approximately 40,000 to over 400,000, a goal it has not reached since. 41. A central figure in this process which meant so much for democratic advance during the war was Shirley Graham. Soon after arriving she told Walter White that a goal of 1 million NAACP members by 1945 was feasible. Every modern technique of public relations must be utilized. Having lived in the Pacific Northwest, then Arizona, she was aware of the epochal change that had taken place in the dispersal of African Americans nationally. Thus, she advised that western sections of the United States in many places offer untouched territory for the NAACP. 42. In some ways this job was designed with Graham in mind. A tireless worker who relied on her organizing skills to accomplish many tasks, not to mention being a person who enjoyed interacting with people, Graham found that organizing NAACP chapters was a sound match for her capabilities. A typical period in July 1943 involved a 4:20 p.m. dinner with local NAACP leadership in New Britain, Connecticut, an 8 p.m. meeting with the pastor of Shiloh Baptist Church in Hartford, then a departure for Bordentown, New Jersey, where she met the next day with the State Federation of Colored Women's Clubs. Then she substituted for Walter White as she gave the principal address at the state's convention of branches. 43. Later in Memphis she bearded Boss Crump in his den and received permission from him to present the work of the NAACP over the city's radio, an unheard of concession from the dictatorial old-line Democrat. 44. She traveled to St. Louis for VE days, then to Little Rock, where she spoke on the radio and, possibly, helped to lay the basis for the black resistance exhibited during the 1957 school desegregation crisis. I came down here in full armor against the white folks. I meet a curious kind of wall of resistance from the Negroes themselves. These are people who used to have and used to do. Folks from New York can't tell us how to run our business, she was told. Not that I have been met with personal resentment. I have been invited to speak 3 and 4 times every day and dined, wined, and faded. Tomorrow I'm going to a group of laborers who are afraid to come to me. She was appalled by the casual outrages of the Deep South, even in military camps she visited. Our men are becoming more brutalized each day. But what angered her was what she saw as the narcotizing effect of the church, which she felt was not sufficiently militant in confronting wrongs. Believe me, I can more clearly see why the Russians closed all the churches. Come the revolution, that would be the first thing I should advise throughout the South. These fat, thieving, ignorant preachers. All of them should be put to work. M. Faces in original. When this daughter of a preacher expressed alienation from the church, it was a clear signal that she was in the midst of an ideological evolution. In addition, Graham was being sexually harassed by the local NAACP head. He's a slight problem. I'm hard-pressed to keep him working on a purely professional basis. I can handle it, but the whole thing becomes wearing at times. What price glory? 45. Though most of her duties took her away from headquarters in New York City to the wilds of Arkansas and elsewhere, she was on the scene when Harlem exploded in a riot in 1943 as allegations spread about a brutal racist murder of a black soldier. Such events as these helped to shape her developing political consciousness, pushing her to the left. Excitedly, she told her friend Mary White Ovington that during the Conagration, the Teresa Hotel was the very hub of everything. It was the most fantastic, unbelievable night anybody could imagine. Unless you read all the papers, especially PM, you could have not a conception of those 8 hours. The $1 million worth of damage done is no exaggeration. Streets looked as if they had been bombed. Harlem blew up. Literally and thoroughly. Later, in a police car, equipped with a loudspeaker, Walter White and Roy Wilkins drove through the streets saying, "The soldier is not dead, justice will be done, go home, stop." But they stopped only after they were exhausted. Terrible, yes. As to the harm done, I'm not so sure. The Negroes in New York in VE hours destroyed $1 million worth of white property, and you should hear the phone calls we're getting and the committees being formed. Everybody's trying to do something. Emphasis in original. 46. Graham was coming to recognize that the powerful tended to do something only when pressured, either through the chaos of a riot or the organization of an NAACP. However, all was not well with the association, as she breathlessly told Mary White Ovington. Things are happening at such a pace and scenes are shifting so completely and without warning, that anything short of a telephone communication seems like a waste of time. The NAACP is in a state of ferment. William Hastie is now employed, at the rate of $100 a month, to evaluate all the work and workings of the organization. 2 weeks ago we held a weekend conference of all national staff. Walter, backed by the board, is using every known inions to get William Hastie to accept the position of Associate Executive Secretary. The crisis has been simply torn to shreds with criticism opening gun being read at a board meeting by John Hammond. I express the conviction that Negroes and whites in the United States are begging for intelligent leadership, that the NAACP can and does offer that leadership, but that up to this day the people do not know what the NAACP has to offer. I want to do promotion, publicity, writing, speaking rather than just money raising. They acknowledge the need of a public relations director, and that's as far as we get. That's the job I really want. It's the job where every ability, talent, skill I have can be utilized to its fullest extent, and that's the job which needs to be done for the NAACP. Emphasis in original. 47. Meanwhile, her jaunts across the nation organizing chapters also meant that money was coming in as never before. The other day I spoke one evening in Connecticut and the very next night at a state convention in New Jersey. Hardly time between trains to wash my face. Per usual, she was working herself to the limit and was really frightfully tired. She wanted Mary White Ovington to contact Hastie about her desire to be public relations director. Daisy Lampkin praises me as a money raiser. But that praise was part of the problem. The fact that I raised over $8,000 in Cleveland may prove my undoing. 48. Her skill at that task hampered her ability to move up to broader responsibility. Her dream was not to be realized. By all accounts, Shirley Graham was extraordinarily talented as an organizer, but her tenure with the NAACP lasted less than a year. She resigned in the fall of 1943. The NAACP leader Arthur Spingarn sympathized with her ostensible reason for leaving, her urge to do creative work, knowing that this was a temptation too great for an artist to resist. 49. Spingarn might well have asked how the notoriously impecunious Graham planned to survive now that she was no longer gainfully employed. This must have occurred to her too. A few months after resigning, she was back in touch with Roy Wilkins and Walter White, trying to return to the staff. She had talked with her former NAACP co-worker Ella Baker about it and said that I was ready to acknowledge that I hadn't made a wise move. Yes, I know you offered me the opportunity to take a leave of absence. I wish now that I had done so. I'm not going to whine now. 50. Instead of whining, she found a job at the Open Door Community Center in Brooklyn and then became executive secretary of the Brooklyn Interracial Assembly. In the latter capacity she campaigned vigorously against police misconduct and for improved housing opportunities, healthcare, and jobs. 51. In her spare time and in rapid succession she wrote a series of popular biographies, RST on George Washington Carver, then on Paul Robeson, next on Frederick Douglass. Sales from these works nearly put her on the road to prosperity, but as her economic fortunes rose, her personal fortunes declined. She suffered a crushing blow when her firstborn, Robert, died tragically. Though she wrote to them and spoke to them on the telephone, Shirley Graham had been away from her sons since they were young children and she had taken a ship to France. She was an absentee parent, though she tried to attend to their material needs and spend time with them during the summer. 52. She sought to use the connections she had developed with the Inutial not solely for herself. For example, she tried to get Hallie Flanagan to contact Eleanor Roosevelt in order to secure an appointment to West Point for her son David. 53. In 1941, when her son Robert traveled to Los Angeles with the dream of entering UCLA, he did not hesitate to contact his mother for funds. She scrambled to respond. 54. In turn, he reversed the relationship and, just before he died, advised her to settle down and marry. The potential spouse was a small-town big shot, but he does have security, which makes things just about even. 55 She still felt guilty for being away from her sons, and no amount of money or gifts could salve her wounded conscience. It seemed that she had transferred her maternal gifts to other soldiers in Arizona, for example. The newspaper PM, reporting on her job at the youth center in Brooklyn, where she worked from morning until midnight, observed that she was a combination mother, probation officer, and kindergarten teacher. 56 Somehow she was able to do for strangers what she had difficulty in providing directly for her own sons. So when her son Robert died in 1944, this understandably painful blow hit Shirley Graham especially hard. He had married as a teenager, and had children and, as a result, had debts that she could not always help him with. Though she wrote and called him regularly, her absences made it difficult to forge a relationship as close as she would have preferred. Her son David suggests that she walked with a slight limp because of complications during childbirth. This limp was a metaphor for her at times in relationship with her children. And so when Robert died prematurely, she found this tragedy even more difficult to endure. Perhaps this is why she fabricated the story that his death resulted from racism when he was denied proper medical treatment at a hospital. David states that this story was not accurate, that Robert perished after contracting tuberculosis. This fable at least had the virtue of providing a rationale for her to become more deeply involved in anti-racist politics and politically tinged writing. 57 When his brother died, David was crushed. I felt alone in the world since I had never felt any closeness to his mother. 58 Graham found some solace in condolences from friends. While working in Brooklyn, she had become friendly with the communist councilman from that borough, Pete Cacchionet. The words of comfort he provided were a credo of her remaining years: "We must remember that there are other Roberts, and therein lies your work, to make your contribution in creating that better world so that other mothers will not have to go through the sorrow you are today." 59 After the emotional devastation of this tragedy, she proceeded to work to ensure that other mothers might enjoy a better world. This tragic death, the unique wartime climate of diminished anti-communism, the Popular Front milieu in which she had become enmeshed, and her escalating involvement in politics all helped to push her closer to the Communist Party. Her son's death had another unintended consequence. As she told her friend Rosalind Richardson, "Since Robert's death I've become almost a recluse." 60 This self-imposed isolation allowed more time for writing the series of biographies that propelled her into the rarefied atmosphere of financial security. Indeed, it seemed that with her son's death, Graham's already high level of productivity accelerated further. She remained determined to obtain a doctorate and enrolled at New York University. She impressed her professor when she was able to bring her Columbia neighbor Carl Van Doren to class, a rare treat, according to her teacher. 61 By 1945 she had passed her preliminary comprehensive examination for a doctorate in education. 62 She had completed all her classwork and the outline for her thesis was accepted and approved. Thus, she said, "My entire life is work." She continued, "This isn't a pose or an affectation. It's simply a fact that the world is in pretty much of a mess. I seem to have the capacity for doing something about it, for helping people to understand each other a little better and for dispelling some of the lowering clouds. I accept this responsibility. It gives me a reason for living when all my normal goals and landmarks have been swept away." 63 Of course she remained gregarious and enjoyed the pleasures of life. In late 1944 she was scheduled to fly to Haiti with an old friend with whom she had become closer, W.E.B. Du Bois. 64 After being ousted from Atlanta University, he too had returned to New York City, where for a while he had shared office space with her brother Bill Graham. She indicated that everybody is quite pleased with this arrangement, which was suggestive of the blossoming friendship between her and her erstwhile mentor. 65 Shirley Graham was approaching the age of 50. The death of her son and the natural evolution of life were making her recognize that perhaps there were alternatives to the unmarried life. Besides, it was not easy being a single woman in Manhattan. One morning, she told her surviving son, about VE30 I rolled out, reached for my slip and staggered out into the hall on the way to the bathroom. Imagine my amazement to end myself staring into the face of a man who was climbing into the kitchen window. 66 He scurried away, but incidents like this were a stark reminder of the dangers a single woman faced in the big city. This chilling incident was even more alarming for her since she was now spending more time at home writing. Her RST biography, Dr. George Washington Carver, Scientist, was published in 1944 to critical acclaim. 67 She had been in the top ranks of playwrights, but this had not secured for her a suitable standard of living. Her biographies, though at times criticized sharply for their inclusion of imagined dialogue, may not have been at the apex of the biographical art, but, unlike her work on the stage, they did bring in a decent income. Actually, the critics were a bit unfair, for Graham did conduct primary research for these works, scouring archives and libraries. When she wrote a biography of Benjamin Banneker, she excavated primary material from the Library of Congress and the Maryland Historical Society. To immerse herself in the details of her subject's life, she would walk up and down the streets where the person was. 68 For her biography of George Washington Carver, she went to Tuskegee, wandered about the countryside, grew to know the people he had served. 69 For her award-winning biography of Frederick Douglass, she met with his descendants and others who knew him. 70 Still, her invention of dialogue for her biographies was an extension of her life, for if she could create and unmake details of her own life, why couldn't she do it for someone else? To be fair, Graham in her memoir characterized this genre as the biographical novel, though this was not the impression provided to contemporary readers and critics. 71 That these biographies were successful both critically and financially could only encourage her to continue reinventing her own autobiography. As the day approached for publication of her Carver book, her excitement rose. The publishers tell me that it is also going to take some literary prize. A movie producer is waiting for the corrected galley sheets. She had written with a purpose in mind. My Carver book is designed to melt the heart of the most ignorant cracker while at the same time offering no compromise. 72 In addition to courting movie moguls and enuncing crackers, she was also writing radio dramas about other important subjects. These works were almost exclusively dialogue-driven, not to mention more lucrative than the lines she had written for the stage, and this encouraged her further to imagine the lives of famous personalities. Her Carver radio play was broadcast on CBS to universal acclaim. A CBS executive told her, they liked it particularly in Canada. Canada Lee starred and the play was introduced by her friend Carl Van Doren. 73 Soon she was being mentioned in Variety and other trade journals as she began to duplicate her success as a playwright. 74 An analyst from the LM Company 20th Century Fox did inquire about her Carver biography, which he found most colorful as well as interesting. 75 Her radio script on the life of Phyllis Wheatley was broadcast nationally on CBS to even wider acclaim. 76 Though her success as a writer was largely due to her own efforts, she had help. The leading communist writer Howard Fast became the latest in a series of influential men who assisted her, encouraging her in her writing efforts. In turn, she became a black female equivalent of Fast, the engaged writer as political activist. 77 In some ways her books are more revealing about herself than her plays and operas. In her Carver book she expressed admiration for his asceticism and his aloneness. Wistfully she spoke of his ability to construct a sheltered place where every day, alone and undisturbed, unhurried, he could work, could dream, and plan to improve the good earth. This book, written during the war, reeked the multi-class solidarity of that era, hailing Carver's recycling and conservation activities, along with his expert use of weeds and other supposed useless plants. Though she was moving to the left, one could not guess it from this book, which had nothing bad to say about Henry Ford and Andrew Carnegie and other plutocrats whose names were scattered throughout the text. 78 It was telling, as well, that her RST book concerned Carver, he reminded her of her father because of his reverence for nature and all things living. 79 Though some critics railed at her recreations of dialogue, others found this aspect trailblazing, adding a new dimension to the recounting of history, postmodern in import. Walter Pritchard Eaton, an acquaintance from her days at Yale, was of this latter camp, complimenting the dramatic effectiveness and imagination with which Graham sought to recreate Carver's boyhood. 80 Another acquaintance, writing from Black Mountain, North Carolina, could only compare this biography to an Arabian Nights story in its interest and in its fabulous content. How did you learn to write so well? You make history read like a novel. 81 That latter point was part of the problem, according to her critics, but if Graham could make her own life read like a novel, why couldn't she do the same for Carver and others? Her recounting of the life of Paul Robeson was also greeted positively. The novelist and Petrie found it wonderful, and added, "I must confess to feeling very smug because I am able to say that I know you." 82 Carl Van Doren, who wrote the foreword to this 1946 biography, found it both charming and moving. 83 The anti-communist upsurge that was to batter Robeson and Graham had not reached its zenith at the time of publication, thus, this book too sold respectably. Again, more so than her plays, this biography was revealing of Graham herself. She included high praise for her former supervisor, Walter White, hailing him as the social and cultural arbiter of Harlem. She wrote with knowing detail about the artistic luminaries of the era, including James Weldon Johnson, Carl Van Vechten, Miguel Covarrubias, Freddie Washington, and others. At one point she noted expansively that everybody came to Paris that summer: Langston Hughes and Count Cullen, Alain Locke, Lloyd, and Edna Thomas, and young Adam Powell, all friends of Shirley Graham, by the way. She wrote that her old friend Eric Walrond was handsome as a Greek god, done in ebony. But besides the knowing references to the literati, there were commendations of Robeson's identification with Africa and intimations of Graham's own political trajectory. What he said was that the Negro race should redeem its African heritage. He stated that he definitely believed the future of Africa was tied up with that of the peoples of the East. This was combined with exaltation of the Soviet Union. She approvingly quoted the Dean of Canterbury, "All that I hear of the Russian program grips and inspires me. If what we hear is true, it is majestic in range, practical in detail, scientific in form, Christian in spirit. Russia would seem to have embarked on a task never yet attempted by modern or ancient state. It is a plan well worth studying." 84 Her biography of Robeson and praise of Moscow recounted Graham's own political evolution. Unlike many in the United States, she moved more to the left as her economic fortunes improved and her age increased. Her presence in New York, the capital of the U.S. left, facilitated her budding friendship with Paul Robeson and his spouse, Eslinda. She was ecstatic when he agreed to cooperate with her biography of him. "In most important moments I can be strangely dumb. I had no words last night to express my feelings when you told me I might present you between the covers of a book to the men and women in whose hands lie the glorious task of building our new world. I was so excited I couldn't sleep." The details of his life were not altogether foreign to her, since she had followed the intense drama of his life for years. As with her other biographies, she would conduct research. "I'll go to Philadelphia and acquaint myself with the scenes and friends of your childhood. However," she reminded him, "the most important material of my research must come from you. I'd like to follow you about and just listen to you talk." The agreement to write his biography, she concluded, was a red-letter day for me. 85 Her biography of Robeson was followed quickly by a book on the life of Frederick Douglass. In many ways, this was her breakthrough work. A panel consisting of Carl Van Doren, Louis Gannett, and Clifton Fadiman awarded her the Julian Messner Award for the best book combating intolerance in a competition involving over 600 manuscripts. It came with a hefty stipend of $6,500. Finally, after an arduous struggle, Graham had attained a measure of financial security. 86 Like the death of her son, which had driven her to the typewriter, This was a turning point in her life. 87 That a powerful man she had cultivated, Carl Van Doren, sat on the panel making this award was not coincidental and would only encourage her to continue forging such relationships. Yet the award came at a paradoxical moment. By 1947 the political climate was changing dramatically as a Red Scare gathered strength. She was not an opportunist. Graham had come to the left just as it was about to enter a very bleak period. A portent of this was provided by a critic for the Washington Star, who assailed the enmity for the South that was supposedly wreaked in her biography. 88 The broader point, however, was that at this juncture Graham's books were not being ignored. They were reviewed in mainstream publications and consumed ravenously by hungry readers eager to acquire images of Negroes that contrasted with dominant representations that too often portrayed them harshly, if at all. Finally, Graham was beginning to reap the fruits of a celebrity that she had long since attained. When she arrived in Norfolk to promote her book, she was besieged with requests for autographs. 89 Her stature was confirmed in 1947 when, along with Gwendolyn Brooks, she was awarded a prestigious fellowship from the Guggenheim Foundation. 90 It seemed as if she were marching from triumph to triumph. However, when her book signing in Boston was nearly broken up at one point by a protester consumed with disgust at her leftist politics, this should have served as a warning that setbacks loomed. 91 But as 1946 was turning into 1947, such sobering visions were difficult to foresee. For the first time in her life, Graham had hired a lawyer to handle her taxes, indicative of her increased income. 92 She was about to buy a charming home in St. Albans, Queens, the neighborhood that was to become the headquarters nationally for a flourishing black middle class. 93 Her old friend Arthur Spingarn of the NAACP was enlisted to handle her business affairs. Despite her increased bank balance, or perhaps because of it, one thing had not changed: Shirley Graham remained a tireless worker. In 1947 she told Spingarn, "My work has me going night and day. At this point I can't say whether I'm making progress or not." 94 She was equally ill-humored when she reached her old friend from Indianapolis, Rosalind Richardson. "Perhaps I'm not thoroughly well, or perhaps a long gathering fatigue has caught up with me, or perhaps the overall condition of the world has produced mental depression within me, but the fact remains that I almost have to hold a gun at my head these days to get anything written. 1,000 petty, unimportant details seem to ll my days, reducing me to a dull rag of indifference by nightfall. That I manage to arouse myself to go out and make speeches, push forward projects, autograph books, and meet more and more people is only because there is inside of me a aim of wrath which I am anxious to apply to so many things in this world. Not yet do I have a phone, and so am greatly handicapped in picking up information." 95 The enforced solitude of being without a telephone did facilitate her writing her maunderings about writer's block aside and her reading. For example, she found Sinclair Lewis's King's Blood Royal to be the last word on the Negro question and dynamite. After this, I'm glad I'm not writing about another Negro. 96 As was her wont, this latter comment was a slight exaggeration. Shirley Graham was to tackle a number of subjects dealing with the Negro question. Though her lack of a telephone may have made it easier for her to read novels, one wonders how she could be so active politically in the absence of this basic tool of communication. Late in life, Shirley Graham recalled that she had grown up in a family where politics were not discussed. "My father usually preceded the word with the adjective dirty." 97 Certainly she had an abiding interest in Africa early on, but, by all accounts, her turn to the left only began decisively during World War II, under the twin pressures of her tumultuous wartime experience in Arizona and the death of her son Robert. Her son David recognized this transformation while he was in the military, serving in the Philippines. He noticed that all of a sudden his mother began sending him issues of the Daily Worker and another left-wing publication, The Compass. 98 And I found her to be very actively involved in the left progressive movement of the mid-40s. I think one of the important influences was in the person of the writer Howard Fast. He had been very instrumental in assisting my mother in getting published. He encouraged her really in her writing. Biographies for young people of color. He was very influential in a circle of intellectuals and writers into which my mother was introduced. 99 Soon Graham was to be found in deed and word in a tight embrace with the much reviled U.S. left. In Adam Powell, Jr.'s newspaper People's Voice, she enunciated her evolving philosophy: every writer owes a responsibility to his readers, to all the forces and events which have brought him to the place where he now stands, to the surging masses all around him, to history and the people who come after him. Again, she referred to her own role in masculine terms. However, her coda remained relevant to male and female writers alike. The revelation of character, she concluded, is the prime and most important function of the creative writer. Characterization is the core of the good novel. 100 She who had done so much to obscure her own character revealed the core of the character of her writing in these few words. She had found a form of writing popular biography that allowed her to incorporate the best elements of the novel while creating a story grounded in fact. In revealing the character of figures like Douglas and Robeson, she was simultaneously communicating political ideas that soon were to be denoted as subversive. As her notoriety as a writer increased, she became even more valuable to a political left that was rapidly being smothered by a miasma of anti-communism. However, the African American constituency to which she owed her primary allegiance was less influenced by this rightward turn, not least because this turn was often championed by those who pioneered in ever more innovative Jim Crow practices. The boxer Joe Louis, for example, who was not a communist but reeked at a viewpoint that was not unique to himself, later recalled that Graham's colleague Paul Robeson did more for the Negroes than anyone else. Robeson went to Russia in '36 and he said this place is better for the Negro than in America: more opportunity, better treatment. What happened was the American politician got mad and said it was a lie. Ralph Bunche is a result of that. They gave him a chance after that. 101 The heavyweight champion was not singular in feeling that desegregation was a Cold War imperative driven by the onions of the much despised left. Of course, then as now critics charged that the U.S. Communist Party which Graham and Robeson were presumed to have joined was solely a creature of the wily Stalin, fueled by Moscow gold. But then as now dispute raged as to the full extent of civil liberties deprivations in the Soviet Union, just as dispute raged about the extent to which communists were subsidized by Moscow. 102 This dispute about basic understandings made it easier for budding Reds to resolve doubt in favor of the party and then dismiss doubt as resulting from imperialist propaganda. Moreover, Graham was being influenced by stalwarts like Robeson and Fast. It was difficult for a political novice like herself to imagine that her knowledge was more expert than theirs. A photograph from 1947 pictures her with two of the major influences on her communist leaders Pete Cacciona and Fast Anker at a rally to save the communist-initiated publication New Masses. 103 This photograph neatly conveyed an idea of the political company she was now keeping. That same year the House Committee on Un-American Activities listed her as a member of a number of so-called communist fronts, including the George Washington Carver School in Harlem, where she served as a faculty member, and the Committee to Aid the Fighting South, of which she was the vice chair. The purpose of the latter grouping was to furnish aid to the Southern Negro Youth Congress in the battle against white supremacy, to help Nance the Southern edition of the Worker, and to aid the Communists and other militant forces in the South. 104 These were not the kind of causes guaranteed to win favor in Washington. There was an obvious downside, in some, involved in alignment with the unpopular left. But coincidentally, this involvement brought Shirley Graham into closer contact with the aging scholar she had long admired, W.E.B. Du Bois. They were now in the same city after years of communication at a distance. Just as the distance between them narrowed, they came to ND that their political ideas were converging as well, for Du Bois also was on a glide path that had brought him closer to the ranks of the Communist Party. He had returned to the city in 1944 to work with the NAACP, and in 1947 he drafted a petition to the United Nations charging the U.S. government with human rights violations. When he moved to present the petition formally, he called on Graham to accompany him. 105 Likewise, when he saw tickets to baseball's World Series, the RST he ever attended to view the newest symbol of desegregation, Jackie Robinson, he turned to her brother Bill for tickets. 106 She also collaborated with him on a series of lectures he presented at the New School for Social Research on the Negro in American History. 107 But their already close relationship deepened when Du Bois was ousted in September 1948 from the leadership of the NAACP because of his failure to go along with the gathering Cold War consensus, his support for Henry Wallace in his third-party challenge to President Harry Truman, and his fervent desire to continue pressing the U.S. government in international fora on the issue of human rights violations. Shirley Graham, who had displayed her own organizing skills during her tenure with the NAACP, became a one-woman committee on his behalf. She scorned the middle-class origins of the association and its bureaucracy, and noted the fact that Ella Baker also felt compelled to resign. "How dare they insult Negroes all over the world," she asked, "by treating so contemptuously the one man who has been our foremost spokesman, our most eminent statesman for half a century." 108 For African Americans, the sacking of Du Bois was a turning point in the Cold War. From then on, a popular front that united left and center began to fragment. Soon those who had been lionized Du Bois, Robeson, and Shirley Graham became virtual pariahs. The costs were immense. A critical and radical perspective was removed from the scene at the precise moment that U.S. elites determined that Jim Crow was an aching Achilles heel hampering the execution of U.S. foreign policy. However, rendering mute the voice of figures like Graham meant that the civil rights movement that arose in the wake of the purge of the left could only proceed so far it could not reach. The key questions of redistribution of wealth and reparations, measures now scorned as communist propaganda. Thus, the civil rights movement was faced with the dilemma that African Americans had the right to eat at a lunch counter but lacked the wherewithal to buy a hamburger, the right to check into a hotel but not the money necessary to check out. Moreover, when the left, the natural predator of the right, was weakened, it created something of an ecological imbalance that facilitated the rise of a form of black nationalism that stressed self-reliance and do for self that was much more compatible with the prevailing conservative consensus. These developments would not come as a complete shock to Graham or her ever closer friend, Du Bois. Perhaps this is why she took to his defense with such ferocity. According to one scholar, after the sacking, Graham threatened to destroy Walter White's reputation. She gave the Chicago Defender and New York Post the lengthy correspondence between White and Du Bois on the nonpartisan policy and encouraged the reporters to get that SOB. Walter White. She initiated the emergency committee to get him reinstated, which hooded the NAACP branches with her unrelenting attack. In her confrontational tactics, she derided White and his comrade Roy Wilkins as lesser men who had seized the controls of a bureaucratically run organization and had tried to drive Du Bois away with vindictive and petty heckling. "The ring," she cried, was a brazen act of sheer political persecution that illuminated the archaic and anti-democratic character of the NAACP structure. Wilkins, in reply, charged that Graham's committee relied upon numerous inaccuracies, distortions, and partial truths. Graham, a black belt in the art of verbal facility, charged that the NAACP leadership had fastened a cord around its own neck that would eventually strangle it. 109 As it turned out, the NAACP leadership felt vindicated when Truman was re-elected and began to move against racial segregation, particularly in the armed forces. Graham and Du Bois in 1948 backed the losing campaign of Henry Wallace's Progressive Party, which mounted a left-wing challenge to Truman's re-election. Reputedly, Mao Zedong, when asked his evaluation of the French Revolution, replied that it was too soon to tell. Is it too soon to tell if Graham took the proper course when she resisted the tidal wave of anti-communism that drove the organized left out of the NAACP and the civil rights movement ally? Could civil rights concessions be granted only to a movement that was decisively free of red Indians? Was adding the taint of redness to the burden of blackness creating an insurmountable stigma for the civil rights movement? Certainly Graham labored long and hard for the Progressive Party, suggesting her answer to these questions. Wallace consulted her before deciding to run. She was a member of the Board of Progressive Citizens of America, the embryo from which the party grew. 110 At the founding convention in July 1948, she gave the keynote address for the party. She went on to serve as vice chair of the New York State Wallace for President Committee and secretary of the New York Council of the Arts, Sciences, and Professions, which proved to be one of Wallace's staunchest backers. 111 Before deciding to run, Wallace received a delegation of nationally known Negroes who urged him to do so. This group included E. Franklin Frazier, Du Bois, Robeson, Canada Lee, and Shirley Graham. 112 The July 1948 convention marked Graham's emergence at the age of 51 as a leading political guru. There were 3,240 delegates and 11,600 overall at Philadelphia's Convention Hall. Pete Seeger sang, and in these days of hope before the onslaught of the Red Scare, the Cornell professor Philip Morrison and the New York Times critic Olin Downs addressed those assembled. Graham received a rising ovation before she spoke. She spoke of the sweat and blood that Negroes had poured into the land, and got her biggest applause for the statement, "There are no pickets outside this convention hall protesting discrimination and segregation in the armed forces. The pickets are inside building this party." 113 Her son David, who was present, called his mother's speech one of the highlights of the convention. "She's a very emotional person. And she was very moved by this convention and everything it represented. It was her presentation of the question of racism and the extent to which racism existed even in a city such as New York City." 114 Graham plucked the heartstrings with her emotional rendering that evoked the maternal and recounted the apocryphal, "I am only one Negro mother who has seen the doors of a great hospital closed against her dying son. What do we want? That our children may dwell in peace." 115 Graham became consumed with the Wallace campaign. As she told her friend Rosalind Richardson, "In spite of my very earnest intention to stick only to my writing and myself, meeting in all sorts of executive groups, sitting down with all kinds of nationally known people, hobnobbing and lunching and dining with men whose names appear daily in the headlines. It's all rather incredible, but it's happening." The authorities in Washington had taken note of her activity. "Naturally, I am also running the risk of being called to Washington by the Thomas Committee since a large number of my personal friends and associates are already under indictment." Henry Wallace tells us not to give way to fear and intimidation, but this was becoming more difficult with each passing day. 116 Despite Graham's passionate words and frenetic campaigning, the Progressive Party suffered a staggering defeat in 1948. As one of the party's most vocal and visible supporters, Graham was bound to be targeted by those who saw this electoral effort as no more than a Trojan horse for the Communists. Though the political climate was becoming increasingly chilly, she refused adamantly to back down. She took a leading role in the campaign to elect Francis Smith, rank and leader of the workers of Local 6 of the hotel and club employees, to the State Assembly on the American Labor Party ticket. The impact of a Negro woman acting for her people, Graham concluded in a burst of race feminism, would be tremendous. 117 Within VE years of this 1950 race, this affiliate of the Progressive Party would be virtually defunct, red-baited out of existence, but that did not deter her. She took a leading role in the effort to oust May Quinn, a local teacher who attained notoriety for her penchant for expressions of racism and anti-Semitism. Signing on to her letter of protest were E.Y. Harburg, Alice Childress, and two up-and-coming entertainers, Harry Belafonte and Sidney Poitier. 118 At this juncture, along with Claudia Jones, Shirley Graham was the living symbol of left-wing political activism among African American women. This came clear when she played a leading role in the unsuccessful effort by the ALP to elect one of its own to the U.S. Senate in 1950. However, all was not grim and glum as a result of this campaign. After all, the electoral race had brought her into closer contact with the ALP senatorial candidate who was to become her second husband, W.E.B. Du Bois. Shirley Graham Du Bois. As the Red SCR was dawning in the late 1940s, Shirley Graham found herself uncomfortably close to the main target of this crusade, the Communist Party. The proximity inevitably left her singed and scorched. She was a closeted communist, but that deliberate disguise hardly fooled those who were hunting for Reds. Inexorably, because of Dubois' increasingly close relationship with her, he was drawn as well into these circles and, ultimately, joined the party himself in 1961. As their political relationship deepened, their personal relationship reached a new level when his spouse passed away. Beginning in 1943, after she left Arizona, it seemed that Shirley Graham's name started popping up regularly in the Daily Worker. The youth center she worked for in Brooklyn was affiliated to the Church of Reverend Thomas Horne, who was suspected of being all too close to the Reds. These developments had not escaped the attention of the vigilant FBI, particularly as the critical year of 1948 unfolded. When she spoke at Washington's Cooperative Bookshop deemed subversive by the U.S. Attorney General, the diligent agent present carefully observed that she used as her notes the Negro section of the Sunday Worker and lauded the Communist Party as the only American political institution which was truly a democratic party. Two like latter-day equivalents of the hounds that hunted down escaped slaves, the FBI trailed Graham doggedly, noting her presence at an anti-HUAC rally at New York's Madison Square Garden. When she joined the lobbying of the U.S. Senate against the Moon Police State Bill, an FBI operative was there to note that she was one of the leading Negroes in the above-mentioned delegation. Counterattack, the newsletter of record for those seeking to uncover Red affiliations, stated bluntly that it isn't necessary to seek whether she is a member of the Communist Party. That question becomes largely irrelevant in view of her known record. She openly supported Communist Party nominees for public office in 1946. Perhaps the null insult came when she joined Dubois in 1949 in sending greetings to Joseph Stalin, hailing his leadership in uprooting racial discrimination. 3. When in 1951 a security index card was prepared for her, which would facilitate her detention in case of national emergency, this was simply confirmation of her journey beyond the political mainstream. For though the National Council of Arts, Sciences, and Professions included leading lights like Lillian Hellman, John Howard Lawson, Langston Hughes, Howard Fast, Robeson, and Dubois, the authorities still found the time and energy to monitor what Graham was doing in this organization. Perhaps this was because of her leadership role, both formally and politically. GASP was meeting in late July 1948 as the entire communist leadership was about to be placed on trial and many others worrying. The minutes of that meeting reeked that it was Miss Graham who adamantly indicated that we must think of ASP as a permanent organization over and above the Wallace campaign. 5. She refused to buckle. In the eyes of the FBI, Graham appeared to be an unrepentant Stalinist at a time when such a designation was viewed as akin to the mark of the devil. At GASP, she recalled, I found myself attending meetings and having cocktails with Carl Van Doren, Ring Lardner, Jr., the war correspondent and novelist, Ira Wolford, the thriller writer Dashiell Hammett, and the artist, Rockwell Kent. Through this process, she helped introduce her frequent companion, W.E.B. Du Bois, to the organized left. Few had ever seen him, largely because he kept himself in a world apart from them. She was drawing him into New York's young, eager and progressive circles. Heretofore, Du Bois had pointedly and decidedly avoided having any but business or professional contacts with American whites. Once when she had sent a Euro-American woman to be his secretary at the NAACP, he became upset. Du Bois, who had lived in Jim Crow Atlanta and attended school in racially segregated Nashville, was not eager to interact with a group that was not generally well known for its enlightened attitudes on race. Such an attitude, a reaction to white chauvinism, helps explain the oft-repeated statements about his haughtiness. One result of his relationship with Shirley Graham was to convince him that there might be a few redeemable Euro-Americans, and this was a step on his path to the Communist Party. 6. What was particularly galling to anti-communists was that Graham's popularity as a writer guaranteed her entree into diverse circles where her presumed Stalinist virus could be spread. During the 1946–48 period, she fueled a steady stream of speaking engagements, sponsored by an array of organizations ranging from the American Jewish Congress to the Howard University Alumni Association, the Sigma Gamma Rho sorority, the Cultural Committee of the Beth Israel Center in her home borough of Queens, the Teachers Union of Philadelphia, and the National Association of Negro Business and Professional Women's Clubs. 7. All the while, her books continued to be reviewed in mainstream newspapers and she continued to garner relatively favorable publicity there. 8. When she spoke at Bennett College, a school that specialized in educating black women, in North Carolina in 1947, she was greeted by the president of the institution, and the event made headlines in the black press. 9. That same year there was no surprise when the Schomburg Library in Harlem named her to the Race Relations Honor Roll, joining the relatively non-controversial Frank Yerby. 10. This tranquility for Graham was crudely interrupted at Peekskill, New York, in 1949. She was one of the unfortunates who had come to this community for a rally sponsored by the Civil Rights Congress, a so-called communist front that Paul Robeson was to address. Instead, a riot erupted, sparked by an unarmed right wing that amassed opposition and objected strenuously to the existence of presumed communists and their allies. 11. Graham reported, "I felt a sharp sting on my face and put up my hands to wipe it away. There was blood on my engers. I stared at it rather stupidly. The culprit hurled the rock straight at me. He hurled it hard and swift and sure. I saw it coming but I could not move, I could not take my eyes from his face. The rock struck the thin pane of glass at my head and it bent and seared like paper in aim, but the rock fell, its force broken. I sat there, seeing his face, the face of fascism, knowing I was marked for his next victim." 12. It was her mother who had never heard Paul Robeson and insisted on going, though we were warned there might be trouble. So it happened. We were in one of those buses which were almost completely wrecked and barely escaped being killed. 13. Graham was coming to recognize that her recently minted political affiliations were not without cost. If this realization had not dawned at Peekskill, certainly it must have crossed her mind when she traveled to Paris for a major peace conference sponsored by left-wing forces. After her friend Paul Robeson was reported at this conference to have cast doubt on the willingness of African Americans to join in a war against the Soviet Union, a volcano of protest erupted in the United States. This trip was no hardship for her in that she stayed in one of the Nest hotels on the continent. My bills for the conference were paid by one of the committees of the Congrès Mondial. This 1949 gathering was conceived as a blunt rejection of those who lusted for nuclear war. Never in the history of the world has there been such a gathering of peoples from every part of the globe. There were large numbers of colored peoples of all shades and descriptions who took prominent parts, including delegates from 60 different countries. The increasingly prominent Graham sat with dignitaries from all over the world, the Dean of Canterbury, the Archbishop, members of the British and other parliaments, Madame Eve Curie, scientists and writers from the Soviet Union. There was dinner in a beautiful castle on the Champs-Élysées. This was quite a switch from her penny-pinching days in Paris over 2 decades ago. She was thoroughly impressed with Paris, in part because in France writers are aristocrats. 14. No doubt she was reacting to the fact that left-wing writers in Paris were hardly on the margins. This was a far cry from the persecution her kind faced back home, as evidenced by the volcanic reaction to Robeson's reported remarks. Such thoughts made Graham consider relocating there after she married Dubois, and persecution of both of them increased. Graham also included a trip to Denmark on this journey, where she helped the famed writer Martin Andersen Nexø mark his 80th birthday. Graham had embarked on a personal peace offensive, seeking to rally forces globally against nuclear war. Like Dubois, she played a prominent role in the 1949 Scientific and Cultural Conference for World Peace held at the Waldorf Hotel in Manhattan. This rally for peace perversely stirred bellicose sentiments. The hotel was surrounded by a mob barely held back by the police. Walking through that narrow passage was an ordeal, as insults, boos, and curses were hurled at us. 15. All the while, the authorities were taking careful note of her activism. The House Un-American Activities Committee cited her protest of the arrest of the fabled Chilean communist poet Pablo Neruda, her support for the re-election of Harlem's communist city councilman, Ben Davis, her participation in various May Day celebrations sponsored by the Communist Party. 16 Graham had become accustomed to her books attaining respectable sales and receiving favorable reviews in the mainstream press. This had allowed her to buy a nice home in Queens, to which she brought her mother and, for a while, her son. Finally she had achieved the financial security she had been striving toward for so many years, a journey that had caused her to depart from her sons in the RST place. But now she faced another, perhaps larger, problem. She began receiving reports about various libraries seeking to bar her books from their shelves because of her political affiliations. 17 She had begun writing biographies, as she recalled, because I am anxious and concerned that young Negroes know their country and know their own place in it. That is, her motives were largely patriotic. But now she was being charged with the exact opposite of what she intended. This I protest, Ed, with all the power of my being. 18 The process of discrediting Graham could ultimately erode the security she had strived so assiduously to attain. It seemed that her entire world might collapse around her. After the Waldorf Conference, things simply fell apart. Our offices had been sacked, our les stolen. Everyone who had anything to do with the peace conference or was in any way connected with the council knew that he might well lose his job. 19 The life of Shirley Graham, which had recently been charmed, was about to undergo yet another metamorphosis, only this time she was to have a partner in her journey, W.E.B. Du Bois. By early 1950 the FTY 3-year-old Shirley Graham had developed a comfortable life in Queens. By that year her community, St. Albans, had attracted a stellar array of black artists and intellectuals, including Count Basie, Ella Fitzgerald, and Lena Horne. Nearby in Corona was Louis Armstrong, in Flushing there was Billie Holiday. Like Graham, they too were attracted by the sturdy brick cottages and sparkling green lawns that characterized these neighborhoods. 20 In such an atmosphere, Graham's already immense productivity escalated further. As the newspaper The Afro-American put it in an admiring prole, her workroom is the library of her attractive, English-style home on a quiet street in St. Albans, where she lived with her mother and, intermittently, her son. The sun streams in the huge windows of the RST or library where Miss Graham works at a large oak desk piled high with papers and books, including 2 fat volumes of research material. Leisure time games are not for her. She shuns bridge, preferring to read, attend the theater or meet people. When on deadline she is likely to work 12 or 15 hours at a clip. I do my best work like this, she explains, because in the wee hours I can be sure of no interruptions. Miss Graham is also an accomplished cook. Friends especially go for her cornbread, hot biscuits, Creole jumbo, fried chicken and salads. But above all, she was a working writer, composing at a typewriter, making innumerable copies, each time adding corrections and improving her style. She never stops rewriting until her publisher demands that she make a certain deadline. She uses a small noiseless typewriter. 21 This sylvan stability allowed Graham to turn her attention to the family she had neglected during her years of economic sacrifice. Her surviving son, David, had entered the military in 1943 and after 1 year graduated as a second lieutenant from Officer Candidates School. He spent a year in Alabama before being shipped to the Philippines. He entered Hunter College in Manhattan in 1946 and after a stint with the Wallace Campaign in 1948 graduated in 1950. 22 Perhaps because of guilt as a result of the years she was away from him, Graham became quite concerned with the evolution of her youngest son. She objected vehemently when he contemplated marriage in the mid-1940s, feeling that he was much too young. 23 He, on the other hand, was equally adamant, reminding his divorced mother, "In our family I have seen 4 marriages, 2 divorces, 2 remarriages, the same 2 remarriages without children, 1 marriage saved by the Navy, and 1 slowly going to the dogs with VE beautiful children." 24. He wondered openly how he could do worse. Shirley Graham, in turn, tried to use her developing celebrity on his behalf. In fact, she saw her increasing prominence as a bit of redemption for her perceived failures as a mother, in that she could now use her good name on her son's behalf. 25 Her son discounted her advice and married, thus leaving her with an empty room and a growing sense of her own mortality. She had been growing closer to Cuban diplomats at the United Nations, a development spurred by her visit to Havana in 1949 for a peace conference. 26 So not wanting to be left alone in a large house with her elderly mother, she allowed a son of friends of mine in Cuba, who happened to be in New York with the Cuban delegation to the United Nations, to take her son's room. 27 Later, in the eyes of the FBI, this innocent gesture was to raise the specter of Graham's early friendship with Cuban revolutionaries, but this was not on her mind at the time. Like many, she simply wanted company. And when her mother passed away and the spouse of W.E.B. Du Bois died, there was a converging recognition that he too would provide pleasant company. Perhaps she thought that their intimate friendship could be better served in a marriage. December 1950 was a bleak time for the dwindling ranks of the U.S. left. The war in Korea had hastened an already escalating anti-communism. Many in the United States were beginning to wonder why communists should be tolerated at home when blood was being shed to subdue the same force abroad. Du Bois himself was about to be handcuffed, indicted, and tried for being the agent of an unnamed foreign power, presumably the Soviet Union, because of his activism against nuclear weapons. Graham herself was vulnerable in this regard because of her outspokenness about the war. However, when Graham repaired to her typewriter on December 12 to compose a letter to her old friend from Indiana, Rosalind Richardson, this was not the primary subject she addressed. With barely concealed glee, she said, "I have one more Christmas present which you are going to be the very RST friend to hear about. And darling, please keep the secret for a while. It is going to cause a lot of talk on 3 continents, and when the announcement is made I want to be fully prepared. I'm going to marry W.E.B. Du Bois the last week in February. He's had a ring made for me at Cartier's which is different from any engagement ring you ever saw. Wait until you see it. My son Robert's birthday is February 27th, so that is the day I have chosen." Emphasis in original. She was going to sell her home in Queens because it's too far out from the center of our activities, takes too long to get back and forth. It's too large and too nice a house for me really to maintain the proper kind of establishment, and it's impossible to get competent help these days, especially so far from Harlem. Emphasis in original. Even before becoming Shirley Graham Du Bois, she was already exhibiting the signs of imperiousness that were to disgust Maya Angelou in Ghana years later. Moreover, there was a class pressure on Graham to conform to a hegemonic style of life that valorized domesticity, consumerism, and all the rest. It was more difficult for her to resist aspects of anti-feminism than white supremacy. Continuing to muse about her future, she added, "We both love Europe. Dr. Du Bois has close and warm ties in at least 3 countries in Europe. It is our plan to spend a good part of our time in France. After February 27 I'm going to have a beautifully ordered life. I assure you it will not be dull. Du Bois is actually one of the most daring men I know. He has a youthful zest for life and living, and I anticipate a lot of sheer fun. I will have a position to maintain, but we both love the same kind of people and have not the slightest concern about what certain other kinds of people think about us. We both dislike publicity, yet we know that people have a right to know something about the lives of folks who write and speak publicly, and a lot of folks will have decided opinions about our marriage. It is, however, our opinion about it that will make or break the marriage." Her ecstasy about her marriage did not erode her activism for peace. That evening she was speaking for the Women for Peace Committee. "We're bringing pressure on the United Nations to stop the shooting in Korea. Unless women everywhere come out very strong in the struggle for peace, selfish men are going to drag us into war. And the heaviest responsibility lies on the women of America. We are the only women in the world who have not suffered horribly in wars." Emphasis in original. 28. This progressive incantation revealed part of the paradox of Graham. In the same train of thought she could express class-drenched disdain about the difficulty in ending a competent maid, then express sentiments about war and peace that few were sufficiently courageous to utter. The burst of gender consciousness about women and war with which she concluded her letter to Rosalind Richardson was even more ironic in that her impending marriage did not turn out to be an exemplar of feminism. In fact, the years she was married to Dubois, 1951 to 1963, were in many ways the least interesting and least productive of her long life, in part because of the subordinate role she felt obligated to adopt, but that is not to say they were the least enjoyable. She reveled in and thoroughly enjoyed the position that she had to maintain as Shirley Graham Dubois. Her critics would suggest that she enjoyed this position much too much. As Shirley Graham recalled it, she had known her second husband most of her life. In her memoir she recounts when she first met him, when she was a young girl and he, already a prominent personality, was visiting her home. "Hello," he said, "you must be the daughter of the family. How do you do, Miss Graham? My name is Dubois." And he extended his hand. Nobody had ever called me Miss Graham before. Years later he told her, "You were such a nosy little thing. Wanted to know everything. The questions you put to me that day." They discussed Paris and two of her favorite writers, Victor Hugo and Charles Dickens. Already she was enthralled with Dr. Dubois. 29. She told the writer Andrew Pascal that Dubois held her on his lap when she was a child, and that her father read every issue of The Crisis, the journal Dubois edited, to her when she was very small. Since she was 13 by the time the NAACP was founded in 1909 and could read quite well at that time, perhaps Graham did not remember the precise details of her childhood accurately, insofar as it concerned the NAACP journal. When she was a young woman in college, Dubois used to take her to all the great educational meetings that he was to address, she recalled. 30. Her sister-in-law, Ruth Morris Graham, reports that the 18-year-old Graham fell in love with Dubois when he visited their home in Colorado Springs, and she gave him her bedroom since they did not have a guest room. 31. Like the dialogue between herself and Dubois that she recalled verbatim decades later, these accounts, which are evidently not in exact accord, must all be read cautiously. Yet there is little doubt that her attraction to Dubois had begun decades before their marriage, and this attraction only increased with time. Their contact increased in the 1930s when she was seeking to establish herself as a composer, and Dubois, who also happened to be married, was the patron saint of struggling artists. Graham, at this point, gushed with platitudes when writing to Dubois. "We who are about to live, salute you, our chief," was one of her milder remarks. She told him that he had been the inspiration and moving force in the writing of her Oberlin MA thesis. 32. Once she told him, "I am quite consciously working for your approval." 33. She spoke of trying to write the opera which will reveal the souls of black folk in music. 34. Dubois, in turn, provided her advice on employment. "Keep Dillard and Prairie View in mind, stay away from Howard since it was tied up with so many musicians of the older sort." 35. When she began teaching in Nashville, she reached desperately out to the man who was akin to a mentor and father confessor. "I am strangling. I cannot go into a cafeteria and push and shove my way to a table, grab food from under other frantic hands, GHT my way to a seat. What is the matter with me? There are over 1,000 students here. The things that we are doing to them are criminal. They are asking for food. We are giving them stones. Besides, the teaching was not stimulating. Most of the things I'm doing could be done by any high school graduate." 36. He commiserated with her plight, recounting his difficulties at Wilberforce decades earlier. 37. This early exchange was indicative of a pattern that characterized their pre-marriage relationship. Though she was an uncommonly competent and strong woman, it seemed that when communicating with Dubois she was always on the verge of falling apart and needing rescue. They began meeting periodically. He intended to meet her in Nashville in 1936 since he was going to be there for an Alpha Phi Alpha meeting anyway. 38. Enigmatically, he added that he wanted to discuss some things which had better not be written. 39. A snowstorm prevented their meeting. He was terribly disappointed. 40. So was she. 41. But he was not far from her thoughts, since she was now reading his novel Dark Princess, and passages from it sang in my heart. She assured him that Nashville offers me no temptations because of the immorality of the spirit and soul, which is so much more deadly than mere physical immorality. There was some amusement when it was learned that she was listening to Wagner's Götterdämmerung. Now that is something, to have the opportunity to lead hungry, young Negroes to Wagner. She was ending Nashville to be a difficult assignment. Though she denied being presumptuous, she encouraged Dubois to free her by taking her to Germany as his assistant. "Take me with you, I beg you. I'm dying here. Fear of the future has me by the throat. 9 months ago I was so happy as I prepared for the work I was going to do. I have 100 students under me." 42. No, taking her to Germany was not possible. Dubois chided her, but he could meet her in Louisville. He asked her to ND lodging near where I am staying. 43. One could presume that by this point around 1936 the 40-year-old Graham and the 68-year-old Dubois were conducting an illicit affair, though his request for separate lodging is not necessarily consistent with that notion. The main point, however, was that Graham, who had an uncanny habit, in any case, of becoming friendly with the inutiel, such as Dubois and Mary White Ovington, had developed an intensely personal relationship with a leading black intellectual. 44. Being able to see him made her ecstatic with joy. "I'm so excited," she gushed, "I'll probably be burned to a cinder before you get here." 45. After this encounter, it seemed that their relationship became even closer. When her father died in 1936, she reached out to him, conding that "my father's death plunges me into an inconsolable pit of darkness. We loved each other as each of us loved no one else." 46. When she needed a recommendation for a fellowship from the Rosenwald Fund, he complied readily, calling her a woman not only of ability but of unusual energy in the face of great and almost overwhelming difficulties. 47. Now he was calling her "my dear Shirley" instead of Miss Graham. He helped her with her work still. After he viewed a production of Elijah's Ravens, he told her, it was a good play. It held the audience. "I heard them say on campus you must see Elijah's Ravens. I think you have got a very good piece of dramatic work which will live a long time." 48. She, in turn, reported to him on her progress, noting her study of German, the production of 2 of her scripts on radio, her debut as a dancer. "Swing Mikado," she said, "fooled the highest dreams of those promoting federal projects. This has been one of the most satisfying events of my life. All in all, the gods are very kind. But I want more." 49. She got more, thanks in part to Dubois. As she drolly put it, Mr. Rosenwald takes very good care of his favorite child. The grant, for which he provided a recommendation, allowed her to repay a loan she had obtained from him. But it was not his money such as it was that she was after, for twilight, and soft ruby wine and golden bubbles sparkling on my tongue there is no repaying, only warm memories. Such was her pleasant recollection of their most recent encounter in the late summer of 1939. 50. There were logistical barriers to their encounters. She was in New Haven, he in Atlanta. But the miles that separated them did not bar the development of mutually intense emotions. She was becoming more fond of him, encouraging him to see the man who came to dinner, since the leading character bears a startling resemblance to you. 51. Despite the warm words, Dubois, who, after all, did have a wife to attend to, and Graham lived in different cities and had difficulty meeting. Once he complained of not being able to get anything articulate out of you these days. Later he regretted that he had neglected her shamefully and will not try to account for the reasons except that "I really have been busy. The one-legged clog dancer has nothing on me." 52. Graham had other romantic interests. He had a wife. Constant and frequent communication could be problematic in this context. Yet despite the barriers, they shared too much of an intellectual bond to remain distant for too long. The publication of Richard Wright's Native Son turned Graham's blood to vinegar and made her heart weep for having borne 2 sons. They say it is a great book. Why? 53 Wright's success had reminded Graham of her advancing years and that she was not old enough to have achieved anything worth having and too old to laugh at everything worthwhile. She knew that she had something to give, a great deal I believe, but the prospect is terrifying. I don't like the world outside. I'm afraid of it. She turned for comfort to Dubois, adding tellingly, I can't imagine saying this to anyone else. 54 Dubois disagreed with her evaluation of Native Son, calling it great. 55 It appeared as if she considered Wright's success both a benchmark for what was possible and a reproach for what she had not achieved. She told her beloved and honored friend Dubois that the theatrical opening of Native Son gives me hope, much hope. No real money has been made on a Negro show since Green Pastures until Cabin in the Sky, but Wright's work might prove to be the breakthrough for black dramatists generally. 56 But Wright's success brought no immediate benefit to her. Dubois tried to help her by providing contacts with Arthur Spingarn and other influential persons who might be able to help her. But this proved unavailing as Graham still felt compelled to abandon the stage. Yale and the Federal Theatre had given her an equipment for work in the theatre such as few of us have. I have made strong and influential contacts in the professional work. Some one of us must be in a position of authority, she continued, referring to African Americans. Until that happens we can get no plays produced and most of our acting is turned into a burlesque. She wanted to be that person in a position of authority, and given her academic and professional background, she should have been that person, but that did not happen. She had to leave Yale, though if she had no responsibility other than herself, she could have tried to tough it out, but she had 2 sons and needed economic security. Writhing in the blackest despair, she reached out to Dubois again. I am trained to work, I am anxious to work, I must have work. You see, I really have no home to go to. I must work. 57 Should she stick with playwriting? Few white directors can do a Negro show, but, inevitably, this was what she was stuck with, particularly if she wanted to garner the income that only Broadway could provide. What to do? 58 Dubois could not help her ND work, so she moved to Indianapolis to work for the YWCA, where she would seek among other things to build a theater. Her spirits were lifting a bit, in part because of the succor Dubois provided. Somebody read my palm the other day and predicted a stormy, turbulent, and brilliant career. 59 But stormy and turbulent proved to be the dominant themes. In the spring of 1941, as she was contemplating leaving Indiana for Arizona, she told Dubois candidly, I need more money. She now realized that what I continue to build is a reputation, not financial security. I did a choric drama for the white YWCA last night. It went very successfully, a good house and lots of applause, but a very small economic return. 60 She revealed her vulnerabilities to him, conding, I have been so beaten down lately that I know I'm weak. 61 Was this intelligent and determined woman discussing genuine vulnerabilities with a person she admired? Or was she pushed to portray herself as vulnerable so as to conform to a presumed feminine norm that a man supposedly would end irresistible? Whether consciously or not, her exposing of various sides of herself, her downs and her ups, was bringing Dubois closer to her. Interestingly, he was not as open about his feelings as she. Inevitably her letters to him were written in such a way as to call on him to provide her with uplift or the like. His had become the shoulder she rested on and the counsel she valued. This was a major theme of their pre-marriage relationship. It was probably uttering for Dubois to acknowledge that a woman who could easily pass for his daughter was coming to see him in a role that surpassed the paternal. Dubois came to visit her in Indiana and she held a small dinner party in his honor. Being able to end his presence was an emblem of her own success. A friend told her that she was honored to have been invited to meet this truly great man. I certainly do not wonder at your conceit when he considers you a friend. It was one of the most delightful experiences of my life. 62 Thus, When she left Indiana for Arizona, he was one of the RST to know of her bellowing pride in working with the largest aggregation of Negro soldiers in the nation, I suppose in the world. It was the most amazing job. The sky's the limit, she said. I can do anything. I'm the boss. 63. Of course, Dubois was not the only man with whom she shared intimacy. In the fall of 1940, a friend contemplated Shirley Graham's marriage to one of 3 suitors, adding knowingly, "'Tis a tale full of sound and fury, signifying that you'll be of another frame of mind next month. A little better for the compliments to your charm, and a little brighter for the polish applied to your vanity." 64. Graham, like any other person, was desirous of both economic and emotional security. With his letters of recommendation and loans, Dubois might be able to assist with the former, but his own marriage and his distance from her complicated his ability to provide the latter. For that, she often had to look elsewhere. Still, despite being surrounded by thousands of Negro men in the middle of nowhere in Arizona, she stayed in touch with him and continued sharing her innermost thoughts with him. Yes, she liked her job, it was amazing, but last night, as I lay far into the night, unable to sleep, I suddenly realized that my own salvation demands that I do right. But this dream might not be realized, since she felt exposed in Arizona. Tokyo had struck in Hawaii, where the United States was in no way prepared, and Fort Huachuca was the outpost guarding this lower border near Mexico. I too know the terror of waking in the night and hearing planes. Yet she was not sufficiently egotistical to worry only about herself. She felt that every soldier here becomes my son in uniform. 65. Fort Huachuca was the last stopping place before our soldiers go into active combat. Our soldiers are now guarding most of the strategic positions along the west coast. The smell of impending death hung heavily. 66. Though military censors counseled stringently against writing precisely what she had just communicated, she did not hesitate to share her innermost apprehensions with Dubois. She continued to apprise him of her personal setbacks also. While in Arizona, she had a serious accident when going to Tucson to meet the contralto Marian Anderson, and suffered a severe leg injury. It gave her more trouble than anticipated. I can walk only with crutches. I'm rather wan and thin. I make a very bad invalid. Still bedridden, she reproved an officer who sought to improve troubled race relations in Arizona by having soldiers read Native Son. She objected to this one-sided book and instead recommended Dubois' books, a gesture he certainly appreciated. 67. When she ran afoul of the authorities in Arizona, again she turned to Dubois, telling him that her activism had caused her to be interviewed by high army officials. Some people were afraid of me. 68. These authorities were not too afraid of her to oust her, so when she wound up at the Hotel Teresa in Harlem, she found herself rushing to Dubois for help and comfort, a recurrent process over the years. 69. Though she was an extraordinarily hardy woman, she showed another side to Dubois. She told him about the briny tears that she shed into her pillow on the many nights I've been in New York. Yes, it did seem she was having a roaring good time crisscrossing the nation and all, but now she was alone in the big city and was forced to ask for another loan. My prospects are so dazzling, she said sardonically, that I could quite easily eat cheese and crackers around here until the break comes. 70. Apparently Dubois chivalrously provided the loan, as he had done in the past, which only encouraged Graham to rely on him more. I really would like so much to see you, she said. In fact, I need to see you. I'm really tired. Just recently she had fainted. I probably did slightly crack that tiny and very delicate bone at the very end of the spine. This put her in bed for a couple of days. 71. It would have been difficult for Dubois to have been unmoved. When her son was drafted to GHT in World War II, she was concerned since she knew too much about the U.S. Army. At this moment I can visualize myself going crazy. 72. She wanted Dubois to write a letter for her son so he might qualify for the Air Corps. Her son's father was from South Carolina, she said accurately. His mother was left a widow, she said falsely. It is unclear if she ever explained to Dubois that her ex-husband remained alive, well after their marriage. As she left Arizona for New York and the NAACP, she continued to rely on Dubois for solace. Working with the NAACP involved deadly monotony. Circumstances are driving me almost beyond my limit. I'm caught and don't know how to untangle myself. It is difficult to imagine a time when the ever-busy Graham's brain did not function up to par, but this is what she suggested to Dubois in yet another attempt to garner his sympathy. 73 Her pattern of informing him of her worthiness, praising him lavishly, while gently reminding him of her vulnerability continued. I never quite get over the miracle of being able to say to people oh so quietly and with dignity, yes I know Dr. Dubois. I've recently been taken into a rather important writers' club, me being the only and RST of the Darker brothers. She had recently been called into the southern part of New Jersey to assist with relations in the schools. I'm using up my passionate protest in speeches rather than in writing. This was unfortunate, because, she said, I want to write. The speaking and campaigning had taken a toll. I've lost weight and have to GHT discouragement and depression. 74 These baleful words did not engender the response she wanted. For days later she was remonstrating him for leaving her in a deep and very dark valley. At this moment, she continued dramatically, I am sitting under a weeping willow, dolefully and wholeheartedly feeling sorry for myself. Why? To think that you passed through New York and never said a word to me. Poor Shirley Graham had lost contact with the few friends I had in this vicinity, and with the veil of work drawn over her face, she had little time to pursue friends, old and new. Her mother had been with her for a few weeks, she said sadly, I was doing all I could to keep my own problems from her. This was nothing new. I assumed that attitude along with Papa when I was about 10 years old. Practically all my life I've been older than Mama. Well, I lost several pounds. The depressed Graham wanted to go home tonight, crawl in bed and stay there for a long, long time. There must be something radically wrong with me. 75 Presumably Graham and Dubois reconciled. By 1945 he was telling her, we have been blessed beyond most folk to have so free and happy a love without scandal or criticism. Graham had groused about his aide, Irene Diggs, a talented anthropologist, arranging things for him that Graham should have been doing. She wanted to be his caretaker and he was resisting. He continued, I'm deeply in your debt for all you have done for me. It was unforgivable to make you act at once as secretary, maid, cook, errand boy, while you were doing two persons' work for yourself. You shall not be a servant to me. I don't want that. I want a lover, rested and free. I long for your arms. 76 But Graham felt that solidifying this relationship would require more than holding him in her arms. She would have to display other qualities as well. She had the opportunity to do so after their marriage. By August 1946 he had requested that his sweetheart meet him in Manhattan. I'm coming to New York late Friday night. Come to me Saturday at 4 p.m. and stay until Sunday night. I'll call you Saturday morning to talk cuisine. Until, my dear, love. At some point in the mid-1940s after Graham moved to New York City, their relationship had become closer as his notes were punctuated with phrases like, I love and long to see you. With love and kisses. I ached for you this morning. Once he asked, do you remember the time when I only needed to share you with the party? And later when the sun came in for a share. Perhaps he meant the Communist Party. This was 1947, when, supposedly, she had become a member. If so, it is presumptive evidence that she was a communist. The point was that as early as the mid-1940s Dubois and Graham had become quite close. 77 Now it seemed that as her celebrity increased and her income from writing improved, he became as emotionally available as she. If at any future time you and me planning to be away from you 2 months, he said in 1947, will you kindly call in a psychiatrist and have me thoroughly examined for incipient homicidal tendencies. He too could drench a lover with praise, Your book is here and I am reading it. It is a splendid piece of work and I am proud of you. 78. His emotional availability did not cause her to retreat. When she visited Paris for the Peace Conference of 1949, she exceeded him in feeling. I am wrapped in sweet loneliness which keeps me warm and happy even while I ache for you. The world is really beautiful for me, my dear, because of you. She was apologetic. I know I'm a demanding, selfish, small one when I'm around. I don't mean to be, my precious one, but I really want all of you, that's all. She continued her verbal caress, and you are such a really great man. Every night before I go to sleep I thank whatever powers there be for my wonderful good fortune. Truly, I am most blessed among women. Emphasis in original. 79. By 1947 Shirley Graham had attained that rare feat of having both economic and emotional security, albeit with a man who happened to be already married. It was difficult for her to keep her newfound joy hidden. Howard Fast recalls bumping into her at a political meeting in Chicago. She said to me, "Howard, I have an interesting announcement for you." "What is that, Shirley?" She said, "Dr. Dubois proposed to me and I'm going to marry him." I said, "Shirley, my God, you're a woman in your 40s. Actually, she was about FTY1 at that time. You marry a man in his 80s, you're giving up all hope of sex for the rest of your life." She said, "Howard, how little you know about sex." And now as I approach the age of 80, I am inclined to agree with her. 80 certainly she was happier in her second marriage than her RST and, it appeared, the same could be said for him, at least that was her opinion. He had married this pretty girl at Wilberforce, his RST wife, and was absorbed in his work though he never neglected her intentionally. I was older when I married him. I had worked. I was closer to what he was doing. We did many things together. We traveled together. We shared in every work that he was doing. She never felt alienated from him. 81. By the time his RST wife died, she had grown into the habit of helping him, she told an interviewer in 1971. Their difference in age was something nobody thought about. Who thought about age? He needed help in a lot of different ways and she wanted to help him. After his wife passed away, she found him in his apartment shaken and sunk in silent depression. He grieved his loss and expressed remorse about leaving his wife alone so often because she didn't want to travel with him. Graham suggested that he come to her place in Queens for a few days. She cooked for him, pampered him. He was impressed, stating, "It's unusual to envy a woman who can write, speak, and cook." Undoubtedly, she recalled, I had been in love with him for a long time. My love had made no demands. The fact that we shared work together was enough. Though her mother had harbored misgivings about the relationship, they decided to marry. Shirley Graham thought happily that soon I would not be going to dark houses alone. 82. Dubois, who called himself her father-confessor in literary affairs and difficulties of life for many years, was overjoyed that her beautiful martyr complex, Nally persuaded herself that I needed her help and companionship, as I certainly did. 83. As she had indicated, he was apologetic about his treatment of his RST wife, acknowledging that I was not, on the whole, what one would describe as a good husband. The family and its interests were never the center of my life. She must have been lonesome and wanted more regular and personal companionship than I gave. 84. He did need help, particularly in 1951, the year of their wedding. He had been indicted and he was lucky to have Shirley Graham Dubois by his side, a talented organizer whose roots in the church gave her admittance into a vast circle of support. Though her years with Dubois were not the most productive of her life, her talents in so many different areas helped to extend and enrich his life. Home. Shirley Graham and W.E.B. Dubois married twice in 1951. They were planning to be married on February 27 at her Queens home, but he was indicted on February 9 because of his peace activism. She insisted that we be married before his arraignment, but he didn't want to. Well, she wisecracked, you know women. I insisted just as strongly. They were married secretly on February 14 with only a minister and 2 witnesses present. The arraignment was on February 16. The second wedding took place later. Her son David gave away the bride as friends from across the nation came to help them celebrate. This wedding was a major production. Newsreel called for permission to take pictures. After all, despite the forbidding political atmosphere, Dubois remained a major public figure and she was no non-entity. For the event Dubois was faultlessly attired in gleaming black and white, and she was also fashionably dressed. Flowers LED the house, candles ickered, soft music and the low murmur of voices provided the soundtrack. Guests were served sparkling punch, platters of toasted sandwiches, velvety ice cream, and plates of dainty canapés. The pastor got lost but Nally arrived in time to perform his duty. The newlyweds hurried to the airport to depart for their all too brief honeymoon in Nassau, the Bahamas. Their friends were happy that the two had found each other's companionship. It was generally understood that Dubois, an octogenarian, still had much to contribute. During a time when the forces of the left were shrinking daily, it was well that he had such a staunch and talented partner as Shirley Graham. Others, however, who believed she was a communist, looked askance at their union, even thinking that it was communist arranged. She was less concerned about such speculation than about the political and legal difficulties facing her husband. Shirley Graham Dubois realized that as a spouse she could not be forced to testify about political activities of which she was an intimate part, for example, opposition to the war in Korea, the Paris Peace Conference, and so forth. Moreover, as a spouse, she could conceivably have better access to her octogenarian husband, in case he did wind up in a prison cell. Even setting aside the question of the possibility of his imprisonment, February 1951 was not an easy time for the celebrated couple. The weather during this tumultuous month was blustering with blizzards of snow. Those opposed to the U.S. intervention in Korea were likewise besieged with a blizzard of unfavorable stories in the press and, in some instances, subpoenas. Dubois' doctor ordered him to bed as a result of the concomitant mental strain, exposure to bad weather, extreme fatigue. It was thought that he had pneumonia. His arraignment seemed to be more trying for her than him. According to the Pittsburgh Courier, when she saw her stolid husband frisked and fingerprinted, she broke into uncontrollable, tearful sobs that clearly echoed through the usually quiet corridors of the government courthouse. For in her memoir she spoke of being hysterical when they put handcuffs on him. Dubois' co-defendant Abbott Simon recalled her as being agitated, noting that she was more upset because she was a more emotional person. And, besides, it involved him and she was very much in love with him and had been all her life and she was very protective of him. Her son David was there and recalled her reaction when she saw them putting handcuffs on Dr. Dubois. He's 81 years old, actually closer to 83, and my mother saw them putting handcuffs on him and fingerprinting him. She almost had hysterics at the very sight of this horror. It was not just the fact that the person she loved might face his dying days in jail. What moved her as well was the prospect of facing the coming years alone after contemplating the happiness of marriage. This prospect helped concentrate her mind wonderfully and impelled her to become a whirlwind of activity in the campaign to set her husband free. As in his sacking from the NAACP in 1948, during this 1951 crisis Dubois was lucky to have a companion with inexhaustible energy, expert organizing skills, and numerous contacts. As the filmmaker Carlton Moss remembered later, she was the daughter of a minister, so she knew organization. Anybody that knows about black culture knows that these churches are very well organized. Her talents were even more important because many who might have rallied to Dubois' banner had skulked away cravenly. This included the organization he founded, the NAACP, not to mention many in the so-called talented tenth whose existence he once hailed. Moss recalled that Shirley told me, "I have no way of documenting this, but Walter White went right behind him, telling everybody that the old man Dubois didn't have a chance. 8. Whether he said this or not, the fact is that the NAACP was not eager to court the wrath of ascendant anti-communism by coming to the defense of a man whose effort to ban the nuclear bomb led federal authorities to charge him with being an agent of an unnamed foreign power that was presumed to be the Soviet Union. Aiding a leftist like Dubois might compromise the ongoing effort to garner civil rights concessions. Thanks in no small part to Shirley Graham Dubois, a national committee arose to defend her spouse and his co-defendants. As she noted in one of the many pieces of literature she wrote in their defense, from Africa to Alabama to South America to the West Coast, to Canada, England, France, the Balkans, North, South, East and West, the pendulum of indignation swings. 9. After making bail, the newlywed couple traversed the nation in search of support and funds. In Chicago, where the prominent black lawyer and businessman Earl Dickerson rallied to their side, funds were raised. The ladies, she said, swarmed about her spouse and regarded me with some speculation. In Milwaukee, our host, there was a businessman who had become interested in my books. His wife, one of the prettiest little Dresden doll bits of femininity that could be imagined, was charmed when she was able to converse with Dubois in German. In St. Paul, home of my mother's family, there was overwhelming support since Lizzietta's little girl Shirley's husband was involved. There was the largest interracial meeting held in this community up to that time. In Seattle, mostly whites turned out. In Portland there was not only a strong reactionary movement against us but a virulent drive to browbeat Negroes. The NAACP, the Urban League, and others from the mainstream bowed out. In San Francisco 800 came to a rally for Dubois, in Oakland, 1200. In Los Angeles they encountered the biggest audience we had had. 10. This coast-to-coast marathon of travel was both trying and heartwarming. In Detroit the harried couple felt the shadow of the terror. They had continuous bodyguards day and night because of the fear of physical attack and bodily harm. As they spoke to large crowds nationally, the lurking fear persisted that someone drunk with the heady brew of anti-communism might decide to assault this frail black couple. On the other hand, in this crucible of anxiety, irreparable bonds of love and solidarity were forged between the two. Years of normal marriage could have not knit us closer together than had this unnerving experience. 11. It was not preordained that Dubois would be acquitted, so it was well that they campaigned so vigorously. During this era, many had languished in prison on easier charges than those that faced him. Thus, with gusto, Graham Dubois took to the defense of her husband, saying in a typical stump speech, "They have told you much about an iron curtain," she began. "I would speak tonight about a smudge curtain, a screen tight down which shuts our country in from the rest of the world, a screen which cuts even our country into bits and portions so that you out here on the Pacific coast do not know what we are doing in the East." 12. Dubois acknowledged that Shirley spoke easily and interestingly, without notes and with an intense vigor which set the audiences on the edge of their seats. 13. Because of such campaigning by her and others along with expert lawyering, Dubois was freed. Though she was no longer as poverty-stricken as she had been 2 decades earlier, the Red Scare took its toll on her and her new husband. Groups that as late as 1947 might have invited her to speak and assembled scores to purchase her books now hesitated. Dubois' 1950 New York State income tax return stated that he was unemployed. He had an embarrassingly meager income. Various pensions did increase his income thereafter, but he was far from being affiant. 14. Her income was mostly from royalties, and now her husband was leaving the handling of all financial matters to me, but he was beginning to worry about the lack of money. 15. Being a leftist writer in New York City during the Cold War was not the best guarantee of a prosperous standard of living. After the State Department seized their passports, they could not follow up on her earlier dream of moving to France and obtaining lucrative speaking fees and other emoluments there. 16. As with many couples, this lack of wealth was of consequence for their relationship. Early in 1951 they were discussing a vacation. Dubois told his wife that he had been worrying about the cost of the trip. "Which you say that I should bear wholly." In the ordinary marriage, the husband bears all the costs of family life and the wife lives on what he gives her. This makes the wife the subordinate partner in the combination and the servant in the house. Such a marriage I lived through for 55 years. I could not enter another of this type for the plain fact that I have not enough income to support a wife. I would not do this if I could, because I believe this whole setup morally wrong and the cause of the failure of most marriages. The marriage I plan with you is based on economic equality. I pay my way and you pay yours, except of course in case of sickness or like calamity. My only hesitation is the calamity of old age, which may eventually incapacitate me and make me in part dependent on you. At this juncture, she had $12,000 in savings and he had $2,000 less. I think that unconsciously, and because in the past you have had no one to take care of you, you are looking for a husband who will pay your expenses as a duty. This was not his idea of the ideal marriage, he announced. He evinced interest in sharing, that is the marriage for men and women, but not for parasites. 17 He sensed that her ideal leaned toward the traditional, though he did not vigorously object when she assumed the subordinate role of becoming his caretaker, which was similarly traditional. They did pool their resources to buy the fashionable Brooklyn Heights home of the playwright Arthur Miller. They lived minutes away from the Brooklyn Bridge, linking them to the vibrancy of Lower Manhattan, in the Bedford-Stuyvesant section of Brooklyn, due south from their lovely home. A huge African American community was forming. The location proved to be ideal. For both political and racial reasons they hired an anonymous purchaser, acting through an agent for fear that no one would sell to them directly. 18 She had sold her St. Albans home for $19,500 with a fair profit that padded their down payment. 19 Despite Dubois' stated desire for equity in their relationship, her recollection is that he asked her to take care of this purchase since homemaking is the wife's business. My dear, if you say it's all right, I know it will suit me. 20 After the threat of his imprisonment passed, they quickly settled into a comfortable domestic routine, though she was plagued by concern about her husband's advanced age. In the spring of 1952 she and a worker cut and dug and planted. My husband suggested that we plant a tree in one corner. I didn't exactly say that he would not live long enough to enjoy it, but he understood my objection perfectly. 21 This hovering fear only forced her to savor every moment of happiness. Our established routine was that he arose each morning shortly before 8 o'clock, shaved, took a leisurely bath and was down to breakfast before 9. 22 Despite Dubois' noble intentions about equality and sharing, she did almost all of the cooking. She was the one who would ex him a bourbon and ginger ale, a quite tall one with Ritz crackers and blue cheese. This was almost a nightly affair. 23 Despite his reputation for aloofness, he was not that way with his spouse or anyone he came to know well. Ethel Ray Nance, who had known him for decades, never knew Dr. Dubois to dislike anyone, or if you had something in common he could be friendly with you. If you didn't, he just didn't bother you at all. The problem, as she saw it, was that the envious like Walter White could never quite accept the greatness of Dr. Dubois. 24 His conviviality and her hospitality helped to make for a happy household. Herbert Aptheker found them to be a splendid host and hostess. 25 Vicky Garvin, a black woman who once lived in both Ghana and China, also visited their Brooklyn abode. She recalled that when Dubois would come back to the house right after he made his little stroll around the block, he would ring the doorbell and he would yell, "Yoo-hoo, Shirley, I'm home." He was really so delightful in announcing himself because they had a very warm relationship, and this warmth spilled over and encompassed their guests. 26 James and Esther Jackson, frequent visitors to their house in Brooklyn, have similarly fond memories. He was a communist leader. She also had graduated from Oberlin and later was to found the quarterly Freedom Ways with Graham Dubois. The party had brought him to New York City as the Red Scare dawned and, as a partial result, the Jacksons became ever closer to the Duboises. Esther Jackson remembered children's parties that they often had for children who were of the McCarthy period, children whose parents had either been jailed or indicted. Often we went there for lunch or breakfast. They also had the opening celebration when the first issue of Freedom Ways magazine appeared in March of 1961. We had a big celebration at the Dubois home. All of the writers were there, Ossie Davis was there, John Killens was there. And a whole number of Alice Childress, a whole number of the writers of my generation in the New York area were there. 27 Louise Patterson also had positive recollections of the Du Bois' hospitality. It was always a pleasure to go to their home. You would encounter many different people there from everywhere. 28 in particular, diplomats from the United Nations and Africans during colonialism often made their way to their Brooklyn home. Shirley Graham Du Bois had helped her husband understand that not all Euro-Americans were unenlightened when it came to the question of race. Howard Fast had been a decisive influence on her own life and he quickly became a part of the Du Bois' inner circle. Fast liked her above all, considering her a rather gifted writer, interesting woman. Rather remarkable in her sensibility. I met her at a publishing house or a party of the publishing house doing a book of hers and a book of mine. This was in the mid-1940s. We took her into our home and we were as kind to her as we possibly could and we became fast friends with her and this was a friendship that just grew over the years. My wife loved Shirley and they spent a great deal of time together. According to Fast, Graham Du Bois' sweet disposition made it easy for her to get along with most, even those with whom she was in basic disagreement. She was an unappable person, she had great inner strength, great solidity. She was a gentle, kind, forgiving person. Like most of her friends, he felt that Dr. Du Bois was very fortunate to have her in those last years of his life. 29 Even before she became Du Bois' spouse she had become his ideological shield. She interceded to prevent him from encountering those she felt were up to no good. When an inquiring scholar wanted to look at Du Bois' papers for his research, she turned him down. The purpose of this frantic interest in Negroes is to perfect the machinery of control and to continue the enslavement to which they have been subjected all these years. The enemy is aware that he has blundered badly in the past. He is now faced with the horrifying realization that Negroes hold the balance of power in the approaching struggle. She added, in the null analysis I trust only one white American. She may have been referring to Herbert Aptheker, whom she was addressing. White America has forced me to this position. White America will have to change before I change that position. 30 Her communist friends may have inched at this racial argument, but it was suggestive of something that would become apparent after she left the United States for exile. Though Howard Fast and other Euro-Americans were among her closest friends and allies, the nagging persistence of Jim Crow had helped to convince her that white America did not merit the benefit of the doubt. This bloc was not to be trusted. The flash of temper she displayed with this young scholar was indicative of her sometimes grave demeanor, yet another side of a woman who, after all, once acted and directed. Her son David recalls, "My mother had a tendency to be terribly serious at all times and under all circumstances regardless of the conditions. Du Bois would very often have to or feel it necessary in fact to suggest to my mother that we can talk about those matters some other time but not at the dinner table. Since he always felt that at the dinner table conversation should be light, conversation should be interaction." 31 Naturally, she complied with her husband's request for, as her friend Anna Grant put it, she lived through him and loved it. This is not what one would expect from an accomplished artist, a distinguished woman, but she was dazzled by his scholarship and his presence and felt privileged that he wanted her to be his wife. She was a perfect lady and for that day and time when women were supposed to show deference to their husbands. I thought she pulled it off very well and did not seem disturbed that he was getting all of this attention. 32 The contemporary cult of domesticity reinforced Graham Du Bois' tendency to be deferential to her husband. She told her friend Rosalind Richardson, "You would have to see my marriage in operation to believe it. I am most fortunate among women and people who have known Web for years tell me that his bounding spirits and zest for life reflects his complete fulfillment. We have a home worthy of the man, reflecting our tastes and cultural needs. We have engrossing, important, constructive work, we have extraordinary health. I purposely avoided using the word happiness because happiness implies contentment. If we could shut ourselves away just with ourselves and be content, I could say we were very happy, but we are one in having no desire in this. But one thing she was apparently happy in doing was cooking, since her spouse was a most appreciative diner and I loved to cook for him. 33 Perhaps not surprisingly, Dubois felt his marriage to be rich and rewarding. 34 He also appreciated the fact that she was so helpful with his intellectual endeavors. He once told Arna Bontom that she regarded it as her chief object in the world to preserve and arrange my library, and to write a definitive biography on the basis of my books, papers, and letters. This was why they had bought their sizable Brooklyn home, which is considerably larger than our needs. 35 But Dubois also loved his wife because she was always a political companion. As noted, Howard Fast claims that she was a communist and that he Fast played no small part in her recruitment. Now it has been said that one of the reasons Shirley Graham joined the party was in terms of my own friendship. I never urged her to join, but she probably felt that in terms of my work and my attitude toward black people, here was something that she could admire. But after the revelations about Stalin's rule in 1956, he left the party and, presumably because she did not, they saw each other less. Much to my sorrow, we didn't see each other for a period of 4 or 5 years. I again met Shirley quite by chance on 59th Street one day in Manhattan. We embraced, she was well, we were both so happy to see each other. That, however, was the last time I met Shirley. The party brought them together and moved them apart. But, assuming she was a communist, why did she stay on after 1956 when so many left? Well, Shirley and Dr. Dubois, I would guess, had a position which said we are part of a totally repressed group. This party is the only group willing to go out on a limb and GHT for us with no holds barred. Fast compared the United States to South Africa, where Africans have been heavily represented in the ranks of the Communist Party. He added, so the attitude toward the Communist Party on the part of Africans and even black Americans, I would suspect, would be very different from what my attitude is. This is only natural. It seemed that Fast was suggesting that white privilege and black lack of same were factors in an individual's commitment to radicalism. He had a point. 36 Fewer African Americans proportionally and in absolute numbers left the party after the convulsions of 1956. 37 Presumably, one of those who did not leave in 1956 was Shirley Graham Dubois. Paul Robeson was another example of an African American who did not from the orbit of the communists after 1956. He and his spouse, Eslinda, along with Shirley Graham and W.E.B. Dubois, were the premier couples of the left during a very difficult era. All were accomplished. Eslinda Robeson was a distinguished writer and all were mutually supportive, generally speaking. They visited each other's homes and shared condolences at a time when the shriveling left was being shunned by many. Dubois' granddaughter recalls a time in the 1950s when Robeson was invited to come over to the Dubois' Brooklyn home to test a new piano that Graham Dubois had just bought. She had neglected to purchase the appropriate bench for this instrument. Paul came bounding up the spiral staircase and immediately saw the new piano, and off he went and sat down on the bench by the piano, which immediately splintered into 10,000 pieces of wood. And he just landed up on the oar in the most ungraceful position possible. Nonplussed, the basso profundo still immediately launched into a rousing rendition of Old Man River. 38 Shirley Graham had written a biography of Paul and was friendly for years with Eslinda Robeson. During one of her trips to Paris before entering Oberlin, Graham had visited their home in London and left with words of praise for him: he has genius, he has brains, and he has a wife. 39 This curious and oblique reference to Eslinda Robeson may not have been unintentional. Graham Dubois' son David recalls his mother having an intense friendship with Eslinda Robeson. It was not a smooth relationship, they fed on each other. This was an important relationship for Graham Dubois and had rather intimate elements, though it was bumpy and highly personal. However, like others, Graham Du Bois felt that Estlin Daropson didn't treat Paul right. Besides, there was a certain kind of competition between the two of them as talented spouses of internationally recognized men. Moreover, as a reaction of her tendency to be more capable in confronting white supremacy rather than male supremacy, Graham Du Bois had a built-in tendency to glorify male personalities, put them before everybody else. Her attitude toward her father to a great extent was extended to other men. You see it repeated over and over in her relationships with men. 40. This tendency did not extend to a woman like Essie Robeson. Still, this image of Graham Du Bois as a woman easily led and misled by men does not rest easily with the then prevailing notion that she inveigled Du Bois into the ranks of the Communist Party. In 1955, a witness appearing before the House Un-American Activities Committee portrayed her as much more radical than her better-known spouse. 41. And despite her general lack of militance on feminist concerns, she was a lodestar in one of the early black feminist organizations, Sojourners for Truth and Justice. Along with Estlin Daropson, the publisher Charlotta Bass, the activist Louise Thompson Patterson, the writer Alice Childress, and the actresses Beulah Richardson and Frances Williams, Graham played a leading role in this small but ideologically potent organization. The case of Rosa Lee Ingram, a black woman tenant farmer in rural Georgia who fought back when assaulted by her landlord, was one of their principal concerns. 42. Their call was a precursor of a kind of race feminism, though more globally minded than contemporary iterations. Our action will carry forward the tradition of Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth, they declared, and will give inspiration and courage to women the world over, the colored women of Africa and Asia who expect us to make this challenge. 43. Sojourners was not the only organization to which Graham devoted time after her marriage. Though she spent a considerable amount of time tending to the needs of her elderly spouse, she also found time for increased political commitments. FBI reports in 1956 listed her as a concealed communist with over 70 political affiliations, including Sojourners, the American Committee for the Protection of the Foreign-Born, the Council on African Affairs, the Civil Rights Congress, defense committees designed to spare from prison the communist leaders V.J. Jerome and Alexander Trachtenberg, and a host of others. 44. Part of this information was gleaned as a result of an FBI interview with her conducted under pretext. Graham, feet 2 inches tall, was described as slender, frail with hair streaked with gray, wavy, worn shoulder length. This information would be useful in case she had to be found and detained pursuant to a national emergency. 45. This was not an easy time for a black woman to align herself with an increasingly unpopular left. Cold War pressures were obligating the United States to move away from the more egregious aspects of Jim Crow. How could this nation purport to charge Moscow with human rights violations when darker peoples in this nation were treated so horribly? However, the price paid for this bargain was the bludgeoning of a left besieged on all sides with political trials, persecution, and harassment. The weakened left had to spend more time defending itself than fighting for its ideals. In such an atmosphere, the relative tranquility of a trial, even if it was a comrade in the dock, was almost a respite from what awaited beyond the realm of the judiciary. The stool pigeon Julia Brown, who infiltrated the Communist Party on behalf of the FBI, recalled that there were so many meetings, rallies, and other fundraising pitches that I longed for the final courtroom sessions to get underway. 46. In such an environment, many black women in particular decided that the better part of wisdom was to avoid the enforced marginalizing that the left represented, in favor of what was becoming a mainstream civil rights movement. Majeska Simpkins had worked with Sojourners but had also been a leader of the South Carolina NAACP. She was ousted from NAACP leadership in 1957 apparently because of her ties to other alleged communist fronts, for example, the Southern Negro Youth Congress, the Southern Conference for Human Welfare, and others. As one analyst notes, Simpkins was a friend and supporter of many leaders of the American Sikh Communist Party. 47. Simpkins's experiences transmitted the message that African Americans could win basic rights only if they did not press for more far-reaching reforms in alliance with radical organizations, particularly those that adopted controversial stances on foreign policy. Graham du Bois refused to heed this message and, instead, opted for the loneliness of the left. Eventually she decided that she could maintain her radical beliefs and avoid isolation only if she left the United States. She reinforced her shrinking circle of associates on the left by deepening her ties with diplomats from socialist countries and anti-colonial movements who were posted at the United Nations and/or living in New York City. Serving on the board of the National Council of American-Soviet Friendship facilitated this process for her. Moreover, she continued her friendship with Gers like Langston Hughes, who felt compelled to retreat from more overt ties with the left. 48 In the meantime, she preached avidly though at times futilely her socialist philosophy. After Du Bois was spared imprisonment, they continued to speak across the continent and faced harassment every step of the way. In 1952 they were both deported from Toronto for refusing to undergo an examination. This was a lie, said Du Bois, whose beliefs had just been examined with a microscope at a federal trial. They had come to address the left-wing Canadian Peace Congress and, as was customary during the 1950s, they found it difficult to escape from the United States. 49 That same year the couple were invited to attend the American Intercontinental Peace Conference in Brazil. They immediately sought to renew their passports. She had held one for 24 years, he for FTY9. They were denied. 50 When they were able to actually fool speaking engagements, she usually spoke on the same platform with her spouse, often on questions of peace and war. She also addressed other audiences on her own, for example, American Women for Peace, the Emma Lazarus Club, and various church groups. 51 1953 Peroration by Graham du Bois at Taylor Memorial Methodist Church in San Francisco, recorded by the FBI, was typical. Do not let anyone keep you from working for peace or using the word peace. Do not let anyone tell you that those who work for peace are subversive. Do not let anyone tell you that those who work for peace are subversive. Our own American boys, those sons and husbands of ours now gting in Korea, are murdering and making human torches of the women and little helpless Korean children by dropping jelly bombs on them. We must and can stop this terrible war. 52 These eerie words notwithstanding, she and Du Bois were still wary about campaigning for peace. She was asked to join the World Peace Council, but this might have meant leaked documents indicating that she was the agent of a foreign power. Dismissing the congealed Russophobia of the era, Graham du Bois boldly scribbled "Niet" in response to the suggestion that she leave. 53 She refused to say "Niet" to those who wanted her to become involved in helping those charged with espionage on behalf of Moscow. One of her most endearing and important political roles was as trustee of the fund established to benefit the orphaned children of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, executed for alleged atomic espionage. They had been convicted and killed for a crime aiding the Soviet Union not dissimilar from what her husband was charged with. Thus, the dilemma of the children left behind resonated with her, not least because it dovetailed with Graham du Bois' own role as a mother in politics. Despite subsequent sympathy for the Rosenbergs and their children, in the early 1950s the sympathy was in short supply, hence, it took some courage to accept the assignment she did. The intimidating atmosphere meant that even liberals and social democrats who charged the Soviet Union with anti-Semitism respected intellectuals like Michael Harrington, Irving Howe, and Oth. ERS 54 were mute about similar allegations of anti-Jewish fervor bolstering the persecution of the Rosenbergs. 55 This intimidation did not deter Graham du Bois. She felt that the defenders of the Rosenbergs should stress their abject innocence. 56 Above all, it seemed, she worried about the children of the defendants and their ruined innocence as they confronted a loneliness that her own two sons were compelled to endure. The Rosenberg sons, Robert and Michael, recalled a particular Christmas vacation when they were boys when they attended a festive party at the Du Bois home in Brooklyn. 57 Now known as Robert Mirapole, the son of the Rosenbergs recalls fondly that Shirley Graham was in charge of ending people to adopt my brother and I. I remember coming into their house and there was this large Christmas tree with all sorts of light all over it and a huge mound of presents and a lot of children, At this Christmas party he and his brother met Abe and Ann Mirapole, who adopted them. This, Robert Mirapole recalls with gratitude, was the best possible place to bring us together with them and hold this event. No one from his mother's or father's family would take them in for fear of further persecution. Mirapole recollected that in the Du Bois's house there'd be a vase from China. Something else from the Soviet Union. Something else from Brazil. It was like a small museum from the world, at a time when many U.S. households were bathed in parochialism and certainly apprehensive about displaying items from nations led by communists. 58 In addition to seeking deliverance of their children, Graham Du Bois also campaigned for the freedom of the defendants themselves. A congressional committee took note of her letter of appeal demanding that those concerned write the President and Attorney General and tell them what you think. 59 One positive result of her campaign was its influence on the career of Ruby Dee, who replicated Graham Du Bois' combination of activism and interest in theater, through friends she had made while protesting the treatment of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Dee received a role in the world of Sholem Aleichem. She credits that production with changing her consciousness about theater and about the universality of oppression. 60 This historical accident also suggests that though the influence of Graham Du Bois and others on the left was thwarted in the 1950s, it was not squelched altogether. To be sure, Graham Du Bois did suffer a certain political isolation during the 1950s. Her friend the actress Frances Williams recalls. When the Du Boises visited Los Angeles, people we had gone to see together many times now shunned them. When Graham Du Bois and her husband drove up to the home of these two doctors and rang the doorbell, no one answered. We rang and we decided they were not home. And as we got in the car to drive away, I looked up and the curtains upstairs moved and I could see that these people who were good friends of Dr. Du Bois were at home and they were avoiding him. 61 This was a bitter reminder to Du Bois of the fatuousness of his notion of a talented 10th. Racial heritage or even the oppression that accompanied it did not guarantee political clarity, particularly given a privileged class background. It was fortunate that Graham Du Bois introduced him to new friends on the left, otherwise he would have wound up more isolated than he was. Sadly, the negative attention that Graham Du Bois received as one of the few prominent left intellectuals of the 1950s impacted her son David as well. With regret she told her friend Rosalind Richardson that he has been a victim of the oppression and senseless hysteria sweeping our country. His passport was taken away and he had had other difficulties. This was caused in part by his own activism but also because of his lealties. His was a typical example of a growing and disturbing pattern, the spreading influence of McCarthyism. The other night, Graham Du Bois wrote, we had dinner with a great scholar who has been laid off one of the big universities, a brilliant and productive career cut away. 62 The same could be said about her famed spouse. He was a great scholar who also had been sidelined, though he was well past retirement age. The careers of certain writers were boosted because they were more in accord with the prevailing conservative atmosphere, while others suffered correspondingly. 63 Graham Du Bois and her spouse were in the latter category. They were not alone. Strikingly, many in this category were Jewish or African American. 64 Since many of their friends were of this ethno-religious or racial background, their already small circle began to wither correspondingly. This increased isolation sparked their desire to live abroad. This persecution also impacted the work of many creative artists. In response to the swing to the right nationally, many artists moved to more abstract concerns. Out of fear of being labeled political, or worse, a communist during the Cold War years. This evolution was not simply a modernist improvement. Many artists successfully retreated from overt political content, and this retreat was often praised by critics who said, essentially, that politics was no business for true, visionary artists. Criticism in the Cold War era effectively silenced the political artist in American society. Even worse, certain anti-communist critics felt that mere social interaction with African Americans could signify leftist sympathies. 65 As an artist with sympathies for the plight of African Americans, Graham Du Bois was doubly affected by this trend. Still, she persevered, working on her own books and helping her husband with his. Du Bois recalled later that my manuscripts and those of Shirley Graham were refused publication by mainstream publishers during the height of the 1950s repression. 66 Her productivity was limited further because she was so involved with her husband's work. She assisted in editing the 50th anniversary edition of My Husband's Souls of Black Folk, for example. 67 Still, she also found the time to lend her formidable skills to the left-wing journal Masses and Mainstream, where she served as a contributing editor, and a pressure group called the Committee for the Negro in the Arts, which was also a laboratory where up-and-coming actors like Harry Belafonte worked out his repertoire. 68 She also found the time to work on her own writing. Though the number of her readers in the United States may have shrunk, her readership in Europe was expanding. In 1954 she received a check for almost $800 in royalties from a Berlin publisher for her biography of Benjamin Banneker. Her works were translated into many languages, including Czech, German, and Russian. In the United States, however, her Banneker book suffered the fate of many of her works. It had been published in 1949 and less than 7,000 copies have been sold. She continued, very shortly after its publication it was practically dropped from circulation and suppressed. It has been removed from most libraries and is not mentioned on book lists. 69. Because of such dismal prospects, it was inevitable that she would turn more toward European publishers as outlets for her writing. In 1957 she proposed to a Prague publisher a book about the case of Emmett Till, the African-American youth who had been lynched in Mississippi because of a reputed violation of social norms. 70 Such a book would also add to the international pressure that was obligating the United States to address its pressing racial problem. This book was not completed, however. She did finish a biography of her husband's old nemesis, Booker T. Washington. The book was surprisingly tame for such a militant socialist writer. There were her usual trademarks: fictionalized dialogue and shimmering prose, for example, but other aspects seemed more in accord with the looming conservatism of the day. She began the book with a quote from Washington that she did not interrogate: "No race can prosper till it learns that there is as much dignity in tilling a field as in writing a poem." When she wrote of Washington's collaboration with the tycoon Andrew Carnegie, there was no reproach of either party. Nor did she scrutinize certain core ideas expressed by Washington. Long ago he had turned his back on politics. "While politicians talk, I'll work," he said. He advised other Negroes to let white folks have their politics. You buy a farm. There was no discussion of the challenge posed by the Niagara movement, in which her spouse had played a prominent part to Washington's pusillanimous leadership. Overall, the book seemed more in tune with an ascendant conservatism than a socialist ideal. 71 In the Washington biography she evinced certain weaknesses on the race question, which was not her habit. In her biography of Pocahontas she evinced weaknesses on gender, which was more in keeping with her pattern. In telling the story of the life of this Native American woman, Graham was surprisingly uncritical of the role of John Smith. When she discussed the effort of the European colonists to arrange a marriage with Pocahontas for reasons of political alliance, Graham Du Bois expressed no opinion of this tactic. Though this nation was founded on expropriation of Native Americans, she evinced no interest in a critique of this process. The biography was far from being an anti-imperialist or even an anti-colonialist work, which was all the more surprising considering that it was written by a supposed communist during the height of the Cold War. 72 It reeked at the times in which it was written. Perhaps Graham Du Bois should not bear the exclusive blame for such work, since there was enormous pressure on her and other writers to conform to certain conservative norms, particularly when discussing the founding myths of the nation. Thus, when she contemplated writing a bit of satirical fiction which I have already called The Trials and Tribulations of Xantip, she turned to her Prague publisher. Her intentions were serious and seemingly at odds with the cautious lineaments of some of her other work of this era. What does Socrates say on the woman question? It is my personal contention that Xantip has been a much maligned woman. I'd like to tell her side of the story. Her concluding words were also a coda for her own life, particularly her future life in Ghana. Graham du Bois was also a much maligned woman whose side of the story was often ignored. Thus, when the international atmosphere eased and her passport was nally returned, she quickly left the country, her venerable husband in tow, in preparation for a more extended exile where compromises of her political vision were not mandatory. 73. On the road again. By the time her passport was renewed in 1958, Shirley Graham du Bois was more than ready to leave the United States for an extended period. She and her husband were revered abroad with the same fervor with which they were vilied at home. Moreover, though she had stepped into the limelight as a result of an artistic creation that concerned Africa, she was far from being a frequent visitor to this continent. Thus, even before moving permanently to Ghana in 1961, she was determined to travel to Africa. It was not easy to be a presumed communist in the United States in the late 1950s. Though things had improved since the days of hysteria that accompanied the war in Korea, there were still proscriptions of various sorts. Employers were reluctant to employ Reds, publishers were reluctant to publish them, people generally were reluctant to associate with them. On the other hand, the nascent civil rights movement was sprouting shoots in places like Montgomery and Little Rock. This threatened to push the nation in a more progressive direction. Yet a precondition for this movement's success, or so it was thought by many, was that it had to shun those who harbored the kind of seditious ideas expressed by Shirley Graham du Bois. Given such an environment, she started thinking of leaving the country as soon as the government relented and restored her passport. The changing atmosphere brought by the civil rights movement caused others to reconsider their evaluation of her and her once indicted spouse. When Du Bois was invited back to Fisk University in 1958, Arna Bontom was impressed by how his employer greeted the seasoned intellectual. Fisk went all out for Du Bois, he reported to Langston Hughes. It was like the return of a king from exile. We had him and Shirley to dinner once and we attended a luncheon. Shirley whispered to me that while he has made no public statement, he has felt in recent years that he was losing contact with his own folk, which he wished to re-establish. So I read a good bit into that statement. What Bontom should have read into that statement was that as time passed, it was becoming more difficult to isolate the African American left from the general African American community. Du Bois' triumphant return to Fisk symbolized that. This tardy détente notwithstanding, Shirley Graham remained eager to depart for a more sympathetic environment. She was in the midst of her usual frantic pace, taking courses in Russian at Columbia University, working on various books, laying the foundation for a new magazine to be known as Freedom Ways, public speaking, and attending to the needs of her aging spouse. By late 1959 she was complaining to her friend Rosalind Richardson, "When I stagger home at the end of the day, I'm pooped. I haven't been too well lately. It takes me from then until rising time the next AM to rest up and start the same old grind. Interestingly enough, I don't mind." Too, she may not have minded at that moment, but it was difficult to engage in often unappreciated labor at home when adoring and powerful audiences awaited abroad. Moreover, Graham had been a peripatetic sort, ever since she had left her children behind and traveled to Paris in the 1920s. This frequent movement often was a spur to her political and artistic evolution. Thus, from the summer of 1958 through a good deal of 1959, she and her spouse traveled to Western and Eastern Europe, including the Soviet Union, and China. Doctors prevented Du Bois from going further, but his wife went on, as he put it, to Belgrade, Athens, Cairo, the Pyramids and Sphinx, the Nile, Khartoum, and Kano and Accra. 3. This extended travel was a complete turnabout from recent years and a signal that the political climate was changing, for when she had applied for a passport in 1955, she had been refused due to her communist affiliations. 4. This trip abroad was a transforming journey for her. Since she had moved to the left during World War II, she had not had the opportunity to visit any nation where a communist party ruled. After doing so, she was more eager than ever to abandon the United States and move to a nation where she could assist in the construction of socialism. 2. Years after she returned from China in 1959, the opportunity arose in Ghana. But Ghana was not her immediate concern when she embarked across the Atlantic in 1958. It was not easy traveling abroad with a man approaching his 10th decade. They had tried to make the trip easier by taking a ship to Great Britain. Still, she experienced anxious hours when her husband became ill. While he dismissed her concern, aside from the fact that Shirley is hysterical, he reported, "All goes well." 5. Despite these nervous moments, their trip was a respite from the stress of the Red Scare. In England she encountered firsthand the impact of the Afro-Caribbean immigration on Britain when she witnessed the Nottingham riots. 6. Du Bois simply fell in love with London. She stayed in the Robesons' home there and spent considerable time with the U.S. Communist leader Claudia Jones. Jones, who was of Trinidadian extraction, had been deported and wound up in Great Britain, where she quickly became a leader of the black community there. 7. In Holland they were besieged by reporters and photographers who called every day. They were greeted warmly by the Suriname-sick people in Amsterdam. People in the street recognized her husband and greeted him warmly. 8. They arrived in Paris in time for the pivotal 1958 elections and viewed closely the impact of the war in Algeria on the French capital. 9. In Moscow they received a rousing reception. This was the period after Sputnik, when there was optimism in the Soviet Union about the prospects for socialism and widespread unease in the United States for the same reason. While the civil rights movement they had left behind looked askance at the slightest hint of communist influence, Shirley Du Bois and her spouse met with the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev for about 2 hours. They discussed the peace movement in the United States and the Pan-African movement. The fruits of this meeting included a decision by the Soviet Union to establish an institute on Africa. 10. Du Bois was pleased by the charm. "It certainly took me in. That man is something." She was also taken with the Soviet Union, adding, "I personally do not yet see why we should hurry back to the USA." 11. Exaggerated about her Russian, yet it did seem it was easier for her to communicate ideas and be taken more seriously in Moscow than in the land of her birth. The royal treatment they received there made it easier for Du Bois to take more seriously her own importance, as telltale signs of the attitudes Maya Angelou accused her of exhibiting in Ghana were becoming apparent. They stayed in a charming dacha about 50 miles outside of Moscow in a wonderful pine grove over a lake. The air is chilled like champagne. Frankly, we both love the cold. It doesn't worry us the least bit. There was once a slave was being translated here for publication when I arrived, she was proud to proclaim. The Russian edition will be innately better than the American edition. Everything we'd sick doing is so incredible that it's hard to write about it. 12. Actually, it was not hard to write in the USSR, for she had done more writing here in the last 4 weeks than I did in the US in the last 4 years. 13. On New Year's Eve in 1958, revolutionaries in Cuba were poised to seize Havana. Meanwhile in Moscow their future patrons were fêting Shirley Du Bois, her spouse, and their friend Paul Robeson. As she told the Pittsburgh Courier, when the last stroke died away, the orchestra played, all the lights blazed and an array of butlers bearing large, silver trays began plying us with food. Ulanova danced, the Oistruks, father and son, played, and when the performing artists appeared together on stage for the null, 2 of the opera stars unexpectedly went out into the audience to where Robeson was sitting and led him back to the stage. 14. The black readers of this paper no doubt pondered the anomaly that their brethren in the Deep South were being battered by segregationists as they sought to exercise simple civil rights, while Shirley Du Bois was receiving blue-chip treatment in a nation that was said to be tyrannical. Such pondering could ultimately compel some to conclude that, minimally, the communists were not as hostile to blacks as capitalists were. Such tensions eventually forced Washington to move aggressively against the more egregious aspects of Jim Crow in the United States. During the course of this trip, Du Bois left her ailing spouse behind and traipsed off to Egypt, the Sudan, Nigeria as well as Ghana. She had been up to my eyebrows in other activities in Moscow before being convinced to take this journey. She traveled with a group of merry Soviets who did not allow for dull moments. I shall someday write a book entitled Across the World with 5 Mad Russians. 5 powerful, brilliant, fascinating, jolly, overpowering Soviet citizens, putting my luggage through on diplomatic immunity, protecting me from all kinds of red tape, being met at various places by government representatives, ling me with hot tea. Our route: Moscow, Kiev, Budapest, Belgrade, Athens, Cairo. Stops everywhere but a real VE-day sightseeing period in Cairo. The pyramids, Sphinx, Suez Canal, Red Sea, desert, desert, desert. Then down to Khartoum. Visits to the historical scenes of the famous Sudanese Mahdi, across the Sahara Desert to Nigeria, and Nali, down to Ghana. After one of the most exciting weeks of my life, we stopped back by way of Cairo with 2 days in the fascinating Adriatic country of Albania. Well, I wanted to travel, she concluded breathlessly, and I must say I've had it. My only regret was that Web was not along. I was somewhat anxious about him. 15 though she was the most attentive of wives, she realized that she had something to offer the world before she married and that her light should not be extinguished because of the simple fact of a betrothal. Her trip to Ghana in late 1958 represented the duality of this life she was now leading. At an important international gathering hosted by the newly installed government of Kwame Nkrumah, she read Du Bois' remarks, "The future of all Africa lies in socialism." Here, Du Bois presented ideas with which she heartily agreed, that Africa should not shun the socialist camp and should recognize that the ravages of the slave trade fueled the capitalism that continued to hamper African development. But here too, in a crowded hall in Accra, she took the initiative in personally removing the AG of Taiwan, a rebel province of China that Washington claimed was the legitimate government of the nation, and replaced it with the banner of the communist regime in Beijing. For a U.S. government rather uneasy about communist unions in the aftermath of Sputnik, this was more than a provocation. That she was assisted in this task by Tom Mboya, a Kenyan leader then being touted as a reliable friend of the United States, was even more disconcerting for some in Washington. 16 though she was away less than 2 weeks, she returned to ND an anxious and depressed Web. Though he was healthy for someone his age, her absence did not aid his mental well-being. The 2 letters I had written him arrived after I reached Barvakha. He had missed me terribly, in spite of the unending attention he was receiving. 17 She was his caretaker, worrying about his health, taking him to various hospitals and doctors, taking his temperature, expressing concern about his appetite, and her special, personal touch meant that a substitute was insufficient. Though carried out with love, attending to Du Bois placed enormous strains on her time and hampered her ability to attend to herself and her work. During their stay in the USSR, Graham Du Bois also traveled to Tashkent in Soviet Central Asia to speak for herself and her husband at an Asian African Writers' Conference. Just as her trip to Accra revealed a tendency that was to dominate her last years, her fascination with China, her trip here demonstrated another aspect of the twilight of her life. To the cacophony of wild applause and cheers, she proclaimed, "I am an African. An American African." 18 Her romance with her ancestral homeland was to bloom upon moving to Ghana, but this trip, where she encountered numerous African writers, had revealed both its existence and its ineradicable persistence. From the Soviet Union, Graham Du Bois and her husband took an arduous trip to China, a nation still deemed off limits by the US government and something of a mystery to her as well. While she had a superficial knowledge of the Soviet Union, she knew absolutely nothing about China. She had known Russians in New York City, had studied the language and read some of their literary masterpieces. But her only contact with Chinese in the United States was shockingly stereotypical, consisting of encounters in Chinese restaurants or laundries, and these Chinese I knew were either American-born or from Hong Kong or Taiwan. She therefore came to Peking feeling like an interested tourist expecting to see strange sights. 19 She left a devoted advocate of China. Again, she informed the readers of the Pittsburgh Courier of what she had seen and helped to lessen an anti-communism that was never as strong among African Americans as among others in the United States. Still, even after contact with China, her opinions often were influenced by stereotypes. While living in Ghana and after, she conceded that the closest woman to her during those trying times was the wife of the Chinese ambassador, Huang Hua. Yet she could still complain that there were times when her Oriental pattern of thought gets in the way. 20. She found China to be a lovely place, but she was worried since the State Department has already voiced its displeasure. "I guess they'll start getting our jail cells ready," she joked nervously. Apprehension about what fate awaited her upon her return could not suppress her joy. However, she found the people to be wonderful. "I didn't think any place could be better than the Soviet Union, but I must say China takes my breath away." 21. Writing from the Yangtze, nearing Chongqing, she mused about the incredible saga she was experiencing. They met with Chairman Mao in a fairy-like lakeside villa. "Now I feel that I have seen into the heart of China. Henceforth I'll be able to accept its miracles." 22. She did not mention famine or the dislocations caused by some of Mao's policies. In the world of realpolitik, it was enough for her that China was then hostile to those who were depriving her own people of their human rights. The idea that enemy of my enemy is my friend, which drove Washington and Beijing together during the Nixon administration because of their mutual hostility to Moscow, was the philosophy that allowed her to look beyond pressing domestic problems in China. Many African Americans rationalized voting for a Democratic Party that had epitomized Jim Crow and that once had a de facto armed wing known as the Ku Klux Klan on the grounds that it was the lesser of two evils. Graham Du Bois rationalized her backing for less than perfect socialist nations on similar grounds, that is, Beijing was less dangerous to blacks than Washington. After all, China had not engaged in the transatlantic slave trade nor pioneered in devising Jim Crow. She visited Wuhan, perhaps now the foremost industrial center in Asia. "We'll spend some time in Chengdu seeing something of Chinese minorities." She was a red in a land ruled by communists and a black in a nation of color. She was exhilarated. "This is the life," she wrote. Of course, there were pressing concerns, including the health of her spouse. "Web holds up well. They simply carry him around. Our entourage includes a trained nurse for him, the prettiest possible little girl who is constantly at his side. And if you think our dear doctor is bored by all this veneration, forget it. He adores it. I don't know what I'll do when we get home." 23. All of this veneration and cavorting with the likes of Chinese and Soviet communists was not welcomed by her government, apparently. While they were away, their home was broken into, desks pried open, papers searched and scattered. A small radio was taken and the bedrooms searched. Her son David, who reported the incident, could not be certain about what of ours was taken since he had no way of knowing all the items. Because of the search of their papers, she assumed that this was no ordinary burglary. Nevertheless, this trip is worth any harassment. 24. Understandably, Moscow and Beijing, whose connected relationship was to be a dominant factor in global events over the next few decades, seemed to be in rivalry over who could provide the warmest welcome for these two visiting African American dignitaries. In Beijing they were guests of honor at a banquet attended by many leading Chinese scholars, professors, historians, writers, public leaders. 25. Graham Du Bois was hailed for her temerity in hauling down the Taiwanese egg in Accra. Though her husband was the center of attention, increasingly these host governments were beginning to recognize that she was a major intellectual and political force in her own right. The same held true for the perceptions of U.S. government agencies. The FBI led a report on this impressive banquet and her role in it. 26. Sidney Rittenberg, a U.S. expatriate then living in China, has recalled the visit of Graham Du Bois and her spouse to China. She told Rittenberg once that to cheer Du Bois up when all else failed, she would tell him that if he listened to the doctor and got well, I would take him back to Beijing. That really perked him up, and that's the only thing that did. From then on, whenever he balked at the doctor's orders, she would threaten not to take him to Beijing and he would behave. This anecdote is revealing not only for what it says about Dubois' affection for China but also for what it says about the nature of his marriage. Her approach to him reeked a bit of the maternal, which is not overly surprising in a sense, given his age and fragility and her history. Another time they were having dinner and, according to Rittenberg, she kept fussing over what her husband was eating, gently but persistently urging him to take more vegetables and less red meat. "My wife always makes me eat a lot of grass," he said, with his usual broad twinkle. "She says if I don't eat this grass it'll shorten my life." 27 Again, her role as caretaker to her spouse is evident. By her own admission, Graham Dubois returned from China a changed person. The FBI reported that at a meeting of the National Council on American-Soviet Friendship, she spoke of returning from her trip a newborn woman. 28 If nothing else, this journey reconfirmed her socialist beliefs and provided her with an increased sympathy for Beijing, which she was to retain for her remaining days. Once more her ability to move around spurred an ideological journey, in this case her move toward Maoism. After residing abroad she found it even more difficult to accept the anti-communism and conservatism of the United States. That was not all. While in China she met women who couldn't believe she was spending her days doing housework and waiting on her husband. "Look at yourself," they said, "you're a teacher, a writer, a musician, and you're giving up all these things for washing dishes." "Well, you know," Shirley said with a grin, "those Chinese women laid me right out. I went back home and hired a housekeeper and immediately I became editor of a magazine. This magazine was Freedom Ways." She had returned with a more feminist outlook, apparently influenced by her encounter with Chinese women. As she told the readers of the Afro-American, even European women had more guts than their U.S. counterparts. 29 Dubois, she continued, was an altruistic spouse who backed her feminist-inspired ventures. "He supported everything I did, even if I wasn't there when he needed me. For example, I decided to learn Russian and I had to leave the house every morning at 7 a.m. so he had to get his own breakfast." 30 She had her father's home and that of her RST husband because of a reluctance to be a mere caretaker. She had resisted a permanent union with a man in the 1930s because of a fear of becoming yet another mad housewife. Yet by the 1950s she had settled into the role she had resisted. Why? Perhaps she felt that playing this role in a marriage to Dubois, a great man in obvious need of help, made her sacrifice worthwhile. She was surprised that their passports were not seized after their return and that only 2 of our 13 bags were even open-ed. "I can't explain it." 31 This fortuity did not lessen her paranoia about the U.S. authorities, however. After the activist kind Abner Green died and the daughter of Dick Morford, her colleague on the Council of American-Soviet Friendship, died of a strange, unknown malady, she remarked, "Everybody knows the food in the New York area has been more or less poisoned but nobody talks about it." 32 This paranoia was a reaction of how beleaguered she felt. It was not just that the Red Scare was still in force, causing the ring of workers, the pulling of books from library shelves, the blacklisting of artists. Worse, her Communist Party was splitting. Some argued that the party should distance itself from Moscow, while others maintained just as adamantly that this would be disastrous. She was decidedly in the latter camp but, ironically, was to drift away eventually from the party as a direct result of her transforming journey to China. One of the tasks that occupied her during her remaining months in the United States was launching the magazine Freedom Ways. A lineal descendant of Paul Robeson's old newspaper, Freedom, this quarterly was designed to report on and shape the burgeoning freedom movement that was bursting forth in the Deep South. Shirley Graham served as an editor, along with her friend Esther Cooper Jackson, the spouse of the Communist Party leader James Jackson. From its inception, this journal, which included on its masthead Jack Odell, an advisor to Martin Luther King, Jr., and yet another presumed communist, was viewed with suspicion by the FBI as a communist front, a mole smuggled into the highest reaches of the civil rights movement. The Bureau believed that at a high-level Communist Party meeting in 1961 it was stated that the original plan called for the publication to be openly Marxist, but that it was later decided it would not be an avowedly Marxist publication. Editorials are in the hands of a mixed group of Marxists and non-Marxists. It was stated that the central purpose of Freedom Ways is to develop a theory and positive criticism of currents in the Negro movement, as well as to raise the level of understanding and discussion taking place in Negro life today and to project a socialist and pro-Soviet orientation. 33. Actually, this report was not wholly inaccurate. Graham Du Bois and many others of the small African American left had hailed the onset of a mass movement against Jim Crow, but they also felt that even if it were successful in bringing basic rights like voting, these gains would be ultimately insufficient unless there were fundamental economic changes in society. In part, Freedom Ways was a vehicle designed to open debate on these and other issues. Ultimately, writers as diverse as Alice Walker and various members of the Congressional Black Caucus were to grace its pages. Despite opposition from the FBI, it played a role that the Bureau's early report predicted. 34. Graham Du Bois' notion of calling the magazine Forward, a Marxist quarterly of the Negro Freedom Movement, was not realized, but the journal was successful nonetheless. 35. Editing this magazine, she wrote, is really a maddening and exhausting job, but it is being so very well received that we are encouraged to stand by our guns. 36. But the numerous battles required to generate a progressive magazine was taking its toll on her. It was inevitable that she would again seek to travel abroad, where she was not a hounded dissident but a valued intellectual. The FBI took note that on June 25, 1960 she and her husband flew on Sabena Airlines from New York City to Brussels. Their destination was Prague, then on to Ghana for a mid-July conference on African women and women of African descent. 37. The contrast between her effusive treatment abroad and her at times difficult reception at home was becoming all too glaring to her. Likewise, it was becoming difficult for her not to believe in her own regal importance when she was being treated so royally abroad. This whole episode is incredible. 2 weeks ago, after traveling all night over the Atlantic Ocean and Western Europe, we landed in Prague, were rushed to our hotel, bathed, rested for an hour, dressed and were taken to the stadium where, after being presented to the President of Czechoslovakia, we witnessed the most extraordinary sports festival I have ever seen. Imagine 16,000 girls in colorful attire, with white hoops performing in the stadium at the same time. Music, rhythm, magical color. Our days and nights in Prague was a succession of banquets, state receptions, sport sessions at the stadium, surrounded by ardent, old, and new friends. Then it was on to Rome and Ghana. They had been invited to witness Ghana joining the Commonwealth as a republic. After they landed in Accra, an official came on board asking for Dr. Du Bois. We were escorted from the plane and beheld a full military guard. A band began to play, officials stood waiting, and behind barricades hundreds of waving people. Everywhere WEB is hailed as the father of Pan-Africanism. We are the private guests of the president. Even more important was how this treatment invigorated her husband. Years have literally dropped from WEB, she said with typically hyperbolic zest. All of this happened so fast and so unexpectedly that we're having to make plans as we go along, just as we did before. 38. A few months later she was in Cairo for yet another international conference on women, this time without her husband. Little did she know that this great, infuriating, ramshackle, remarkable city on the Nile would be her home a few years later. Once again she was besieged by journalists and politicians. Tomorrow I am having lunch at the home of the Tasman here. I was asked to arrange for a broadcast on Moscow radio at 6 o'clock this evening. I've been interviewed by 2 Cairo newspapers, the United Press and Pravda. I was the only one here from the Western world until today, when someone from Sweden arrived. I have been kissed, embraced, and photographed by the Chinese delegation. She told Du Bois, "All send love to you." The women there paraded through the downtown district of Cairo, with police escort and people cheering us along the way. Afterwards, President Nasser received us in his home and gardens. 39. The simple fact was that Graham Dubois could play a larger role abroad than at home. This RST Afro-Asian Women's Conference in Cairo was an example, as well as the extraordinary session of the Afro-Asian Solidarity Council, called especially for discussion of the Congo crisis, which she also attended while there. 40. After leaving Cairo, she signed an ad that appeared in the Trotskyite newspaper, the militant blasting U.S. policy toward Cuba in the wake of the disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion. 41. U.S. citizens courageous enough to align with Nasser's Egypt, which had fought a war a few years earlier with the close U.S. ally Israel, and criticize U.S. foreign policy in the Congo and Cuba were not numerous. Hence, on the international scene, the relative rarity of her being a U.S. citizen highly critical of her government's foreign policy made her even more valued, just as it brought her a purgatory at home. This made it relatively simple to decide that living abroad was preferable to living at home. In 1961, W.E.B. Du Bois joined the Communist Party, then with his wife moved to Accra, Ghana. These events were not unconnected. Du Bois had been leaning to the left for some time, and the fact that the woman he loved was a party member no doubt facilitated his membership. His socialist sympathies and his wide-ranging critique of U.S. foreign policy were shared mostly by Reds and so-called fellow travelers. Certainly his former colleagues in the NAACP had long since abandoned any analysis of U.S. foreign policy and how it intersected with their domestic concerns. Impending decisions by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1961 made many on the left wonder if a new climate of repression was on the way, which could once again lead to the invalidation of the Du Bois' passports. This could jeopardize the kind of specialized medical treatment Du Bois increasingly required. He could more easily obtain it abroad, where he was a walking legend, than at home, where he was marginal. Above all, he had the opportunity to participate in the production of the Encyclopedia Africana, a projected denitive reference work on peoples of African descent. They sold their Brooklyn Heights home for $69,000, about $20,500 in cash, and, as a confidential source of the FBI put it, they would move from their residence into the St. George Hotel on October 4, 1961 for a departure the next evening for Ghana. 42. Graham Du Bois was enthusiastic about this self-imposed exile. She was distraught when she was refused a passport to attend the independence celebration of Ghana in 1957. 43. After she received her passport in 1958, Ghana was one of her stops. At the first All-African People's Congress in Ghana, where she hauled down the egg of Taiwan, she also heard Patrice Lumumba speak. She was invited to speak at the university there, and to her dismay, a group of students, small but vocal, disturbed the gathering by shouting that they wanted nothing to do with that All-African, Red Conference. I was shocked and could not understand this until later I learned that a large portion of the teachers at the university were from South Africa. This may have been true, but Graham Du Bois was to discover that official rhetoric aside, not everyone in Ghana was sold on Nkrumah's dream of building Africa's RST socialist republic that would serve as the building block for a united, socialist continent. 44. In her mind, that made it all the more crucial for her to reside in Accra. Their arrival in Ghana was covered in the local press and monitored by the FBI. 45. The U.S. authorities had reason to believe that the growing fascination of African American youth with Africa could easily lead them to be influenced by socialist leaders like Sékou Touré of Guinea and Nkrumah of Ghana. Surely Graham Du Bois and her spouse could facilitate this process, or so it was thought. Thus, when the Chinese ambassador, Huang Hua, and his wife called on them days after their arrival, this report was led away as well. 46 months later, the FBI took note of a report in The Worker noting that the radical couple had been honored at a reception in the Kremlin, where, said the FBI, President Brezhnev spent nearly 2 hours with the guests. The subject Graham Du Bois spoke to a group of students from Cuba, Ghana, Guinea, and other nations at Lumumba University in Moscow and spoke of Patrice Lumumba, the martyred Congo leader. They were also guests of the Union of Soviet Writers while in Moscow. 47. Though they had crossed the Atlantic, scrutiny by the U.S. government survived the transoceanic journey. By October 1961, Graham Dubois and her spouse were residing comfortably in a hotel in Accra, trying to be as inconspicuous and out of the way as possible. 48 However, this was difficult when their every step was seemingly being monitored. The FBI noticed when Graham Dubois wrote articles for Soviet publications on Cuba and Africa. The enclosed material, the Bureau reported irritably, clearly shows that TASS utilizes its wire service in the U.S. as a transmission belt for propaganda material of a type that American correspondents in the Soviet Union would never be allowed to send. The FBI also was not pleased when an article by Graham Dubois appeared in the China Daily News praising the communist regime in Beijing. 49 At a time when Washington was concerned about an anti-U.S. cabal spearheaded in Moscow and Beijing, Graham Dubois seemed to represent this nightmare. The house the Ghanaian government provided them was symbolic of their elevated status and their close relationship with the nation's leader, Kwame Nkrumah. According to Charles Howard, it was a beautiful 7-room residence with many windows, situated high on a hill in the center of an acre of land. The grounds were divided, English style, by hedges and blooming trees. 2 scarlet-red amingo trees guarded the entrance. The house had a library, a living room, a dining room, 2 bedrooms with private baths, a study room for Graham Dubois, and a screened porch of nylon netting. They had a steward, a cook, a driver, and night watchman. They had 2 cars, one a Soviet model and the other an English make driven by Graham Dubois. Their furnishings had been shipped from Brooklyn. 50 On the walls, according to the visiting journalist Ralph McGill, there were richly and beautifully wrought red hangings of Chinese silk and a few paintings. There were busts of Marx, Lenin, and Mao Zedong. With apparent relief, he informed his readers that save for the sculptured head of Marx, there was no evidence of Russian art. 51 The writer Leslie Lacey concluded that by Ghanaian standards it was considered plush, but by American standards it measured up to the homes lower middle class whites would own in a very small northern community. 52 Lacey was partially correct, there was nothing special about the structure itself, but only a select few in both Ghana and the United States had as many servants as did Graham Dubois and her spouse. The home and accoutrements provided by the Nkrumah government were not only indicative of how Nkrumah felt about Dubois, but were also suggestive of the nourishing friendship that developed between him and Shirley Graham Dubois. The Dubois home quickly became a necessary stop for visiting African Americans in search of their roots, Southern African exiles, Chinese diplomats, and the like. Her son David was struck by it all. He felt it was like living in a glass house when you went to the home there in Ghana because it was a place of pilgrimage for people from all over the world and particularly all over Africa. 53 It was clear that Graham Dubois was enjoying this life she had made for herself. After facing virtual ostracism in the United States because of her ties to the communists, she now discovered that this liability had been magically transformed into an asset, Nkrumah's Gov. Horne was busily constructing a network of ties with the then socialist camp, including China, and he considered himself something of a socialist too. Besides attending to her increasingly frail husband, Graham carved out a role for herself in Ghana that eventually led to her appointment as director of television there. Her RST project was the remaking of school books, which for some time had a distinctly pro-colonialist avor. 54 Still, at this juncture she had plenty of time for conviviality. One of her early house guests from the United States was Dubois' co-defendant in his 1951 trial, Abbott Simon. He recalled the routine there. She got up early to listen to the BBC News program and I bathed. We breakfasted. And, usually it was almost like a symposium. We would start talking and we would talk about a topic and we would exhaust it. 55 Graham Dubois was a noted raconteur and conversationalist, and the unsophisticated telecommunications system in Ghana, combined with difficulty in receiving mail, might have caused her to prevail even more on visitors like Simon for news and analysis. Cedric Belfridge, a close friend of both Graham Dubois and her spouse, acted as a forwarding agent between Dubois and the socialist countries since my mail as he wrote to me is so tampered with that I am afraid it may not reach. 56 Even Graham du Bois' most innocent activities became an opportunity for U.S. intelligence agencies to gather information about her. Soon after arriving in Accra, she informed Eslan Darobson that a lovely Parisienne called on me. Madame will also be a good friend. Her husband is connected with one of the big French RMS. They came out 9 years ago, a bride and a groom. I will be taking French lessons 3 times a week. Actually, I know basic French, and concentrated brush-up was her goal. This admirable quality of lifelong education, she had begun studying Russian at the age of 60, unbeknownst to her was converted to a negative purpose. The station chief of the Central Intelligence Agency wrote, "My French teacher, Madame Basquet, told me that she is now giving Dr. Dubois and his wife French lessons." The couple contacted the French embassy for a teacher and they were referred to her. 57 Wittingly or unwittingly, this French teacher had become a CIA asset, sharing details that she may have deemed trivial but that the agency considered pieces of a larger puzzle. This episode also illustrated a disturbing aspect of Graham du Bois' tenure in Ghana, though she knew she was under intense scrutiny by the U.S. authorities. She had a rather naive approach to this issue. She struck up a friendship with the U.S. ambassador in Ghana, William Mahoney, at a time when the U.S. government had become hostile to the government of which she was an official representative. At best this was curious. More typical was Richard Wright's experience abroad. He had understandable suspicions about many of those from the United States he encountered while living in Paris in the 1950s, including the VE 100 or so African Americans there. 58 Julian Mailed, another African American in exile in Accra, assumed that everyone he encountered in Ghana is an agent. 59 By comparison, Graham du Bois was an innocent abroad. 60 It was almost as if she had been transformed by the panegyrics she had been subject to and was grateful that she could now consort with ambassadors, even if they were from a government that was hostile to the nation she professed to love, Ghana. Early in her residence in Ghana, Graham du Bois should have recognized that she was no favorite of the U.S. government. Soon after her arrival in Accra, she went to the embassy to renew her passport and was informed it was invalid. The historian Herbert Aptheker recalled that du Bois restrained her from physically assaulting this clerk. It was as a result of this experience and at Mrs. du Bois' suggestion that they inquired of President Nkrumah if they might become citizens of Ghana. 61 Her son David recalls it differently, albeit with no less significance. When he had gone to the U.S. Embassy in Cairo, where he was then residing, to renew his passport, he was refused. Instead they stamped his document with the ominous words, "Good only for direct return to the U.S.A." He went to Accra using a travel document provided by the Ghanaian embassy in Cairo to confer with his mother and du Bois. There he and du Bois decided to become citizens of Ghana and were granted this privilege by order of the Presidential Council. 62 Later Graham du Bois did the same. This decision was significant for many reasons. Africans in North America for the longest time had been treated atrociously and with impunity, in no small part because it was felt they had no recourse, nowhere to go. Surely Graham du Bois had shown that, no, they did have somewhere to go. There was recourse, at least for some. Given the competition between Washington and Moscow for friends and allies in Africa, the hawking of militant African Americans to their ancestral homeland could be seen as harmful to the long-term interests of the U.S. ruling elite. This momentous development renouncing U.S. citizenship was interpreted by many to mean that they were giving up on the possibility of transforming the land of their birth. This was not necessarily the case. Global pressure, including pressure from Africa, was helping to bring about desegregation in the United States. However, the experience should have made Graham du Bois realize that her friendship with the U.S. ambassador should have been leavened with realism and caution about the limits of their relationship. If he was so friendly toward her, why didn't he intervene so that she could renew her passport? Although Graham du Bois may not have been totally aware of the far-reaching significance of Ghana's independence, certainly Washington was. As early as 1953, U.S. News and World Report, a reliable barometer of conservative opinion, was blaring, "Africa, next goal of communists." 63 When Ghana attained independence in 1957 under the leadership of Kwame Nkrumah, who was suspected of communist ties during his sojourns in both the United States and Britain, the prospect of Red penetration into Africa seemingly had become reality. 64 There was a high level of communist influence among anti-colonial movements in Africa generally, and Ghana was no exception. As early as 1948 the U.S. consul in Accra had called Nkrumah a dangerous man. He is recognized as a communist. While living in Britain he had become close to the British communist leaders Emile Burns and R. Palmatude. Graham Du Bois' old friend Claudia Jones knew him well. In the post-World War II era, communism and especially Marxist ideology were playing an increasingly important role in the politics of many of the African students in Britain, and to some extent this influence was spreading to West Africa. 65 Nkrumah was a veritable symbol of resistance to the kind of foreign policy that Washington advocated in Africa. C.L.R. James has averred that to the Africans, and peoples of African descent everywhere, the name of Nkrumah became for many years a symbol of release from the subordination to which they had been subjected for so many years. Kwame Nkrumah was one of the greatest political leaders of our century. 66 Washington begged to differ. It considered him a dangerous demagogue, not least because of his presumed explosive impact on the anti-Jim Crow youth of the South. Simultaneously, as one writer has observed, scholars have tended to shortchange the fact that the shift to a more internationalist perspective injected an additional source of racial pride which aided the burgeoning civil rights movement. 67 This internationalist perspective, which Graham Du Bois and her spouse symbolized, was strikingly apparent in the shock troops of the movement, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. Of course, this internationalist perspective was not shared universally in the civil rights movement. The Urban League's Lester Granger and some of his cohorts criticized the same Patrice Lumumba that Graham Du Bois hailed. The NAACP Board of Directors never made more than passing reference to the Congo throughout 1960-63. To no avail, numerous letters to the NAACP appealed for the organization to work on behalf of the Congolese. 68 Much of this leadership had concluded that civil rights reforms would be realized only if they steered clear of sticky foreign policy matters. Their acquiescence made Graham Du Bois' lack of reticence stand out even more. It appeared that the traditional civil rights leadership was not alone in its skepticism about African radicalism. As early as 1953 the State Department led a lengthy memorandum reputedly prepared by the writer Richard Wright. There it was written that Nkrumah's ideal is Lenin. At the head of his bed in his sleeping room is a large portrait of the Russian leader. In Leninist fashion, a secret circle dominated the ruling party in Ghana, the Convention People's Party. The other leaders and the general membership did not know of its existence. The CPP was a communist-minded political party, it was said. 69 That communists like Shirley Graham and W.E.B. Du Bois were being welcomed as citizens in Ghana was further confirmation of Washington's perception that Moscow had established a beachhead on the western coast of Africa. Ghana's evolution was causing alarm bells to sound all over Washington. By the time President John F. Kennedy's new ambassador arrived in Ghana in January 1961, relations were so sour that the Ghanaian cabinet debated whether to receive the new ambassador or not. 70 Yet President Kennedy had quickly realized that Ghana was the key to his whole African strategy. 71 His successor, Lyndon Johnson, was less informed. Reputedly he once said to Averil Harriman, "Tell me, Avi, what's the goddamn name of that place?" 72 Even those who could not place Ghana on a map felt that it could subvert other pro-Western governments on the continent, threaten to nationalize U.S. interests, and exert a perilous influence on African Americans. Nkrumah's fabulous treatment of the radical couple from Brooklyn Heights did nothing to erase this perception. 73 Indeed, under Nkrumah Ghana became a haven for all manner of leftists, socialists, and anti-colonial leaders from Africa and abroad. 74 Washington may have been a bit more skittish than usual because it was suffering from an intelligence deficit in every sense of the term when it came to Africa. Regardless of their philosophical persuasion or research strategy, historians of American foreign relations have had little to say about Africa. They were no better or worse than their government, since as recently as 1958, the United States had more diplomats in West Germany than in all of Africa. 75 When African nations began asserting their independence, many in Washington viewed it as little more than a target of opportunity for the hated communists. At the same time, Nkrumah's domestic policies presented contradictions that Graham Du Bois either did not see or did not care to comment on. In 1962, for example, he apparently stated that trade unions' former role of struggling against capitalists was obsolete in Ghana. They were now to inculcate in our working people the love for labor and increased productivity. 76 Though Wright's memorandum suggested that Nkrumah was a closet red, as early as February 1954 the CPP banned communists from entering the civil service in the Gold Coast. Just before that, party members were suspended supposedly for attending meetings in Vienna of the communist-led World Federation of Trade Unions. 77 Undoubtedly Nkrumah's government was under unjustifiable pressure from Washington, but those in his inner circle, for example, Graham Du Bois, should have been the RST to tell him that circumscribing the role of unions and radicals was simply the RST step toward disaster for a government that could not afford to isolate potential or actual allies. On the other hand, Nkrumah may have been a paranoid with real enemies. Late in 1961 his Ministry of Information told of a plot of the elite and of some of the more unprincipled self-seekers. J.E. Apai was accused of sending telegrams to foreign trade unions seeking aid for a struggle against government control of unions and for survival. Also involved in this effort was Ismaila Annan and a number of traders. They were supposedly upset with a new system of taxation. There were explosions in Accra and illegal strikes that were to provide an excuse for a coup d'état by the army. They were backed by Togo, certain expatriate interests, and certain colonial and imperialist powers. Apparently, a number of anti-Nkrumah activists were in contact with the notorious J. Lovestone, a leading U.S. trade unionist with known links to certain U.S. government agencies. The Ghana Students' Association of the Americas forwarded their newsletter to him, which demanded that Ghanaians stand up and be counted in the GHT against communism in Ghana. 78 Meanwhile, Graham Du Bois blithely went about her duties in Ghana. Ever busy, she outlined yet another book, this time on British dissenters, Englishmen who at one time have been considered traitors, but who have only recently been vindicated. No doubt she had her own situation in mind as an inspiration for this little study. And believe me, she added, I am never going to have more time on my hands than I have right now. 79 She may have been right, she had an increasingly ill husband to take care of, but she had no job, which helps explain why she subjected visitors like Abbot Simon to a barrage of conversation. But that was to change soon. After her husband passed away, she began another life as an official of a Ghanaian government that the United States deemed to be on the wrong side of the Cold War divide. 8. Mother, Africa. When Du Bois died, his spouse was enervated, but only momentarily. Shorn of the role of caretaker for the RST time in years, she quickly plunged into a swirl of activity, principally as a condent and leading advisor to Nkrumah. In fact, the rapid resumption of work seemed to be therapeutic for her, helping to buffer her grief. However, the cavilling notion persisted that the position she maintained as a result of adopting the surname Du Bois had led to a certain overbearing style. By 1963 W.E.B. Du Bois was 90 years old, despite the tender care of the similarly aging 66-year-old Shirley Graham Du Bois, his health continued to falter. She tried to keep things on an even keel so that his strength is conserved. He never feels lonely or isolated. We have a beautiful Russian Karachayka in which he has a ride every late afternoon. Nonetheless, he still suffered from an extreme depression. His strength, she concluded sadly, was gradually failing. He is not sick, suffers no pain, but is extremely irked by his weakness. Her well-being was so bound up with his that when he suffered, she did too. Our dear William's health has become such an uncertain element that my days and nights go up and down. He is very weak, must be cared for patiently and tenderly. All his faculties retain their efficiency, she reported, but his decline was taking a heavy toll on her. 3. When she went away with Kruma to East Africa, she made sure that he had a day and night nurse, plus, one of the supervisors of the military hospital, a charming and intelligent young woman, came and lived here in the house with him. She devoted every hour to entertaining him, reading to him, enjoying music with him and accompanying him on his daily long drive. Dubois had become melancholy and she tried to surround him with every comfort and make him feel secure and loved. 4. Finally, in August 1963, as the March on Washington was marking a new stage in the struggle against Jim Crow in the United States, W.E.B. Du Bois died. On August 29, 1963, Shirley Graham Du Bois received those who came to pay respects at her spouse's funeral. The visitors included a sizable section of the diplomatic corps, but none from the U.S. Embassy. Her friend Ambassador William Mahoney was not able to make it. His gesture was interpreted widely as an intentional diplomatic rebuff. Dressed in black with a veiled hat, she was accompanied by Kwame Nkrumah, a man she had grown quite fond of, even before her widowhood, who turned this sad affair into something amounting to a state funeral, with extensive press coverage, disciplined military contingents, and masses in attendance. Nkrumah and Graham Du Bois walked to the casket together. For a moment she placed her hand on her husband's body, perhaps contemplating their happy years together and the loneliness that was now surely to follow. Messages of regret and sorrow came from Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai, Nikita Khrushchev and Jomo Kenyatta, Cheddi Jagan and Kim Il-sung. Boosted by their support and the good wishes of countless others from across the globe, Shirley Graham Du Bois buried her spouse, then proceeded to resurrect her career and construct one of the more intriguing of her many lives. 5. Though she was given credit for strongly influencing Du Bois, with his passing it seemed that she undered ideologically. She developed a sort of left nationalism that eventually led her to Maoism and disaffection from some of her allies in the U.S. Communist Party. On another level, her close relationship with Nkrumah, her acute cognizance of her own importance, and perhaps a kind of male supremacy that made it difficult for men and women alike to accept with equanimity a woman with power, led to strained relations with quite a few, not least Maya Angelou. Even before her husband was laid to rest, it had become apparent that Nkrumah viewed her as someone whose counsel he could trust. When he went to Ethiopia for the founding of the Organization of African Unity in the spring of 1963, she traveled with him in his private plane. This conference, she pronounced majestically, was probably the most important gathering so far in this century. 6. She managed to work on two levels there, as a delegate and as a journalist, and that means I didn't miss a thing. Nkrumah had come to recognize what was evident: she was a tireless worker, an excellent writer, and a competent administrator. Unfortunately, such a combination was not in great supply in a country that had been underdeveloped by British colonialism. When she began to study an indigenous language, Chwifanti, it was further confirmation that she was not just another expatriate but a true citizen interested in nation building. 7. Despite her love for Du Bois, his death did not paralyze her indefinitely. To the contrary, it seemed that work became her escape. Her solace. Certainly work was a familiar companion throughout her lives. Her regimen after his death was clear: after 6 weeks in Europe for rest, pulling myself together and seeing friends, I shall begin preparation for a very important post. An educational and creative post. The job of director of television would be held by this former U.S. citizen who was now proud to tell you that I am a Ghanaian citizen. This is my home. 8. From 1963 until early 1966, from the death of Du Bois to the overthrow of Nkrumah, was a spectacularly busy period for Shirley Graham Du Bois, one of the most fruitful of her lives. Her calendar was jammed with dinners for visiting dignitaries like Zhou Enlai, conferences with ambassadors from Japan and the Soviet Union, cocktails with the Nigerian High Commissioner, dinner with the Cuban ambassador. 9. One interesting event was her November 1965 bon voyage to the Indonesian ambassador. He was departing Ghana because of the bloody coup that had dislodged his government in Jakarta. The February 1966 coup in Ghana, one of a string of extraordinary political changes globally during a brief period, was to shatter her world and force her to depart the nation that she had only recently begun to call home. 10 To the casual observer it may have seemed that Graham Dubois was reeling from one embassy reception or dinner to another in a kind of round-robin bacchanalian revel. This was far from the truth. As director of television, in fact, the RST woman TV director in the world, she planned to create, construct, train workers and program Ghana television. To ensure a diversity of programming that surpassed the drivel that too many viewers worldwide had to endure, which meant going beyond the programming from Hollywood that dominated most networks, she found it necessary to seek programs from across the globe, and that meant frequent sessions with various diplomats. 11 Moreover, the name Dubois may have lost its luster in the United States, but in Africa and abroad it continued to shine brightly. As a result, many were eager for the opportunity to meet her. Graham Dubois took to the task of building Ghana television with typical zeal and exuberance. In her humble opinion, she had one of the heaviest jobs in all Africa. She visited and studied the most advanced television systems throughout the world, examining all phases, including a stiff course in television electronics in Japan. She informed the writer Cedric Belfridge that she would need several hours to explain her job, but suffice it to say that the government of Ghana is spending near £4 million to set up television throughout the country and to train Ghanaians to operate it. Even before she took over, a television training school had been set up. With the aid of Canadian experts and construction of the broadcast studio and 3 transmitters had been started. After her global tour of Britain, France, Italy, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Japan studying the most advanced television systems, she expanded the original plans and set about building a system which would be indigenous to Ghana in particular and Africa as a whole. Her plans, she thought, were original, inventive, and constructive. No commercials at all, television viewing centers set up in villages and rural areas, even some telecasting in color. Needless to say, she concluded, I am busy. 12 That she was. Her sprawling 19,000 square foot headquarters was a whirl of activity. 13 An agreement was made with a British company to build more studios. Classes for television writers were planned. 14 In a move that later generations may have found questionable, she planned special programs for women on, for example, demonstrations on cooking, dressmaking, exercises, fashion shows, beauty hints, interior decoration. 15 To bring television to villages that barely had electricity, let alone television, she intended to set up television viewing centers powered by generators until electricity came online. In an updating of the African tradition of the griot, there would be traditional storytellers present to explain in local languages what was taking place on the screen. Her ambitious plan was to ensure that 85% of the material shown would be produced right here in Ghana. This rules out entirely the type of television which is being imposed by the West on the people of Nigeria, she boasted. 16 This plan would not go down well with those who could easily view it as a dangerous precedent for other nations to emulate, thus disrupting a traditional and steady plot stream for those in the West who controlled programming. Strikingly, after her ambitious plans were mentioned in the trade publication Variety, she received an immediate letter of inquiry from the UK office of the US programming RMD Salou, which had been started by the television star Lucille Ball and her then husband, Desi Arnaz. 17 Graham Dubois' son David told her that the launching of Ghana television made news around the world. 18 Soon she was in a battle with the transnational corporation Philips of the Netherlands, because of its effort to nullify a contract she had made to make televisions and radios with the Japanese corporation Sanyo. 19 Earlier, the FBI had reported her appointment as director of Ghana Television and took special note of her trip to Japan to learn television techniques. 20 These were storm signals, but she sailed on cheerfully. By the spring of 1964 Graham Dubois was writing happily about the construction of a $2 million television broadcasting center. Giant transmitters are being erected in different regions so that when we begin televising about June LST, 1965, Ghana's television will reach 3/4 of the entire country. While the Volta River Dam is being completed, we shall be building additional transmitters so that by the end of 1966, television will not only expand throughout the country but will transmit across our borders. The government of Ghana is spending about £4 million, that is approximately $12 million, in construction, the most modern equipment, training of personnel and organization. The plan was to train specialists for neighboring nations and exert influence on their populations with Ghanaian broadcasts. She was involved with the effort to establish the Ghana State Publishing House, which would print books to be circulated continentally. This latter venture was being built and equipped by advisors from the German Democratic Republic, that is, communist-ruled East Germany. 21 These investments in communications media were strategic components of Nkrumah's Pan-African vision of a united continent. Graham Du Bois felt that her past life had led her inexorably to this point where she could make a profound contribution to the Africa she had portrayed in her opera Tom Tom. The television we are planning will be a tremendous channel for education, for increased understanding and for developing and unifying the African personality before the world in all its beauty and dignity. 22 Some of her plans were realized. When the OAU met in Accra in 1965, Ghana Television covered all open sessions live. We had both Josephine Baker from Paris and Miriam Makeba from New York here as special entertainers. Baker was happy to put herself at Graham Du Bois' disposal. To sing as many times as you wish. 23 Apparently, this offer was not as gracious as it appeared. Though Graham Du Bois was now being accused of being a diva of sorts, she felt that this label should have been applied to her old friend Baker and the South African exile Makeba. God, what I went through with those two temperamental dames, she wrote to a friend. But it was all worth it, for people all over Ghana were huddled in front of their television sets watching. This was not just an occasion for political mobilization, it was also a massive educational event. 24 Ghana Television under her leadership also initiated school telecasting. They broadcast programs for schools in science, geography, literature. They also broadcast an evening program for illiterates. Her effort to diversify programming had gone in a direction that some in Washington and Los Angeles had feared. In 1965, on the 48th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, they featured the long film Lenin in October in honor of our happy socialist revolution. 25 She may not have been pleasing Washington, but apparently Nkrumah was not dissatisfied. Soon she took on the added responsibility of serving as chairman of the board of the Electrical Manufacturing Corporation. This was a joint venture with the Japanese corporation Sanyo to make television receiving sets and transistor radios for Ghana and, presumably, the region. 26 Japan had taken a less hostile stance toward the Nkrumah government, and this operation was symbolic of this policy. On the other hand, Sanyo's competitors in the United States, which within decades were to be virtually driven out of the television manufacturing business, did not greet this co-production agreement with euphoria. 27 Inevitably the deal helped cement U.S. opposition to the regime in Accra. Graham Du Bois railed at the idea that her plans exceeded the capabilities of Ghana. The next time somebody mentions illiteracy in just out of colonialism Ghana, she said huffily, I shall send them to Italy where folks have been free for hundreds of years and where illiteracy persisted. She was content about her project and her own capabilities too. She recognized that she did not know enough about the engineering, the mechanics of television, but she felt that heading Ghana Television should not be left to the mercy of some technician, and she was sure that she and Ghana were up to the task. 28 At this juncture Shirley Graham Du Bois was one of the most important women on the African continent, if not the world. One of her competitors for this hallowed position, the RST woman in space, Valentina Tereshkova, made sure to visit her in Accra, and Graham Du Bois went dashing about with her. When one of the most important men in the world came to Accra, the Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai, he took time to have a private tea with her. In Ghana she had found a nation that was in the forefront of African independence and was looked to hopefully by Africans globally. She was a key advisor and intimate friend of Nkrumah, who was not only a political leader but a writer whose words influenced millions. She was giddy with it all. For the rst time in my life I am really part of a dynamic, progressive government which is doing something every day. Africa is leading the way. I am most fortunate and happy to be in the front ranks. 29 Certainly the FBI was paying more attention to her, particularly her cozy relationship with Chinese leaders. It took note of the report from the People's Daily in China where she praised Mao Zedong and assailed the hypocrisy and the real face of US fascism that set dogs on defenseless American Negroes and dropped bombs on the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. 30 Though her views may have been anathema in Washington, people elsewhere thought otherwise. In the spring of 1965 the United Nations invited her to represent Ghana at an important Continent of Africa conference meeting in Senegal. All expenses paid, handsomely, by the United Nations. She was brushing up on her French, which is now fairly good, so that if necessary she could gently assault US foreign and domestic policy. From Senegal she would be going to Liberia to inspect terrain once traveled by her father almost 40 years before. 31 But unlike her father, she would be coming as an embodiment of another kind of gospel, the gospel of socialism. Being interviewed by Chinese journalists, running a television network, entertaining visiting prime ministers and cosmonauts, globe-trotting, all this made for a hectic schedule, and Graham Du Bois, who was no stranger to bustle, at times felt overwhelmed. She did have a refuge, her lovely white and blue house in the midst of beautiful gardens. 32 Her garden was a thing of sheer beauty. With thick grass, a ripening bunch of bananas hanging from one tree, another tree is heavy with a luscious tropical fruit. The two orange trees stand slender and rm. In a few months they will burst into blossom. 33 It was here that she escaped the frenzy of Accra. This revitalization was necessary because, by her own admission, she had become a real work drudge. She knew she was overworking, but she felt that the importance of her responsibility left her with few alternatives. Ultimately she was to have 600 people working under her, and the administrative burden alone was formidable. 34 This was why she complained in late 1965 that she had just had her RST non-working Sunday in VE weeks. 35 Her U.S. attorney, Bernard Jaffe, was simply dumbfounded when he wreaked it on her immense responsibilities. Even with your fantastic energy, where on earth can you find the time to do all the things which are required, plus other things that have to be done as well? I dare say that it is no exaggeration to refer to you as the most influential woman in Africa. I have a very strong feeling that you are among the most influential women in the entire world. 36 The problem with such prestige was that it tended to attract the envious, the jealous, and the simply xenophobic who wondered how someone born in the United States wound up as a leader of Ghana. Graham Du Bois, who was well aware of her own prominence, did not help matters. Though she saw Josephine Baker and Miriam Makeba as temperamental dames, others were using harsher language to describe her. In an unpublished memoir she wrote about her time in Ghana, the writer Ella Winter described Graham Du Bois derisively as something of an old-style Stalinist communist who would inveigh against the USS imperialism at the drop of any pause in almost any conversation. The quick-witted Winter and her husband, the left-wing screenwriter Donald Ogden Stewart, came to Ghana at the invitation of Nkrumah and Graham Du Bois to assist in the training of writers for television. Rather quickly, Winter, who did not want to come to Africa in the RST place, became disillusioned with Graham Du Bois. Why? One reason was the latter's startlingly foolish decisions, for example, seeking to have a barbed wire fence built between Broadcasting House and the Film Corporation, presumably because of Simple Peak and Winter's key role in the latter. When Winter had the gall to go away for a week without informing her, Graham Du Bois exploded, shouting and screaming. This subjectivity combined with erratic behavior was not atypical for her, according to Winter. Graham Du Bois, she alleged, resented her program director, who was South African, in part because she was beauteous and young. She also griped about Graham Du Bois' magnificent, huge, white painted offs, with deep leather chairs and sofa and mahogany desk, as bedded a reigning deity. Graham du Bois, she said, had to be approached as if she were a potentate. One rarely spoke with the director. Every comment, question, request, suggestion had to be made in writing with 4 copies. Worse, Krumah himself was a micromanager, presiding over an administration that was full of scheming. I learned more about the ways of kings and courts through my 9 months in Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana than in a lifetime of university studies. 37 She described Ghana as racked with disaffection, disbelief, disillusion, apathy. Everywhere I saw this inequality between the indigenous population and us white expatriates. Actually, Accra was a city of stark contrasts, featuring rather modern abodes, such as those of Winter and Graham du Bois, and hovels that were the lot of all too many Africans. Winter tended to blame the Accra regime for such abominations rather than the colonial power that had only recently been forced out. She was harshly critical of Nkrumah. She thought him dictatorial and found his determination to build socialism in Ghana absurd. He did not like to hear bad news, she claimed, so his subordinates not only kept it from him, they lied to him until now he was surrounded by sycophants. But Graham du Bois was the target of her most bitter scorn. Once Winter accompanied her to Nkrumah's office and they were shunted aside to a reception room. In disbelief, Graham du Bois wailed with outraged pride, "Don't you know I'm Mrs. W.E.B.? But we had to wait all the same." Winter's acerbic comments must be balanced with the simple fact that some of her ideas about Africa and Africans were questionable. She barely acknowledged the ravages induced by colonialism. At one point she wrote, "Most Ghanaians have been made lethargic and apathetic by their tropical climate, perhaps unaware of how British policies could have impacted spirit, motivation, and daily reality there." 38 Her comments about Ghana were so one-sided that it is easy to conclude that she may have been discontented by the notion of having to work alongside a person whose skin was darker than hers. She may have been baffled and bewildered by the then startling idea of reporting to a woman who wielded real power. Still, it would be foolish to dismiss all of her barbs about Graham du Bois, since so many of them were echoed by others. Winter's spouse, Donald Ogden Stewart, was a bit more balanced. He liked Nkrumah, for example, and spoke engagingly of the 20 students in his class, all around 20 or 20 years old. "What I had to do was take the lessons I learned in Hollywood and apply them in underdeveloped Ghana." He did this by trying to get the students to write interestingly about their own lives. 39 Stewart worked hard to make this initiative a success. He also sacrificed, turning down an opportunity to adapt some P.G. Wodehouse stories for television in Britain in order to come to Ghana, though his agent saw us both making a fortune if it clicked. With a left-wing insouciance, he added, "But what's a fortune, I often say." 40 Graham du Bois worked long and hard to bring the couple to Ghana, often referring to Marvelous Ella, enticing her by reminding her with her customary grandiosity that this is now the front line of the world's progress. 41 Nkrumah himself took time out from matters of state to court her. "Why can't we have in Ghana a photograph state enterprise corporation? And why not set up a cinema school to train producers, designers of sets, script writers, cameramen, projectionists, directors, and artists?" He wanted her to ND the best in LMS, including documentaries, children's LMS, cartoons. He wanted her to accept the chairmanship of our Ghana Films Industry Corporation, which unintentionally but perhaps inevitably created a conflict with the director of television. 42 Sooner than expected, Winter and her spouse departed Africa in a huff. Graham du Bois' experience with another expatriate she lured to Ghana was more positive. William Gardner Smith was one of the few hundred African Americans who came to Ghana during the time of Nkrumah to help rebuild the continent their ancestors had been torn from centuries ago. In late 1964 he was residing in Paris, serving as head of the Agence France-Presse Far East section, living in a cozy apartment on the Avenue Gambetta with Solange and 6-month-old Michelle. 43 But he left the comforts of France for the rigors of Ghana at Graham du Bois' invitation. He came to help organize the news department. He was impressed with her operation, stating that the advanced training program for television, for example, was the most comprehensive I had ever seen. Every journalist, every producer and actor, learned not only the techniques of his specialty, but also all of the other aspects of television, directing, the use of LM and videotape, the handling of cameras and lights, the preparation of sets, etc. Though he was impressed with Graham Dubois, his evaluation of some of those surrounding her was less benign. He was appalled with the universal corruption in high places. Ministers and high officials were using their posts to promote private businesses. They were hiring relatives or fellow tribesmen at high salaries. Many of them were salting away money in foreign banks. Closets full of money were discovered in the homes of some ministers. 44. Given Graham Dubois' prominence and influence, her foreign birth, her naivete in cultivating a friendship with the U.S. ambassador at a time when relations with Ghana were not ideal, and certain ministers' interest in directing attention from themselves by pointing to her real and imagined Oz, it was inevitable that not all Ghanaians would view her as positively as did Smith. Some wondered why an indigenous Ghanaian did not hold the important post of heading the television network. According to her son David, the established aristocracy and the political elite there had a general resentment of Nkrumah's Pan-African policy of welcoming African Americans to toil on behalf of his nation. These Ghanaians were eventually able to out Nkrumah's cosmopolitanism with old-fashioned nationalism. There was particular resentment among the personal and political circles surrounding Nkrumah toward Graham Dubois and her special relationship with him. She had access and others did not. This was highly resented. She did not reinforce ties with the United Kingdom, which had been the pattern of the pre-existing Ghanaian elite. Powerful and wealthy Ghanaians did not appreciate this. In fact, she was determined to disrupt these ties, which was one reason she cultivated relations with Japan and China. When she resisted very forcibly efforts to maintain ties with the United Kingdom, ties that bolstered protable relationships of long-standing local elites were stunned, then choleric. When she challenged the hegemony of London by, for example, brokering deals with Sanyo and bringing in Canadian experts, she undermined the ability of some who had profited legally and illegally from the alliance with Britain. Above all, upper-crust Ghanaians did not like the fact that foreigners, like Graham Dubois, held high-level posts, and they despised the fact that these expatriates were progressives and socialists. Others did not quite understand her friendship with the U.S. ambassador. Her own son never understood this rather peculiar relationship and why she was susceptible to his blandishments. When she intervened in the case of Richard Wright's daughter Julia, who was married to a foreign national suspected of espionage, Graham Dubois' stock plummeted further. 45. The fact that Graham Dubois, despite her obvious influence with Nkrumah, was not a member of the ruling party was not helpful in her attempt to maintain her prestige. 46. Graham Dubois' manner, which some interpreted as arrogance, did not help matters either. A few months before Nkrumah was overthrown, she boasted, "If I were not on the job watching every angle of television and now preparing for the opening of the Ghana Sanyo factory, I repeat, if I were not right behind everything, nothing would be happening. I have been able to bring down the screws whenever certain heads were raised. I have done some spectacular things in the past 2 months which I shall not put into writing." 47. Her bringing down the screws was not always viewed fondly. Earlier she bragged of how she faced a table of engineers and Ghanaian big shots and told them that they must undertake a revision of the Ghanaian power plant. 48. She complained constantly about enemies of socialism and Africa who wanted to infiltrate Ghana and are ready to and anxious to take jobs here. Because she was a member of the National Planning Commission, which reaches into all national projects, she would make sure that these unnamed enemies would not accomplish their objectives. 49. She clashed with powerful Africans, for example, S.G. Akoko of the Ideological Institute, who accused her of sending television people to Winneba to break into his house to get a television set. She refused to listen to such accusations. 50. She also became involved in a row with CMV Ford, a high-level bureaucrat in the Ghanaian government whose portfolio included broadcasting. When Ford asked whether she was responsible to the director of sound broadcasting or to the engineer-in-chief of sound broadcasting, Graham Du Bois had a simple answer: she was responsible to neither. Ford sought to calm the irate Graham Du Bois. He would strongly plead that we avoid imputation of motives. 51. Her idea that she was at the hub of the world making history, was a kind of hubris that not everyone understood. 52. Still, by late 1965 her son was reporting with condensed that the opening and successful carrying through of Ghana TV had made her situation considerably more secure and has placed those who want to do her in on the defensive. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to raise with Nkrumah our concern about her safety and our wish to see her withdraw from governmental and national affairs. She did not withdraw from government, but soon Ghana's chief architect and his chief security man arrived at her house to arrange to build a wall around the entire place. Her alienation of too many powerful individuals had obligated her to acquiesce to exceptional security measures. Her son felt that her exaggerated militancy and her blind anti-Americanism, which clashed oddly with her friendship with the U.S. ambassador, was creating an untenable situation. He was concerned about her neglect of the house and of herself, not to mention her hesitancy to spend all that money she was piling up after her husband's death. Worse, her lordly manner was now causing her to treat him, a man approaching 40, like I am maybe 20. 53. Even if Nkrumah had not been overthrown, it is doubtful that Shirley Graham Du Bois would have survived indefinitely as a prominent government official in Ghana. W. Somerset Maugham once commented that the Euro-American expatriate Henry James wasted much of his life going to English garden parties in the late 19th century, thereby missing out on the greatest story of the age, the emergence of the modern United States. Did African American expatriates during the 1960s exercise a similar lack of judgment? 54. More precisely, did African Americans in Ghana, notably Shirley Graham Du Bois, miss out on the greatest domestic story of their age, the mass assault on Jim Crow? Not necessarily, for she was involved in another story for the ages, the decolonization of Africa. In any case, she was well aware of events back in the United States. Her continuing relationship with Freedom Ways guaranteed this, and a constant stream of visitors from the United States to Ghana meant that she could stay abreast of developments. She did feel she was at the hub of the world and felt that the example of Ghana and her growing influence could be deployed effectively on behalf of African Americans. When massive civil disobedience hit Birmingham in the spring of 1963, she was quick to react, terming it too horrible. I turn cold at the thought of children being shut up in those jails. And I feel so helpless to do anything. I am trying to involve Negroes in the North. I have sent editorials and clippings and cartoons from our papers to both the Afro-American and the Pittsburgh Courier, telling them how sincerely and with what deep feeling Ghanaians are following this struggle. 55. Further evidence of the fact that the African and African American struggles were linked symbiotically was her recollection of the time details of rioting in Harlem, Brooklyn, and Rochester reached delegates to the OAU meeting in Egypt in 1964. These reports swept Cairo like wildfire. Every head of state in Cairo was concerned, and all felt that a strong and united Africa will be able to alleviate the plight of her dispossessed children. 56. In sum, Black expatriates in Ghana not only did not miss out on the epochal events in the United States, they contributed to it mightily by dint of their participation in the other landmark event of the era, Africa's decolonization. The headline "Big Anti-Us Protest in Accra" became a staple in Ghanaian newspapers. Not only were transgressions against what the Ghanaians had begun to term Afro-Americans a cause for dismay, but various U.S. policies in Africa riled Ghanaians as well. One front-page editorial exclaimed, "Damn the Yankees." A spokesman at one demonstration said, "We are telling the Americans that whether they like it or not, Ghana has said yes to socialism and no to capitalism." 57. Ghanaians were irked further when Kayeg Bidema, a former NANS minister, was accused of being a CIA agent bent on fomenting a coup, and had embezzled £10 million besides. 58. Washington was displeased when Ghanaian newspapers turned their pages over to U.S. communists, like Graham Du Bois' friend William Patterson. This famed U.S. jurist, who was Afro-American, praised socialism in Romania. 59 The State Department took note that Ghana trained guerrilla leaders, whom some in Washington felt were no more than terrorists, for struggles in southern Africa. 60 To a growing number of U.S. officials it seemed that Ghana was becoming a base for subversion, not only of white minority regimes in southern Africa but of the United States itself. Not only were suspected communists like Graham Du Bois, who were reviled in elite circles in the United States, now accorded the highest positions in Ghana, but actual U.S. communists like James Jackson, Claude Lightfoot, and others were visiting Ghana for reasons that remained mysterious in Washington. Then Malcolm X, who had only recently departed from the Nation of Islam and was embarking on an ideological journey that seemed unclear, turned up in Ghana in 1964. The conservative columnist Victor Riesel wrote that he witnessed the defrocked Muslim minister meeting with Graham Du Bois at the Hotel Omar Khayyam in Cairo. This was not good news, for Mrs. Du Bois has long been active in world communist circles. Her background is important here to show the strange interweaving of characters now attempting to infiltrate and agitate the Negro communities of the U.S. Mrs. Du Bois knew the Castro brothers, Fidel and Raúl, in Mexico as far back as the late 40s. 61 The possibility of a black-red coalition, black communists merging with black nationalists, was cause for great anxiety in a United States that was seized with fear of Reds and worried about the rise of black nationalism. Malcolm X's visit to Ghana may have played a role in his own evolution too. After a local columnist criticized what he saw as Malcolm X's racialist viewpoint, both Graham Du Bois and her friend Julian Mailed sharply disagreed and tried to reassure Ghanaians that Malcolm was actually on the correct path to socialism. 62 Graham Du Bois denied vehemently that Malcolm was anti-communist, a cardinal sin in Ghana. His protest, she argued further, was against the white government and the white ruling class, not against all whites, contrary to the columnist's allegation. 63 The columnist read back, noting that on returning to the United States, the former NOI leader had undergone a conversion. The columnist saw as opportunism the speed with which Malcolm shed the narrow nationalist views he had expressed at Lagos and Legon. He assailed the blind racialism Malcolm reputedly expressed as crippling and destructive. Graham Du Bois in her response had spoken of how the former NOI leader took time out of his heavy schedule during the short visit here to come to our house and take pictures of the library, the summer house, the beautiful gardens. These words were rebuked as irrelevancies by her interlocutor. Instead, he noted, and not necessarily inaccurately, that Malcolm's conversion, his rejection of the idea that all whites were devils, occurred when he saw white men from many different countries without any apparent interest in economic exploitation helping to develop emergent Africa. 64 Yet Malcolm, it was felt, was not sufficiently courageous to attribute his metamorphosis to socialist Ghana. Instead, he credited events in feudal Saudi Arabia. This was part of the contradiction of U.S. politics. The influential Malcolm X had returned to the United States in 1964, claiming that his visit to Saudi Arabia, where he had seen fair-skinned Muslims, had convinced him to back away from his racialist ideas, but it was more likely that his trip to Ghana caused this effect. After all, he had visited the Arab Peninsula in 1959 and was not unfamiliar with the phenomenon of melanin-descent Muslims. It was not only seeing Eastern Europeans, Canadians, and British exiles aiding emergent Africa that probably helped to change his mind, but also observing black radicals who had no problem with this. In any case, this conversion should have been welcomed in all quarters in the United States. However, if the conversion resulted from an experience in socialist Ghana which was coming to be seen as a sworn enemy of the United States, this experience would not necessarily be greeted favorably. 65 Sadly, anti-communism hindered the progress of interracial harmony. Months after his return from Ghana, Malcolm was still effervescent about his journey. Not only did this African pilgrimage influence his thinking on race, it also shaped his thinking on gender. In a December 1964 interview, he talked at length about the role of women in post-colonial Africa, exhibiting a range and sensitivity he had rarely shown to that point. This view on gender may have been swayed by his rendezvous with Shirley Graham Du Bois, whom he characterized effusively as one of the most intelligent women I've ever met. At length he described how she chaperoned him on his tour of her massive television studio and of various regions in the sprawling West African nation. To the chagrin of some of her fellow Afro-Americans, Graham Du Bois was at the center of the controversy involving Malcolm X's visit. Maya Angelou, then residing in Ghana, complained that Graham Du Bois was as elusive as smoke in high wind and deliberately inaccessible, yet when Minister Malcolm showed up, all of a sudden Graham Du Bois could be found readily at his side. Graham Du Bois, said Angelou, was a medium-sized, light brown-skinned woman with large eyes, a long attractive face and the cadence of Mount Kilimanjaro. When Malcolm arrived at a party at the Chinese embassy, Graham Du Bois walked immediately to Malcolm and, taking him by the arm, guided him to a corner where they sat. After nearly an hour, Shirley and Malcolm emerged from their retreat and rejoined the party. Graham Du Bois then said loudly, "This man is brilliant. I am taking him for my son. He must meet Kwame. They have too much in common not to meet." Angelou may not have been aware of Graham Du Bois' penchant for taking men as sons and acting as a mother to them. In any event, Angelou was in a rage. She fumed to her housemates that earlier, Graham Du Bois could have arranged a meeting in seconds for Malcolm with Nkrumah, but before she wouldn't even see Malcolm. "I can't stand that." When Malcolm himself asked Angelou what she thought of the target of her ire, she let loose, condemning Graham Du Bois in virulent terms. Malcolm listened, then told Angelou that her attitude was very childish, dangerously immature. 67 It was gallant of Malcolm X to come to the defense of Graham Du Bois, but Angelou's opinion was widely shared. The even-tempered, unappable Jean Carey Bond, an African-American living in Ghana at the time, was forced to say that Graham Du Bois viewed herself as royalty. 68 Part of this conflict over Malcolm X stemmed from the fact that some considered Graham Du Bois a Juanita come lately to a form of black nationalism that was bursting onto the scene. She was seen as a communist who belatedly and opportunistically was trying to ride the wave of an ascending nationalism. Actually, she was trying to meld both of these powerful ideologies, but this amalgamation was not widely recognized at this early date. Whatever the case, she took to Malcolm as if he were a long-lost son. She was his de facto hostess in Accra, which annoyed more than a few, and arranged a coveted meeting with Nkrumah. She told her Freedom Ways colleague John Henrik Clarke that she wanted him to co-author a book on Malcolm with her. She wanted to dig deep into all this, showing the pain, frustrations, and desperation of black boys with no money, no prestige of family and status, and expose all the reasons for delinquency, crime, fear, and hate. "Keep this entirely confidential," she said, not missing an opportunity to signal her importance, for she would discuss this proposal with Ghana State Publishing House. "And I am one of the directors of this corporation." 69 Clarke, a self-proclaimed left nationalist who knew the former NOI leader, was a natural choice to work on this project. After Malcolm's return to Harlem, Clarke talked with him about this visit with Nkrumah and his talk with him. "He has the highest praise for you both," he told her reassuringly. 70 Naturally, when Malcolm X later traveled to Cairo, Graham Du Bois' son David hosted him. He saw the former Nation of Islam minister regularly and assisted him with various tasks. "He is growing in understanding and conviction every day. I think he is an honest man who is beginning to realize how much he does not know about the world around him. I am convinced that if he is only allowed to live, he will emerge as the most important Negro leader since the days of Reconstruction mass leader that he is." Emphasis in original, 71 Tragically, he was not allowed to live, he was murdered in February 1965. Graham Du Bois was more tormented than most when this happened, not least because she was evolving away from her bedrock socialist beliefs to a kind of left nationalism that Malcolm symbolized and John Henrik Clarke professed. This was evident in her written defense of Malcolm in the face of attacks from the Ghanaian press, as well as her idea that Afro-American is a word most white people hate and fear, emphasis in original. 72 After Malcolm's death she shared her post-mortem of him with Langston Hughes, whom she had known since their playwriting days in the 1930s. Unlike the majority of Afro-Americans who make the tour of Africa, she did, Malcolm came and learned. He did not take his brains from foreign embassies. He sought out and listened to Africans, those in high places and on all levels. As time passed, we learned to honor and love him as we did no Afro-American who has crossed this continent. 73 These glowing words were accompanied by a material gesture of support. Through their mutual friend Ruby D., she forwarded $100 to his widow, Betty Shabazz. 74 Malcolm X's encounter with Africa was emblematic of a larger African-American engagement with Ghana during this period. Many U.S. citizens of African descent began to identify with Africa in the 1960s. This not only meant using slogans like "Black is beautiful," it also meant ceasing to straighten their hair, adopting West African names and modes of dress, and using terms like Afro-American. It also meant the glorification of girls like Nkrumah. It was ironic that the Red Scare, in undermining unions and class consciousness, helped spawn a kind of nationalism that led some African Americans, at least, back to a socialist icon like Nkrumah. 75 Consequently, hundreds of Afro-Americans expatriated to Ghana to assist in nation building. Architects like Max Bond, librarians like Jean Blackwell Hudson, lawyers like Pauli Murray came, and there were many more who wanted to follow in their footsteps. 76 E. Franklin Frazier did not come to live in Ghana, but Graham Du Bois made sure that his vast collection of books was deposited in the library there. 77 For most of these exiles, living in Ghana was a positive experience, not so for Murray, who complained of the growing uneasiness and fear among civil servants and intellectuals. I was told I might be deported if I wrote an article for publication in the United States that, in the opinion of the Ghana government, was critical of its policies. During the crisis in the Congo in the early 1960s, the government-controlled press contemptuously referred to Dr. Ralph Bunche as a stooge of imperialism and soon began applying the same phrase to American Negroes generally. Agents of the government began attending her class, she recalled, then she fell ill with malaria. She did not mention that a former American Negro encouraging Ghana to stand fast against U.S. imperialism was Shirley Graham Du Bois. 78 Murray Nally departed Ghana, disillusioned and saddened by what she had experienced. Yet other American Negroes longed to take her place. This could be a burden for Graham Du Bois, a well-recognized personality known to have the ear of Nkrumah. She once remarked, "I am constantly receiving letters from Afro-Americans who want to come to Ghana." 79 Writing from Detroit, Gerald Butler expressed the sentiments of many when he asked Graham Du Bois for information on expatriation due to the racial climate in this country. "I personally feel that conditions are going to become excruciatingly insufferable for the Negro here in the future. So leaving would be my attempt to offer my kids a wholesome and promising future." 80 These hopes found some sympathy in Accra. Regina Asameni, a member of parliament, told Graham Du Bois that her people of the Volta region are willing to grant pieces of land to settle our black brothers and sisters from America. 81 This Back to Africa deal, she continued, is calculated to be symbolic of our consciousness and determination to emancipate all peoples of color. Like the U.S. communists of the 1930s, she stressed that this nationalist idea shall be ancillary to the GHT for equality in the USA itself, emphasis in original. These NE intentions were never realized, however. A reason may have been that the plan was meant to apply only to the most responsible Negroes who accept Nkrumah's progressive policies, people like Paul Robeson and the boxer Cassius Clay, soon to be known widely as Muhammad Ali, for example, not necessarily the less well-known, like Gerald Butler of Detroit. 82 African Americans had run into the bitter reality that an underdeveloped Africa could only use those with capital or welding skills. Thus, when she sought to attract the brethren from across the Atlantic to Ghana, Graham Du Bois reached out to gers like Duke Ellington, whom she wanted to dig down into the marvelous stores of West African music and bring it to its highest development and teach what he knew to Ghanaians. 83 During this period, Ghana was becoming a regular stop for prominent African Americans. Thurgood Marshall, Horace Mann Bond, Congressman Charles Diggs, and the labor leader Maida Springer were among the many who made this journey. Usually they were debriefed by the State Department when they returned. After the spirited August 28, 1963 demonstration of many African Americans at the U.S. Embassy in Accra, which was set to coincide with the massive March on Washington, concern about the impact of such activity on global public opinion escalated. Signifying the importance of the African-American connection was the fact that U.S. government personnel not only transcribed the slogans on the demonstrators' placards but also tried to transcribe all the names on the petitions submitted in solidarity with the Washington March. This level of scrutiny was not accorded to those participating in other demonstrations of sympathy on that momentous day in cities as diverse as Paris, Munich, Tel Aviv, and Oslo. 84 As Pauli Murray had suggested, the Ghanaian government increasingly viewed African Americans not as prodigal sons and daughters to be welcomed back home but as surrogates of imperialism. Increasingly, Graham Du Bois was leaning toward this viewpoint as well. Some Afro-Americans here, she believed, proved to be as imperialistic and selfish as the oppressors whom Ghana were determined to throw off. They were not above joining with those who plotted to wipe out the most cherished ideals of the state. A goodly number of Afro-Americans in Ghana have come here for exactly the same reasons that Europeans have been coming to Africa for centuries: better and easier living and quick prots to take back home. A large number of Afro-Americans, like Americans as a whole, feel quite capable of enlightening the backward Africans on anything and everything. Such people irritate the Ghanaians. There are some Afro-Americans who quite clearly are in the pay of somebody or something outside of Ghana. 85 She was living a paradox. She was developing a nationalism that tended to subsume class and ideological differences among African Americans under the guise of race. Yet in her day-to-day existence she realized instinctively that it was impossible for anyone, even Afro-Americans, to reside in the United States for centuries without being influenced by its dominant culture and philosophy. She reminded the black journalist and activist George Murphy that this meant it is far more important right now for Africans to speak clearly to each other than for us to speak to the people of the United States, even those who happen to be black. 86 The skepticism directed at Afro-Americans was extended to those whose political credentials were otherwise impeccable. When the journalist Bill Worthy, who courageously violated the ban on traveling to China during this same period, sought her aid in traveling with Nkrumah on his ill-fated journey to Hanoi, Graham Du Bois demurred. "I cannot presume to tell the president," she declared, "whom he should invite to accompany him on a confidential, diplomatic mission. I know he would not think of taking an American with him on such a mission." 87. She was similarly unhelpful to her old friend Cedric Belfrage, a man of the left who was instrumental in initiating the progressive newspaper The National Guardian. He had inquired about the Air Force in Ghana and she reminded him that all emphasis is on training and using Ghanaians in every project. This does not mean that experts are not here from all over the world. Anyway, she did not have the slightest idea about how an outsider could contact them. 88 Rightly or wrongly, some of her closest friends resented the fact that she was not more helpful in securing posts for them in Ghana. What her friends did not always recognize is that her powers were not unlimited. Once she said wistfully, "Nearly every Afro-American I meet who wants to work in Africa, wants to come to Ghana." 89 Her inability to help them bothered her. "My heart bleeds when talented young Afro-Americans are brought to my attention and I am asked to give them an opportunity to use their abilities." But she could hire only professional experts, particularly in television, and had to turn away droves of applicants. 90 Among those turned away was Robert F. Williams, the former NAACP leader who was forced to go into exile in Cuba, then China. Though ending him brave and gallant, she concluded, there is nothing he could do in Ghana. Africa doesn't need leaders. It does need the help of skilled technicians, experienced and exceedingly well trained. 91 She was not always unhelpful. When the musician Pete Seeger came there in January 1965, She arranged good audiences for him and facilitated his research in music and culture. 92 However, when Nkrumah was toppled and Graham du Bois found that she no longer was a powerful advisor to a powerful leader, some of her friends deserted her on the grounds that she had not helped them. 93 As 1965 wound down, it was evident that the United States had become exasperated with Nkrumah, his government, and aides like Shirley Graham du Bois. At RST they tried to treat her gingerly. When in late 1963 she applied for a visa to come to the United States to attend a memorial for her late husband, the Accra embassy advised that Kwame Nkrumah and the Ghanaian press will be severely critical of the United States government if subject is denied a visa. 94 Graham du Bois continued to write articles for communist journals rebuking U.S. policy in the region. In some ways she was the United States' worst nightmare in that she not only condemned its policies in left publications, she also wrote for the Journal of the Nation of Islam, Muhammad Speaks. On the day President Kennedy was murdered, this weekly carried an article by Graham du Bois asking rhetorically, should Negroes welcome moral support from Chinese foes of our white folks? Her evolving left nationalist philosophy saw no merit in the rejection of Mao Zedong by the NAACP leader Roy Wilkins and the civil rights leader James Farmer. Of the latter she said caustically, what kind of brainwashing can bring a black man lying in a Louisiana jail, to bite the hand of Mao that is stretched out to help him? She continued, decent people throughout the world hail Chairman Mao Zedong's call to unite against racial discrimination. Never before has such an appeal been made to the world by the head of a large and powerful state. The wealth, prosperity, and advancement of the United States were built on the annihilation of one people, the American Indian, and the enslavement of another, so, she thought, why should U.S. civil rights leaders repulse another colored group, Chinese leaders, who wanted to assist them? 95 As time passed, Graham du Bois began to lean more toward China in its ongoing ideological dispute with the Soviet Union because, in her estimation, China linked the battle for socialism with the struggle against white supremacy. This dovetailed neatly with her own evolving left nationalist philosophy. The problem was that the Chinese were left nationalists of a peculiar sort and at times, for example, in Angola in 1975, their perception of their national interests did not always coincide with the best interests of Africa. Neither her time in Ghana nor her friendship with the U.S. ambassador lessened her hostility to white supremacy. As Southern Rhodesia in November 1965 approached its unilateral declaration of independence, meant to thwart African majority rule, Graham du Bois was indignant, "We are about to make war on Great Britain. I was in Parliament when my president made this speech. If the UK did nothing to restrain its rebellious colony, this will mean World War." 96 Not only World War was in the offing, but race war as well, and the consequences will be terrible. "The situation is extremely critical," she noted with stark understatement. Ghana was solid behind Nkrumah, and some African countries are ready to join Ghana in military action now. 97 Not only Rhodesia was fomenting race war and world war. South Africa, she once told John Henrik Clark, is rapidly bringing us to the brink of war, and this will mean the Third World War. 98 Finally, the United States and its allies had had enough of Nkrumah's government. In February 1966, while on his way to Hanoi, Nkrumah was overthrown by military officers, who quickly pledged their loyalty to the same U.S. government that Graham du Bois had admonished repeatedly. She was ousted from Ghana, barely escaping the imprisonment, beatings, even murder accorded other advisors of Nkrumah. Detour. On February 24, 1966, while Nkrumah was on his way to Hanoi in an effort to broker peace between the United States and Vietnam, he was overthrown by his military. The coup in Ghana was a decisive turning point in the life of Shirley Graham du Bois, ranking with the death of her son Robert during World War II and her marriage to Du Bois in 1951. It forced her to conduct an excruciating reappraisal of her life to that point and compelled critical changes in her outlook. Though the U.S. ambassador to Ghana, William Mahoney, may have been making nice with Graham du Bois, he was not as generous toward her leader, Kwame Nkrumah, whom he condescendingly described as preeminently the mixed-up kid. Vain and easily bruised. One Nkrumah, according to another U.S. official who also portrayed the Ghanaian as infantile, takes pleasure in receiving gifts of any kind, and he is entranced by mechanical toys and gadgets. 2. The embassy was concerned about communist unions in Ghana, demonstrations at its headquarters, particularly when its Afro-American employees were targeted with abuse, and negotiations between Accra and U.S. transnational corporations about building the Volta Dam. There was anxiety when China extended a $22.4 million credit to Ghana and worry about the growing number of left-wing exiles and Soviet citizens roaming around Accra. 3. There was uneasiness at the embassy and at Texaco when the Italian State Oil Corporation, ENI, contemplated marketing Soviet crude oil in Ghana. 4. In early 1964, embassy officials concluded that Nkrumah, for reasons that eluded them, has become thoroughly, probably irreversibly convinced that the Americans are out to overthrow him by any means. 5. Despite their wonder at why Nkrumah would think such a thing, a CIA intelligence information cable in February 1964 did reveal that agents of the Ghana United Party will make another assassination attempt on the life of Nkrumah, possibly within 10 days. 6. The agency, in short, had detailed information about the internal political dynamics of Ghana. Still, they were taken aback when Malcolm X came to Accra. The embassy sought urgent consultations with Nkrumah, who listened patiently if somewhat abstractedly while the U.S. official led him in. He instructed the Ghanaian leader that it would be unfortunate if Malcolm X was to use Ghana as a propaganda platform, and it would be particularly hard for responsible Negro leadership in the United States to understand. Nkrumah nodded but made no response. 7. The embassy was heartened when a responsible Negro leader, James Farmer, came to Accra. He was helpful and able to undo in part the damage caused by 2 Malcolm X visits. But officials were angered that Farmer's press coverage was minuscule compared to that accorded the charismatic former NOI leader. There was growing apprehension that alignment with or opposition to Ghana would precipitate rifts among Afro-Americans in the United States, with serious consequences for U.S. foreign policy. Thus, when an Afro-American employee of the embassy, Edgar Player, exhibited bravery in protecting the American flag during a demonstration in Accra, he heard directly from President Lyndon Baines Johnson. 8 junior officers at the Accra embassy were also dissatisfied with Ghana's policies. This became evident when Ghana sought to improve its energy resources by constructing a huge dam. Nkrumah sought aid for this project from the socialist camp. James Engel, who served in Ghana from 1961 to 1963, opposed the Volta Dam because of Accra's ties to Moscow. These ties meant we were spending a great deal of time looking at Ghana, compared to other parts of Africa, which today, he considers a mistake. The U.S. transnational Kaiser, which was involved with the Volta Dam project, pressured the embassy to accommodate Nkrumah, he recalled. Chad Calhoun of Kaiser was sort of our second ambassador there. He had entree into the White House. Quite often his judgments were exactly the contrary to the State Department's. Engel was hostile to Accra and, by comparison, felt there was Nkrumah worship at Foggy Bottom. 9 Robert Smith, served in Ghana from 1965 to 1966, Jack Matlock, a junior political officer who later served in Moscow during the dissolution of the Soviet Union, was in Accra with him gaining useful experience. Smith felt that Nkrumah seemed to be, at times, almost losing his mind. He contended that Ghana's ambassador to the United States, Michael Ribeiro, hated Nkrumah privately, which did not help Accra in arguing its case in Washington. 10 Willard Dupree served in Ghana from 1964 to 1968 as chief of the political section. He felt that cocoa farmers were unhappy since the government bought their produce cheap and tried to sell it at a better price in order to gain revenue for social programs. Nigeria was not happy with Nkrumah, he said, since Accra was supporting opposition elements there, so Lagos readily shared their information about Ghana with us. He was unhappy not only with Soviet unions in Ghana but also with the Fabian socialism propagated by advisors from the London School of Economics. He too was a hardliner toward Nkrumah, feeling that Ambassador Mahoney had an exceptional relationship with Nkrumah that in retrospect maybe was too close. He too felt that Kaiser had significant impact on U.S. policy. Edgar Kaiser used to come to Ghana a couple of times a year. It was always seen as a big event in Ghana. His smelter turned out to be one of Kaiser's most profitable investments. 11 In sum, frustration with the Nkrumah government, which provided sinecures to communists like Graham du Bois, was growing apace in Washington, at all levels. Nkrumah's book, published in late 1965, Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, particularly infuriated the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, G. Menon Williams. He viewed the volume as an insult to the United States and provided the embassy with a laundry list of actions to protest its publication. He added ominously, "Other opportunities to show our displeasure will be utilized as they occur." 12 Robert Smith agreed that the book was awful. When Ambassador Ribeiro met with Assistant Secretary Williams, Smith was mesmerized. "I had never heard Soapy Williams raise his voice until that conversation about Nkrumah's book, neither have I ever heard an ambassador get a tongue lashing like Ribeiro got." Williams was raising his voice. He was shaking his anger in the ambassador's face. And it was very painful. Reacting on that event, Smith concluded that the publication of that book might also have contributed in a way to Nkrumah's overthrow shortly thereafter. 13 Nkrumah consciously styled his book as a compliment to V. I. Lenin's notion that imperialism was the highest stage of capitalism. The book begins with a quotation from the Bolshevik leader on Nan's capital and how it is concentrated in a few hands. In its well-documented pages, Nkrumah presents an unerring portrait of the United States, indicting such hallowed institutions as the AFL-CIO, Hollywood, the Peace Corps, the CIA, and so on. On the other hand, he provides glowing compliments for the impressive aid coming from China and the Soviet Union, since it is swift and exible. Interest rates on communist loans are only about 2% compared with VE to 6% charged on loans from Western countries. That this book was published in the United States by the Communist Party's publishing house could not have pleased Washington either. 14 The United States countered Nkrumah's literature by outing Ghana with its own. Henry Dunlap, who served in Ghana from 1957 to 1959, recalled later that we helped newspapers that were established. We distributed pamphlets in the tens of thousands. They had clear psychological objectives. They also showed LMS countering Graham du Bois' efforts at times in an auditorium and other times at night under a banyan tree. 15 Nkrumah's book by itself was not enough to incur significant anger in Washington, but in combination with his other activities, for example, welcoming communists like Graham du Bois to Accra, it was enough to cause the United States to turn violently against him. On the day of the coup in February 1966, Robert Smith was at the State Department headquarters in Washington. He bumped into Secretary of State Dean Rusk and informed him of the epochal developments. The balding, rotund secretary broke into an ear-splitting grin. Smith had never seen him look so happy. 16 It was understandable why Rusk, a scholar of international law, was so elated. The Ghana coup was another in a series of events welcomed by U.S. officials in recent months, including the virtual elimination of the Communist Party in Indonesia and the overthrow of the Ben Bella regime in Algeria. The New York Times concluded that 1966 seems to have become Africa's year of retribution, the year of the generals, as military coups erupted across the continent. 17 There may have been additional, more specific reasons for Rusk's joy. However, Washington played a material role in dislodging Nkrumah, supporting and advising the officers who led the coup. 18 Washington's joy was Graham du Bois' agony. The ousting of Nkrumah turned her into a woman without a country, sailing from port to port in search of refuge. A pliant press corps demonized Nkrumah as a Stalin-like enemy of the U.S. 19 John Stockwell, a former CIA operative in West Africa, has written that the Accra station was given a generous budget and maintained intimate contact with the plotters as a coup was hatched. So close was the station's involvement that it was able to coordinate the recovery of some classied Soviet military equipment by the United States as the coup took place. Inside CIA headquarters, the Accra station was given full, if unofficial, credit for the eventual coup in which 8 Soviet advisors were killed. None of this was adequately recorded in the agency's written records. 20 According to one writer, not long before the coup the staff of the U.S. Embassy in Ghana mushroomed considerably, exceeding the personnel of the Russian and Chinese embassies together. There was also rapid growth in the number of Peace Corps volunteers. 21 Washington viewed the coup as a staggering blow to its adversaries and Graham du Bois' friends in Moscow and particularly Beijing. 22 weeks before Nkrumah was overthrown, Ambassador Mahoney was replaced by an Afro-American, Franklin Williams, a former NAACP official. 23 Williams's possible involvement in the 1966 coup has been suggested. 24 His subsequent actions did nothing to erode this idea. Hours after the coup he told the White House aide Bill Moyers that we have been extremely fortunate in what has occurred. All the personalities associated with the coup are strong friends of ours. This was a positive coup. Bill, this is the kind of change people like you and I hope for. He continued, this government now deserves our fullest support. We wanted it, we have it, we can keep it if we do what is necessary. 25 Williams, a lawyer like Dean Rusk, did not ponder the legal implications of aiding the overthrow of a lawful regime. 26 Apparently the United States had done what was necessary, for it had cultivated the Ghanaian military. Willard Dupree, chief of the political section in the Accra embassy in 1966, said the coup was not that unexpected, the army was friendly to the West. Our defense attaché had very good contacts. So too did many of us in the embassy. They had been trained by the British. Many fought in World War II in Burma. The embassy and the CIA collected a considerable amount of information informally, he recalled, for example, by attending parties or engaging in casual conversations, such as those held between Ambassador Mahoney and Graham du Bois. Many in the new government were rather vindictive, he recalled sadly, but, as Franklin Williams had noted, the United States was extremely fortunate when the coup occurred. 27 In retrospect, Graham du Bois and others' highly charged words about going to war over Rhodesia may have been the null straw for the army, which, after all, would have been the ones dodging bullets if the possibility had been realized. Or so said Colonel A. Afrifa, trained at Sandhurst, and already upset about being posted previously in the Congo. This white minority regime in southern Africa had exasperated the Nkrumah government when it blocked the path to African majority rule. After Rhodesia's unilateral declaration of independence in November 1965 and the subsequent rhetorical outbursts from Graham du Bois and others, it became common conversation among the officers and the men that military action against Nkrumah's regime was the only solution. 28 Likewise, one of Nkrumah's aides felt that the presence of white commanders of our forces constituted a most serious embarrassment to Ghana in light of its Pan-African verbiage. These mostly British officers were not necessarily politically reliable either, it was thought. 29 Nkrumah's overthrow was part of an amazing wave of political instability in Africa, which was so widespread that it made the coup in Ghana seem almost normal, thereby reducing the effectiveness of Graham du Bois' impassioned defense of the Nkrumah regime. Nigeria during this period was rocked by political instability. In October 1965 there was an unsuccessful coup in Burundi that led to a bloody denouement months later. Southern Rhodesia illegally declared independence on November 11, 1965. On November 25, 1965 Joseph Mobutu came to power in the Congo. Shortly thereafter the government of the nation then known as Dahomey was toppled. A few weeks later the government of the Central African Republic was overthrown. After that a coup attempt in Congo-Brazzaville failed barely. In February 1966 the coup in Ghana succeeded decisively. 30 By the time of the coup, Shirley Graham du Bois was close to 70 years old, though she appeared and professed to be much younger. The coup was a shattering experience for her. It sent her into a form of semi-retirement, eroded her position as one of Africa's most influential women, forced her to move to Cairo, after a period of virtually homeless wandering, and pushed her in political directions that would alienate her from some of her oldest comrades. Though she was surprised by the coup, there were signs of impending distress that could have alerted her to turbulence ahead. In early 1965 she complained of Ghana's real economic squeeze. And unless we can pull some rabbits out of the hat, the enemies will succeed. 31 She had studied the Latin American-style military junta that overthrew Nkrumah's African ally, Algeria's Ben Bella. No one will ever convince me that the man who struck him down is anything but a power-mad traitor, she declared with her typical fervor. 32 These signs were not heeded. Weeks before the coup, she applied for a 30-day visa to visit the United States, noting that she had not been to the land of my birth since October 1961, but now she wanted to visit my brothers in California, friends in the New York area, and others. To give her application weight, she mentioned casually Ghana Television's relationship with MPEC's international operations in California. Despite her alleged friendship with the U.S. ambassador, her visa was denied. 33 Perhaps a sense of approaching doom caused her to counsel Nkrumah not to make the fateful trip to Hanoi. He ignored her advice. 34 The recent clandestine visit of the Cuban revolutionary Che Guevara, who came to see them just before Nkrumah got ready to go to Hanoi, may have persuaded Nkrumah that it was neocolonial regimes that were on the verge of being dislodged, not his. 35 Her schedule in February 1966 was typical. It included meetings with Sanyo executives and the ambassador from Lebanon, dinner with the Pakistan High Commissioner and the U.S. ambassador, a reception hosted by Ceylon's High Commissioner, and numerous meetings with officials of the Pan-Africanist Congress, a South African resistance movement then leaning toward the Maoist outlook that she was to adopt. 36 She lived near Flagstaff House, where Nkrumah resided, and there was a military base not far from her home. About 4 a.m. on February 24, 1966 a loud noise awakened her. She arose and noticed there were people in her yard. In the garden were running feet. She called out, "What's the matter?" She then turned on her radio, and just before 6 a.m. somebody came on to say that the military had seized the government and all citizens were requested not to leave their homes. By this time she could hear a real battle going on in front of Flagstaff House. It was by no means a bloodless coup. She heard what sounded like the clatter of machine guns. She called out her window, locked the gates. The noise came nearer. Her house shook. She heard glass breaking. Around her home, always within hearing, raged a battle that continued intermittently throughout the day. By this point she was thoroughly awake. Soldiers came to tell her that she was under house arrest. Fortunately, they treated her very much better than they treated other women. 37 However, the soldiers were certain she had privileged information about Nkrumah that might be useful. 38 Shortly thereafter, her brother from California and her lawyer from New York rushed to Ghana to rescue her. She was not spared interrogation and detention, however. She learned afterwards that lots of people in various parts of the world cabled the authorities asking about me. And nally they let me leave with my brother and lawyer for 3 months leave in England. Then they seized my home, carted off WEB's library including, of course, all my books and research papers, ordered my help and caretakers off the premises and put one of the new judges into it. Before we left we packed a few cartons and sent them to storage. I could take nothing with me except my suitcases. Not even any of my own money which was in the bank. 39 Her son later confessed that she was unable to tell me anything about what had happened to her in Accra, but apparently it had been a horrifying experience for her. She could hardly talk. 40 This last fact was suggestive of the trauma that the normally loquacious Graham du Bois had endured, a trauma that was heightened by what befell her friends. The wife of her friend Julian Mailed was taken away and deported. 41 Male death spouse, Ana Livia Cordero, was a very able Puerto Rican woman doctor who was head of an important clinic. She was taken from her home not long ago. 2 others, a Negro American and the English, a good man, head of the School of Administration, Ghana University, were deported at the same time. A very nasty editorial featuring me recently appeared in the Ghana press. 42. Julian Mailed, after reporting that Graham Du Bois was in London in a state of shock, stated that the death toll in Accra was conservatively 1,800. I can't believe it, he continued. Africans at Addis Ababa were saying that 3,000 to 4,000 had been killed. 43. Though the new regime is under great stress, Ghanaians were genuinely happy at the overthrow of Nkrumah, and they thought that freedom and prosperity had arrived on February 24. Unfortunately, things are much worse. 44. Graham Du Bois and other Nkrumah supporters portrayed post-February Ghana as a sullen nation just waiting to rise up against the coup makers. Supposedly there were allies in Cairo willing to join in. In March 1966, her son David, writing from Cairo where he had gone a few years earlier to work as a journalist, said that resistance continues daily and will grow. The man on the street here is ready to take gun in hand and join a liberation army for Ghana. He just awaits away. 45. Nkrumah himself was caustic in rebuking the coup plotters and those politicians who backed them, to whom he applied what he felt was the ultimate insult. They were, he said, old women. 46. The actual old woman who was his aide, Graham Du Bois, got off comparatively easy. His British advisor Geoffrey Byng had his clothes and shoes torn off him and was made to walk up and down barefoot and to stand up and sit down in repeated succession without being able to use his hands. He was tortured. The soldiers, he said, tore all his clothes from his body except for his underpants. When they tore the shoes from his feet, he suffered injury and pain. They stuck a bayonet into him and his back became smothered with blood. His wife was attacked and molested. Other women were subjected to brutality, sadism, molestation, and rape. Racketeers, smugglers, proteers, spivs, and swindlers assumed hegemony in the new government. His opponents were responsible for the shooting and killing of defenseless men and women. The arrest, detention, and assassination of ministers, the party's civil servants, trade unionists. There were 2,500 murdered, more than 3,000 wounded, tortured, and maimed. He blamed the CIA for aiding the coup and noted pointedly that not one of the officers trained in the Soviet Union took part in the February Rising. 47 liberation guerrillas from southern Africa have been sent back home. Others on the scene did not share this outrage at the coup leaders. Sylvia Boone, a friend of Graham Du Bois and a future Yale professor then residing in Accra, recalled that like the day of Kennedy's death, one will always remember what one was doing the day of the coup. She was crying as thousands of people were rounded up and arrested. But after 2 days absolute hilarity broke out. People are, generally delighted. There was a parade everyday students, market women, army wives, young pioneers, even the jockeys on their horses laughing, chanting, praising the new government, damning the old. Since there were no more hated security men, everyone here felt free to express his opinions. Damnation of Nkrumah was total. But even Boone had sad tales to report, for her friend, the writer Maryse Konde, had a very bitter experience. One of her very close friends, in order to save herself, informed that she was an agent for Guinea's Sékou Touré. She was jailed, but by bribing a guard she got him to call her boyfriend, who was able to get her out. Interestingly, communists were conated with Afro-Americans and the rest and condemned this may have wreaked the large role of the alleged communist, the Afro-American Graham Du Bois. 48 Later Graham Du Bois told the British communist R. Palmatut that she was fully aware that she was wanted in Ghana and that she must be careful not to be found in any country from which she might be extradited. She added, "In my preliminary interrogation I stated clearly that I had nothing to confess or to condemn, retract or regret. In most cases uncooperative persons were eliminated." 49 But her stature and her name saved her from this fate. Despite the trauma she had suffered, some observers were quite unsympathetic to her plight. Richard Gibson, a shady character who idled from continent to continent and knew quite a bit about guerrilla movements in Africa, was caustic in his analysis of Graham du Bois and Ghana. 50 She still doesn't seem to understand just what happened. 51 In Ghana, he said, there were many persons who understood what was wrong, but, once comfortably settled in sinecures, they seemed to have lost their vision and used their breath merely to add to the praises of Nkrumah. It was very sad. This is the price you pay for listening to sycophants and Russian advisors. 52 Gibson's sweeping condemnation was made with Graham du Bois in mind. Even her son David was raising troublesome questions, remarking, "She's all alone now. All who tolerated her because of the doctor are no longer compelled to do so, and few, very few, among her acquaintances can be called upon to act as friend." 53 He was painfully accurate. Those who had felt compelled to bow to her, not least because of her perceived insolence, now were eager to berate her. Despite her high-level post in Ghana and her often enumbered revolutionary rhetoric, Graham du Bois was not as politically sophisticated as she appeared to be. But one thing she did believe: RMLY, the Nkrumah regime was a boon and his downfall was a bane for Africa. Others, including some communists and others on the left, did not altogether agree. This upset her tremendously and was a factor pushing her away from her erstwhile U.S. communist comrades and toward Maoist China. The charge was made that the Nkrumah regime was corrupt from top to bottom. Days after Nkrumah was toppled, a local paper featured Genevieve Marias of Ghana television fame, who admitted to being one of Nkrumah's numerous girlfriends. He had given her a hefty salary and an expensive Ford Thunderbird car. 54 There were also salacious allegations concerning regular air trips undertaken by the attractive widow of the father of Pan-Africanism and the vivacious lissom head of programs. 55 The evident closeness of her ties to Nkrumah inevitably had given rise to rumors that Graham du Bois' relationship with him was something more than comradely. This was one of the many reasons that criticism of her in Ghana seemed so personal in its reproach. Still, Nkrumah's admirable employment of women in key posts was now being turned against him and Graham du Bois. Others, though not reaching the issue of corruption, felt that Nkrumah had to go for other reasons. Kofi Annan, the future Secretary General of the United Nations, but then working with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, supported the coup, according to one who knew him, saying that Nkrumah's leftist ideas and policies had hurt the economy of Ghana. In addition, he said, Nkrumah's GHT with the West was adventurous. 56 He was not alone in this opinion. But what really galled Graham du Bois were negative evaluations of her government coming from those of the left. The South African communist Ruth first accused Nkrumah of petty corruption. Chicanery abounded. There was sheer bungling of the economy and the state, she alleged. 57 Even her friend Julian Mailed felt there was enough truth in most of the charges against Nkrumah to make any rebuttal, at least by me, impossible and dishonest. 58 Yet Graham du Bois' ferocious defense of Nkrumah was backed by surprising sources. Years later, Willard Dupree of the U.S. Embassy confessed that he didn't end corruption blatant or pervasive in Nkrumah's Ghana. Yes, some funds may have reached Nkrumah's hands, but not so much for his own personal gain, as to promote his political wishes throughout Africa. 59 If Graham du Bois and Nkrumah were close in Accra, they became even closer after his overthrow. He was forced into exile in Guinea-Conakry, where French, not English, was the primary language among elites. Nkrumah struggled with the French language, and this made him depend even more on Graham du Bois. 60 She often visited him in Guinea and wrote him regularly, though many of her letters arrived late or not at all. Nkrumah had been deserted by many of his aides, who made a separate peace with the new regime. Graham du Bois stuck with him, once telling him, "I know that in some tiny, secret place you carry me with you." 61 Her defense of Nkrumah was as adamant and sweeping as her defense of du Bois after he had been ousted from the NAACP in 1948. In turn, Nkrumah advised her, recommending that she stay away from Tanzania in her search for a post-coup home, for East Africa at the moment is LLED up with American agents, CIA and so forth. I don't trust these guys. 62 Du Bois had learned a bitter lesson from her experience in Ghana, though she did travel frequently to Dar es Salaam and at times traveled on a Tanzanian passport, she did not move there permanently. She was aware of tensions between the mainland and the offshore island of Zanzibar but refused to discuss it publicly, for she was now convinced that we idealistic African builders have talked too much in the past. 63 Above all, she defended Nkrumah with an undying passion in the face of skepticism often expressed by her friends and comrades on the left. She informed the doubting Julian Mayfield that she had visited Nkrumah in Guinea, and I want to say that if I admired him before, I admire him even more now. 64 Others were not so sure about the former Ghanaian leader, and their disbelief infuriated her. Vivian Hallinan, a longtime friend from San Francisco, could not understand why the people did not fight back, why they were not armed. The descriptions of the lack of protest and the corruption I do not get from the Western press, but from American progressives who stayed in Ghana, and those who visited after the coup. 65 Anna Louise Strong, a frequent visitor to Moscow and Beijing, asked, "And why should the man whom you call my president expect people to rise up and call him back? He is supposed to have kept several £1 million to his personal credit in Britain. If so, is he using any of this to organize an armed uprising that would bring about his return?" She conceded tellingly that she did not pretend to keep informed on Africa, but Du Bois found her rebuke maddening nonetheless. 66 The doubts expressed about Nkrumah emanating from old comrades caused her to reassess her own allegiances. Though it did not cause her to reconsider her anger with U.S. policies, this reassessment pushed her closer to Beijing and away from those who remained close to Moscow. After escaping from Ghana, Du Bois faced the dilemma of where she should live. This was a trying episode in her life. Every day became a real battle to keep going. "Hell," she concluded morbidly, "has no future fears for me." Her immediate plan was something like that of an old maid aunt who pays long visits to relatives in order to save money. Though she had stashed funds abroad before the coup, there were funds in Ghana she could not retrieve, which was creating a burden. By the spring of 1967 she was conceding with regret, "Frankly, I have spent a fantastique sum of money this past year and with nothing coming in." 67 Besides, she had to be quite careful in moving around the globe. Not only was there the constant danger of extradition to Ghana, but right after the coup Ghanaian officials kidnapped a Guinean delegation to an international conference when the plane on which they were traveling made an intermediate stop in Accra. Since Guinea had given refuge to Nkrumah, relations between the two West African states had deteriorated. 68 So now she had to worry about being kidnapped on her frequent jaunts to Guinea. Right after the coup she made a bold statement for publication to John Henrik Clarke condemning the new Accra government, but she cautioned him to sign with my name but do not give location, emphasis in original. 69. This kind of fearful uncertainty caused her to consider residing in sites as diverse as Tanzania, East Germany, France, Mexico, and Algeria. During the 11 years of her life she visited all of these places and others, though she resided for the most part in Cairo, with long stints in Guinea, China, and the United States. She knew that Great Britain is closed to me. 70 She considered trying to resume her U.S. citizenship but, as her attorney informed her, her renunciation of American citizenship and her acceptance of other citizenship meant that she would have to undergo a regular nationalization process, which would be complicated by her communist ties. 71 She consulted with her supposed friend, the former ambassador William Mahoney, but he was decidedly unhelpful. 72 After the coup one of her immediate and longest stints was in East Berlin, then under communist rule, where she received the most thorough physical checkup I have ever had. After her harried existence, this visit proved refreshing. Her brother from California came to visit her and they spent many hours sightseeing. She visited with Ollie Harrington, the former NAACP staff member and cartoonist, who was then living in the German Democratic Republic. 73 She read James Bond novels in French so as to recognize a popular vocabulary. This was fun, as was the trip as a whole. 74 As she told dear comrade Gerhard Eisler, the noted musician, every day I have been in the GDR has strengthened my desire to make Berlin my home if I cannot go back to Ghana. 75 But later in 1967 she traveled to Tanzania and began talking of setting up a home on the island of Zanzibar, giving up the idea of moving to East Germany completely. 76 Though not wealthy, she did have those who admired her, many of whom were heads of state, like Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, and they longed to welcome the widow of the father of Pan-Africanism. Thus, when she traveled to the Bahamas in early 1968, she was invited to attend a session of their National Assembly and had a frank talk with the Prime Minister, L.O. Pindling. 77 When she traveled to Algiers, she found she had fallen in love with the city. Evidently, she had changed her mind about the soldiers who had overthrown Ben Bella a few years earlier. 78 Given her range of choices, it was understandable why she was having difficulty deciding where to reside. But nearly in 1968 she settled on Cairo as her primary residence, though her constant travels often made it seem that she had no primary residence at all. That her son David had moved to Cairo a few years earlier was one advantage. Also, as a gateway to Asia and Europe, Egypt had an ideal location. Most of all, it was in Africa, the continent she had come to love. In 1967 she informed a friend in Berlin that events of the past 6 months in Africa and in the USA make it impossible for me to consider establishing a home outside the area of the intense struggle in which my people are now engaged. It is clear that the liberation struggle in Africa, and this includes Egypt, has entered a new phase, the era of people's armed struggle, and linked closely with this is the vanguard of revolution already launched in the United States by Afro-Americans. Emphasis in original, 79 She was referring to the rise of the Black Panther Party in California and SNCC in the South. She had received an armful of the latter's material after a representative had crossed the Atlantic to consult her. 80 It was heartening for her that these young people would take the time to visit her, for despite the warm welcome she was receiving in various nations, she still felt like something of a displaced person. Though she was being feted in East Berlin and Dar es Salaam, her radical politics meant she had difficulty getting either to Paris or London, not to mention New York. 81 Difficulty in reaching London was problematic for an interesting reason. This is where she purchased Inecto color cream, which she felt was necessary for her skin, a concession to feminine vanity, she explained. 82 But access to skin lotion was not the only reason she needed to travel to London. Even while in Ghana, she maintained an account there that contained tens of thousands of dollars, book royalties, a capital gain from selling their Brooklyn home, an inheritance from her spouse. It added up. 83 She also maintained a Swiss account, which she used to purchase World Bank bonds. 84 Thus, she was far from being totally dependent on the benevolence of strangers. Unlike other stateless persons, she had choices, though her state of mind was not the best. She acknowledged that the coup had left her utterly shattered and that it took some time to pull myself together and come to grips with responsibilities. 85 She arrived in North Africa fully chastened. If there is one thing I have learned from the disaster which caught me, it is a confirmation of the uncertainty of life in our time. Never to put off anything I really want to do for some future date. 86 Though she was pushing 70, she acknowledged, I have been rudely forced to grow up the past 6 months, emphasis in original. 87 However, there were problems in Cairo too. She unsettled the life of her son, for one. Initially, she was alone and lonely in Cairo, and her coming made it necessary for him to give up some work he was doing in order to spend time with her. She missed the round of activity that characterized her life in Ghana. 88 She was also doleful about the drastic change in her life. A year ago, she said dejectedly in the fall of 1966, I felt that I was making a decided contribution all along the line. but with the reversal I am sort of dumped into a hole. 89 Then there was the problem of adjusting to the heat. When Shirley arrived to live there, she was practically in a state of collapse. You see, we never have such heat in Ghana. Even in Ghana's hottest weather, as soon as the sun goes down, cool breezes from the ocean chill the air. But Cairo was different. 90 She was in and out of Cairo for a few years before deciding to settle down there in 1968. She moved to a large, old-fashioned, beautifully built building with spacious room and a view of the Nile from every room. The building at 76 Nile Street in the Giza district was on a corner, with huge, spreading hours and a shrub nursery on the other side of the street. 91 She had bought the place for a mere $7,000 from a Saudi student who was moving to Beirut. It came replete with tasteful Persian carpets and other attractive furnishings. 92 A lifelong student, she began an intensive course at the university in Arabic, a 4-month course VE days a week. 93 Eventually she learned enough Arabic for necessary and practical use. Though whatever time I can and for languages was spent on improving her French, still, Arabic study imposed a disciplined mental effort on her at a time when she needed it. 94 Early on she decided that she must learn Arabic. For the moment I open my mouth and begin speaking American English, a cold, preoccupied look passes over people's face. Nobody likes Americans. Oddly enough, people do not react this way even to my poor French. 95 She made Cairo, a crowded metropolis of millions, where the homeless often slept in cemeteries, seem pastoral and bucolic. Palm trees, green grass and owering shrubs border the Nile River. People are always about children playing, watched by buxom matrons, enjoying the sunshine, seated on the grass or on convenient benches. In front of my house is usually a pushcart which sells hot tea and various kinds of snacks. This frequently includes roasted ears of corn or roasted yams. Since Ghana I do not have a car. But taxis are cheap and plentiful in Cairo, so I use them all the time. 96 Her apartment was just off the Nile River Drive where the 3 largest and most fashionable hotels are located. So every time I walk out, I am usually accosted by some tourist agent who wants to take me to see the pyramids. 97 Cairo was an endlessly fascinating city. For centuries it had been the citadel of Islamic learning and thought, yet it was also secular, enlightened, and chic. It was home to the Islamic world's most prominent university and preeminent press. Political dissidents since the days of the Ottoman Empire sought refuge there, foreign students to its universities. Publishing, cinema, and intellectual debate formed its core. Though it was an intellectual lodestar, it was also a city of decay, with crumbling buildings, torn-up sidewalks, leaking sewage pipes, unreliable electricity, overwhelmed schools and hospitals, noise levels rising to an ear-impairing 90 decibels, the highest lead blood levels in the world, and irregular garbage pickup. After centuries of continuous habitation, Cairo stood as a non-stop din of dust and disorder, having survived countless invasions, booms and busts, famines, plagues, and calamities. By some accounts, it remains the most densely populated large urban area on Earth. The uneven distribution of wealth was shocking, even for one, like Graham, who had lived in Manhattan. 98, by way of contrast, a European friend of hers lamented that Graham du Bois had simply jumped out of the frying pan into the fire by coming here, as all kinds of disturbances are liable to occur. As she was writing these words on an early visit to Cairo in the summer of 1966, a fleet of powerful jets just passed overhead, reminding that we are having blackouts and air raid drills which are extremely realistic. 99 It did seem that Graham du Bois had a predilection for arriving in zones of turmoil. During the 1967 Mideast War, she had her RST experience of being in a bombed city. Particularly distasteful was being huddled into the improvised hotel air raid shelter, there in the quivering darkness to hear the muffled crash of bombs. 100 later, she rationalized that People inside a war zone are not nearly so upset by a little bombing as their friends and relatives outside the said zone. I was crossing the big square in front of the Hilton on my way to the American University the other morning when the air was shattered by a blast. Everyone stopped, looked up, and in a few moments we could see the smoke came another, and I hurried to get inside the university gate. "That seemed pretty close," commented the gate man, in Arabic. I nodded. Then we heard guns ring and I started across the campus. I wanted to get inside the library, and go on with my work. But by then whistles were sounded all around me, and the university civilian guards with their bright armbands were herding everybody into an air raid shelter, the basement of the library. By the time I reached the library, of course, the doors were closed and there was nothing for me to do but to obey sharply shouted orders and get into that shelter. There were others on the other side of campus. I thought, darn it. Nobody knows how long I'll be stuck in here. All women and girls were literally pushed into a huge lounge, furnished with sofas and great armchairs. Later we all learned that this raid was on an outskirts of the city where several women and a child were killed. It would be stupid to tell you there is no war going on out here. There is, but the danger to me is less than there would be in many parts of the US. 101 The often harrowing experience of living in Cairo further sharpened her antagonism to the foreign policy of the United States, the nation seen as Israel's chief supporter. This did not help her in her subsequent attempts to obtain a visa to visit family members in the United States. Living in Egypt also spurred her to develop Egypt-centric ideas, which became popularized later as Afrocentrism. After the 1967 war, she concluded, "Egypt is Africa and the ambitions of Israel aim westward into Africa and not eastward towards Asia." 102 There could be no peace with Zionism, she thundered, until the legitimate interests of the Palestinians were met. 103 In the 1960s these were not popular ideas in the United States, though they were quite commonly expressed in Africa. Her identification with Africa was bonding her with the continent, just as it was creating a chasm between her and the United States and many Afro-Americans. However, Graham Du Bois had a ringside seat in this war zone and had access to sources of information about the conflict unavailable to many in the United States. For example, she was devoted to the Egyptian leader Gamal Abdel Nasser and wrote a book about his life. The book was in the same vein as her previous biographies, though this time she noted pointedly, conversations in the book are based on fact and are an attempt to delineate character. They are not taken from any records or tapes. Like her previous books, this one too reeked of more than cursory research. It revealed a significant understanding of Egyptian history. She wrote that Nasser always respected women, he understood and appreciated their value. He appointed the RST woman cabinet member in Egypt. Under Nasser all technical schools and all departments of the universities were open to girls. She also suggested that dark-skinned Nubians had it better under Nasser than previously and observed, "It is significant to note that in Egypt's long history, Nasser was the RST indigenous Egyptian head of state in more than 2,000 years. However, she rationalized Nasser's suppression of communists while having Marxists as advisors. The book, like so many of her previous biographies, said as much about her as it did about Nasser. 104 Yet it struck a chord in Cairo also, receiving significant publicity there. 105 Her book on Nasser was one of a number of writing projects she completed in between dashing off to China, Conakry, and other points on the globe. Her son was amazed at how easily she writes. She turns out chapters by the day, almost. Writing was therapeutic for her now, he thought, since she missed the glamour of Ghana and the fight of the US. I do my best to keep her at her typewriter and out of the complicated and tradition-laden Middle East politics. It is not easy, but I keep reminding her of the Ghana coup. This tends to sober her somewhat. 106 or so he thought, but she quickly plunged into the whirlpool of Middle East politics. Indeed, her often fervent defense of the Palestinians and Egypt inevitably exposed her to charges in the United States that she and the Egyptian leadership were anti-Semitic, which she just as fervently denied. Nasser, she argued in the increasingly left nationalist language she adopted after the coup, has raised a blockade against white imperialism and aggression rather than against Zionism or the Jewish people. 107 In response to these serious allegations of anti-Semitism, she initiated a private campaign to get Americans to visit Egypt and see for themselves, especially Jewish people. 108 This was an understandable response, for her long experience with the left had brought her into close contact and friendship with many Jewish people, some of whom became her closest friends and comrades. Yet her response to these charges of bigotry suggest why she would also downplay negative allegations about Maoist China. With no whippancy intended, she observed that we became so used to lies about the socialist countries as they were told in the US that I can take lies about Africa in my stride. 109 After a while, U.S.-born leftists like Graham Du Bois began to ignore critiques of socialist and many third world regimes, assuming that all were savagely biased and distorted. The longer she lived in Cairo, the more animated became her defense of her latest adopted home. To her it was one of the most interesting and lively places on the globe. The longer I stay here the better I like it, and this past year of really going into all parts of the country has strengthened my attachment to this valley and its diverse peoples. 110 The hazard of dodging falling bombs was dismissed as part of the city's charm. She didn't intend to run away Israeli bombs or no Israeli bombs. 111 After the 1973 war, she did a little war work in the hospitals. The wounded soldiers are simply marvelous, she said. All they talk about is getting well so that they can return to the front. She warned a friend from the University of Massachusetts about the oil weapon, adding, pointedly, I do hope heating is not going to be a crucial problem in Amherst this winter. Well, put on woolies and keep sweaters handy. 112 After the dislocation of the Ghana coup, Graham Du Bois had found a new home in Egypt. She had left the paroxysms of Accra for the periodic convulsions of Cairo. Though she still had access to leaders across the globe, no longer could she rank as one of the most powerful women in the world. At this point, she began spending more time in China, a move that also served to distance her from many of her communist friends who looked askance at Beijing's anti-Sovietism. She also grew closer to black nationalists from Southern Africa and the United States, which also brought her closer to China and pushed her further away from U.S. communists. Black, to the left began her career as a musician, playwright, and author of biographies that had huge appeal for young adults. She moved to the left during World War II, when Moscow was Washington's ally, and became friendly with communists like Howard Fast. She is given credit for lassoing Du Bois into the left, but, simultaneously, his more extensive knowledge of history and sociology also influenced and anchored her. With his passing, followed by the shock of the coup, she was by her own admission disoriented. This took place at a time of increasing tensions between China and the Soviet Union and rising nationalism in southern Africa and among African Americans. Her frequent trips to China and Tanzania guaranteed that these ideological trends would not leave her unaffected. Fundamentally, she maintained her previous socialist outlook, though it was indelibly affected by the rise of nationalism. These two trends, one seeking to encompass all of humanity and the other speaking bluntly to Africans, were not always perfectly reconcilable, and led to some inconsistency in her thought and actions. For some time she had been close to James Jackson, a Communist Party USA leader, and his spouse, Esther Cooper Jackson, an editor of Freedom Ways and fellow graduate of Oberlin. They had all relocated to Brooklyn at roughly the same time and they became quite friendly. James Jackson has been given credit for recruiting Du Bois into the Communist Party before his departure for Ghana. Esther Jackson recalls that it was Shirley who sat down and typed the letter of application, which Du Bois gave me to take and hold. It was not surprising that these two couples were together at this historic moment when Du Bois joined the Communist Party. They had collaborated in founding Freedom Ways, and even after she relocated across the Atlantic, Graham Du Bois continued to assist the struggling publication, writing articles, securing writers for other articles, peddling subscriptions. In July 1961, while still in the United States and serving as an editor of the journal, she solicited an article from Dr. Lewis Wade Jones of Tuskegee Institute. She described Freedom Ways generously as a journal with no organizational ties, non-political, non-partisan, offered as a free forum open to all those who have something constructive to say. Would he be interested, she inquired, in writing a thorough examination of the NAACP or an article describing what is happening in Southern communities? 2. In the fall of 1962, Esther Jackson was constantly amazed at all that Graham Du Bois had been able to do for the Quarterly with all of the other responsibilities that she had. 3. Because of Graham Du Bois and her many connections on the continent, it became easier for Freedom Ways to reach Tom Mboya of Kenya, Oliver Tambo of South Africa, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Leopold Senghor of Senegal, and quite a few other literary people in Africa concerning the submission of articles. 4. Likewise, when Afro-American communists like James Jackson and Claude Lightfoot traveled to Ghana, they were also sure to visit with Graham Du Bois. Often they discussed the content of the magazine and how to make it a better vehicle to influence the civil rights movement. 5. But the longer she lived in Accra, the more problems she had with Freedom Ways. Much of the controversy began when the magazine organized a memorial and a special issue to mark the passing of Du Bois. Part of the conflict stemmed from the fact that the magazine operated in a nation where the right wing was influential, while Graham Du Bois was living and working in a nation with a left-wing leader, Kwame Nkrumah. But the conflict also stemmed from the age-old problems involved when contending forces seek to appropriate a historic icon like Du Bois. Thus, Graham Du Bois was outraged that Freedom Ways would deign to allow the NAACP's Roy Wilkins to play a role in the events. I do not believe there is one person in the world who wants to read Roy Wilkins on any phase of W.E.B. Du Bois. And how could they include Rufus Clement, the head of Atlanta University, who had sacked her spouse in 1944. This man nearly broke W.E.B.'s heart and would have destroyed his work. As for Hugh Smythe, how could they include him since he is known throughout Africa as a clever CIA agent? Langston Hughes, whom she had known since the 1930s. He carefully excluded Du Bois from every book he has written for young people. Peter Abrahams. He is considered a renegade by the freedom fighters of South Africa. There was more. Jaja Wachiku is now ding every ideal to which Du Bois devoted his life. And if Mrs. Amy Garvey was at the last Pan-African Congress, I certainly don't know anything about it. She was also dismissive of Sterling Brown and Rayford Logan. And she was annoyed because Lorraine Hansberry, who had been chosen to read Graham Du Bois' words at the memorial, did not provide a verbatim rendition. In a sweeping condemnation, she had dismissed most of the leading intellectuals among the Freedom Ways constituency. It seemed to the editors that she was trying to paint the magazine into a sectarian corner. She disagreed adamantly. She was Du Bois' widow, after all, but she was much more than that, she argued. I was not only his wife, I was his close companion for the last 20 years of his life. Even before I married him, he was the dominant force in my life. Every plan I make now, every detail of my work, every conference or discussion I hold with people from many parts of the world, every word I write, every action or dream or hope is carried out in close communion with him. And so, she instructed Freedom Ways, if this generation of Americans cannot accept him as he is, do not try to gild his image for them by including Wilkins, Clement, and the like, emphasis in original. 6. Esther Jackson did not accept this reprimand passively. Herbert Aptheker was the person who informed Graham Du Bois about Hansberry not reading her message faithfully. Jackson felt he was upset because he was not listed as a sponsor at the memorial. Further, Jackson criticized him as being among the whites who withdrew. When it became apparent they were not running the show. Anyway, the historian had often been patronizing and arrogant, and has not patience to listen to Negroes, emphasis in original. Apparently, Graham Du Bois had also wondered why Malcolm X had not been included in Freedom Ways' efforts. Jackson was quite cool toward this proposal. 7. Graham Du Bois was left to wonder how the magazine could rationalize including an anti-communist like Wilkins while excluding a militant like Malcolm. A quivering temblor had erupted as a result of the attempt to determine who had standing to claim the immense legacy of Dubois. The Freedom Ways special issue and the memorial meeting would help settle the question, according to many. Aptheker, who would organize Dubois' papers, felt that this task gave him standing. 8. James Aronson of the National Guardian, a newspaper that published Dubois' writings in the 1950s when other publications inched at the mention of his name, felt similarly. He was astonished that there was not a single mention of his weekly, which was viewed by some communists as a not too friendly competitor to the worker. 9. Esther Jackson was aghast that Graham Dubois would share with Aronson your many differences over the years with Freedom Ways, and how could Graham Dubois claim that she has a more worldwide point of view than the New York editors of Freedom Ways? This, Jackson responded, was a disservice to the magazine and to the Negro movement. How could Graham Dubois write such a slanderous letter, lacking in all courtesy? 10. John Henrik Clarke, whose self-proclaimed left nationalism would ultimately drive him away from Freedom Ways, sided with Graham Dubois, speaking only for myself. I agree with you completely about our narrow approach to the African Revolution and its relationship to the Black Revolution in the United States. 11. Graham Dubois told him she was disappointed with her failure even to get the magazine to understand that what was happening here had a direct bearing upon what could be done in the United States. 12. Clarke complained about the Esther Jackson, Jack Odell partnership at the magazine. Esther's husband James Jackson determines the contents. And Jack Odell and Esther are his puppets, he claimed. Graham Dubois, he alleged, sent Esther Jackson material for the quarterly but got in reply a number of nasty letters that were in poor taste. She made it plain to Shirley that Freedom Ways would become, in effect, the house organ of the Southern freedom movement. This was much too tame a goal, he thought. Philosophically, he concluded, there is nothing the American left movement hates more than an independent radical who is also a devout nationalist. That is what I am. The party, on the other hand, he asserted, was a dwindling clan of middle-class soreheads talking to themselves. 13. Increasingly, Graham Dubois was sharing Clarke's viewpoint. According to their mutual friend Calvin Sinnott, Graham Dubois also sensed the long hand of James Jackson, again playing his obstructionist role with the magazine. 14. Though it seemed that Clarke and Graham Dubois were aligning in a left nationalist bloc, Clarke had criticisms of Graham Dubois too. He was irked that she had not found him a job in Ghana. 15. His friend Hodie Edwards was equally critical of Graham Dubois. Without Dubois, Edwards wrote to Clarke, let us put it this way, his widow has no politics. I naturally tried to maintain the relationship after he died. But the last time I phoned her, she told me, girl, don't you know I have one of the most important jobs in Ghana and don't have time for all this gabbing on the phone. Sorry. Oops. And so on. 16. Like so many others, Edwards felt that Graham Dubois had developed an innate ego as a result of her status in Ghana. And though it seemed that she was aligning with the National Guardian against Freedom Ways and the Worker, she had problems with Aronson's publication also. The National Guardian committed the capital offense of not printing her articles in defense of Nkrumah after the coup. It simply wanted to stay clear of black folks' business, she snarled, emphasis in original. 17. Graham Dubois was in a bind. She was drifting away from the communists, but the non-communist left and left nationalists were not altogether accepting of her either. According to Edwards, angry Afro-Americans charged that Nkrumah was a prisoner of the Russians, which was why he was toppled, supposedly, and Graham Dubois had to bear some responsibility for this. Still, Clarke and Graham Dubois simply reeked at the difficulty in trying to build a progressive movement in a land saturated with white supremacy. As her conversation with Richard Wright 2 decades earlier suggested, a number of African American leftists felt that many of their Euro-American counterparts were more concerned with racial privilege than working-class solidarity. This forced African Americans into various brands of racial nationalism. According to Graham Dubois, white supremacy was a transnational phenomenon. Even Ollie Harrington, who once worked for the NAACP before going into exile in France, then East Germany, was leaning in this direction. Graham Du Bois told Clark that for the past 15 years he's been knocking around Europe. But as he said, no linguistic ability is going to make me a Frenchman, a Russian or a German. Here in Ghana I need not only my roots but a real future, emphasis in original. 18 In a sense, she was responding to white supremacy while still trying to maintain a progressive outlook on humanity. This was not easy. Yet her molten responses to erstwhile comrades did not make things easier. After the coup, W. Alpheus Hunton, her spouse's co-worker with the Council on African Affairs who came to Ghana with him to work with the Encyclopedia Africana, did not adopt the same confrontational attitude to the military junta that she did. To her, this was a gross betrayal, though he eventually felt compelled to move to Zambia. Unpersuaded, Graham Du Bois continued to denounce this brilliant, intellectual leftist to any who would listen. He was a lazy, selfish opportunist and a real rat. 19 He was certainly without integrity or principle. She found his actions so bizarre it made her question her own sanity. 20 She accused him of faithfully trying to cooperate with that bandit regime. I do feel pretty bitter about this, she wrote. Her outburst is more revealing about her than about Hunton, a true unsung valiant hero. It was suggestive of the fact that her analyses at times were driven by intense and highly idiosyncratic personal preoccupations. Her disillusionment with Hunton, however, was another step in her general alienation from friends and comrades on the left. She never had a formal rupture with her comrades, she simply drifted away. She tried to get Connor Cruz O'Brien, Nkrumah, and other luminaries to work with Freedom Ways on a special issue, then became irritated when, in her opinion, there was inadequate follow-up. 21 Even after the coup, she maintained contact with the staff at Freedom Ways, though she did not have much good to say about their efforts. As they moved to mark the centenary of Du Bois' birth, she insisted that it not be a love feast, not in these times and under these conditions, though she did not specify what would meet her tastes. 22 Writing from China, she observed, I am not anxious for Freedom Ways to handle it. And when they learn that I am in China they probably won't want to handle it if they believe I will actually be present. 23 She complained frequently to Nkrumah about the alleged treachery of the editors. The extreme left prevented the quarterly from taking a positive position on Africa or even on the more positive movements of Afro-Americans in the States. They are so busy on peaceful coexistence that they are wholly on the side of Martin Luther King. They had reasoned that my article would unquestionably throw the weight of opinion towards Black Power. The idea makes me furious. 24 She was embracing the ideological trend of Black Power, while the editors were a bit more skeptical. According to her, this was because they are under the influence of the great power which opposes the Black Power movement, and I don't mean the U.S. She meant the Soviet Union. 25 She conated the nonviolent resistance of King and Moscow's idea of peaceful coexistence with capitalism and contrasted that with the presumably more militant stances of Black Power advocates and Beijing. To her mind the Beijing, Black Power axis far surpassed the King-Moscow formulations. Yet she continued to cooperate with the magazine because it was one of the few outlets in the United States that would publish her lengthy articles. But even here there were problems. Once Graham Du Bois was reduced to invective to describe what she perceived as unfair editing of one of her articles. It was explained patiently to her that this was done because the magazine was trying to avoid libel suits, but she remained displeased. 26 Though she occasionally complimented Freedom Ways, her general opinion was that it had become so innocuous, so arty, so sentimental that while a real struggle is going on their pages give little reaction of the picture. 27 Still, she continued to make demands on this innocuous publication. She demanded that her critique of Ali Mazroui's analysis of Nkrumah be printed in its entirety, and if not, I must ask you to remove my name from the magazine's masthead. The struggle in Africa today is too intense to be muffed by detractors. 28 In part, she was responding to pressure from pro-China forces who felt that Freedom Ways does not represent the Black liberation movement but is just another loudspeaker, for black dupes, of the American revisionists. 29 Graham du Bois was having trouble not only with Freedom Ways and its supposed black communist Indians, but also with communists generally. Initially, while she was in Ghana, things appeared to be going smoothly. She arranged for U.S. communist youth and their friends to travel to Accra. 30 She not only consented to the communist youth organization to be called the W.E.B. Du Bois Club, she also called the group Wonderful. 31 She was an intermediary between the party's publishing house and Nkrumah, who published some of his key texts with them. 32 However, her relationships fluctuated here too. Though she had allied with Aptheker, the communist historian, in his dispute with Freedom Ways, her opinion of him also was not consistent. 33 Soon she was falling out with other forces on the left. As in her contretemps with Freedom Ways, part of the reason was that many on the left were reluctant to accept her unalloyed, unwavering, uncompromising support for Nkrumah and his actions while in power. They would not accept her interpretations of African realities, though many were in the same category as Jessica Smith of the pro-Soviet publication New World Review, who once confessed revealingly, "It isn't at all that we are confused by the latest events in Sierra Leone, we are simply ignorant about them." 34 Buoyed by the idea that this would mean recognition of her own expertise, Graham du Bois then wrote a review of Nkrumah's book on the Congo for New World Review, but the editors changed Hanoi to China, which gave an entirely different connotation. Disgusted, she wrote to Nkrumah in the spring of 1967 that experiences of the past year have brought me to the painful realization that many progressives are Ghana's worst enemies. They are the ones we believed in and trusted. Now, in many respects they have utterly let us down. She declared ominously, "We shall remember," emphasis in original. 35 Like Jessica Smith, Graham du Bois had difficulty getting accurate information about Africa, except she was not aware it was a problem. After the coup she spent a considerable amount of time in Tanzania, which happened to be one of China's closest allies in Africa, and her frequent presence in Dar es Salaam inevitably colored her opinions. As early as 1967 she was asking Smith about widespread rumors throughout Africa that mostly emanated from DAR that the socialist countries of Europe are betraying the African Revolution. These countries' untiring and nobly conceived efforts for peaceful coexistence have blurred their vision, she thought, and hampered their effort to aid Vietnam. This was a traditional line from China, and it had some credibility until Beijing itself, which was supposedly so concerned about Hanoi's fate, waged war against Vietnam after the United States was forced to pull out. 36 Because China was a colored nation, it was easier for some black leftists like Graham du Bois to believe that it was Beijing, not white Moscow, that was standing RM against U.S. imperialism. This perception persisted even after the entente between Beijing and Washington in the early 1970s in the wake of the momentous visits to China by Nixon and Kissinger. Unlike others who drifted away from the U.S. Communist Party, Graham du Bois was not incensed by the crimes of Stalin or Soviet interventions in Hungary in 1956 or Czechoslovakia in 1968. If anything, she was more gung-ho than communist leaders themselves about Stalin and about Moscow's foreign policy toward Warsaw Pact nations. She was quite critical of the 1956 report by the Soviet leadership that indicted Stalin. Time and sober second thoughts would seem to be shaving down Khrushchev's revelations to proper proportions, she maintained. It may be that history will label the speech as an inappropriate emotional outburst produced by the same kind of tensions, pressures, and anxieties that tormented and drove the aging Stalin. Extraordinarily, New World Review, the pro-Soviet organ that published her remarks, added an editorial note of rebuke. "We now feel impelled to register editorial dissent." 37 Like Mao Zedong, she was angry with Soviet communists because they denounced Stalin. As in southern Africa, the searing experience of white supremacy often made black comrades more willing than their non-black comrades to rationalize stern administrative measures in the effort to construct a new society. 38 Though some communists globally joined with countless others in condemning the Soviet intervention in Prague in 1968, again Graham Du Bois disagreed with them. Instead she told Kruma, "I just wish a few Russian tanks had rolled into Ghana when the coup began." Signaling her future distaste for Moscow, she added bitterly that instead the Russians have been pleasantly cooperating with the criminal regime. "All right, I realize that the geography was different but the principle is the same," emphasis in original. 39 Jessica Smith of New World Review congratulated her this time. 40 Graham Du Bois came to believe that Moscow was not sufficiently hostile to the Accra junta. Before this, her defense of the Soviet Union knew few bounds. And even after moving to Cairo, she was grateful to Moscow because of its assistance to Egypt during its intermittent wars. 41 In fact, though she became critical of Moscow when she turned so avidly toward Beijing, she never became vehemently anti-Soviet, though she had plenty of opportunity to do so. Still, the Kremlin had taken notice of her coziness with the Chinese leadership and reacted accordingly. Her brother Lawrence Graham once sought her assistance in getting his books published in the Soviet Union. She was forced to tell him that her contacts there are not what they once were. 42 With an audacious haughtiness she could still brag about wrapping my sables about me as she breezed off to the Soviet embassy for receptions, but after the coup, intimate and high-level encounters with Soviet officials became fewer and fewer. 43 Graham Du Bois raised legitimate points about Soviet foreign policy that Moscow had difficulty answering. For example, she wondered why the USSR continued to have trade relations with South Africa. For example, Soviet diamonds were marketed via De Beers, despite its widely condemned policy of apartheid. 44 She was appalled by expressions of racism in Eastern Europe and seemed to view this phenomenon with more seriousness than similar expressions in China, perhaps because of the centuries-long tradition of white supremacy that forwarded the colonization of Africa and the slave trade. 45 When she could not get satisfactory answers to her questions about race, it reinforced the idea that whites, irrespective of their socio-economic system or ideology, were not reliable allies, and that those who were colored, for example, the Chinese, were. Unfortunately, reality was not that simple. 46 When signs of the rift between Moscow and Beijing became evident, she was reluctant to take sides and, instead, tried to bring the two sides together. In October 1962, as the Cuban Missile Crisis was riveting the world and raising the specter of thermonuclear war, she was advising Kruma that it would be a healthy thing for the entire world if we can get Chinese and Russian scholars working together on an African undertaking. That would be Ghana's contribution to concord between the two powers. 47 The FBI took note of her mediation efforts. It retained only her 1963 letter to a communist publication explaining that we do not feel equipped to hand out advice to either of these socialist giants as to how they should handle their differences. Meanwhile, worldwide problems are being created by loose talk. If people thousands of miles away from either country, who have never been in either and know nothing about either language, would attend to their own business, the clouds would roll away and we would have the peaceful coexistence all of us so much desire. 48. This advice was directly contrary to a growing U.S. perception that the rift between these socialist giants was precisely what would allow Washington to prevail in the Cold War. 49 Her perception that Moscow was somehow responsible for Kruma's fall and was too friendly with the Accra junta influenced her view of the dispute among communist nations. Just after the coup, she advised Kruma that though the rift between the Soviet Union and China is daily becoming worse, I feel it is essential that we remain absolutely neutral, though I confess this is becoming increasingly difficult. 50 She did not remain absolutely neutral for long. By 1968 Jessica Smith was complaining that Graham Du Bois was very wrong to include the USSR in your description of the great powers acting in concert for their own best interests and by implication joining in the Chinese charges against the USSR as acting in collusion with the imperialists. No one, Smith argued, has done more for the freedom of colonial peoples than Moscow. 51 In the period before Nixon's trip to China, Graham du Bois felt that Moscow's normalized diplomatic relations with Washington were a betrayal. After Nixon's trip, she had become so enamored with this way of thinking that she failed to adjust to the evident reality of a Beijing-Washington alliance targeting Moscow. 52 However, pro-China forces also felt that Comrade Graham du Bois was weak on certain questions. Anna Louise Strong, a longtime ally of China, explained why a journal with which she worked would not print Graham du Bois' article. It was not because of the content but because Graham du Bois was presumptuous in attending and speaking at the conference of the Revisionist Organization of Afro-Asians. Revisionist was code for pro-Soviet. 53 To her credit, Graham du Bois did not impose her subsequent ideological sympathies on du Bois posthumously. In 1974, when she was organizing an event in Cairo in honor of her husband, she observed that of course, Chinese will be there and I have told them to invite the Russians. Of course, the fact that the Chinese were doing the inviting was telling, but in those days a fervent Maoist would not have considered any association with what Beijing referred to as social imperialists. 54 Nor were Maoists pleased when Graham du Bois praised the Puissant-affiliated Web du Bois clubs, who fearlessly carry his name like a red banner. 55 U.S. Maoists assailed her for praising revisionists, but she would not back down. Graham du Bois was leaning toward China, but she was reluctant to break decisively with the USSR and the Communist Party USA. When she Nally was able to visit the United States in the 1970s, she sought to meet with Jessica Smith and her spouse, John Abt, who was the party's chief counsel. Why? Recognized lines of demarcation have been swept away, Graham du Bois asserted, up is down and east is west. I and myself dangling in the air. I need to both talk and to listen. No matter how different your point of view, I'd be glad if you would express it. I am trying to create better understanding, emphasis in original. Her preoccupation, doctrinal disputes about peaceful coexistence aside, in all her work was justice and peace or peace with justice, emphasis in original. 56 As time passed, this ecumenism characterized her approach to disputes on the left. Graham du Bois had fences to mend in part because of her preoccupation with her defense of Nkrumah and her growing belief that he was overthrown because constantly at his elbow were Russian advisors. And he followed their advice. 57 Some felt this was a simplistic explanation that at once gave too much credit to Moscow and not enough to Ghanaians, the United States, and Nkrumah himself. Indeed, 3 of his key advisors were Graham du Bois, an Afro-American, George Padmar, a Trinidadian who had broken with Moscow decades earlier, and Geoffrey Byng, who hailed from Great Britain. But Graham du Bois was in the midst of an ideological journey that led to China, and despite her admonitions about neutrality, she had become alienated from the USSR and its US communist allies. Her son David has concluded that certainly her early and insistent support for China over the USSR played an important role in her relation to the Communist Party and party individuals. And I doubt there would have been any formal leaving of the party. 58 As early as World War II, Shirley Graham had expressed deep admiration for China. No American, she said, can feel the suffering of China more keenly than does the American Negro. 59 She seemed to see a parallel between what African Americans had suffered domestically and what China had suffered globally at the hands of colonialists of various stripes. While in Ghana, Shirley and W.E.B. Du Bois often spoke on radio speaking for their listeners across the globe and in China itself. 60 As noted, she leaped to the defense of Mao Zedong after he had been criticized by U.S. civil rights leaders when he assailed Jim Crow. She raised the question sharply on Ghana radio. 61 Her radio broadcasts, which conceivably reached millions, often blasted U.S. racial policies, not the sort of thing that endeared her to the authorities in Washington. Just as her reaction to the persecution of black soldiers in Arizona helped push her to the left, her reaction to the overthrow of Nkrumah helped to push her toward China, for Beijing proved to be more helpful to him and her after the coup. 62 Her sympathies also might have been generated by the individual attention she received from the Chinese. During her stay in Accra, Huang Hua, the Chinese ambassador and a future foreign minister, and his wife cultivated her. 63 Bill Sutherland, an African American who lived in Ghana, then Tanzania, recalls that whenever she arrived in Dar es Salaam, Chinese embassy officials would pick her up at the airport, provide sumptuous dinners for her, and generally take good care of her. 64 This was during the period following the Ghana coup, when she began to spend a considerable amount of time in China itself. Many in the United States had not recognized the significance of the Sino-Soviet dispute and, as a result, continued to associate visits to China with actions close to treason. 65 In addition, the so-called Cultural Revolution was underway at the time, and Graham Du Bois found that old friends like Huang Hua were under siege. 66 When she was there in 1967 on the 4th anniversary of her spouse's death, she had a striking meeting with Zhou Enlai. According to official Chinese sources, he had taken time out to see Shirley only a day after the ordeal in which he was surrounded and harangued for 18 hours by a group of people sent against him by Lin Biao and the Gang of Four. She had a cluster of questions which she was anxious to ask Zhou about the Cultural Revolution so that she could answer her associates in the Black Freedom Movement in the United States. 67 Sidney Rittenberg, a U.S. exile then living in China, recalls, that night about 2:30, Zhou Enlai sent for Shirley and they talked till nearly dawn, with only Chu's interpreter present. Shirley called me at dawn and asked me to hurry down to the hotel. When I got there, she was obviously upset. She said that she had never seen him look like that. His face was drawn and anxious looking, he seemed to be under great stress. Worst of all, he seemed to be in very poor spirits. She reported that he told her, "It's possible that the Chinese Revolution might go down to defeat in the Cultural Revolution. But it's OK, you'll have your own revolution in Africa, you'll develop your own Mao Zedong. You'll do a better job of your revolution because you'll learn from our mistakes." She was thrilled that he confided in her as a trusted friend. I told her that I had never heard of a Chinese communist leader expressing his personal misgivings in that fashion, to either Chinese or foreigners. In that sense, Shirley represented a very special tie between the African people, the American people, and one of China's nest sons. 68 Evidently impressed with her experience there, in late 1967 she told Kruma that when I go to the Far East this time I shall be there for a long time. 69 She had spent a good deal of that year in China and the same was to hold true for 1968. She accepted an appointment on the Permanent Bureau of the Afro-Asian Writers, located in Peking. 70 It was a revolutionary organization, she thought. 71 There in the midst of disorder created by the Cultural Revolution, a violent process of purging the Communist Party and society generally of so-called counter-revolutionaries and laggards, she found it all exhilarating. 72 It was a real and necessary revolution, she said. After being jailed by imperialist stooges in Ghana and bombed in Cairo, she found that experience has stripped me of idealism though not of vision. While in Asia she was in that section of China, very close when the 2 American planes, having crossed the border, were shot down. "The Third World War has already begun," she exclaimed. 73 A recurrent critic of Graham Du Bois, Richard Gibson, told Julian Mailed that the Chinese comrades apparently aren't encouraging her too much. Perhaps they don't understand her continuing connections with freedom ways? I gather the Cultural Revolution has baffed her as much as many others and she still looks wistfully at the Pusa and other revisionists. 74 Graham Du Bois had been misjudged. Her view of the agitation in China mirrored Gibson's. She arrived in China in June 1967 and accompanied by young revolutionists. Traveled to many parts of this vast land. She mingled with crowds in the cities. Spent days with peasants on communes, with an army division on its military post, with students. With Red Guard units. She was there for 10 weeks and had high praise for an ostensible purpose of this revolution, putting intellectuals and party bureaucrats in closer touch with the masses by, for example, sending them to the countryside to harvest crops and handle cow dung. 75 In June 1967, for example, she spent an entire day On the base of the 369th Battalion of the Army, she announced proudly, "I can now write a manual on Army strategy, tactics, and formation." 76 Such varied experiences make it difficult to say that she was ignorant of the deaths and tumult resulting from the Cultural Revolution. By February 1968 she was back in Beijing. After returning from the Bahamas and stopping in Cairo, she used 22 hours to reach China. Now, outside her windows it was several degrees below zero, but her big room with balcony overlooking the boulevard was warm and bright with sunshine. She had become so Africanized that despite the chill she could not stand to be inside an entirely closed room. She had to have fresh air, so she threw open the balcony door. The Cultural Revolution was another breath of fresh air, she thought. It was proceeding apace, though some intellectuals and university groups were still dragging their feet. As she wrote, on her tea table was a platter of oranges, pears, and apples that she would nibble on, providing food for thought. For some reason, Chinese officials didn't want her to wander about alone. They fear something might happen. She could not imagine what, since she didn't speak a word of Chinese. Besides inspecting the Cultural Revolution, she planned to learn how to play chess and improve her swimming and French. 77 Later she was moved into a corner suite, with a magnificent view. It remained frightfully cold way below zero. Gales from Siberia lashed around this corner, practically putting her 3 radiators out of business. She longed, once more, for African sunshine. 78 Fortunately, while she was in China her circle was expanding, she was learning more about people and the world in which we live. Paradoxically, this fact, in many cases only increases my my realization of how much I do not know and the need to know more. She was studying the works of Patrice Lumumba and Sékou Touré in French, editing a publication for the Writers' Bureau magazine, and conversing regularly with a Japanese gentleman in French. Just recently she spent an hour and a half with the Guinean ambassador conversing only in French. 79 However, her increased language facility did not increase her insight into the pandemonium of the Cultural Revolution that was erupting all about her. She was also spending considerable time with Gora Ibrahim, a representative in China of the Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC, of South Africa, which she and they called Azania. The PAC was a staunch opponent of Nelson Mandela's African National Congress. He was her best colleague, he lived just below her and brought her papers and magazines. 80 They often conversed and reinforced each other's perceptions about the validity of Maoism. She also spent time speaking on international radio broadcasts, once commenting on Mao Zedong's latest marvelous statement on racial unrest in the United States. She had been dodging television and newsreel cameras ever since. For many reasons, she did not want her face sent out to various parts of the world. Her disembodied voice was another matter. 81 Perhaps if her face were seen, her efforts to gain a visa and regain her citizenship would be compromised, or worse, she might be kidnapped by her enemies in Africa, if they could pinpoint her location. But just as she was looking over one shoulder to gauge US and other reaction, she had to look over the other shoulder at her pro-China comrades. In China she encountered Robert F. Williams, the African-American exile who had bolted from the NAACP in North Carolina after offering to confront Jim Crow with armed struggle. He ED to Cuba, then Asia. 82 They had met years before in Brooklyn. Indeed, when the FBI was searching for him they came to her door in Brooklyn. 83 Before arriving in China in 1967 she had asked him if he could put in a word for me to get there soon. 84 Williams was a friend of Richard Gibson, whom she knew as no friend. The elusive Gibson was suspected of having questionable ties with various intelligence agencies. 85 That is probably why the son of Elijah Muhammad of the Nation of Islam, Akbar Muhammad, who was a resident of Cairo, told Williams, "Shirley asked me to tell you not to mention anything about her plans to Gibson." 86 However, as one of the few African Americans in China, she found it difficult to avoid other blacks, no matter how questionable. For example, Gibson was a good friend of her friend Gora Ibrahim. Gibson recommended him to Williams, calling him a bright and honest fellow and a pleasure to work with. 87 All were friends of Carlos Moore, an anti-Castro Afro-Cuban. All spent time gossiping and condemning Cuba and the Soviet Union. This was not to Graham du Bois' taste. However, in China these were the people she encountered. During this period, 1967 to 68, China was trumpeting loudly its solidarity with Afro-Americans. The U.S. press worriedly reported that China was exploiting racial unrest in North America, while others charged that it was directly responsible. 88 There were huge demonstrations in Canton and Shanghai with Red Guards carrying red Ags on behalf of Negroes. On August 1, 1967 an editorialist in China's People's Daily blasted the bankruptcy of nonviolence, suggesting that sterner stuff would be necessary to bring the imperialists to heel. The Hong Kong Star of April 20, 1968 reported that China had established links with some of America's most militant black power Negroes and has promised to smuggle them money, arms, and telecommunications equipment. Graham du Bois' old friend Huang Hua was said to be in charge of China's agents in the United States. Nervously it was noted that Mao Zedong had put the Chinese on the side of the colored races around the world in a barely disguised appeal to racist revolution. He was quoted as saying, "We are in the majority, the colored races black, brown, and yellow, and they the whites are in a minority." 89 This bold and gruff talk was in the aftermath of the murder of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., when U.S. cities went up in arms and the country was in chaos. Hence, there was more reason than usual to take the Chinese leader's words seriously. Robert F. Williams was said to be organizing from his base in China a plan for Afro-American soldiers in Vietnam to eliminate their white comrades. For the folks back home in the United States he helpfully provided tips on clogging sewer lines and highways, burning facilities, and smashing windows without getting caught. 90 Newsweek's headlines roared about this new alliance between China and the black expatriate. It too viewed Williams's activities warily, particularly his shortwave broadcasts aimed at Afro-Americans. The number of Chinese communist publications entering the U.S. by indirect means, it reported apprehensively, has more than doubled. 91 Marvin Liebman, a conservative friend of William F. Buckley, was informed that China's offensive on race had made the United States somewhat vulnerable at the moment. 92 These were intoxicating times indeed for Graham du Bois, who had reason to believe that her foreign patron, China, would be lending militant aid to African Americans. This was a central reason that she sided with Beijing, not Moscow. As early as August 20, 1953 an editorial in the California Eagle, a black-owned paper in Los Angeles, noted correctly that China had made the most of racial feelings to win the loyalty of African American prisoners of war who had been embroiled in the war in Korea. Yet, this hope of an alliance between radical blacks and Beijing proved to be premature. Though left in form, China's policy proved right in essence, as this most populous of nations wound up collaborating with the United States in southern Africa, Southeast Asia, and elsewhere. At this moment it turned out that China was the same paper tiger that it so often accused the United States of being. Yet this was difficult for her to see in 1968 and later. For the time being she comforted herself with the bonhomie provided by her newfound comrades, one of whom was the Euro-American and Jewish exile from the Carolinas, Sidney Rittenberg. 93 He had come to China during World War II and had decided to stay on, working as an interpreter and writer. The RST time he met the Du Boises was in 1959. He had gone to their suite at the Beijing Hotel one evening after being introduced by remote control by mutual friends, though they had never met. Graham du Bois was reading an English-language newspaper as he entered, and as he started to remove his coat, Shirley waved the newspaper at me and said with feeling, "One of these days when we are in power, the RST thing we're going to do is hang all these sellouts like Roy Wilkins." As I walked over to shake du Bois' hand, he looked up at me with a twinkle and said, "Mr. Rittenberg, you have probably observed that my wife is something of a radical." This was indicative of the effect that Maoist China had on her. The rampages of the Cultural Revolution, in particular, reinforced her own bent toward a kind of radicalism and settling scores with supposed ideologically retrograde elements. Rittenberg acknowledges that the Chinese treated her and her spouse quite well. They offered to make the state guest house villa their own private home, and to give him a big limousine and a driver to take him driving whenever he wanted to go. I think Shirley was a little tempted at the idea, but Dubois was adamant in opposition to relocating to China at that time. 94 Rittenberg recalls that Graham Dubois encountered the kind of anti-black racism in China that had made her reconsider her support for the Eastern European nations when she noticed it there. One of the African American soldiers who had defected during the war in Korea, a former MP named Clarence Adams, from Memphis, had married a Chinese woman and they had several children. Clarence had fallen afoul of Great Han chauvinism a number of times, running into various forms of attitudes based on the fears and misunderstandings that many Chinese have towards foreigners, especially when they are African but also when they're Afro-American. Clarence went to see the Du Boises and told them some stories about his own problems, and especially about the chronic strain and occasional conflict between Chinese and African students, especially in connection with Africans making friends with Chinese girls. With urgency, Graham Dubois called Rittenberg to discuss this matter. He tried to explain the cultural clash, but the incident left her uneasy. Rittenberg recalls another occasion when Zhou Enlai had sponsored a huge banquet for her and Dubois before their return to Africa. At the gathering, Dubois had expressed deep regret at the hostility between the Soviet Union and China in the context of making other remarks. Then Graham Dubois stood up and said, "When we go to meet Khrushchev, I'm going to dress him in his Chinese cotter suit with his Chinese People's Liberation Army cap on with the red star on the visor." There was a dead silence in the room. People stopped talking, the ice in the glasses stopped clinking, the servers stopped moving. Shirley looked around in wonderment as the whole room went dead. Then she turned and said to her husband, "I don't think they understood what I was saying." Dubois answered in his deep bass, from the silence, "Shirley, I would judge that they understood exactly what you were saying." Shirley looked nonplussed, but dropped the subject. Tang Mingzhou, director of the Department for Liaison with English-speaking countries, came over and explained to her quietly that they hoped the Du Boises would avoid offending the Russians and would try to maintain a position from which they could do a little good. Shirley nodded, and seemed to understand her diplomatic faux pas. This incident also seems to suggest that the seeds of her sympathy toward Beijing in its dispute with Moscow were already present even before the Ghana coup. The last time Rittenberg saw her was in 1967. On every trip to China, Shirley had told me about her deep suspicion of Eslanda Robeson. China had been leaving no stone unturned to get Paul Robeson to come to China. Graham Dubois believed that Eslanda was preventing the trip. Shirley thought that Eslanda and the Soviet ambassador in London had gotten the British to commit Paul to a mental health institution just to keep him from going to China, not because his health required it. 95 When President Richard Nixon traveled to China to meet with Chinese leaders, Graham Dubois, who still considered herself a staunch anti-imperialist, was dumbfounded. A friend had told her earlier, "If 1 million people can come out to see Nixon in Romania, then why should I hate him for his past anti-socialist activities? If he is good enough for them, isn't he good enough for me?" With understatement, she concluded, "Confusion reigns in my mind." 96 The same could be said for Graham Dubois, who had been banking on Beijing to assist in the overthrow of white supremacy in the United States, not Communist Party rule in the USSR. This same friend felt rather bitter about Nixon's warm welcome in Beijing. 97 Graham Dubois would have none of that. She decided to go along with the new Beijing line, counseling her friend, "You must not lose faith in China, my dear. Never mind any new friendships. The Chinese are very wise and far-seeing. They plan for the future. Even if I do not understand some moves, I confess I do not, I'll still believe in the ultimate victory of China." 98 Why did she not desert China when the career anti-communist Richard M. Nixon, whom she despised, brokered this open anti-Soviet alliance? She was still angry with Moscow for various reasons, and if she had deserted China, where would she have placed her socialist anchor? China was a major aid supplier to one of her newer patrons, Tanzania. It was helping construct a major railway there, among other projects, and was a backer of the POC of South Africa, with which she was also close. And, as she told the writer John Oliver Killens, after he had received acupuncture in China, we colored folks had better get together to help each other. 99 China was not just socialist but colored as well and was more compatible with the left nationalist approach she had developed. She stuck with China to her last dying day in Beijing. When Brindley Ben of Guyana scored China for maintaining good relations with the reactionary Chilean junta after the 1973 coup, she defended the policy. 100 She resorted to elusive Chinese-type proverbs in her defense of such policies, speaking of how the willow tree bends in the storm and so it does not break, emphasis in original. 101 She spoke of her 2 hours with the Chinese ambassador in Cairo and how he pulled me out of that slough of despair. He showed me bright spots in the gloom. He gave me a large tin of China's Nest, fragrant tea and sent me home in the embassy limousine. 102 Apparently, such gestures also helped to retain her support. When the facts did not tee her preconceptions, she bent them accordingly. In Angola, where China, South Africa, and the United States collaborated in backing a political faction that opposed the eventually triumphant MPLA, Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, she claimed that the latter faction was generally thought to be pro-Mao and resorted to lengthy biblical stories to explain her falsehood. 103 Her devotion to China at times made her lose sight of what was best for Africa. To be fair, China was not the only nation with which she was fascinated. During her tenure as director of television, she had developed with the Japanese corporation Sanyo a factory in Ghana to produce television sets, electric fans, and other appliances. She visited Tokyo then and wrote Kruma that her visit had her feeling like a charged rocket transistor. Her hosts were gentle, polite, and very charming. She also met with Sony executives. She was enthusiastic about the possibilities of African-Japanese cooperation, noting that germanium, the basic metal used in all transistors, is produced only in the Congo. 104 The contract she negotiated with Sanyo allowed for the training of Ghanaian technicians, the sole importation of Sanyo televisions, and the like, plus the construction of a factory to produce various appliances. A furor erupted because European companies proclaimed that Japanese were robbing them of their rightful place. And by various means, she charged, including bribery, these Europeans succeeded in persuading many Ghanaian officials the Japanese were intruders. I am certain now that what we were doing added fuel to determination to overthrow President Nkrumah. She recalled speaking with Indonesians who praised Tokyo for training them when the Dutch would not. Ghana's relationship with Japan, she thought, showed that the balance of power is shifting against white supremacy. 105 The coup obliterated these ambitious plans, but it did not destroy her relationship with Japan. The plant had assembled 1,100 electric fans and had sold 600 television sets before the coup, but the new government was not enthusiastic about continuing production. The Sanyo executive in charge told her with regret that the future of Ghana Sanyo is not hopeless, however it will not be easy either. The new government in Accra, he said, increased the number of television sets imported from Philips and other European manufacturers, in quantity. 106 Graham Du Bois wondered, with imported sets all over the place, how can they expect our own factory to prosper? 107 She was right, it didn't prosper. But it did continue. Sanyo executives remained in contact with her after the coup and continued producing appliances, expanding to refrigerators, air conditioners, and other items that Ghana desperately needed. Though the executives had a justifiable worry that some elements of Western powers influenced the government to discourage Ghana Sanyo's operation, this fear was not altogether realized. Thanks to your efforts, Graham Du Bois was told in 1974, Ghana Sanyo was now one of Ghana's solid medium enterprises which can resist any vicious challenge from others. 108 Her experience with Japanese capitalists did compare favorably with her experience with European and Euro-American capitalists, and this reinforced, in her mind, the primacy of race which pushed her toward China, a nation that shared the socialist philosophy she espoused. While in China she listened frequently to NHK radio from Tokyo and was at times surprised at its reporting on the war in Vietnam, which was often critical of the United States. Often, she wrote with astonishment, I am left wondering and would like to ask them the question, hey, which side are you on? 109 According to her colleague John Bracey of the University of Massachusetts, after her ouster from Ghana and her hurried retreat to London, it was the Japanese ambassador there who packed her items from various places and yielded them all to Cairo as a favor. 110 Again, such gestures at a time when there was doubt she would even be allowed to enter Britain or the United States strengthened both her opposition to white supremacy and her belief in the importance of the colored uniting against it. Bolstering these ideas were her growing ties with a younger generation of Afro-Americans, particularly from SNCC, who were espousing Black Power. This new movement, she felt, was uncertain and not steady to its goals, but it is a very positive thing. 111 High on her list of advocates of Black Power was Stokely Carmichael, who demonstrated his concord with Graham Du Bois by assuming the name Kwame, after Kwame Nkrumah, Toure, after Sékou Touré. After Carmichael's move to Guinea-Conakry, Nkrumah's home in exile, she met him and played a role in introducing him to his future spouse, the South African exile Miriam Makeba. 112 In fact, it was through the intercession of Shirley Graham Du Bois that he received an invitation from Nkrumah and Touré in 1967 to the 8th Congress of the Democratic Party of Guinea. This was during a time when the SNCC leader was coming under ever sharper attack because of his advocacy of Black Power. The two leaders invited him to live, work, study and struggle there, an invitation he accepted promptly, making Guinea his home and, ultimately, the place where he was buried. 113 Graham Du Bois and the young, sleek Carmichael frequently met in Conakry, described by Makeba as an oversized village made up of fading French colonial buildings and tumble-down shacks where the poor try to live. The beaches have no sand, because the people took it all away to build with. But this type of sand makes poor concrete, and all over town walls and posts are crumbling down. 114 Carmichael was elated about being able to work and study under Dr. Nkrumah, the most brilliant man this century has produced. 115 The situation was not as rosy as it sounded. Conakry was frequently under siege, for it continued to render assistance to its neighbor, Guinea-Bissau, in its armed struggle against Portuguese colonialism. In late 1970 Carmichael was lamenting the state of emergency because the nation was expecting the fascists to attack at any moment. 116 Relations between Conakry and neighboring Senegal were not very good either, as the Senegalese leader, Léopold Senghor, was a favorite of France, the nation that Sékou Touré abjured when he opted for independence. 117 Carmichael also was facing difficulties back in the United States, worried about possible indictments and worse. Concern about his personal safety had helped to drive him to West Africa in the RST place. Though in 1972 students at his alma mater, Howard University, had pushed the school to give him an honorary doctorate, layers of conflict prevented it. 118 In this often tense environment, Nkrumah, Graham Du Bois, Carmichael and Makeba all shared friendship and ideas. Graham Du Bois and Carmichael, both of whom had had some experience with Euro-Americans on the left, did not find it easy to explain their newfound fondness for Black Power to skeptics. Still, Carmichael wondered why black nationalists were accused of being against everyone, while no one made similar allegations against their nationalist counterparts who were Irish or Italian. 119 Though his ex-friends were condemning him out of hand, as early as 1966 he felt that the discussion on Black Power in the white community is going well. In fact, he thought, it is desperately needed. 120 Unhappily, the export of black power abroad was not positive in all circumstances. Graham du Bois received reports from Guyana that during Carmichael's visit there he let loose a tirade of racial sentiments claiming to be a disciple of Nkrumah. In his RST meeting he called upon the Africans to develop by themselves, Indians by themselves, etc. This resulted in great controversy here. He was booed. 121 These nationalist sentiments were one thing in a society with a white majority, quite another in a place like Guyana, a South American nation almost equally balanced between Africans and migrants from India. Even Graham du Bois became concerned about where the nationalism she had cultivated was going, writing that Carmichael has been saying many things unworthy of our goals or even common sense. 122 Yet she continued to entertain him in her home in Cairo and he continued to refer to her as Ma and Grandma. 123 Grappling with the black nationalism that black power represented was vexing at times. As early as 1951 her friend Alice Childress confessed to having a heated debate with Theodore Ward about the need for a Negro theater. At RST Childress said no, thinking it might be a Jim Crow institution, but then she reconsidered. 124 Though the Communists particularly had boosted black nationalism by endorsing the idea of self-determination for African Americans, many under the influence of the party nonetheless had difficulty in assessing the implications of black power. For her part, as early as 1960 Graham du Bois had hailed the budding reassertion of African culture in Ghana, the brilliantly colored Kent, the judges ditching their powdered wigs. Here is the key she proclaimed, a resurgence of pride. 125 The problem was that a revival of nationalism amidst the decline of a left that preached class solidarity could portend an acceleration of chauvinism and xenophobia. As a result of the legacy and reality of white supremacy, Graham du Bois, like many younger Afro-Americans, found it difficult to trust or objectively assess many of European descent, even those who had displayed RM metal. After the Mozambican patriot Eduard Mondlane was murdered, she affirmed that the fact that he was Mar. Ride to a white American caused certain understandable distrust of him in the African struggle. 126 Even Basil Davidson, the British historian who wrote voluminously and sympathetically about Africa, did not elude her censure. She railed at his latest $20 book. European, white, writers are now making fortunes out of Africa. 127 After her rupture with Freedom Ways, she began an association with the Black Scholar, initiated by younger Afro-Americans, many of whom shared her evolving philosophy of left nationalism. Esther Jackson and Jessica Smith urged her to criticize the new journal's occasional biting views of U.S. communists and the Soviet Union and its praise of China, but she refused. 128 She did draw the line at the Nation of Islam, however. She was friendly with the son of Elijah Muhammad, Akbar, who lived in Cairo and was disaffected from his father. Perhaps because of his influence, her appreciation of Malcolm X, and her own years living in a predominantly Muslim society, she was sharp in assailing the NOI's dogmas, practices, and aims, which were as different from Islam as day and night, though like day and night they do merge at some points. 129 The NOI reciprocated by criticizing her for depositing Du Bois' papers at the University of Massachusetts, as opposed to, for example, Fisk. This only showed that Du Bois himself was to use their most insulting epithet, an integrationist. 130 But after they examined her ideas more carefully, they began to publish some of her articles and asked her to join the black conservative Tony Brown as one of their regular columnists. 131 Her residence in Cairo cannot be discounted in explaining her political evolution. Many of the Egyptian leftists and intellectuals there were likewise marching toward nationalism during this period, a migration induced in part by the impact of racial chauvinism in the region, failures of working-class movements, and dissatisfaction with the Soviet Union. Consequently, her odyssey was not merely a personal matter but was influenced by larger, transnational trends. 132 Despite the aid he received from Moscow, Gamal Abdel Nasser was no friend of Egyptian communists. After he came to power, one of Nasser's RST measures was to crack down hard on the Egyptian Communist Party and imprison its leaders. Left-wing union leaders were hanged. 133 According to the Chinese writer Wang Suolao, however, Nasser was quite close to the Chinese leadership, becoming friendly with Zhou Enlai as early as the spring of 1955. Particularly after its own break with Moscow, Beijing encouraged Nasser to do the same. Supposedly, Zhou blamed Nasser's premature death in 1970 at the age of FTY2 on his heartbreak at being betrayed by the Soviet leadership. 134 Thus, Graham du Bois' journey to Cairo gave her more exposure to anti-Soviet and pro-Beijing opinion. As her trips to the United States in the 1970s demonstrated, Graham du Bois was becoming an icon for a new generation of black nationalists. A group of Afro-American immigrants to Tanzania who began a chicken farm were in touch with her during her frequent trips to that nation. They sent her a poem expressing their disdain for pale white vipers and their praise for people of the sun. This effort she termed splendid. 135 She began to read the texts they recommended, for example, Chancellor Williams's The Destruction of Black Civilization, which she found to be revelatory. It promises hours of intriguing study. On this subject I'm totally ignorant. Sheepishly, she added, the only chancellor I know is Chancellor of the University of Massachusetts. 136 Invigorating her born-again nationalism was her association with Gora Ibrahim, a leader of the Pan-Africanist Congress, and other Southern African exiles in Egypt and China. 137 South Africa's POC, with its slogan of one settler, one bullet, mirrored similar trends occurring in the United States. She encountered many of these exiles in Dar es Salaam, a frequent port of call for her after 1966. She became quite friendly with the nation's leader, Julius Nyerere, whom she addressed as my dear Mwalimu or teacher. 138 He gave her the highest compliment, comparing her to our Chinese friends who praise us for our ideals in spite of knowing our weaknesses. 139 When she traveled to the Southeast African Republic, she would meet with him not only in his office, but with the family in his home. 140 Her affection for the Tanzanian leader was revealed in her hagiographic biography of him. 141 Shirley Graham du Bois had made a long journey from Ghana. From being regarded as some sort of Soviet mole in Flagstaff House in Accra, she was now viewed widely as the high priestess of black nationalism and Maoism. This perception became quite evident when she narrowly was able to obtain a visa and return to the United States. The end of her journey. By 1970 Shirley Graham du Bois was almost 70 years old, still spry. She had become an inveterate world traveler, journeying from her home in Cairo to Guinea, Tanzania, China, and points in between. However, she was still not welcome in the United States, the nation whose citizenship she had renounced when she became a Ghanaian. In 1970 she and David had gone to the Ghanaian embassy in Cairo to renew her passport. Unfortunately, they were received with extreme discourtesy. 1. By this point Kwame Nkrumah, who initially had been seen as a virtual co-leader of Guinea with Sékou Touré, was old news. She concluded with sadness that it would appear that Nkrumah no longer has any influence where he is, so a Guinean passport seemed out of the question. 2. Eventually she was to obtain a Tanzanian passport, but this nation did not have ideal relations with Washington either. Ultimately she was to receive a visa to return to the United States, but not without considerable lobbying and protest. She returned to a land that in some ways seemed light years away from the nation she had departed only a few years earlier. Her evolving black nationalism was greeted warmly on campuses and in communities nationally, as she was treated as a latter-day heroine. Though her frequent speeches on the marvels of ancient Egypt were thoughtful, ineluctably they fed a form of Afrocentrism and inward-looking analysis that may have dictated her youthful audiences from the kind of political activism she herself had displayed in Ghana. On the other hand, few in her audience were ready for the socialist ideals of that era. In March 1970 the FBI reported that Graham du Bois had visited the U.S. Interest Section in the Spanish Embassy in Cairo to obtain a visa in order to return home. She stated that she did not intend to engage in any public discourse of racial problems in the U.S. She also said she wished to explore, at a later date, the possibility of regaining her U.S. citizenship. She had been invited to speak at her husband's alma mater, Fisk University, for a $2,000 fee on a subject not viewed as a threat to national security, ancient Egypt, its relation to Africa. This seemed sufficiently benign. Besides, U.S. authorities were worried that a refusal of a visa to Mrs. Dubois might lead to adverse reaction in certain African nations as well as in the U.S. 3. In addition to replenishing her coffers and speaking directly with a new generation of activists who knew her only from headlines, there were more personal reasons for her to want to come to the United States at that time. Though her brothers and relatives visited her in Africa, this was becoming more difficult as age crept up on them all. In addition, her brother Bill had encountered some nagging legal and health problems. Then there were other people she hoped to see, like William Allen, a fellow Oberlin musician, gourmet chef, frequent correspondent, and bachelor. For the problem, as she told Ho Liang, was that she was on a list of persons prohibited from entrance to the U.S. under any circumstances. 5. She was initially pessimistic about getting a visa to the United States and cushioned her disappointment by rationalizing that she was an idiot for even thinking about coming back there. "I do not need any part of it." 6. The United States big talk about South Africa refusing a visa to tennis star Arthur Ashe to enter Africa sounds pretty hypocritical when they deny me a visa to come from Africa. 7. With her usual piquancy she added, "You can understand that I am in a warlike mood." Her mood was not improved when during the last week in January government pressures caused Fisk to cancel the lecture series. 8. In an inversion of an old Maoist dictum, the Nixon White House decided that the friend of a friend is an enemy. Though Graham Dubois was a friend of the administration's newest friend, Mao Zedong, she still was no friend of theirs, they thought. The White House aide John Ehrlichman was blunt: "I recommend that we not permit Mrs. Dubois to enter the United States, because, inter alia, she is still affiliated with 30 communist-controlled organizations with no change in view." 9. It was unclear if he had taken her and their new friendship with China into account in making this determination. Egil Crow of the White House staff was even blunter: "Why should they grant her a visa to come back and talk to young people who currently are starstruck by representatives of the Third World and hard-core communist revolutionaries?" The White House, feeling besieged on all sides by Vietnamese, Cuban, and assorted revolutionaries, not to mention Black Panthers at home, felt no need to add to this coalition. Further, Crow didn't see what benefit we will gain either in the academic community or the liberal domain at large by permitting Mrs. Dubois to return. 10. Somehow he overlooked Afro-Americans, who demanded her entrance. Soon the White House was being overrun by letters and petitions from members of Congress, including powerful senators like Jacob Javits of New York and Edward Brooke of Massachusetts, all protesting the visa denial. Black members of Congress like John Conyers and Shirley Chisholm weighed in. 11. Harlem's Congressman Adam Clayton Powell protested, as did Congressman Edward Cook of Greenwich Village. The pragmatic future mayor of New York City felt that the outrage and sense of despair of our citizens arising as a result of the denial in this case is more harmful to our government than the entry of Mrs. Shirley Graham Dubois. 12. Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, a black woman with roots in Barbados, took to the floor of the House of Representatives to protest the visa denial in the name of all black Americans. She had received many letters of indignation and protest from many black intellectuals, organizations, and individuals. This, she concluded, was but another manifestation of the oppression and suppression of blacks in this country. 13. Chisholm's remonstration was indicative of how the political climate had changed since the 1950s, when Dubois was indicted. The civil rights and anti-war movements had created a climate that made it more difficult for the United States to marginalize Graham Dubois because of her radicalism. Even Whitney Young, the state head of the centrist National Urban League, derisively termed by his militant detractors Whitey Young, called the visa denial weird and an insult. "How can an elderly lady possibly be a menace to the security of the world's most powerful nation?" he asked. This latest ASCO, he argued tellingly, is especially strange in the light of the State Department's policy of seeking better relations with Black Africa. 14. The newly inaugurated Black Academy of Arts and Letters in the United States was a moving force in generating the flood of letters to which Chisholm referred. Its 50 founding members included Charles White, Jacob Lawrence, John Oliver Killens, Nina Simone, Duke Ellington, Sidney Poitier, and Harry Belafonte. Many of them knew or admired Graham Du Bois and her husband, and they wanted her to speak. Graham Du Bois suggested that if she could not accept a citation they planned to award her because of the visa denial, then Dr. John Hope Franklin, one of the younger scholars for whom my husband had high regard, should do so. 15. When Roy Wilkins, a man she had once threatened to hang, opposed the visa denial, it was clear that it would be difficult for the White House to withstand the pressure. 16. She received support from a number of editorial writers, some of whom questioned why she could be refused while Stalin's daughter could be granted a visa. She was quick to tell the New York Times that despite the claim to the contrary, she had absolutely no ties with organizations in the United States, subversive or otherwise. 17. With increasing irritation, she added forcefully albeit disingenuously, nor do I feel at this point in the mood to explain that I never joined the Communist Party. 18. Later she conceded that her visa request was granted in the spring of 1970 because of the tremendous pressures which were brought to bear in this case. All kinds of people were involved, but particularly significant was the spontaneous reaction of all the black people, emphasis in original. 19. She was right. Times had changed. The Justice Department, appropriately, overruled the Department of State. 20. She would be allowed to return. It appeared that the tide of public opinion had shifted in her favor. Why? Perhaps it was because she denied the ultimate sin, Communist Party membership, or because her advanced age made her no longer seem threatening, or because the name Du Bois had regained its luster. Even some former opponents became conciliatory. Ralph Jones had been a U.S. Foreign Service officer in the late 1950s in Moscow. There he developed a certain amount of hostility to Dr. and Mrs. Du Bois when they were visitors in the USSR. But now that he had been swept up in civil rights activities back here in Washington, he came to feel in his heart that he had grossly misunderstood and unconsciously maligned this dedicated couple. 21. Her return was a triumph marked by tragedy, the death of her brother Bill. The shock of her brother's death seemed to enemy her nationalist ire. Writing to one of her newer nationalist friends, Nathan Hare of the Black Scholar, she insisted that the stress of the visa GHT was a key factor leading to his death. She lay the death at this time right at Whitey's door. Whitey would like nothing better than to eliminate you two, she thought. 22. Those devils, she fumed, prevented me from being with him in these last months. His death has really diminished me. I am sure the disappointment, frustration, and real anger about that refusal to me simply broke his heart. 23. Thus, her happiness was tempered when she returned, as was her reaction to her former homeland. 10 years ago, she told the Washington Post, we were talking about gains made towards integration. I come back and nobody is talking about integration, nobody that I've talked to. 24. She found wider cleavages between peoples in the United States than I was conscious of 10 years ago. There were racial, ethnic, gender, age, and other connects, she said. Struggles between these factions seems to have taken precedence over struggle between the haves and the have-nots. 25. Perhaps her absence had dimmed her memory of the impact of the McCarthyism that had helped drive her from the United States. The assault on class-based organizations that defended the interests of the have-nots had left a vacuum led by the acceleration of these other connects, just as this assault had brought terms to her vocabulary like whitey that she would have used sparingly earlier. Previously she might have preferred a locution that signaled she was referring to the haves, not to a particular race that included have-nots. 26. Still, even during the apex of her communist years, she retained a modicum of black nationalism. Perhaps even she did not realize that the decline of the Reds and her drift away from them facilitated her own resurgent nationalism. The specter of these wider cleavages shadowed and haunted her tour from coast to coast. The range of topics she was asked to address had little to do with socialism in Ghana or China, but rather were oriented toward nationalist and Afrocentric themes. At Fordham University she spoke on Africa and the Middle East, at Syracuse, Eduardo Shivambo Mondlane, at Morehouse, Africa and Pan-Africanism, at Columbia, Egypt is Africa, at Dartmouth, Egyptian civilization. At a meeting of the Congress of African Peoples in Kansas City, her theme was "We are an African people, we shall win." The publicity poster used to advertise this gathering featured her next to Minister Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam. 27 Asymptomatic controversy erupted at Harvard during her THREA-day visit there. Students like the future historian Nell Irvin Painter, the future journalist Lee Daniels, and the future businessman Peter Bino came to greet her, according to her old friend from the left, Professor Ewart Guinier, who had invited her. 28 It had been a wonderful tour, thus far, she told the father of the future law professor Lonnie Guinier. But what happened during her formal talk there cast a cloud over her visit and raised sharp questions about the cleavages that had so concerned her. 8 Black students barred FTY to 100 white students from attending her talk in Sanders Theater. One of those excluded, Richard Green, said he was handing out pro-Israel political literature when he was asked to stop, then he was prevented from entering the hall because, he said, of the color of his skin. 29 Apparently Graham Du Bois was unaware of this exclusion, and later she called it wrong. The students were off on a dangerous and defeating course, but I understood and I love them. 30 As one who had resided for a decade in Africa, she was acutely aware of the need and importance for African Americans to identify with their ancestral homeland. She often appeared for her jam-packed addresses clad in West African garb, and Africa was inevitably the theme she presented to her overwhelmingly black audiences. However, she did not seem to recognize that with the decline of the left, she was courting the danger of reinforcing an identification with Africa that could be easily hijacked by misogynist, xenophobic, right-wing nationalists, as her appearance in Kansas City suggested. These larger questions were far from her mind and the minds of most in her audiences. Her old friend from Ghana, Sylvia Boone, now of Yale, was overwhelmed with joy to see her, since she always learns so much new stuff from your work and your musings, emphasis in original. Professor Boone organized a conference on women for Graham Du Bois to address that garnered headline coverage in the New York Times. 31 This conference was an early expression of a critical race feminism that was to flourish in coming decades. That it was barely visible in 1970 also suggests why Graham Du Bois' own feminist consciousness seems so underdeveloped in retrospect. Nathan Hare of The Black Scholar, based in the San Francisco Bay Area, was making plans for Graham Du Bois to take the region by storm. 32 Perhaps concerned about having her visa renewed, she denied she was a revolutionary during this visit. In contrast, the Black Panther Party proudly claimed the sobriquet. 33 Still, she vigorously defended the BPP in the face of sharp questioning. 34 This defense was admirable, not only because the party was under siege, but also because it provided an alternative to the kind of nationalism that she was inadvertently promoting. In Los Angeles she expressed concern over the talk she had heard about independence and a sort of separatism and was hesitant to link her husband's ignorance, "I've known him since I was 13 years old," to changes in this country, such as the growing emphasis on black separatism. She doubts that he would have supported today's separatists. 35 Her trip to Atlanta was typical. She met with the dowager of the movement, Coretta Scott King, and was feted by the Black Academy of Arts and Letters, which was also honoring Lena Horne, C.L.R. James, and Amory Baraka. Richard Hatcher, one of the RST of the new wave of black mayors, exulted that they could not ban her from this august assemblage, or prevent our breaking bread together. They could not interdict our embrace, that entwining of arms which eatingly recaptures the agonies and joys of 3.5 centuries of struggle. We have overpowered the troglodytes who dwell on high in the contemporary caves and caverns of the Department of State. For everything you are, Shirley Graham, everything you stand for, is with us tonight, like a shining presence. 36 later, looking back on this visit to the United States, she claimed that every black writer in the country gave me books. This was an exaggeration, though she did have to construct new shelves in Cairo to house her bounty. She was like a Pied Piper leading her legions, some of whom followed her to Cairo. She was overwhelmed with visitors after returning to Egypt, some I expected, but many were folks I did not know but who knew me, students who had heard me speak at some university, community workers from the West, who knew my brothers, etc. etc. 37 During the 1970s, Graham du Bois was not simply circumnavigating the globe, accepting the hosannas of the worshipful. She spent a considerable amount of time at her typewriter, churning out articles, essays, and her loving memoir of Du Bois, His Day is Marching On. Though Alice Walker was not impressed with this latter work, the black lawyer and activist Earl Dickerson found it utterly fascinating and full of sharp recollections, often reminiscent of Proust in the vividness of their reconstruction. 38 Because she was an expert in creating vividness, it was natural that she turned to writing what her critics charged she had been writing all along when she was prolifically writing biographies. Novels were a logical step for a writer who found this planet the madhouse of the universe. Her discerning eye and her gift for dialogue made the format more suitable for her talents. Though bored her comrade Kruma, she disagreed. Good is bound to be humanistic. It opens up human beings and their circumstances to each other, emphasis in original. She wrote a novel about Anne Royal, a feminist heroine of the early history of the United States. It was her first real novel, but it was rejected and never published. 39 Her second effort in this genre, Zulu Heart, an imaginative novel about South Africa, was the work of a fully mature artist and, quite possibly, the most significant work of art she produced during her long and fertile career. According to a reviewer in the New York Amsterdam News, in this novel, her narrative talents and especially her ability to convince have been brought to the fullest test. 40 The crux of the novel, inspired by contemporary headlines, concerned a transplant operation in which a man of European descent in apartheid South Africa received the heart of an African. It allowed her to muse about race relations in a wholly political, indeed, Du Boisian fashion. The Republic of South Africa, caught up in the problem of the 20th century that of color, was trying to cope with it on its own terms. It involved elaborate dream sequences. The characters included contract workers from Mozambique, Botswana, and southern Rhodesia and Japanese servants. After the operation, the recipient of the organ had dreams. I'm having dreams in which I seem to be a Kaffir, no, rather a Zulu. You see, sir. It isn't only the dreams. I'm beginning to feel different. And that is frightening. I ask myself what I let my wife in for. Am I a different one from the one she married? Once he received his African heart, his ability to dance improved markedly. Better still, he became more progressive. There was a discourse in praise of Egypt that reeked at her newfound interest in her new home. There was an etching of character, particularly the character of white women, who come across as more humane than their male counterparts. Though the freedomgivers were trained in Red China, an African character says sternly, I am convinced that Africa must be liberated by Africans themselves from aggression, exploitation, pillage, and rape. 41 This tour de force had a simple point that may have been inspired by her experiences of racial cleavages during her tour of the United States. The real point of the book is that black and white can live together if they will just face up to the fact. 42 Her trip to the United States gave her more than just fodder for a novel. It increased her celebrity and her speaking fees, which provided more time for her writing. In a 1972 interview, while dodging coyly the issue of her age, don't think I'm about to take up knitting, and speaking of her knowledge of Russian, German, French, Arabic, Italian, and Spanish, she mentioned casually that she was debating whether her next book should be about the women of China or a novel giving Antony and Cleopatra a better historical perspective than that offered by William Shakespeare. 43 Her productivity inspired her son David to write his own novel, which concerned black expatriates in Cairo. 44 As Graham Du Bois' life illustrates, the journey of U.S. blacks back to Africa often distanced them from their counterparts in North America. For example, after she moved to Ghana, Graham Du Bois' advocacy of socialism did not rest well with many in the United States where anti-communism was strong. After moving to Egypt, she adopted the passion of that land, the struggle of the Palestinians. Again, this was not popular in the United States where the Palestine Liberation Organization was routinely denounced as terrorist. A good deal of her writing and speaking in the United States concerned the volatile issue of the Middle East. 45 This was understandable. While living in Cairo she had to confront the reality of war, and these images were difficult to erase from her memory. In October 1973 the airports were closed as a relatively short distance away armies are locked in a life and death struggle. She was fully 70 miles from the Mediterranean where naval battles are taking place. She found this not frightening but enlivening. She was proud and glad to be here. I can rejoice now that my faith in these kindly, dark-skinned people has been vindicated. How much they have been humiliated. 46 Don't worry about me, she assured her son. I'd rather be right here than in any other part of the world. 47 This war was an occasion for her to restate two major themes of her declining years. She savaged Israel, which she saw as a tool of white supremacy against a colored people. And she criticized the Soviet Union for allegedly selling Egypt only defensive weapons. 48 Both points were far from the mainstream in the United States. She had the advantage of direct experience with headline-grabbing events that to many in the United States were no more than echoing images on a television screen. But she had the disadvantage of living in a nation where telephone calls were at times difficult to make because of few circuits and great demands, where receiving letters and magazines through the mail was a constant struggle, and where paper shortages at times made it difficult to write the lengthy letters she specialized in. 49 Thus, though Cairo was a great crossroads of the world, at times living there could be isolating. Combined with the yawning political gulf that separated her from the place where she spent the rest 6 decades of her life, this isolation drove her closer to other intellectuals and activists who often operated on the margins, which reinforced her marginal viewpoints. Such was the case with her association with the writer C.L.R. James and the ill-fated 6th Pan-African Congress that took place in Tanzania in 1974. She had encountered James years earlier when she was living in Ghana and he was asked to write a foreword to the Souls of Black Folk. This was not an ideal match, and she quickly accused James, a veteran Trotskyite, of unadulterated McCarthyism. 50 Herbert Aptheker, the communist historian, speaking frankly, was worried about the James association and was relieved when she terminated the relationship. 51 But indicative of her transformation, by the time of the Tanzania conference she was lavishing James with praise. She spent time with him in Washington, D.C., and later confessed that before that evening I had only admired you through your writings. 52 He was seeking to enlist her in the Six Pack, as it was called, and she contended that she was dubious about the venture until she heard from him. The gathering was marked by a raging dispute featuring, mostly, African American delegates on one side arguing the primacy of race as an organizing principle and, mostly, Africans principally Guineans and Southern Africans, who were receiving various forms of assistance from the Soviet Union on the other side of the barricades stressing class struggle, and dismissing their brethren as little more than racialists. It was a far cry from the 5th Pan-African Congress in Manchester in 1945. 53 It would have been well if she had come to this 1974 meeting, not least because of the prestige she carried but also because she had operated on both sides of the barricades of this continuing ideological controversy of race versus class. Perhaps it would have forced her to clarify her positions or bring clarity to the minds of others. One of her correspondents questioned the wisdom of James for being involved in so questionable a project as this conference. Before meeting him I just assumed, like so many older men, he needed the visibility. 54 Though accustomed by now to being consigned to the margins, Graham du Bois moved with alacrity to RMLY disassociate herself from 6-55 later with her typical allure. She apologized sort of to a friend who remained involved with the project. "I guess you're mad at me," she said charmingly, "but I'm not at all at you, so now that all the Pan-African hullabaloo is over, let's kiss and make up." Increasingly contemplative as she reached the end of her journey, she acknowledged, "I am too far along in years to allow myself to use up energy and strength futilely and to be involved in arguments which nobody wants to hear." 56 One of Graham du Bois' endearing traits was that her eclectic philosophy could emit connecting signals confusing to nationalists and socialists alike, but she did not necessarily berate one or the other for following what they perceived to be her lead. She once told Howard Fast, who had long since broken with the organized movement for socialism, that there are many good, honest people about even among leaders, and I'd like for you to believe that in spite of everything we are on the winning side. Nor do I attempt to deem that we. My illusions have all been swept away by wrestling with realities. 57 She was moving from the principle all those who are not with us are against us to all those who are not against us are with us. This did not involve the sacrifice of principle. "Our world is extremely complex today," she wrote in 1972, "yet, it's not too hard to understand. Some countries are on the side of imperialism, some countries are struggling against imperialism." 58 Her position was that she was with the latter. She could be accused of applying such principles inconsistently, but as she grew older she tried very hard to remain uninvolved in petty disputes among our people. They are all struggling against terrible odds, they have inferiority complexes, they are torn between connecting powers and alliances. I do not criticize because my heart is torn with sympathy. 59 Thus she tried very hard not to get myself hemmed in by cliques. 60 In 1974 she recommended her current philosophy, "Take care of yourselves." As I get older I try to heed that advice and realize that I can't change the world. I'll have to accept it and get as much out of living as I can give. Emphasis in original. 61 This outlook was put to the test when Martha Dodd, the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Germany in the 1930s, and her husband, Alfred Stern, both now living in Czechoslovakia, reprimanded her after a house guest of Graham du Bois in Cairo in 1973 brought rich gossip back with him to Prague. According to Dodd, he said that Graham du Bois was never especially friendly with us, though she used to visit their Connecticut house quite often, spent a pre-marriage sojourn there and stayed weekends later. Could it be, Dodd wondered, that anger arose because I questioned your Marxism? 62 Graham du Bois responded that she had the ordinary sense not to talk as you tell me he talked to absolute strangers, and in any event, how in the world could you possibly think that any exchange on Marxism could affect my feelings toward a friend? I am certainly not that narrow-minded. Emphasis in original. 63 But in 1973 friendships all over the world were being broken because of the clash of Moscow versus Beijing, nationalism versus socialism, and all manner of ideological disputes. To her credit, Graham du Bois tried to avoid these pitfalls. Graham du Bois did mellow as time passed, becoming more reluctant to plunge headlong into sectarian disputes. However, a constant throughout her life was her difficulty in embracing feminism overtly and the concomitant difficulties that arose from her relationships with certain men. Of course, before and after Du Bois she was an exemplar of the independent, productive woman, and her generally positive relationship with her second husband demonstrated that she was able to make sound judgments about men, yet this was not necessarily the most accurate gauge of her own gender trouble. Graham du Bois' opinion was that she was well supplied with men counselors, brothers, presidents, Bernie, Abbott, and heaven knows I appreciate them. Abbott Simon, a co-defendant of Du Bois during his trial, had grown closer to her over the years and had visited her in Ghana. Bernard Jaffe, her lawyer, helped to rescue her from Ghana when she found herself in the clutches of the military. He looked after her interests, particularly her financial interests, in every way, enabling me to live independently, comfortably, and free to go about the writing which I consider important. This she could never repay. 64. However, her friendship with Jaffe was not necessarily typical of her relationships with men. From the time she left her RST husband, through the death of her RST son, to her marriage to Dubois, to her personal reaction to the overthrow of Kruma, relationships with men had been a driving force in her life, and these were not always in her best interests. As she said more than once, she viewed herself as the constant mother anxious to straighten out tangles. 65. In this role she had adopted as sonsgers as diverse as Malcolm X and Stokely Carmichael. But this kindly and maternal attitude could backfire on her. Joseph Opoku was a Nigerian living in the United States who was involved in a number of business deals. Though she realized that his businesses were not problem-free, after he visited her in Cairo she decided to invest a hefty $10,000 in his RM and placed her novel with his publishing RM. 66. Then his wife sued him for divorce and threatened to name Graham Dubois as having alienated his affections if he puts up a GHT to get the little boy. He timidly told me that he might have to get an affidavit from me denying her allegations. At a time when most her age were settling into a comfortable dotage, Graham Dubois was being accused of carrying on a torrid affair with a man who easily could have passed for her son. 67. Soon thereafter, she was disgusted with Joe. 68. He was approaching her with another scheme to invest in a picture book of a recent boxing match between Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali. 69. Apparently she never recouped her $10,000. This was only one example of how her relationships with the sons she adopted could go awry. The amateur therapist could conclude easily that her second husband was something of a substitute for the father she adored, and that her adopted sons, even if one accepts the Oedipal aspect, provided emotional compensation for the loss of her firstborn and her neglect of her children while she was clawing her way to success. 70. However, she still had a perpetual man in her life, her son David, and he was not always happy with how the person who he could legitimately call mother treated him. Once he went so far as to accuse her of conspiring against me in her best interest. This was when she was cultivating Opoku and was trying to influence her son to place his novel with Opoku's already shaky publishing house. 71. Though she could be quite solicitous toward her adopted sons, at times she seemed less than generous toward David. He helped her move to Cairo, where he had been staying previously, but then he moved to the United States for a while, and when he expressed an interest in returning to Egypt she was reluctant to facilitate his arrival. 72. After he became involved with the Black Panther Party, at one time editing its newspaper, she objected, calling it utter folly. 73. Parent-child relationships are inherently difficult, but unlike in her other relationships, she did not seem to be more forgiving with her own son as time passed. Perhaps he reminded her of a RST husband she had long since tried to forget. Her relationships with her son and Joseph Opoku, like her spectacularly ill-timed friendship with the U.S. ambassador to Ghana, were suggestive of a lack of judgment when it came to dealing with men. Her advice to friends reflected this at times also. Her friend Vivian Hallinan came to her with complaints about the wandering eye of her spouse, Vincent. He is a difficult and unpredictable man, she said of her husband, a progressive and prosperous attorney. I can go to jail for 30 days for equality for Negroes, but in my own home I'm a second-class citizen. I have fought for years, gone without talking for days, weeks, months, but he always wins. He has to. 74. Graham Dubois reminded her mischievously that there are plenty of women around who would be delighted to become Mrs. Vincent Hallinan, and she should just try to accommodate him. Men are trying under the best circumstances, she suggested properly, and especially strong men who are determined to dominate. But then, she added strikingly, we prefer strong men, so what can we expect? It is much easier and simpler to let them dominate. It makes them happy, and half of the time we have little to lose. I am not sure I agree with the screaming and yelling back. In other words, you give in RST and save his masculine vanity. Emphasis in original, 75 She added that Dubois did not have this urge to dominate, which made him wonderful. He could laugh. It was not in my nature to laugh much, but he gave me the gift of laughter, emphasis in original. Graham Dubois' friend found all this hard to stomach and reminded her defensively that there are a few men who would not be averse to marrying Vivian Hallinan. 76 Hallinan realized that Graham Dubois' views on gender relations were not exactly avant-garde. Graham Dubois had been raised in an era of runaway male supremacy. Her youthful experiences had included united and militant assaults against Jim Crow, while she had reason to believe that her sisters across the color line might not include her in their definition of womanhood. In other circumstances, however, Graham Dubois could display a feminist awareness. Though she willingly took the surname of her second husband, she did not appreciate the promotion which has recently been used so widely on me, the widow of so-and-so. Except in the case of the memoirs, being the widow of anybody is entirely irrelevant. I want to stand on my own feet and not lean on anybody's reputation or prestige. 77 Throughout her life, she did stand on her own feet, most splendidly in Ghana from 1963 to 1966. In 1960 there were 10 women in Ghana's parliament, and the Ghanaian Times proudly announced that the women of their nation had surpassed the women of the United States in their political attainments. 78 Though her portfolio was television, Graham Dubois took an abiding interest in women's affairs too. 79 This was no easy assignment, which sheds light on why some of her opinions on gender are seen today as retrograde. Put simply, on both sides of the Atlantic, she was operating in an environment infected with a male supremacy that some men defended on grounds of tradition. 80 For example, when there was a push in Ghana for a positive quota to expand the representation of women in parliament, Victor Owusu of the opposition spoke insultingly of a sprinkling of lipsticked and pancaked faces of doubtful utility to the deliberations of the House. 81 Just as it is difficult to improve one's tennis game while playing with total incompetence, it is difficult to generate a forward-looking view of gender when surrounded by male chauvinists. Still, when it counted, Graham Dubois could be counted on. The texture of her life resonated with the idea of women's self-assertion and independence. She was a bulwark of support when Angela Davis was indicted, rallying women in Cairo and beyond. She managed to get together a number of journalists in the office of the largest Arabic-language newspaper in the Middle East to explain the case and rally support. 82 When Davis was freed, she had helped to make elaborate preparations for the women of Tanzania to greet her. 83 In addition to male supremacy, Graham Dubois was incensed by what she perceived as excesses of the early feminist movement of the 1960s and what she perceived as its difficulty in reaching women of color. By way of contrast, she began a book on women in China, for they were really liberated, as a way to counter all the crazy women's liberation doings in the West. 84 In short, though she was able to forcefully confront white supremacy, she was much less successful in confronting male supremacy. No doubt part of the reason was that she viewed the fundamentally anti-racist projects of decolonization and desegregation as her leading priorities. During the 1970s, the null decade of her life, Graham Dubois belatedly began to receive the recognition and compensation she merited. Her lifelong quest for financial security reached a new plateau when the University of Massachusetts paid her approximately $150,000 for the papers of Dubois. 85 This financial plateau had been reached via marriage, a striking indicator, but this only brought her more problems, as the same institutions that had dodged her, like Fisk, which cancelled her 1970 lecture under pressure, were now playing the nationalist card. Massachusetts was truly mauled by the heads of certain black universities for supposedly seizing what properly belonged to one of them. 86 Though many of these same institutions had hidden in the bushes and kept silent when Dubois was indicted and then moved to Africa, now they were upset because he had been buried in Ghana instead of the United States. 87 Times change. Another thing that changed after her tour of the United States was the numerous Afro-American tourists who showed up at her Cairo apartment. In 1972 she complained that half of New York and Washington has been here. 88 The suit of visitors could be irritating, One noted historian whom she viewed as a poor, little jerk proved to be a minor annoyance who drove her to distraction. 89 On the other hand, the people who besieged her in Cairo often returned to the United States with a heightened appreciation for the Arab struggle against Israel and with the seeds of the philosophy that would eventually be termed Afrocentrism. Perhaps in response, she fled her home for China. She also traveled to Japan, where she renewed acquaintances with Sanyo Exeku. Tivs. 90 Her wanderlust was such that she did not stop there. Now nearing 80, she was enticed to return to the United States, where she would teach at both Harvard and the University of Massachusetts. Such traveling was taxing for those in the best of health. It left her frightfully tired, to the point where she was not sure she was completely well or not. 91 However, she found that entering the United States to work would not be so simple. In the summer of 1974 her lawyer informed her that getting your name removed from that blacklist has become almost as incredible as Watergate. Mr. Kiley Sick, the State Department man to whom we wrote, has informed us that your Lee has been lost. They simply can't locate it. When David Rain asked if the Lee was lost, no one would know that you're on the list. His response was that somehow the people in the State Department remembered it. 92 When she went to the U.S. Embassy in Cairo in the summer of 1975 to obtain a visa so she could teach in the fall, she found, somewhat to my surprise, that I was still on the prohibitive list as of the last publication, May 1975. This means that once more the embassy here has to obtain from the State Department a waiver before they can issue the JL visa, emphasis in original. 93 Again, the State Department underestimated the political support that she could muster. By the fall of 1975 she was in Amherst, teaching what is literature? A seminar in creative writing 2 mornings per week. Her syllabus included works by James Baldwin, Gwendolyn Brooks, Han Suyin, Alexander Dumas, Alexander Pushkin, Jacques Roumain, Sonia Sanchez, and other writers she admired. 94 Her department chair, John Bracey, informed the dean there that as a result of feedback from our students and faculty and from other members of the university community, he was recommending that she be reappointed as distinguished visiting lecturer. She was an excellent teacher, he said. 95 During the stay in the United States she became one of China's staunchest and most visible supporters. She was not alone. Though China was in league with U.S. imperialism in southern Africa and elsewhere, a younger generation that was alienated by Soviet socialism yet yearned for an apparent challenge to Washington that was at once socialist and colored to Beijing's banner. At a memorial in Manhattan's Chinatown for her friend Zhou Enlai, 1,300 heard her speak. 96 On behalf of the U.S. China People's Friendship Association she addressed 750 more. 97 In San Francisco she received a standing ovation from 700 as she blended two of her major interests by speaking on Africa and China. According to the reporter present, Du Bois pointed out the contrast between the comradely attitude of the Chinese and the elitist attitude of the Soviet Union's representatives in China. 98 While in Oakland she was the guest of honor at a party sponsored by the Black Panthers. The FBI noted that she called the BPP leader Elaine Brown not sister but daughter, one of the rare instances when she embraced a younger woman in the same manner as she had embraced younger men. She praised the party leader Huey Newton, who is recognized not only in this country, but in Africa and in China. She applauded her son David, then working for the party newspaper. I am proud of him for that. 99 Later she worried that her son's political commitments meant he would be ambushed by Eldridge Cleaver's ardent followers in Paris, who would not hesitate to kill him, or the CIA in Cairo. 100 Cleaver, who ultimately became a right-winger, was threatening her surviving son as the BPP sank into a fratricidal dispute. As early as 1973 the Ghana High Commissioner in London, perhaps as wishfulment, had reported the death of Shirley Graham Du Bois. 101 This was premature, but it was understandable why they may have been moved to report her passing. For a woman of her advanced years, she pushed herself beyond the limits of reason. In 1973, for example, she east from Cairo to California, then on to Ohio and the east coast of the United States, then a few days later to Tanzania, all within weeks. 102 living in underdeveloped areas was not easy for her either. While in Accra she had suffered through eluding of a cesspool, which was a health menace to our neighborhood. It was truly a blight with foul odors. 103 Cairo had its own unique problems, not the least of which was air pollution. Her mental health was not always the best either, particularly after the coup in Ghana. In 1966 she told one of her brothers she had the worst case of what I suppose can be called flu I've ever encountered. Worse, the arrival of December, bringing the inevitable Christmas, had already depressed me. I had a feeling that I'd like to sleep the month out and just not know anything about it. 104 A few months later she took sleeping pills to force herself to stop thinking, and this morning I simply made myself stay in bed. She felt like a displaced person. Where and how can I live? 105 Later she developed a hearing problem and a stomach ailment, and then in addition to the swelling of my fingers, my left hand is beginning to pain. 106 She developed arthritis, then the nightly blackouts in Cairo began to depress me. 107 By early 1974 she was moaning about being harassed with all kind of old folks aches and pains. We had a frightfully cold January. These have been exceedingly strenuous days for me. And I am very tired. 108 By mid-1975 she discovered a hard lump in the soft tissues of my body which I do not understand and is cause for concern. 109 While she was teaching in Amherst in 1975, John Bracey noticed her persistent coughing and her penchant for downing Scotch liquor. Shortly thereafter she was diagnosed with cancer, and Chinese doctors told her that if she came there for treatment they might be able to stave it off for 4 or 5 years. She could not leave until later, but by then it was too late. 110 By early 1976 she was in Capital Hospital in Beijing. Her chief complaints were general weakness and loss of body weight for 3 months and discovery of a mass in her right breast of 1.5 months duration. In summary, the patient has been suffering from advanced carcinoma of the right breast with widespread metastasis. She was in serious condition. 111 This sobering diagnosis did not cause her to slow down. By the summer of 1976 she was telling her son that after 3 weeks in tropical China I'll return to Cairo completely well and return to a year's intensive writing. 112 She wanted to travel alone from China to Cairo via Karachi, her usual route, then go on to London, but her doctors and son balked. A massive earthquake in China disrupted her plans and caused her to be evacuated to Shanghai. It was a shocking 8.3 on the Richter scale and, according to her son, was most exciting and not a little frightening. 113 Bedridden, she insisted on being active. She assembled a book of pictures on the life of Bois, worked on a book on China and a novel, studied Mandarin Chinese, and admired the notification she had received about her biography of Julius Nyerere being judged RST runner-up for the 7th annual Coretta Scott King Award. 114 In the spring of 1976 she complained that her treatment was rough. My bottom is sore from injections, my hands and arms are tender from repeated blood infusions, my stomach frequently rebels against the large amounts of pills I swallow. 115 To a visitor she continued to defend China, though he left with serious doubts about its foreign policy, especially as it affects Angola and Chile. 116 In response she sent a message to her attorney that she wanted to give a political statement. She had drafted the widest possible circulation. It was written to those masses being exploited by social imperialism and so-called détente. 117 Despite her infirmities, a few months before her 80th birthday she took off for London, where she spent 3 delightful weeks. 118 This was not helpful to her recovery from cancer. She returned to China at an important moment. Mao and Zhou had died and the former's widow was under for leading a so-called Gang of Four that was being blamed for many of China's vast problems. Things were topsy-turvy, and Graham Dubois, who was quite close to the leadership, could not help but feel the reverberations. One sympathetic friend writing from China in mid-1976 said that 2 weeks ago she was quite strong, but when I visited her yesterday she was weak and discouraged. She's lonely too, and eager for news from all her friends. For such an old woman to be all alone so many miles from family and friends at the time when for the RST time she is really ill is very hard. 119 The news worsened. By March 1977 her son said despondently that she is now in the final stages of terminal cancer. She can neither read, write or maintain a coherent conversation. 120 She did manage to scribble delusional ramblings in a diary that involved frequent references to the late Kwame Nkrumah, who had died in 1972, not wanting to greet Joe at the airport, and about the former Ghanaian leader telling Joe that he wanted Graham Du Bois to stay in Ghana. There were also ramblings about her father beating one of her brothers. 121. A few days after her son's sad words, she died. It was the RST week of April 1977. A friend of her son summed up the meaning of Shirley Graham Du Bois' life. I felt about her that the face she turned to the world, even perhaps to those nearer, was the harsher, more dominant side, and that she may have feared the more loving, gentle aspect of herself. It is not easy to be a woman, even less easy to be a very gifted woman, and less still to be a black woman. She had all three hurdles to clear. 122.